All right, y'all. Happy Saturday afternoon. Hopefully, this is coming through crystal clear. If you're watching this back, this is a live stream on June 17th, 2023. You can keep up with the date and time in the bottom right corner of this stream, all the way down there. And that's in Central Time, 4:03 p.m. right now, starting this stream up. We've got a huge enhanced risk area today in the orange. You can see here on Radar Omega. And yeah, it's massive. I think there's 15 million people in this enhanced risk today, which is for
shit together right now.
Carly. Carly already coming through. All right, I'll have to unmute. Carly is here on this stream too, and she's coming in firing hot there. So we're gonna have Carly on the stream. We're gonna have Storm Chasers Nick Gorman and Chris Hall below me. Also, Riley on Team Y'all is out there. That's an awesome intro to the stream. Oh goodness, that's funny. So we have storm chasers in place. Here's what it's gonna look like. Okay, here's what it's gonna look like when we go through today. It's gonna be a lot of storms, a lot of storms. Check out the progression of storms as we go through. Watch this blow up, essentially. Yeah, I got you, Carly. So don't worry about that. So yeah. All right, very good. The stream is going, just so you know. But don't worry, I have you muted so you're not coming through. Good luck. Good luck with that. All right, so Carly's in the back end. Watch this, guys. Watch these storms blow up. Huge! Look at all this. This enhanced risk is for damaging wind and hail, first and foremost. Here's what it looks like at 1 a.m. Central, and here's what it looks like just about now. So this is going to travel through these areas, multiple areas of storms that are going to be pretty widespread, very intense, and they just keep going all the way through tomorrow. So this is what we're going to be covering today on this channel here. Damaging wind and hail, but the chance for spin-up tornadoes is going to come through quite often. You know, if we get that tornado warning coming through, we're going to be covering that as intensely as possible. You know the drill if you've watched a stream on this channel before. So thank you guys all for the support. Let me know where you're watching from. I see you all. This is just one area we're going to cover. Right now, we also have active weather ongoing near Mobile, Alabama, Gulfport to the north and east of New Orleans, and headed into the Florida Peninsula, or Panhandle, rather, and eventually into the Peninsula after some time. And we also have this little slight risk up here in basically Iowa, but also the northwestern corner of Missouri. So western Iowa through Des Moines, east of Omaha. Also looking at some severe weather coming up through today. You can see it blowing up there through the evening hours. So here's it at 7 p.m. Just in case some warnings come through in those areas, we will be covering that on this channel, you know, intently, just as we will everywhere else. So multiple areas to pay attention to. In addition to that, we've got part of the Y'all Squad team. In case you guys are monitoring that closely, we've got the Y'all Squad team headed to Perryton, which was hit by what is now rated as an EF3 tornado yesterday.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
So there you go. Now we have our first tornado warning before I was able to finish this introduction here. So we'll be covering that. That is for Jackson County in Mississippi. Let's go ahead and take a look at that. But yeah, just another look at these storms that are going to roll through here all the way through midnight. I'm not sure how late I will be on today. Maybe past midnight Central Time, just about there. So this might be a little bit of a longer stream. And bear with me, I am recovering from COVID, actually. So I'm going to need to take some drinks of water, stay hydrated, stay on top of any, you know, thing that your body needs, including the brain. So that is, that's what we'll be doing. I also have Ryan talking to me just in case. He is below Chris at the moment. All right, so we've got, again, Storm Chasers Nick Gorman, Chris Hall also down there, and Riley Dibble, part of the Y'all Squad, out there today. So let's go ahead and cover that tornado warning without any further delay there in Jackson County in Mississippi. Where is my closest radar? So this is right next to Mobile. Here's a look at that right now from GR2A, the radar program I use for almost everything. But we also have radar Omega to give us that really good broad view of the country and also all the features that you know them well for. So here's a look at the tornado warning in pink there. There you see it. We've got that green triangle. A lot of you guys point out here. This is a tornado vortex signature, or essentially an algorithm that says, oh, there might be rotation here from the radar data that it's looking at. And sure enough, our area of interest is probably right in here near Big Point, and that's going to co-locate with our classic presentation of what could be a little bit of a hook echo here. So that's what we're looking at right here near Big Point in Mississippi, headed right along the border towards Helena. Please be taking shelter. Radar indicated warning. Currently, no indication that a tornado is in progress, but the storm does have the potential to do so. All right. So that's our first warning. Before I could even finish this introduction here, we do have that tornado warning here. You can actually see it's very nicely attached to a boundary here, coming right down along this thing right here. So this is outflow from some previous storms. If we play that back, you can see it's going right through there. And right when you get a boundary attached to a storm like this, that's when you can get that increased area of spin. And when it co-locates with this hook echo, bam, there's our rotation right in there. So again, this is eastern Jackson County in Mississippi, just to the west of Mobile and the Bay of Mobile here, or Mobile Bay. We've even got a spinning storm down here headed off the coast, off of Louisiana here, so not going to impact anyone but some gators here. Maybe a water spout ongoing with that storm. A few of these storms down here will be tornadic over the next couple hours here near Mobile. Also Pensacola, which has been hit recently by some flash flooding. Pretty powerful stuff, so we want to make sure that we're covering for any vulnerable areas down here. Lots of people on it also have seen some extreme hail in these areas. Go ahead and look at this storm near Woodville, Mississippi, passing into the Louisiana side of things now near Clinton. This was previously a destructive severe thunderstorm warning. We have seen so many of those in the southeast and also in the southern plains lately. And I just want to show you guys why we're getting these destructive warnings. So this was a destructive warning for baseball size hail, which is extreme in these areas. Like baseball size hail is happening on the Gulf Coast and multiple days in a row. That's something you don't really see. In fact, I don't know the last time I've ever even seen baseball size hail in this area. So pretty intense stuff. Let me show you why that's happening. Okay, let me show you why. And it's going to be due to our wind profiles. So if I bring this up right here, it's going to be a little large. Let me see if I can do this well here. This is a wind profile right here from Mobile. So Mobile, Alabama. So this is not satellite imagery. Let me show you that like this. There we go. So here's our hodograph. You guys know these little hodographs here where we usually look for, the curved noodle or something like that. But here what we see is just a little bit of a curve in that first kilometer above the surface. So this is literally zero, like right on the surface to just about, 1,500 feet above the ground, or 3,200 feet, so about 3,000 feet above the ground. There isn't really much going on here. The winds are mostly blowing in the same direction at the same speed. So we call this low shear in the low levels. But when you get out to here, the winds start moving quite a lot faster. So what we're looking at down here is faster speed. So low speed in the low levels, a lot more winds coming up in the in the mid to upper levels here. And I'll get to you in just a sec, Carly. And what this does is promote hail. This is exactly the profile that we're looking at for winds to have some large hail ongoing. So this has been the similar profile in place for the last few days that we've seen 4-5-inch hailstones in parts of Mississippi here. So here's a look at what that hodograph, those winds in the atmosphere look like in a storm. It kind of just looks like this little blob right here that comes down like this. And it's kind of stacked on top of itself too. So very weak low level shear. It allows for the efficient production of hail. So that's why we see a bunch of baseball-sized hail. All right, so that's our active tornado warning covering that. Does not look like there is a tornado in progress right now, but there could be one soon, and it's tough to tell from the radar sometimes. We do have this radar site right next to the storm, just in case we can see if something's ongoing, have a much better look closer to the surface. So that's what it looks like. Now, let me get Carly, who has just left me, actually. I was hoping that I would be able to talk to Carly here, but she has just left me. Let me get Carly back, and then we'll talk to Carly during the stream. I know you guys like Carly. I've been looking forward to Carly coming back to the team for so long, and now she's back. Now she can star on the Andy stream. So much has changed since the last time we've had Carly on the team. My streams have started up here, and everything's looking good. So let me show you guys. We have Riley. Riley is chasing. Let me show you guys Riley's feed here. If it'll pop up at all. Oop, there we go. All right, let's see if Riley's feed will pop up here. So Storm Chaser, Riley Dibble, unusual Storm Chaser. He now lives in Pikeville, Kentucky. There's his name tag right there. So hopefully his feed will show up. Otherwise, all of my chasers have gone dark. And that's going to happen, actually. A lot of where we're looking at today is going to be over here. This is Colorado at the moment, and these are our storms that have already developed, and they are going to travel all the way down through our risk area. So you can see some of the storm chasers showing up there in these blue dots. Riley Dibble there and Nick Gorman are actually just about in the same place. We also have Chris Hogg here, and they've just passed through. Chris has just passed through Perryton, so his feed is probably down because a lot of that area was just damaged in a tornado. So we don't have good cell service there. Or I don't think we have any cell service there. We're definitely working on the Y'all Squad endeavors in that area to make sure that everything is all up to snuff. So it's going to be hard to get their feeds, but once their feeds come back, once they come through, I'll be able to show them right here. But yeah, and for the most part, we are going to work in a very low service area, and actually also a radar hole for a lot of the stream. All of this area here in the North Texas Panhandle, the Oklahoma Panhandle, little bit of a radar hole here once we're outside of the Amarillo and the Dodge City radars. So just want to show you guys that these will be the storms that pass through this area, eventually make it all the way to Oklahoma City. So these are the storms that are going to go all the way through Oklahoma, travel all through our risk area tonight. You can see them just go all the way through there. So that's what we're looking at right now. There's already been a tornado warning and likely a tornado in rural Colorado from the start of these storms. So it does look like there's also the chance for supercells to develop and grow in front of this main system that we're looking at up here. So once again, this will travel basically through these areas in orange and possibly as far north as Wichita, Kansas, through the night. A lot of y'all in eastern Oklahoma into Fort Smith, maybe even Little Rock, will probably be in for a rude awakening. Your sleep's probably going to get cut short tonight as you get woken up in the early morning hours from these storms moving through eventually toward you. So Oklahoma City looking at midnight, possibly a little bit sooner than midnight Central Time for y'all. And then, of course, we're going to have this separate line of storms down here. These are going to be the ones that go through Dallas, through Abilene, and maybe even as far south as Austin, Texas, if any find their way down there. So let's take a look at those, since those have already started up. We can look at the live radar and see what's going on down there near Abilene, since we have some severe thunderstorm warnings. Yeah, I got you, Carly. Okay. No problem. All right, so I'm gonna unmute Carly when she's done. So the theme of today, actually, you're gonna see Carly in just a second. I've gotta rig up a system here to show you guys our camera since we're doing this on the fly. But what Carly's doing today is working very intently with the Y'all Squad. So she's calling with Ryan. She's calling with people in Perryton. We've talked to Animal Shelter or a vet there, I believe, and multiple people who need our assistance. So Carly is working very hard on the y'all squad side of things, but she has graciously also volunteered her time to chat with me today, and you guys are going to get to hang out with Carly and I. So I'll encourage her to read the chat and so forth. I'll encourage her to read the chat so that we can all have an interactive stream while we watch these supercells and while we watch these multiple mesoscale convective systems MCSs develop and go through. Okay, so let's do this. Yes, I know we can't hear Carly on stream, Ryan. It's all good. We're just starting up here. All right, so I don't know. Riley's feed was working earlier, but now it's not. Let's see if we got Chris there. Let's see if Chris's feed is gonna work. I believe he's on the move right now, so let's see if we can get him back. And let's see if we can refresh Nick Gorman's feed as well. Chasers in a cell dead zone. Who would have thought, guys? And that's why relying on the radar is pretty important. Okay. So here's what we're going to do. All right, Carly, I'm going to start talking here just so you're caught up with the stream, so you can hear what I'm talking while I'm talking on the stream. And now I can unmute you, so you'll be on the stream, all right? Okay, now we got Carly on. And now, Carly, if you want to talk about stuff, I am about to rig up a thing here so that I can show you on the stream, if that's okay.
Okay, yes, Andy. So you're going to talk for a second, make sure it sounds okay? Is that right?
Yes, that sounds all right. Also, we are going to have the storm chasers come through, so give me 1 second, Carly. We're going to talk to Nick.
Oh, we're live.
Yes, we are live. We are live. Sorry, I thought I said that. Okay, all right. Okay, go ahead, Nick. What do you have? Let's see what Nick's got to say here. I believe I heard something from Nick.
Are you having some issues with their live feeds?
Okay, go ahead, Nick. What do you have?
Are you having some issues with their live?
Oh, okay. I hear what you say now. No, I got you, Nick. It's coming in and out. Sorry, I didn't hear what you said the first time, but yeah, I got your feed. It's coming in and out. Once we're actually in a good area of cell, which may never happen, it'll be okay. But yeah, no, it's all good on my end. Don't worry about it.
Hey, Andy, it's Chris. You got a copy?
All right, now we're talking to Chris. What's up, Chris? Go ahead.
Hey, buddy, we are just north of Perryton, Texas, a place that I didn't think I would be saying on a live stream 3 days after a tornado struck it. However, we are watching a new developing storm due west of our current location that is just now starting to show up on radar. We are in perfect position for this storm to head towards us. That will more than likely be the storm that we target if it does mature. Just letting you know, and that's all I have for now.
All right, so Chris is talking about this storm somewhere to his northwest. I assume he's talking about this mesoscale convective system up here. So we're really far away from any radar that can take a good look at this. But Chris is over here in Beaver County in Oklahoma. Yep, there he is. So that's where he's coming through. He's going to intercept this storm and also look for any storms that develop out in front. So we're really watching this area in particular. If any storms start to pop up here from any existing cumulus clouds, we can take a look at the satellite for that also in a second. That is what Chris is looking for because those will be our main tornado producers. All right, so that's what we're looking for. Okay, now we talked to the chasers. Carly, you can go ahead while I get you up on the stream.
Hi, Andy. It's great to hear from you. I am trying to get my things together as well, but hello, everybody. It's so nice to be here. This is my first rodeo on Andy's channel, so I'm very excited. And yeah, I'm going to be looking up news here in just a second, Andy. I don't know if a lot of you guys know this, but the All Squad behind the scenes is
And
kind
just
of
for
preparing
reference, I was talking about a blip near
to deploy in
Texoma.
Perryton right now,
It's
so
just a
we're
little blip
getting
on
things
radar.
together.
That may be a
And
prefrontal,
yeah, that's all I have for right now,
so
Andy.
we're going to continue to watch that.
Thank you, Carly. Thank you. All right, guys, 1 second. I've got Carly right here. There she is. Damn, right in place. All right, so there's Carly today. And I know Chris came through there, so let me get Chris's message so that you guys can see, you guys can hear what I was looking at. So here we're gonna put Carly there in the bottom left. You guys know how Carly and I usually show up in the bottom right side of Ryan's stream. That's where we're gonna have Carly on the opposite side there. So there's Carly. Whenever she comes through, I'll pop her up on the feed there. Just made that live. So let's hear what Chris had to say. Chris is definitely talking about that prefrontal convection. I know I heard that. So let's see what he had to say.
And just for reference, I was talking about a blip near Texoma. It's just a little blip on radar. That may be a prefrontal. So we're going to continue to watch that.
There it is right there. There's that blip on radar right next to Texoma that he's talking about. So again, I mentioned the prefrontals that may turn into supercells. Again, those are going to be our primary tornado producers today if we do get any. So that is the reason why Chris was talking about that. So there we go. Right there, that's our blip. We can see it from the Amarillo radar at the moment. Chris is in position to intercept that. I've got multiple chasers right in the same spot, but they're watching this direction here. So let's go ahead and take a look at what that looks like on the satellite. All right, I got a satellite feed up for you here so that we can see those storms developing in real time on the radar, but also what the clouds look like. So if I come over here, I've got this to show you. So here's the satellite imagery. Please excuse the cough, of course, in this area. So if I play that loop back right there, we're watching this guy in particular. It's a little hard to see, so we could zoom in just a little bit more here, right on the panhandle of Texas. There, you can see that a little well. If we watch that cloud right there, so you can see our field of all these cumulus cloud that would look like a bunch of popcorn in the sky if you were there on the surface here in the panhandle of Oklahoma. This is the one that started to blow up there and now is actually producing a little bit of rain we can see on radar. So that's that guy right there. And Chris is over here somewhere taking a look at that. So if this develops into a mature supercell as it tracks to the northeast, eventually turning maybe a little bit more to the east, we might see a tornadic threat with that. So it's pretty cool to see the origin of the clouds. This is what I was looking at all the time when I was out storm chasing. We were just watching the initiation of storms just like this in these areas for our target areas in particular. So that's a look at that storm that we're looking at there. But yeah, beyond that, we're kind of just waiting for things to happen. So let's go back to our active tornado warning just to see what's still going on down there. Again, this is going to be in eastern Jackson County in Mississippi, in the bottom right corner of the state. If I come over here, it doesn't look like we did get anything tornadic to occur here, but there was the possibility there in the pink box. That's our tornado warning. It was issued back at this point where you can see a very clear defined hook. This is about 20 minutes ago. You can see that defined hook right in there. And this prompted our tornado warning. We could see a little bit of rotation on our winds on the right side of the screen here, right near Big Point, as it tracks down to the south-southeast. But I don't think we ever did see a tornado develop with this. It's a little bit tough to tell in here. We may have had a brief tornado, but it's very difficult to tell. So we're looking at the correlation coefficient now on the right side of the screen. Perhaps there was a tornado right in here briefly, just the north of Helena. So we'll see if anything is confirmed later on, but that would be the only scan I've seen here that would be able to tell me anything that might have occurred there. Nonetheless, take a look at this pocket of tan right here over Grand Bay. This is a pocket of 60-mile-an-hour winds that's not far above the surface, so definitely this is a severe thunderstorm as it exits the coast here, but there may be some populated areas right along the coast, so you want to make sure that you're inside for this storm because that's definitely packing a punch. You can see a couple of other spots of probably some pretty hefty winds here east of Leakesville in Mississippi as well. So this will be the case for a while. We'll have several severe thunderstorms, possibly tornadic, moving through the Mobile, Pensacola area down here on the Gulf Coast. This will be the first area that we're really focused on, and then we'll watch that mesoscale convective system that's currently in Colorado move all the way through Oklahoma, and one developed along a dry line in Texas, North Texas, move all the way through DFW. So lots to cover today. And that's why I'm glad I have Carly, because I am going to keep coughing quite a bit here. I've got that end of a streamer or end of a sickness cough here that's going to be accentuated by being a streamer today. So hopefully I'm not too coughy, but I've been trying to get over it for a while, so please bear with me if I do. So at any point, Carly, we'll do it just like we did last year, where you just interrupt me and go right ahead, and that's going to be how we run things today.
Just like the old days, Andy.
Yep. Just like the old days. All right. I'm excited to have Carly back. Thank you, Larry, for the support. Appreciate you. Thank you, Spanky the Pug, as well. Happy that you guys are enjoying the live streams. Again, we're just getting started here, and besides this one tornado warning, we don't have too much to cover in depth right now that needs immediate radar attention. But I think that we're going to have a long stretch of possible things to cover today. So that's why I'm live today. And of course, Carly doesn't have to hang out the whole 8 hours, and neither do you guys, but make sure you're getting important information and whatever you need from this stream, whether it's, just learning how things work in the moment, or if you do actually know somebody in the risk areas today, because we do have quite a few people in this orange enhanced risk that you can see. This orange area does encapsulate, I think, 15 million people today, primarily in the line of some damaging winds from storms and also some hail through the next, 4 or 5 hours. The damaging winds, though, they're going to progress all through this area for hours and hours. Thank you, Crystal, for the support as well. Anybody who's sending that along, much appreciated. Thank you guys for liking the stream as well. We got a long ways to go, so while this tornado warning, gets to hopefully expiring soon, as the storm has almost exited the entire polygon, so I think it will be allowed to expire, we can hang out a little bit. We can definitely hang out a little bit, wait for things to boot up here and start to get serious, so to speak. So anything you guys have in chat for either Carly or I, if Carly really wants to monitor the YouTube chat, we can definitely point out things together and do this. Answer
I
as
love
many
the
questions.
YouTube chat, Andy, and
Yeah.
I know you said we don't have to be here for 8 hours, but I know I personally would love to hang out with you for 8 hours, and I feel like a lot of people here would too. And I think that's the funnest part about these streams when there's not a lot going on, is it's just a bunch of weather nerds hanging out together.
Absolutely. I agree. Yeah, so anything you ever pick up from the chat, just feel free to sling it my direction. We can both answer it, or whoever, is better off for answering it. That's definitely how I prefer to hold my streams going forward. So I like the casual atmosphere. I like that there's always something going on too. No diss to Ryan at all, but you guys know him. Sometimes he sits there and stares at the screen for 30 seconds, looking at Twitter like that. But I always want to make sure that we're being interactive too. He has got so much to look at, so that is the reason why he does that, and that's why I took the opportunity to fill in for Ryan anytime he was like, oh man, getting stuck on Twitter, or he needed to take a break or anything like that.
Mm-hmm. Absolutely. Andy, have you talked about your chasecation at all on the stream, or is that something that I didn't know if you intended to do that?
Well, considering this is my first stream back in a month, and since I have gone on that chasecation, good question, Carly. I really I haven't gotten the chance to really talk about it at all. So I'll throw snippets in here and there, I think, such as the fact that I was pretty close to Perryton, actually, at some points during my trip. I was in a tornado warning just to the south of Perryton back in late May. So I'll be able to reminisce and think about some of these spots that I was in, because a lot of these areas that I moseyed around in late May are actually going through some severe weather today. So yeah, that's a good question. Yeah, chasecation is what we call it. Chasecation is what we call it.
And you know what, Andy, I fully intend on going. Andy and I have talked about this so many times that I want to go on chasecation, but if any of you know me in any capacity, know that I'm pretty frightened by storms and tornadoes, particularly. So I think it would be a really fun dynamic, Andy and I going out. And by the way, Andy's probably one of the only people, no offense to anyone else, that I would ever trust with my life in chasing a storm. So we've talked about it. I really think next year, Andy, I will be ready and prepared to face that and to do it with you only, specifically you.
Dang. Well, that's a heck of a compliment, Carly. I appreciate that.
Well, I mean it. I don't know. I don't know what it is. I'm just so scared. But I mean, I think like in a way it might be some kind of exposure therapy, like going out and just seeing it, and then and maybe in seeing it from a distance, it won't feel so bad, you know?
Yeah, yeah, for sure, for sure. Well, I can tell you with confidence that while I was out there looking at storms like this, the only thing I ever was really scared about was lightning, because that could just pop out of a storm at any point. So when it was getting really electrically active, I was like, man, I kind of wanted to just sit in the car instead of be out here filming it. And lightning really is the only thing I was scared of while I was out here looking at these storms. So, and I think
Mhm.
it's probably going to stay that way.
Yeah,
Yeah,
and when sorry, and with the pictures you guys shared too, honestly, like I don't think you've shared any of them. I don't know on your Twitter maybe, but I mean, you guys looked like you had a fun time, and you got to meet Pico Tank.
Yes, yeah, I saw somebody in chat asking about that. Again, guys, while we're waiting for storms to start up here, I mean, we already have some severe warnings starting in Texas. So one of our two storm systems is getting going. We're just chatting up here, so definitely feel free to ask us anything. Of course. I did see somebody ask in chat that I was with Pico's Hank. I did see and talk to Hank for quite some time one of the mornings. And we did end up chasing the same thing actually over in Tucumcari in New Mexico. So I didn't hang out with him more than that one morning, but it was really cool to get to talk to him. So yes, I did hang out with him. There's an infamous selfie on my Twitter as well that you guys can seek out. It's not too far back because I haven't done much posting since then. And yes, I also got to see Reed Timmer, of course. Can you take
Very
a peek?
jealous about that, Andy.
Yeah. Joshua wants to take a peek at the cell near Mobile, once again, near Baldwin County. So this is Baldwin County. I do know where that is. Eastern Baldwin County. This is an area that was impacted by flash flooding very recently, only a couple days ago. We do have this storm right here. And I think the reason Joshua wants to look at this, thank you for the contribution, by the way, is because there is just a tiny bit of rotation right here, north and west of Seminole, Alabama, northeast of Robertsdale, right to the north of Highway 90. This is not currently warned, but Joshua definitely has a sharp eye for rotation starting up here. So what we're looking at here is about 20-mile-an-hour winds on one side and also about 35-mile-an-hour winds on the other side. So this rotation is relatively weak in terms of what we'd be looking for a tornado. But if it does continue to intensify, then this would probably be worth a warning. So we'll have to keep a close eye on what's going on there. And we actually did get a tornado watch that was just issued in the last minute. So that's probably going to turn my overlay pink here or a brighter red. So once that comes through, you'll hear about it. But I do see it on our feed here. So that is going to be a tornado watch that encompasses much of northwest Oklahoma and also southwest Kansas. So once that comes through, I'll definitely show you guys that. Be prepared to hear that tornado watch has been issued from the dude's voice. He's going to come through. All right. Oh, we got Blaze here. Blaze
Yeah,
is.
Andy, I was just gonna say, Donna, thank you so much for the super chat, and she wants to see a Midas cameo. And in fact, I think Blaze actually heard that because he just jumped in my lap a second ago, and he wants to say hello.
There we go. There's Blaze. I don't have the capability to do a Midas cameo at the moment, unfortunately. I think he's
Donna
up.
just summoned an orange cat. Was what happened.
One orange cat.
Yeah.
Oh yes, and also while we are waiting for storms to pop up here, there is something else that we are going to talk about. Let me get Carly there and show you guys this. We are going to make a video about this. Probably at some point here. This is from the National Hurricane Center, our first disturbance from far east off of Africa. So this is called a Cabo Verde Island hurricane, essentially, if it does become a hurricane. This risk area essentially shows us that there is a high likelihood, 70% chance, as denoted right here, I'll draw that in black so you can see it better. 70% likelihood within the next week of formation into a tropical system of this area of disturbance right here. So if we were looking at satellite, you'd see a bunch of storms kind of disorganized right in this area, and it's expected to travel along the red path here, generally within this red path, but subject to change, and has a high chance at becoming a tropical depression and probably just a tropical storm thereafter. Conditions are pretty favorable out in front of this, so we've got a long time before this impacts anyone, or we'd have to look at any sort of impacts. The Lesser Antilles Islands right here would be the first area of concern about a week out from now. So yes, that's a look at our tropical outlook. Thank you for bringing that up, of course. Thank you for bringing that up. So back to the radar here. Again, I just want to highlight this area of severe winds that's now just exiting land here and going into the bay towards Dauphin Island here to the south of Mobile in Alabama. These are pretty powerful winds and a lot of them. So this is a storm that definitely is gusting and bending over some palm trees here for sure. And that's why it's got that severe thunderstorm warning. So let me take a brief look around and see if there is anything in particular that catches my eye that we need to take a look at here. And while we do that, Carly, feel free to chime in, of course.
I will pop in with any news when necessary, Andy, just to update you guys. I'm sort of getting my bearings here too, but also behind the scenes, we're, like I mentioned earlier, working really hard on the Y'all Squad stuff. So if you see me looking like scrunched over, I'm just trying to get some stuff taken care of. But yeah, that's going on, and we're really excited to try to provide some relief. And we'll talk about that more later when we have some slow bouts too, Andy.
Absolutely. Yeah, Carly, again, working really hard on the Y'all Squad side of things over there. Don't worry, I won't have your camera up the whole time, so if you're scrunched over and in a call, well, you'll be fine. All right.
Supposed to be a blaze coming up here or something. That's about it.
Yeah, absolutely. All right, so let's go through our storms one by one right now. You guys know that's definitely a popular way to go about them. So first, while we're going on here, waiting for things to pop up, right now we're looking in central Texas, right around the Abilene area. These are several supercells. They are rotating. That have popped up. This is a left split up here near Albany, so this one's going to pose a risk for hail and wind predominantly. Almost no chance of a tornado with this storm up here as it progresses. And we've only got a marginal tornado risk down through these areas of central Texas, so that risk extends down through where these storms are developing right now. So several severe thunderstorms near around Coleman, and also just around the general Abilene area. These are expected to continue and also fill in gaps here. So we're probably going to see several more storms in this corridor here, and eventually in a couple hours they will sort of coalesce. They'll come together and they will approach the Dallas-Fort Worth Metro. And what remains to be seen is how far south this storm coverage will go. So whether it makes it all the way down towards Austin, Texas, or not, you guys are in a slight risk down there, but we don't know how far south those storms are really going to develop. That remains to be seen. That's something we're going to have to do as a part of nowcasting on this stream. So what I do know is that there's probably going to be quite a bit of storm coverage through most of these areas that have been impacted by storms recently, the Dallas-Fort Worth Metro, up north to the Red River. You guys are definitely going to get in on storms today, and it's going to be the later result of what we're seeing pop up now over here. So that's what it looks like down there near Abilene. If we go up towards the Texas Panhandle here, we have one storm near Silverton. Not currently rotating. We've got a little bit of some interesting velocity signatures here on the right side of your screen. This is going into the Cap Rock right now, this area. Beautiful area that I chased in a few times during some of the last month. It was absolutely gorgeous when you go down into the valley here south of Clarendon. So that's where these storms are. They would look amazing if anyone was chasing this. I could tell you that for sure. Thank you, JB, for the contribution. Welcome back, Carly. You and Andy make a great team. Appreciate that. Yeah, I'm very excited to have Carly on the stream today, and I would go to no ends to, or I'd go to all ends to make sure that I could have her on the stream today because
No ends at all, Andy.
no ends at all.
Not a single end.
Oh, all ends, Carly. That's what I meant to say. All ends.
Thank you, Andy.
So we got Chris actually taking a look at this storm popping up further to the north. Again, it just looks like a small blip right now near Guyman in Oklahoma. I can't actually see. Yeah, he's just in this intersection right here in Beaver County. He's looking to the west at all these showers popping up. So that is a look there in the bottom right at what developing showers look like, and ones that are definitely convective in nature, meaning that they're going to become thunderstorms if they continue to develop. So we got those big booming cumulus clouds, a little bit of rain right underneath them. So live look at some of the showers developing out in front, and these may become some tornadic supercells in the next hour or two. If they do continue to develop right out in front of our leading line of storms back here in Colorado. So that tornado watch has not come through. Let me see if we are not getting warnings right now. I'm gonna try redoing this. Let's see if redoing this gets our tornado watch through. No, I don't think that tornado watch has come through our system, but I do see it there. We actually have two of them. There is another tornado watch in Texas as well. So because that's not coming through on our system, I'm going to show you guys that on, or maybe they're not tornado watches, but mesoscale discussion. No, they definitely are tornado watches. So let me show you guys what it looks like here. Texas was added to this tornado watch. It is a single watch, and in our system, it came through as two separate ones. So let me show you the watch. I want to make sure that we get this through since our system isn't picking it up at the moment. Here is the tornado watch. The areas encompassed here: Amarillo in Texas, western Oklahoma, and just the southernmost line of counties here in southwest Kansas. This is going to be for these storms coming through. You can see that line of storms coming through. Those will have spin-up tornadoes associated with them. And also, these showers right out in front are also of concern. They could become tornadic supercells that eventually meet up with this line. It's going to slam into them as they mosey around just in this general area of the Oklahoma Panhandle. Hopefully, these storms stay out of Perryton. I know Perryton's a very vulnerable area at the moment since they were just hit by that tornado. You guys, plenty of you guys probably saw us live stream that tornado right as it went through Perryton. And unfortunately, that was rated, or is currently rated EF3. So definitely a vulnerable area that we want to make sure, hope we don't cross fingers that nothing bad goes through there, or anything impactful to the recovery efforts ongoing at the moment. But what I can tell you is that there will be storms in that area. This line of storms is not going to really break up. It's definitely going to provoke some severe thunderstorm warnings through the Perryton, Texas area, as well as many other areas in this tornado watch that we're looking at here. So Perryton, Texas being right here in this dot, this is definitely going to blow through and bring some damaging winds and possibly some large hail to Perryton. Probably in about an hour and a half to 2 hours from now, based on just general movement of this line. Maybe a little bit sooner, especially if we get some of those prefrontal cells to mature.
Just a question for you real quick, sorry. Do you have Chris Hall on your... Yeah, you do. Okay.
Yes,
sorry.
Chris Hall's in the bottom right there. So he's currently in the Oklahoma Panhandle. But we also do have Riley Dibble and Nick Gorman. They're in the same spot right now in Elmwood, Oklahoma. So that's where our chasers are. They're all actually going to be in the same spot, which is something I know Ryan doesn't like when that happens. They're like, wow, no, we need to look at all these storms. So we are going to have all chasers in the same spot. But it's because they're most interested in what these prefrontal storms might do. These might become our tornado producers. So that is definitely why chasers are kind of converging on this area, unfortunately just north of Perryton. So you play this back. These storms are moving northeast right now, but when they do mature, if they do manage to consolidate into any supercells here, they may eventually start moving more to the east as they turn to the right, which is a feature of these supercells that we're very used to seeing. Okay, so let's look at the storms right now entering the Panhandle areas here from southeast
Hey, Andy,
Colorado.
it's Chris. We pulled on over into a flat field right across from where we were sitting to get a look at this growing thunderstorm. This definitely is growing. I think it's already peaking out at 35,000 feet in the last little bit. Actually, believe it or not, it may actually try to be growing a base. We may actually have a little bit of a LP fun here in the next little bit. We're going to watch and continue to watch it mature and move on off to the east-northeast and go with it for a little bit.
So that's Chris Hall again. Have his feed down there in the bottom right because he is watching these storms intently. Nick Gorman's also approaching that. So you can see, actually, if you look really closely here at the two chaser feeds that I have, Nick Gorman, also Riley Dibble, are in the same spot. They're further away from that developing storm that Chris is talking about there in the Oklahoma Panhandle. So you can see what it looks like from further away, kind of the top of the cloud right below my webcam here. And then Chris, who is actually looking at the base of the storm that's just now developing. So two different looks at the same storm from different vantage points, which is pretty cool whenever we're able to show that off. So there is a good thing about some chasers being in the same spot. We get multiple vantage points from the same storm. But generally, we want to make sure that, we have ground truth for areas that we can't see as well from any radar sites. So here's what it looks like in Colorado right now. Southeast Colorado is where we're looking. And actually, this area of storms is looking a little bit suspicious. Now, this is definitely right in the middle of our radar hole that I was talking about. But if we look a little closely here, we're about 2 miles, 2.5 miles actually, above the surface from this site. And we can see rotation right here. Winds going this direction on this side of the storm and this direction toward the radar on this side. So this area is rotating right in here. Maybe just a bit of contamination here from any hail that might be in the storm, might be distorting the radar data just a little bit. But we are looking at a possible area of rotation there. That's really, it is in a very rural area, just north of Clayton in New Mexico. So this would head up towards Kenton. At the moment, it does look like it's moving generally east-northeast. So Kenton and Wheelus, there's that new severe thunderstorm warning. That does include Boise City in Oklahoma. No tornado possible tag on that yet. So again, we are looking pretty far up above the surface, but just about 2.5 miles up, this part of the storm probably is rotating. So tough to know what's actually happening at the surface. But it does look like we have some rotation there. And this line has been responsible for already a tornado warning much earlier when it was further west here in the rural areas of Colorado. How can you tell how high up you're seeing from the radar? When I use this radar program, there's data based on where my cursor is. So when I'm on a specific radar site and I hover over a spot, it tells me how far above the ground I am, which is really cool.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
And once you look at that, guys, Union County in New Mexico, there's our rotation. There's our tornado warning coming in right there. Interesting that the overlay is two different colors. I haven't seen this one before, but it looks a little funky. I think I like it. So this area of rotation is now warned. A small tornado warning right in front of where the rotating part of the storm is. So currently no major population centers in the path of this, but it will enter Cimarron County here in the Oklahoma Panhandle, where Boise City is in the next 10 or 15 minutes or so. So there you go, called out that tornado warning. There it is right there in northeastern corner of New Mexico. This should stay over very, very sparsely populated areas. But if you just so happen to somehow know somebody over here, that would be something to look at. So we're going to get another warning.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
This one is down here in Alabama and Florida for that storm that I believe Joshua pointed out much earlier. Now the rotation looks the weakest, almost the weakest that it has recently, but now there is a proper warning on this thing. We can see what it looks like from the Mobile radar. I see. So this did develop a little bit more concerning of a signature, but quite some time ago, just about 8 to 10 minutes ago, it looked a lot more concerning. So right after we pulled away from it, it did look a little bit tighter in terms of rotation on that scan. So it looks like what they warned here from National Weather Service Mobile is actually an occluding circulation. So you can see this area right here is where we're focused on. Very tight, couple pixels of wind data there, but that is definitely rotation. You have to have a keen eye for one like this, right along Interstate 10. And you can actually see that it's actually moved a little bit back into the storm. So we call this an occlusion. It's not following the storm to the southeast like this polygon would suggest that it is moving in that direction, but rather it's occluding back into the storm, just like that. So initially, rotation following the storm, and now it's gone back north into it. So I believe that this area of rotation is definitely going to continue to die out. We may see a new area of rotation with the stronger part of the storm right near Seminole in just a bit, though. So I think this is actually a confirmed warning. Yes, it is. It is a public confirmed tornado. So that's why that was warned. Probably right at the end of its life cycle. There's probably some visual confirmation of it because it is right next to the interstate. So right there on I-10, probably did see a brief wispy tornado and report it to the National Weather Service. So that's why that warning's coming through. So confirmed tornado warning. What I can tell you about this is that right now, that tornado that did prompt this warning is definitely going away at the moment. It has lost its intensity. You can see it's kind of just shed off of the storm. It was back in here. And now the stronger part of the storm is forming down here right next to Seminole, Alabama. So again, this is going to head towards Pensacola. This storm now has a history of producing a tornado. And this, excuse me, this area of rotation may start up once again here near Seminole. So that's where that confirmed warning is coming through. Again, already the initial rotation has died off, I believe. So if you're getting any warnings on your phone there towards Pensacola, this area has gone through a beating recently. That is a live look at what the latest radar data suggests. So one more, probably another attempt at rotation starting up again in the storm. We're going to get a little bit of a handoff. Previous rotation up here, new rotation may be developing down here closer to Seminole.
Andy,
So
I just want to
we'll
bounce
watch
off
that.
you real quick for a second. I know I'm going to try to give Andy as much of a break as possible tonight. His poor throat is probably going to get sore, but I just want to reiterate that I'm looking at the map now, and Pensacola and some of these other areas, there's 2% and 5% tornado warnings today. As some of you may not know, there was a confirmed fatality in the Pensacola storms from the other night, and I want to say that Pensacola on that night was maybe in a marginal risk. So I just want to really stress how important it is that even if you think you're in maybe an only 2% tornado risk area, it's really important that you take all of these warnings very seriously. Whether or not it's going to be one of these big tornado days, it's just really important that no matter what section of the risk area you're in, that you're taking everything incredibly seriously. And that was unfortunately really tragic to hear about in Pensacola. The other night it was a PDS tornado warning, I want to say, Andy, at like 3:30 a.m. So really tragic.
Yeah, indeed, Carly. Thank you for that. The reason for that fatality too is down here near Warrington and Gulf Breeze was actually a tree landing on the home. I think you said that, but I'm just reiterating it just in case. But yeah, that's something that really any time of day it's going to be pretty tough if you're at home to avoid a tree falling on your home, unfortunately. So that was the result of that, and yeah, it just goes to show that it was rather strong rotation did produce a tornado down here in almost at the same time or right after that was when that immense flash flooding occurred. And was a very, just unfortunate situation. Marginal, slight, doesn't really matter, what the risk in place was because we did get that unfolded there, and there was the possibility for that to happen. So definitely important thing to note there. Is Carly quiet? Thank you guys for telling me. Don't worry, I can up you on my end too, Carly. I'll up you just a little bit.
You could also just talk louder. I think that might be a great solution.
I think
Don't be so quiet, maybe.
that looks pretty good on my end. I think that looks pretty solid. Hopefully, you guys can confirm. Thank you for bringing that to my attention. So that's our 2 active tornado warnings. One down there near Seminole, Alabama. Please be taking shelter because the storm is right next to you, just in case there is a weak tornado ongoing at any time with this storm. And our other one in very, very rural northeast corner of New Mexico here, which my best radar site, I believe, is from Amarillo. We were looking at the rotation here from the Pueblo radar, so there it is right in there. It's already becoming a little bit distorted because, again, we are looking 2.5 miles up into the storm. And just looking at the shape of this bow echo here in eastern Colorado, it does look like it would have the chance for several spin-up tornadoes as well. Whenever we get this sort of bulge out to the storm like this, any part along the line, if there is a bunch of what we call a surface vorticity, or the tendency for storms to spin, if that is in place out in front of this near Lamar, Colorado, then we could definitely get numerous spin-up tornadoes that are small and very brief. Right in the line here, so we may see some tornado warnings that cover a large area all at once. If that does occur, that would be the reason why. So I'll take a quick look at the surface vorticity in just a little bit, just to see if that is a pertinent threat for those areas. So coming back here to look at these storms, again, where our storm chasers are right now is here in the Oklahoma Panhandle. They're all clustered together right near Gray, Oklahoma. And this storm has really started to take off just a little bit. We've watched it, essentially grow from nothing here near Hardesty and Guyman in Oklahoma. This is in the Panhandle. These are unfortunately the storms we are most concerned about in terms of tornadic potential. Because they are going to be free to become supercells in one of the most supportive environments here in the Oklahoma Panhandle today for tornado genesis. So any storm that's out in front of this line of storms has time to just mosey around and start spinning. So that's where our storm chasers are looking right now, first and foremost. Just to see, or just to have the chance to see a tornado, which of course is pretty close to Perryton, Texas, recently impacted, for anybody just joining.
And Andy, I have a special request for you. If we could possibly see Riley's stream or his feed somewhere.
Okay.
If possible. I'm not the producer here. I don't know.
Indeed. All right, let's see. I have Riley's stream up. So if I do that, and I do that, I believe what we're looking at now is Riley's vantage point of the storm, also in near Guyman, Oklahoma. So let me make sure this is updated. It does look like it might be frozen. So we'll see if that comes back up in just a few seconds there. But we got Riley's stream as well in the bottom right corner. Again, all the storm chasers are basically in the same area. There, now the overlay is the right color. There we go. There's Riley's view. And actually, what camera Riley is using, it's an Insta360. It's a pretty dang good camera. I actually have my webcam is from the same company, and it is a huge upgrade. I really like the quality of these cameras. Has been doing us very well here in the Y'all Squad. So definitely a great production quality that we've got there. So take a look at Riley's feed there. Actually, I can blow it up full here just for you guys. Take a look at what his feed looks like. Let me see if I can bring it up full screen here.
Also, Andy, just while we're kind of doing a little behind the scenes production, are you able to pop up, like, if I find any news or imagery, are you able to pop that up, like, from Twitter or something, or?
Yes, actually, I can do that.
Okay. I don't have anything. I just wanted to know for future reference. I appreciate you.
Yeah, definitely. Let's see. Where do you want to correlate doing such a thing there? You want to put it in the stream text? I'm not Ryan. Ryan's stream text works though. Okay, we could definitely do that. Okay.
Where's good for you? Sorry.
Yeah, do it in the stream text. I think
Stream
that's
text. Okay, cool.
Yeah, absolutely. So this is not Riley's feed, actually. I'm gonna work on getting Riley's feed up in the big screen here so that we can take a look at that full. But Riley's feed is coming in and out.
Solid. If y'all can't hear me, I keep seeing some people in chat say you can't hear me. It is either a me issue or a volume issue. probably is just me, so I'm going to do my best to speak a little bit louder. So if you guys could just give us some feedback on that. If I'm too soft, I'll try to be a little bit louder, but we appreciate you guys letting us know.
Yeah, thank you for that. You seem to be coming pretty good on my end. I'm kind of confused why you would be quiet, but I'll up you just a little bit more, just so we're right in the right spot for people to get feedback.
Sounds good.
Yep, that looks good to me. Take a look at how much this rotation may have ramped up here. This is a little bit tough to tell. Again, we're very far away from a radar site, but with it look like this, I bet we might get another preventative tornado warning here into Cimarron County in Oklahoma. I bet this is going to be extended to the east because since we're so far away from radar site, I like to call these preventative warnings.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
There you go. I like to call these preventative tornado warnings because we can tell that this part of the storm is rotating and is pretty strong far up into the storm, 2.5 miles up. But we can't tell exactly what's going on at the surface. So we may get, eventually, we may have a storm chaser look at what this part of the storm is doing, because generally it is traveling to the east through the Oklahoma Panhandle over time. We're going to see the results of that, but maybe some of our storm chasers are actually just going to stick right here with this supercell, which is already starting to look like a proper supercell here in the Oklahoma Panhandle. So definitely an area of concern if this continues to develop. We've literally watched it from a little shower now to almost a proper supercell, I would say. So again, that's going to be a cause for tornadic concern coming up. So if you're in Boise City and areas through the northern half of Cimarron County here in the Oklahoma Panhandle, please consider taking shelter. So the warnings are quiet? Okay. Cimarron County. The warnings are quiet. I'm going to try not to blow your guys' ears out. Next one that comes through. Thank you for letting me know. I don't know why that would be quiet now. Something was changed on me in the back end. Definitely. All right, so now we've gone through our Texas storms and our Oklahoma Panhandle, this mesoscale convective system, which we are going to cover all night. Cimarron? Okay, Cimarron. Got it. It was more of a where my emphasis was on the syllables. Cimarron. Got it. All right, so yeah, so if you guys are joining now, we will be covering these storms, and this line of storms here will be making its way through much of this area through all the way through midnight, and eventually into the early morning hours into eastern Oklahoma. And also, in addition to that, we're going to have these storms down here in, basically in central Texas. These are going to fill in more and also just basically travel all the way toward the I-35 corridor. And then to the east, we're going to have several different lines of storms that are going to pose a damaging wind threat, first and foremost, but also the threat for spin-up tornadoes and hail through the rest of today. So this is just getting started. We have storms basically everywhere over here in central Texas. These are going to fill in and, of course, become that line of storms that we're pretty familiar with. Pretty familiar with lines of storms giving us damaging wind threats by now. Yes, definitely I am at this point. In addition to that, one quick look. Sorry, Carly. One quick look at Iowa right now. One quick look at Iowa right now. We do have a slight risk in place, a very low tornadic threat up here, but you can see that we've already got hailstorms to the north and east of Kansas City. And also, we have probably some small hail falling in very many areas east of Omaha, Nebraska. Unfortunately, just east of where we have that extensive drought that's ongoing in northeast Nebraska. Looks like much of that rain is not falling in that area that very much needs it. Again, the threat up here is very low for tornadoes, very low, just expected to be a bunch of pop-up storms that could become severe in nature. I don't think that we will see any tornado threat up here, but if there is an upper end severe thunderstorm warning issued, then I'll definitely take a closer look at that. So we also have these hailstorms. Again, these ones look like the strongest ones, the most well-developed here in northwest Missouri. I don't know how long these are going to last. These are actually in a very interesting environment compared to where the main storm development was expected. So, hailstorms along I 35, probably some very large hail falling near Cameron, Missouri, here, right on I 35, that may be disrupting some drivers. So, hopefully, that skedaddles off the main road there. Don't want that to continue. All right, go ahead, Carly.
Did you say skedaddles?
I did say skedaddles.
Okay, fair enough. Just wanted to confirm that information. Two things, Andy. The first thing, I'm going to add some stress to you. The first thing is we have a wonderful question from someone called Famous Love in the chat, and they want to know what the lime green triangles on radar are within the warnings. And the second thing that I would like to tell you is that I got a lovely message from our friend Chris Hall, who says, "Hey, my name says Riley Dibble," so I don't know if there's if the stream is, flip-flopped around or what, but thought I'd let you know.
Nope, I've got Riley in the bottom right corner right now, and his name is in the right spot. So we're flip-flopping between Chris Hall and Riley Dibble there.
Gotcha.
That is just where I am able to slap them at the moment. So we'll be flip-flopping back and forth there, depending on who has a view, who's talking to me. We'll make sure we'll have their feed up, okay? So that's the reason for that. Now, the lime green triangles, it depends on which direction they're pointing. Thank you for that question, as we get a golf ball size hail report right here. If these triangles are pointing up, so if they're pointing up like this one, this is a hail indicator. It can be a little bit difficult to see right in here, but this is basically the radar program has a little bit of an algorithm. It's like, this hail size is about 1.42 inches, and that's what those are for. I don't use those, not really at all, because it is very difficult to be entirely accurate with hail size based on some of the radar data that we're looking at. We have an idea based on some parameters, but I definitely go closer to public confirmed reports and also National Weather Service warnings for hail sizes, as opposed to some of these algorithmically derived hail sizes based on radar. Now, if the triangle is pointing upside down, which you may have seen a couple times, I actually said that right at the start of this stream. It's a tornado vortex signature, a TVS, which is also algorithmically derived, and it's just like the radar program is looking at velocity, and it's like, it sees rotation here. It's like, oh, there's rotation here. I think this is a possible vortex or a spinning area. So it'll just put a little triangle there to say, hey, this might be spinning. And it's not always accurate. So there you go. There's a good answer for that. So now we're looking in the Alabama-Florida area. First, looking from the New Orleans radar, because we have this storm that's entering the Baton Rouge vicinity here in Louisiana. So this is going to be a hail core that goes probably right through Baton Rouge if you watch its progression here. This is a supercell, not really any tornado threat with it at the moment from what we can see, but what is going to be a threat is this hail core in pink. So you can see this area in pink right here, right where Carly is. So this is going to go right through where Carly's picture was, and right through downtown Baton Rouge, unfortunately. So this area right here is about to see a damaging hail and probably windstorm, because it looks like the Baton Rouge airport just recorded a 67-mile-an-hour wind gust, and it just so happens to be right where this pink is. So this area is the heaviest or the most intense returns that we're getting from the radar at the moment, and it does look like it's going to pass right through Baton Rouge. So if you know somebody there, tell them to get ready for this pretty powerful storm that's going to be moving through from the north to the south. So there you go. Look at the Baton Rouge storm. This is currently only warned for ping pong ball size hail, so this is not a considerable or upgraded severe thunderstorm warning, but it is warned for a 1.5-inch hail at the moment, and it does look like that is supported by this rather powerful hail core moving through. So that's going to be over the next 15-20 minutes or so from north to south around these areas of Baton Rouge, definitely going to disrupt travel. So the tornado threat is lower as you go to the west here. It is definitely at its highest just around Mobile and to the east through the Florida Panhandle here, including Pensacola, all the way over to Panama City. That is where we're looking at the tornado threat down here in the southeast. I can actually show you guys that on Radar Omega really quickly here. We come over here and we take a look at Radar Omega's version of the tornado threat from the Storm Prediction Center. We can see that area highlighted very nicely. Mobile over to Panama City. In the brown here is our 5% chance for seeing a tornado within 25 miles of anywhere in here, in the brown shaded area. So again, these are this is the area where our storms are going through. Just about now, it looks something like this. If I get off of the model data here, we can actually see what it actually looks like. We do have a few storms moving through here, and also the possibility for more storms to come in from the north over the next few hours down towards this area that's supported for tornadoes. So around it in the green is a 2% risk. That does include Gulfport, Mississippi, Dothan, Alabama, and surrounding areas. Again, just a couple more storms that are going to be moving through. This should be all said and done by the evening hours, I think. This is going to be the next few hours that we're really watching this area before our focus turns up here, where you can clearly see this line that's currently taking shape, and that's going to move straight through North Oklahoma into Central Oklahoma, Tulsa, and Oklahoma City through midnight, just about, maybe a little bit earlier for y'all. And then also an initial tornado threat that extends down here into north central Texas, with any supercells like this one near Brownwood to the south of Abilene that do develop. Now, down the line, these storms are going to congeal into a line, and that's why there is less of a tornadic threat for Dallas-Fort Worth, all the way east along I-20 towards Shreveport, and south down I-35 towards Austin. You guys aren't really in a tornado risk at all highlighted by the Storm Prediction Center for the rest of today, but these storms will eventually make it all the way through. So even though there may be some developing now here near Shreveport, you will get another round of storms. Let me show you what that looks like from the HRRR. So just take a look at what the progression of these storms looks like. It's pretty amazing for June in these areas, is what I'll say. So there we go. There's our line that moves through. There's one line that's moving through southwest Kansas into north and central Oklahoma, and then keep your eyes down here towards north central Texas. There it goes through Dallas. Now, what's uncertain from the models is how far south this may extend. So maybe even Waco might be getting in on another round of storms later tonight. If it does make it that far south, because you can see the model does develop a supercell down here near Brownwood, but then it kind of fails to progress it anywhere. So again, that's the look at the storms through tonight. I am not sure how long I will be on, but by the time they're in Oklahoma City, Norman area is probably going to be 11 p.m. to midnight, maybe a little bit earlier than that if they move faster than expected. But we got a long ways to go. Long ways to go. So if you could find yourself on a map here in Oklahoma, that's going to be the primary area that we're watching for tornadoes, but this is not actually the primary threat today. The brown area is actually only a slight risk from the Storm Prediction Center, so a little bit lower than our enhanced risk for damaging wind and hail. So that's what we're looking at for the progression of storms today. So now let's go look at what our storm chasers are looking at, because you can see things have blown up quite a bit more there on our chaser feeds from Riley, Nick Gorman. So that is definitely a full supercell now, probably rotating already. So we've got some rotation showing up from the radar right in here, just near Adams, Oklahoma. This is not currently severe warned at all. But just watch how fast this really blew up. There near Hardesty, it just looks like a disorganized mess. And then suddenly it's got a nice probable hail core on it now. So there's probably hail falling on the right side of our storm chaser feeds there. And again, this is going to be our primary area of concern for any probable stronger tornadoes that could occur today. They would occur in a supercell that's out in front of the line like this one. So that's the reason why all of our storm chasers are just about in the same spot here, looking at the same storm. There's our severe thunderstorm warning for it. So this is to the east of Guyman, Oklahoma in the Panhandle. We are not going to have supercells like this once these storms get to Tulsa or Oklahoma City. They're not going to look like this at all. They are definitely going to be a part of a line of storms because the line of storms, what it's doing here is actually moving much faster than the supercell is. So it's going to catch up with this supercell eventually, and they're going to merge together into the line. What is the main radar software I use? I use Gibson Ridge 2 Analyst, GR2A, and I also use Radar Omega.
Andy, while you're between right now, I'm letting you know that we've got Brandy. Big shout out to Brandy listening to radio feeds right now. We're just not hearing anything yet, which is good news, of course. So the news is that there's no news yet. But of course, I'll keep you updated. I did throw one picture, though, in the stream text in Jefferson, Iowa, which is a pretty cool picture, if I do say so myself.
Absolutely. All right, I'll bring that up right now. Thank you, Carly.
Mm-hmm. And also, Corruption, thank you so much for the super chat. Will southeastern Oklahoma be impacted by these severe storms? That's something I'm sure Andy could answer in a minute when he's able. But thank you so much. We appreciate it.
Southeastern Oklahoma is going to take some time for the storms to get there. As I was showing the progression, it looks like you guys will be last in line. It's probably going to be the early morning hours for southeastern Oklahoma to begin to see the impacts of damaging wind and so forth. So we got a picture here, Jefferson, Iowa. Let me show you guys this once I can get over here. Thank you, Carly, for sending that along. Of course, we're going to do the classic news and weather relay setup to this stream today. So that's why you're hearing Carly talk about the radio feeds and so forth. Yeah, exactly. The stuff.
And the less you all hear from me, the better it is. That means there's not much going on. So the less of me, the better it is for everybody here. But definitely we are always listening. Brandy's always listening to our feed. So again, we love Brandy here. She's always helping us out so much listening to all the radio feeds to get any news we can. We're always scouring Twitter and other sources. So if you don't hear anything, we are still listening.
Indeed. Thank you, Carly. And here's a look at viewers submitted from Jefferson, Iowa. Again, I was talking about the storms in Iowa, not supposed to be posing a very much of a tornadic threat today. There is a slight risk in Iowa for wind and hail. And so what you're going to see here is the shelf cloud. You're going to see shelf clouds that look like this. So this is a proper shelf from one of the storms up there. That means that the winds are coming out from inside the storm, pushing forward just like this, and the shelf kind of overhangs that lead gust front of the wind. So when the shelf comes overhead, you're going to feel those winds blow into your face at first, and then the rain follows that. A classic look at some of these storms out there in the Midwest. Thank you for sending that along. I gotta get better cropping for Twitter. I don't usually use Twitter actually on these streams, so that's really cool that I've got Carly to be able to feed things like that to me, so I can show stuff from you guys that filters in. So much appreciated that.
Yep. And on that note, Andy, I'm so sorry. I have to let you know now that I just got our first report of the night of damage. And it comes from Baldwin County in Alabama, the storm that just went through. We're getting reports of trees and power lines down. I'm so sorry. That's Baldwin County in Alabama from that storm that just went through. And again, I just have to reiterate, if you are in this area, please don't try to go out and drive on the roads. There could be live power lines down, trees, debris everywhere. So just please remember that. Don't be trying to go out and see these things if you're in Alabama.
Indeed. Thank you, Carly. So, that's amazing that we already have a damage report from that. But I think I know why. Again, it was right next to Interstate 10, so I'm pretty sure that that's why we're hearing about that damage report. So yeah, that makes sense. That's pretty wild, actually. But and that actually came through. See, it's great when we have communication. We can actually get information like that through. Sad or unfortunate to hear that it did produce a tornado. Public confirmed on that warning earlier, but great that we were able to relay information about that already. Thank you, Corruption, Afton, for that contribution, by the way. I appreciate it. Hopefully, I was able to answer your question about southeastern Oklahoma. Definitely looking like later into the night, the early morning hours. Zendex, thank you for the contribution as well. Amazing to watch extreme weather all the way from Norway. Yeah, I'm really happy to be able to share, knowledge on
Hey,
radar
Andy,
analysis.
it is Chris. I am currently looking into what is now a tornado warning cell. Definitely have a bit of a lowering here directly in front of us. We're going to continue to watch it and track it on off to the northeast.
Hey, Andy, do you have a copy?
There's all the storm chasers trying to get into my ear now that they're on this tornado warned storm, which I've been unable to talk about until now. So that warning did come through already. We were seeing that rotation that I highlighted just a little bit ago. When it looked like this, I was like, oh, the storm is definitely already rotating. And there we go. Now we have all our storm chasers and a proper tornado warning extending in eastern Texas County, Oklahoma. Listen to that one again. Eastern Texas County in Oklahoma. So this is in the Panhandle. And western Beaver County, northwestern Beaver County here in the Oklahoma Panhandle. So all of our chasers are approaching Boyd. Please take shelter if you're in Turpin. It's right overhead of Adams, Oklahoma. That warning's just come through, so hopefully they're able to be taking shelter. Let's see what Riley's got to say. If I can get through to him. All right, come on, connect. We are in a definitely a little bit of a low service area. Let me see if I can talk to Riley. It's not letting me through. So if you can hear me on the stream, yes, I can hear you, and you can go ahead. If you just intersect yourself at any point as you're chasing the storm. And Chris has come through. He did a little bit of a monologue, so I let his message come through. Let's listen to that again, actually. Riley's offline now.
Hey, Andy, it is Chris. I am currently looking into what is now a tornado warning cell. Definitely have a bit of a lowering here directly in front of us. We're going to continue to watch it and track it on off to the northeast.
All right, so let's see. So that was Chris once again. I just wanted to re-listen to his message so you guys could hear that. I want to see what exactly Chris is looking at as well, because he is a excuse me. Excuse me. He is a little bit ahead of our of Riley and Nick, who are currently looking at the same thing at the storm. A little bit of some frames coming through. Let's see if Chris's feed is working there. There's Chris's feed. So he's looking at the base of the storm right now, just a little bit to the north of where Nick Gorman and Riley Dibble are stationed at the moment. So again, let's bring that up full, actually. We got a really good view of this from Chris. So let me bring this up full so you guys can see what we're looking at there. So this is Chris's feed. Of course, it says Riley right now. Like, of course it does. Let me see if I can fix that. Bam, there we go. Chris Hall giving us a great look. We got some a little bit of scud happening there in Beaver County. Again, this is right over Adams, Oklahoma, and it's headed up towards Turpin, Flores, and Boyd. Tornado warned storm. I've been talking about this, you guys. I've been talking about it. If this one supercell out in the Oklahoma Panhandle can form ahead of the line of storms there, that's in southeast Colorado, we can see a tornado threat from it. And man, it is instantly become tornadic and warned from National Weather Service in Amarillo. Thank you, Liz, for the contribution. You're in Baton Rouge. You had no idea you're supposed to have storms. Yeah, I definitely was just covering that Baton Rouge storm. Had that up for a few minutes. Your car windows were down. Wow. Oh, man. Hopefully that's not too intense there, but it definitely looks like Baton Rouge is going to go through a hail core right through the city. So happy to hear from you. Thanks for passing that along. Harry, thank you for the contribution. Much, much appreciated. Thank you, friend. So that was Chris giving us a look at the base of the storm there in Adams, Oklahoma. What you saw there right in the middle was some scud or some precipitation, rain-cooled clouds right below the base.
Andy, we do have a funnel cloud on this storm right now. It looks like there might be two of them. Either way, there's a really, really large rotating wall cloud. It does look like this storm will be producing a tornado soon.
All right, so Riley is pretty confident. What I saw there was definitely disorganized from Chris's feed, so Riley is just ahead of Chris now. They're right in the same location, so he does believe that there will be a tornado I don't know how much I agree with that as of yet, but we'll see how things progress from this storm because it is definitely in a favorable environment. That much I can agree
Hey, Andy,
with.
it's Chris. We do have a fully condensed funnel on this on the backside of the now rotating wall cloud. We're repositioning back to the northeast, back a little bit closer to it.
All right, let's talk back to Chris here. Thank you, Chris. Yeah, I definitely had your stream full up there. Definitely heard from you and Riley about that funnel. So thank you for giving us a good look at that. Definitely give us another one when you are repositioned there past Boyd, Oklahoma. Appreciate that. Good look at that. I only saw the scud, so I bet the funnel developed just after Chris started moving again there. So we'll see if we get another look at that funnel coming through. All right, one more look over here near Boise City because I know you guys were put in that preventative tornado warning earlier. That means that we're far away from a radar site, so it's really difficult and next to impossible to be able to tell what's happening near the surface with this storm. But this part of the storm was rotating. From what I can tell, it has definitely lost its intense rotation. Let me show you guys that on the radar. Here we are near Boise City, Cimarron County. Cimarron County. Got that right this time. Thank you guys for that. Definitely much weaker rotation here. This is what prompted the warning initially, so we can go back a little bit and see that it looked much more healthy back near Wheeless in Oklahoma, and now it's approached Boise City and lost quite a bit of its structure and its oomph.
Hey Andy, not sure if you can hear me. I'm noting a very sudden uptick in lightning on this storm.
All right, so
Andy, I just want to let you know I saw a viewer report actually on Twitter here about quarter-size hail in Coleman, Texas. That's associated with those storms near Brownwood, and it is severe warned down there. So quarter-size hail so far. I'm gonna keep my eye out for any reports. Brandy's listening as well, so keep you updated there. But so far, that's it.
thank you, Carly. Yep, we got viewer reports of that quarter-size hail. That was in. Did you say that was in Iowa?
No, I'm sorry. It's in Coleman, Texas.
Coleman,
It's
Texas.
a severe warned storm northwest of Austin. And again, of course, just to throw it out there, please only give us reports if you can do so safely. Same with pictures as always. We don't want you guys, getting bonked with hail out there. So please only give us reports if you're doing it safely from inside or somewhere like that.
Indeed. Thank you, Carly. Yeah, so Coleman, Texas. I'm sorry I didn't hear that the first time. I was thinking of the picture we got sent from Iowa, and I'm
Hey,
like,
Andy,
oh
we
man.
got the view back up. Sorry,
right.
I lost service there for a second. We are in the panhandle with very little service.
All right, so here's the look live at this storm right here. This pink box is a tornado warning in eastern Texas County in Oklahoma and entering Beaver County in Oklahoma. So let's see what Chris was looking at. There's the base. There's the base to it. I do not see a funnel right now with this storm. So what you're looking at here is the back in there is the base of the storm. We're looking west from just about near Boyd, Oklahoma. So right in the center of the frame here, you can see that first little subtle lowering just off to the left of the center there. That first little lowering right there is a little bit of the structure of the cloud that's being pushed forward there. We call that an RFD cut, a rear flank downdraft cut right there. And then on the right side of that cut is the lowering part of that storm. That's a little bit of a wall cloud right there in the center. So previously, this did have a funnel associated with it right as it passed over Adams, Oklahoma. Right now, it looks a little bit disorganized, but we may have a new attempt at a wall cloud there. So that's what that looks like. We got some cows in the front. A good look from Chris Hall there in Beaver County. So all of our storm chasers currently looking at this storm. We will wait to see its next move. The rotation on radar definitely looks a little more disorganized, but again, we are very far away from a radar site, so it's tough to tell exactly what's going on here without ground footage from our storm chasers. I think that feed is actually frozen a little bit there. The movement of the storm is actually rapid enough to where we could see it changing, and now I think this feed's frozen. But Chris giving us a zoom in on that very small wall cloud right in the center there. That's a live look at this storm that you're looking at on radar right now from our storm chasers there in the Oklahoma Panhandle. Pretty cool stuff. So let's actually go down Now that we've covered these storms up here, let's go down and look at the storm near Coleman in Texas that has led to a quarter-size hail report being sent in. This is actually I believe this was a destructive severe thunderstorm warning. So previously, this was actually warned for baseball-size hail. We've been seeing a lot of that lately here in Coleman County, entering Brown County from the west. Currently, this is warned for 2-inch hail, which is still pretty large. So that's what we're looking at here. A little bit of a disorganized supercell. Doesn't currently look imminently tornadic at any point in its life cycle here, but it is going through a couple of these mergers. So you can see the main and strongest part of the storm
Andy,
here.
Chris, again, the wall cloud has dissipated. I believe it's in a cycling phase. I don't think this storm is nowhere near done.
All right, so we're storm chasers observing a cycle of that storm up there in Beaver County, Oklahoma. That's expected. We'll see if the next cycle of the storm leads to something that is more intense, but still currently tornado warned. What's impressive to me is that it was warned on its first cycle, so immediately became a rotating storm that was warned, so that's pretty impressive to me. Once again, though, for this storm down here in Coleman County, it's going through a couple of mergers. So you see these storms popping up back here to the south and west. They're moving into that main, strongest part of the storm here in the pink and red, where all of our hail is, and the strongest rising part of the storm that's punching up through the atmosphere. So when these little showers, some heavy rain, when they merge together with this main supercell, that is when we could see an attempt at something related to tornadoes with this storm, and also much larger hail. If these interactions are favorable, if they're synergetic, therefore, producing a tornado. So we'll watch this storm closely, especially because it's already quite powerful, quite healthy, and mature in this area. So if these mergers do come in just at the right angle, we could see a tornado from this storm, for sure. That's why we have that marginal tornado risk that extends all the way down here into central and north central Texas.
Radar, you may be able to confirm this. Looks like this storm that we are on is currently in a splitting phase.
Andy, I'm just reading through chat here. If you have time, we've got someone in the Polo, Missouri area, and that area has just been tagged with a severe thunderstorm warning. So if you're able to come away from some of the other warnings, and just kind of check it out, see if there's any threat associated with it, be it hail or rotation or anything.
Okay. Thank you, Carly. Thank you, Chris. Both of y'all are reporting in just at the right time somehow. Actually, I was just prepping to do that. So I was getting away from the Oklahoma storm, so you're going to cover the Coleman storm. Now I'm first actually going to go over to our Gulf, our southeast area here that we're covering, just to keep friends updated in the Mobile area, since it's been a little bit since I last looked. Over here in Alabama and the Florida Panhandle, always keep saying peninsula, the Florida Panhandle today. So it doesn't look like any of these storms are currently tornadic. However, we have a bunch of severe thunderstorm warnings for wind and also hail, because we're getting quite a bit of hail with these storms down here through southeast Mississippi, and even the storm that's just gone through Baton Rouge. There is a ping-pong-sized hail report, so 1.5 inches in diameter, plenty of 65, 67-mile-an-hour wind reports, and quarter-size hail that's fallen through the city of Baton Rouge, just like we were talking about earlier. Looks like this storm is mostly traveling south and east, along Interstate 10 here as it approaches Donaldsonville, Sorrento here. And it should stay well to the west of New Orleans. So currently no threat, I think, to the New Orleans metro area for anyone watching there from that severe thunderstorm. In addition to that, all the other storms over here, some of the previous ones that were, we did have a tornado warning near Seminole, Alabama, that extended into parts of Escambia County in Florida. That storm has since sort of died off here. You can see it's very much not showing up on radar healthily at all anymore. So I'm not concerned with that storm at the moment. Thankfully, looks like that's not going to be a problem for Pensacola, which is what we were hoping for. And that's about all I see over here in this area. Let's see if these storms closer to Tallahassee are doing anything dangerous, since we do have some severe thunderstorm warnings over here. Besides, probably some pretty good lightning activity over here. I'm not seeing very much. Looks like these are definitely warned for a damaging wind first and foremost. So we got some pretty powerful wind gusts moving through these areas once again, many days in a row. All right, now let's go over to the Missouri area and also Iowa. Currently, no severe thunderstorm warnings in Iowa proper, but we're probably seeing plenty of those shelf clouds, like the one that was sent in through Twitter. Definitely making sense to me. So that's a look at Iowa right now. No warnings up there. Slight risk in place. Not expected to be a severe weather outbreak, but just the probability of a couple of strong storms moving through the area. And it looks like the strongest storms currently over here in the western parts of the Midwest here are down in northwest Missouri. So Palo in Missouri currently warned for hail, most definitely warned for hail, and also some damaging winds as a part of this storm. And up here near Pattonsburg, again, still traveling just right along I-35, is this hail core in pink. You can actually see this artifact extending out to the north of this area, right in the core of the storm in pink. This is a hail spike, and it's a useful radar artifact, so something that's not supposed to happen, something that's not actual data, but what it does actually tell us something, that the radar is scanning some pretty large hail right in the center of this storm as it passes through the storm. So some pretty large hail is probably going to fall in Pattonsburg in Missouri in just a bit because of that radar artifact that we're able to observe right there. So that's a look there in our Midwest area. Now, let's take a look at new data on our tornado warned storms. See if anything has changed in particular here as we get a little bit further from this radar site. Let's see if we have a better look from Dodge City radar. See if we get any data looking at the storm from this area. Again, we're still looking at this 8,000 feet above the surface, so definitely in a radar hole. We want to be much, much closer to the ground when we're scanning these storms. So what Chris was talking about, he came through just a little bit ago and talked about a split in this supercell, and we're definitely observing exactly that happening. So if I play this loop back, what you can see is instead of one solid shape to this supercell, we actually have two. So this is split right down the middle here, and when this happens, the right side, or the right splitting supercell, definitely has a chance to become more tornadic, while the left side of, or the left split over here is going to have a much larger chance at producing hail. And that's exactly what we're seeing here. So the right side still has this rotation right down here on the right side of your screen. We've got some broad rotation here. It's sort of disconnected.
Hey Andy, that wall cloud has dissipated and we now have a new one that has fully came together, and this thing is really trying to get its act together, Andy.
There we go. So both storm chasers looking at that wall cloud developing. You probably saw it develop right underneath my webcam here. So it's probably developing right in here, right where that strong rotation is showing up on the radar. We're going to see a new area of rotation, whereas the left split up here, you can see that huge hail core showing up in the pinks here on the left side of your screen. So this is probably all a bunch of hail that's falling in this storm as it splits apart. And then we have a separate supercell also to the north, just to the northwest of Liberal, Kansas is where the core of that storm is right now. So that's what we're looking at there. Let's take a look at that wall cloud as it develops from Chris Hall here, who's talking to me. This is what that looks like. The supercell is split. We got that bunch of cows still in the same spot. Taking a look at what this storm is doing here. I wish I had Riley's feed on the full cam as well, but I do not currently have that on the scene, so I'm gonna have to make that while we're watching here. So while we're watching this supercell, you can see pretty well-defined wall cloud on the middle left part of the screen. Yeah, it's hard to miss that one. So if we see a funnel cloud develop off of that, yeah, I wouldn't be surprised, because again, what a splitting supercell actually allows to happen is the right side of the split to ingest more spinning air than it was previously, and that can cause a tornado quite quickly, or at least the storm to attempt to produce one. So that is definitely what we're seeing happen right there.
Andy, I'm just letting you know there's a lot of talk about the cows in the chat. I'm reading through the chat here. So far, we've got the old wives' tale of cows sitting means that it's going to rain or storm, and then I've also got one if they walk in a circle. And I always love those. Those are my favorite. The wives' tales about weather.
Interesting. What is the one if they walk into a circle? What is that one?
I just saw. I'm trying to find it now. If they cows and other animals will walk in a circle when a storm is near. Retro Nook says.
Okay, that's a fun one. I like that
I
one.
like that one.
All right, I'm getting Chris's feed up, or not Chris's feed, but rather Riley's feed up. I've got that in progress right now. So let's see if my live attempts at.
Hey Andy, we have rousing scud into this. I believe this is rapidly developing.
Production.
Production.
And just FYI,
Also, if you're able to share your screen in Discord, if you don't have time, don't worry about it. But I've got some lag watching you through YouTube here.
Of course, yeah. What you can do, of course, did you speed up the YouTube 2 times to?
I did. It's just not very useful.
It's going to be about 5 seconds. Yeah, of course.
Okay.
The problem is I'm sharing like 4 different screens here.
That's okay. Don't worry about it if it's not the biggest thing.
Gotcha.
Kazaki, one of our mods, says the cows have beef with the storm, and I would agree with that.
All right. Let's see if this worked. I have Riley's feed up right now, and it is out of focus. Nice. Thank you, Riley, for that amazing capture. Much appreciated. There we go. So Riley's feed is up there. I can bring it up on the big screen just in case he's got front and center our next ground truth of a tornado occurring. So all chasers looking at this right now. Let's give you a radar update for what the storm looks like. So once again, from the Dodge City radar, just about the closest we can get. I'll give you a look at the shape of the supercell. It's a little hard to pick out here. It looks a little messy, but essentially our right split is right in here, and what would be the hook echo kind of comes out like this. So you can see that rotation right in there where our hook echo is. And our storm chasers are sitting right here on the road, these blue dots right here, looking up at, looking to the northwest into where the base of the storm is. So that's a look at what exactly is happening via the ground truth and what we're looking at on the radar. Pretty cool, right? They're doing a rain dance. Yeah, we might already have another cycle. It is a little bit more difficult to pick out the wall cloud now on that shot right there. You can see, actually, is that Allie? I think that might be Allie. I think part of the y'all squad is standing out and observing this storm right in front. That's awesome. Makes me want to be right back out there. I was in parts of the Panhandle quite often, so it makes me go back to right when I was out storm chasing myself. Happy to help, Stacy. Hopefully you guys are all doing well. Again, we're really just in like the first hour or two of this coverage that might go quite some time, because eventually these storms will reach Oklahoma City. They will reach Tulsa. We'll have a bunch of these severe thunderstorm warnings down here in Texas that reach the Dallas-Fort Worth metro and maybe even Shreveport, but I probably won't be on by the time they reach Shreveport in southeast Oklahoma. That's going to be in the early morning hours. So we got storms that are going to last a long time. So let me show you again our risk area that we're covering today from Radar Omega. So if I bring this up, I'll show you guys Radar Omega here. And our whole risk area is this giant orange thing here. So it can be a little bit tough to pick out. So again, this area in orange right now is an enhanced, or a 3 out of 5 risk from the Storm Prediction Center. Look at how big this thing is. It's huge. And then we got the slight risk that goes all the way down here toward Miami. and the Florida Peninsula. So huge risk for storms. And also there's something up here in Iowa that we are monitoring as well. But look how large this is. This enhanced risk is for 15 million people.
Hey, Andy, funnel ongoing. Funnel. No
All right.
ground contact. Funnel ongoing.
Chris, very excited to share that. Go ahead, Carly.
Nothing. I was just gonna say that's a lot of people. It really is. It's been a lot, and honestly, though, really, it has been a long day for these for the people in this area. It's been a long day for us here too, but I know it's been so much more intense for the people out there. I know people are tired of it, but I would just like to encourage anyone living in this area to be vigilant.
Andy,
It's a
the
very
rotation has really
active
picked up on my
pattern
live stream.
over the
The
past couple
inflow has
days
picked
and
up,
for the next
and we
couple
now
of
have
days,
a
it looks
developing
like. So
funnel.
just be vigilant. I know it's been a really long and stressful week for a lot of you, but we're going to be here for you. So a lot of people in the chat are just reiterating that sentiment of being thankful for Ryan streaming and for Andy being here. So
Absolutely.
just wanted to throw that out there.
Thank you, Carly. While you were coming through there, we actually had both chasers trying to tell me about the funnel. So let's bring it full screen. There's Chris's view of it. Let's see. Also, we have multiple feeds looking at this. So let me show you Nick Gorman's feed of it. There you can see his windshield crack and a couple of frames coming through. Look how fast that's rotating. Just each frame of his feed that comes through, you can see the clouds move a lot. There's Chris's feed's working right now. Let's see if Riley's got it too. Riley's got it too, but of course it's still out of focus. Somebody tell Riley to put his camera back in focus. Everybody was telling me to put Riley up on the stream, but now Riley's cam isn't even in focus. So what? Get a hold of yourself. Come on now. Come on now. We had a brief funnel there that showed up. No ground contact, so I don't believe that was an official tornado, but definitely showed up there. You could see how fast that part of the storm is rotating. It's actually a little bit tough to tell, but that wall cloud is still directly in place. It's just it looks a little strange, and the contrast is how you're going to be able to pick that out with the clouds that are kind of forming that line right in front of the screen off to the left. That's our wall cloud right there. So the lowering is happening right there in the backside of that wall cloud. And take a look at radar on that storm, and also Carly showing up there. The look at the radar here. Look how tight this rotation's become right in this part of the storm. So it's hard to see because we don't really have much in the way of radar returns bouncing off the rotating part of the storm here. But what we can see is that this area is rapidly rotating, and it is starting to come together much tighter than it was before. So there you go. That's a look at this. The storm's halfway through our tornado warning as it stands. I bet if it continues to look like this, that this warning will be extended to include more parts of Beaver County in Oklahoma, including Beaver itself, which is currently not in a warning, and also Forgan there in Oklahoma. So y'all watch out ahead of time if you're not receiving that tornado warning alert on your phone or anywhere out ahead of this storm. Right now, you probably will receive a warning once this storm moves into your areas, since it looks like it's healthy. It looks like it's going to continue rotating. We also have several supercells back behind it that have grown properly and are definitely mature now. So I'm going to see if any radar site gives me a look at the rotation ongoing with those, even if it is further away. Let me see if I can take a look here, because this is definitely where we have support for rotating storms right now, tornadic storms, in fact. So we might have a couple more attempts and possibly new warnings that come through right around the north side of Guyman in Oklahoma here. Possibly already have some rotation in this storm near Hoff. One of those is hopefully correct. Probably the second one there in Texas County in Oklahoma. So these storms have moved through Boise City now. Surprisingly to me, excuse me, the most surprising thing to me, I think, is that there are no severe thunderstorm warnings associated with this line right now. But I think that is going to change. I think that's going to change, especially when the line merges with all these supercells that are popping up. You can see it's gaining ground very quickly here if I download some more frames to look at. So current active warning ongoing. Let's keep a close eye on that storm just in case it decides to
Andy,
drop
we got
another
a lot
funnel.
of dirt slinging up under this this funnel.
On that
we
note, Andy, I'm just
may
letting you know
have
that I'm getting word from Brandy that Beaver County is deploying aid. So
yeah,
whether
stand
that's
by.
preventative or due to any damage is yet to be known, but I'll keep you updated. She's actively listening, so I'll let you know.
Okay, thank you, Carly. Also, if I stop for like 3 or 4 seconds or so, just assume a storm chaser is coming in, and I'll be sure to let you know when they're done. So it's just how we're gonna have to work on this stream, but yeah, for sure.
Yeah, I'm probably going to end up talking. For anybody who is confused by that, I apologize. I'm not hearing the chasers, so if I talk over them in the meantime, I do apologize.
This is exactly what I have to deal with on Ryan's stream. Actually, it's very difficult, you guys. The production side of things is so hard, but we've been able to nail it so far. I just have to have a better system for letting Carly know that I'm listening to somebody. But like, yeah, it is really hard to not talk over a chaser, and you guys probably know that I do that all the time. If you watch Ryan's streams, you'll definitely hear me talk over chasers. So the woes are being felt by many here. For sure, it's very difficult for everything to work smoothly and succinctly. So Chris's most recent message was to talk about dirt being flung up underneath that. So it's possible that the tornadoes made ground contact. Let me see. I think Riley's feed is frozen on this. Let's see if Chris's feed is frozen. There we go. So Chris's feed's giving us a good look at that right now.
A new tornado warning.
And there is the extension of the tornado warning. As Carly mentioned, we already have movement from Beaver County, which is fantastic to hear. They're getting ready for any impacts that this storm might have in any local areas. Right now, it's passing over rural areas where the circulation would be, but it will eventually. It looks like it's going straight towards Flores, Oklahoma, here in Beaver County. So I bet that new warning is going to also include Beaver and Forgan, as I was mentioning earlier. Since we have that new warning coming through, it's probably going to extend quite a ways out in front of the storm. And really, what I have my eye on back here is this supercellular look. I think we can have some embedded supercells in the line of storms as we go through the evening hours. So again, the reason why I was surprised that no part of this line right now was actually severe warned is because I think it's on a brief respite right now. But when I see a structure like this, I get a little bit concerned. So if this continues to look concerning as it moves forward here, you can see it's kind of keeping that shape with a new radar or each new frame here. We might see an increased area of spin there and perhaps another tornado warning. Go ahead, Carly.
Yeah, just bringing to attention, and chat's all over this too. You guys are awesome. There may have possibly been a brief touchdown with that storm. I know there's a warning on that Turpin storm, but I'm seeing some reports of it possibly having touchdown for a brief moment. And I've also seen a report on Twitter of 3-inch sized hail just southwest of Turpin. So there's some big whoppers out there. I don't think we can show this, but I'm going to send it to you, Andy, in the stream text. So large hail associated with this storm as well outside of the possible tornado.
Wow. So we had it. So thank you, Carly. Wow. I'll always have my. It's great that you have eyes on it so that I can see too what the chasers are showing just in case while I'm looking at the radar. So Jeff Piotrowski is the one who's sending in 3-inch hail southwest of Turpin. So again, we're looking right in here near Turpin, Oklahoma. The hail core is just ahead of our storm chasers right here on the road. Here's that hail falling in this part of the storm in pink. There you see they're kind of running away from it now. And our rotation looks pretty strong from this radar site. But we're going to make sure that we're looking at multiple radar sites. I wouldn't be surprised if we did see a warning back here in Texas County as well, here in Oklahoma, for this supercell that's popped up. It's maintained its rotation from that radar. It looks a little bit concerning, so would not be surprised if some of these storms back behind this main tornado warned storm also become tornadic and are warned. But you can see just how rapid this rotation is. Man, look at that. Look how much this is ramped up there on the right side of your screen. Again, these tornado warnings are the pink boxes here. Multiple warnings are encompassing this storm. You can see just how fast this rotation was just a few minutes ago when it was probably producing a tornado. So some of these signatures might not be legitimate, but for sure the storm is rapidly rotating because we have ground evidence from our chasers looking exactly at what's going on there. So again, this is all happening right in the Oklahoma Panhandle here, a very narrow strip of the state right now. This is where our tornadic storms are. These storms up to the north in Liberal, Kansas, and Seward County here. These are hailstorms at the moment. Does not appear that they are rotating, not even close to the same amount that this right mover down here is. So this is definitely what we're gonna have to watch very closely. I bet we'll see another. Yeah, exactly. It's trying hard. I bet we'll see another attempt at a tornado right here. Hopefully over rural areas. It's pretty far away from Flores and Beaver, but it has taken on that right turn.
We have another funnel directly in front of us over the road.
All right, so here's a look at it. Let's see what Chris is looking at. He's got a great look at this developing. You can see it in real time. Check out the clouds moving whenever his stream is working here. It comes through, and man, you can just see how much that is developing in real time. Definitely a funnel. I agree with Chris's assessment here. He is very close to the base of this storm.
Andy,
Wow.
just really quick, I'm so sorry to cut you off. Some of the viewers are letting us know that the warning sounds are really low. I don't know if that's something you're able to fix later in the future. We'll work on it, guys. I know for some people that hearing that sound is really critical. Maybe if you're not completely tuned in, hearing that tornado go off. So maybe we can fix it later, but we are aware of it, guys.
Yeah, I don't know why that changed. It was perfect beforehand, but everything's changed up on me. I guess I don't know why it's quiet. I've boosted it all the way, so not sure why or how to make it louder. Actually, to tell you the truth, I've had the volume all the way up on that before, and it used to blow my ears out. So I've fixed it as much as I can. But yeah, I definitely want those alerts to come through as loud as possible. So let me see. Oh, okay. Well, that might explain it. Not sure how that happened. All right, I'm going to up it quite a bit here, so prep yourselves just in case the next one's loud. I don't know how that got lowered that much. Thank you for actually making me do something about it. All right, that was pretty loud. I think you probably heard that one. Let me see. Yeah, actually, this is what I'm going to do. I'm going to do that. That's perfect. That's perfect. Okay, so we're going to listen to the alerts like that. Hopefully that one was much louder. Did you hear that one? That was a considerable severe thunderstorm warning. Came through with the boop boop boop. How'd that one sound? Yeah, I agree with you guys. Yeah, I want to make sure I want to make sure we hear those for sure. Yeah, turn them down just a little bit. I'm going to make sure I give you guys proper warning just in case. That was just right. Great. Awesome. Thank you for that. Fixing it live. I do not know why that changed. I do not know why that changed. But a lot has changed because a lot of the Y'all Squad is now in person. Right there in Pikeville, Kentucky. So, pretty impressive stuff. Okay, everybody's relocating right now, but I want to show you guys what this looks like on radar now. We've had a very stark update here to the rotation. Now we actually see quite a bit of rotation that's right in the hook echo part of the storm, so let me draw it for you. Again, the shape of the supercell that we're looking at right now is kind of like this, and actually right next to the road where Riley Dibble, Nick Gorman are sitting right here is where our new area of rotation is really showing up from the radar site. So the whole storm was rotating.
Hey,
we were looking at that back in there.
Moving, we're going to head over towards the town of Beaver. Now that it has made that successful split, I think it's going to be moving due east now. So,
okay. So I think it split quite a while ago, but yeah, we're making sure that storm chasers are taking the same, are making sure their plans are updated so they're going the right direction. So good to hear that Chris is going the right direction now. It does look like it is moving pretty much due east. Might even be taking a little bit of a southeast track as it as the backside of the storm pushes down to the south. So yeah, again, this rotation's very evident right here in the middle of the hook echo now. So would not be surprised if we do see another attempt at a tornado, especially because right now we get a very good look at the storm from our chasers. It's a low precipitation storm, which means that it's not really raining that much right where we expect the rotation to be. and thus we're able to get a good look at the wall cloud, good look at any attempt of a tornado. Oh yeah, just so you guys know, you're not going to hear the warnings for the regular severe thunderstorm warnings. They have to be considerable or destructive to come through with those beeps, or it has to be a tornado warning. So that's why you're not hearing them. We don't have any specialized alerts for the garden variety severe thunderstorm warnings. But when they're upgraded, when they're the higher tier severe thunderstorm warnings, you will hear them. So don't worry about it. That's why you're not hearing it. Appreciate
Andy,
that.
I'm just
for
chiming
it.
in really quick to let you know that I'm going to be gone for about 5 minutes. I got to make a phone call for the Y'all Squad, so I will be absent for 5 minutes or so, and I will be right back.
All right. Thank you, Carly. Again,
Mhm.
Carly is awesome right now. She's working on the Y'all Squad side of things, calling the people who are in place, and also resources and that we have all coming together there in Perryton, Texas, is where those efforts are being focused right now. So Carly is working on the Y'all Squad while also broadcasting with me. She's doing a lot of work right now, and it's very cool that we're able to incorporate her. Yeah, definitely. We this is in our 5% tornado threat today, so in the slight risk for tornadoes, it was expected that if we could get a supercell like this one out in front of that line of storms back here that you can see that's now severe warned, if we get a supercell out in front of those, they could take advantage of the environment and definitely become tornadic like what we're seeing. So currently our chasers are still repositioning. The chasers that I'm working with now still repositioning, but I bet because they're looking out their driver's side windows and so forth, the moment that there is any attempt at a tornado, we'll hear about it. So just wait for those chasers to come in through our ears for sure. The beef variety, indeed. Yeah, Carly's great. I'm so happy that I finally get to stream with Carly for sure. Have there been any touchdowns yet? There may have been a brief spin up at the surface from the storm that we are looking at. Very, very brief. It's possible. Chasers were reporting a little bit of dirt being spun up under the storm. So whether that was any gust fronts or downdrafts coming from the storm or an actual tornado remains to be seen. But there may have been a very brief touchdown. No, I'm not worried about. I'm not too worried about any location that is in an enhanced risk of severe weather today. I think that any threat is going to be incredibly isolated if something were to occur, like this one right here. It's probably going to happen over rural areas. So that's the hope today. Of course, there's a reason I'm broadcasting it, but no, I'm not particularly concerned about Tulsa or Oklahoma City or Dallas-Fort Worth. I just know that I can tell you guys that there will be storms that go through your areas today. I'm just hoping that, if there is anything hyper local in terms of a tornadic impact or a very strong damaging wind event, that I'll be able to forecast it and nowcast it, tell you when it happens, and show you exactly where it's happening through about midnight tonight. Thank you for those questions. Is there any way you can see Riley and Nick on your Radar Omega desktop version? They are streaming directly through a server that we are in control of. So we have their streams directly, and that's what's showing up below me here. So they're not going to show up on Radar Omega. However, there are quite a few storm chasers who do stream through Radar Omega, like Brad Arnold, Vince Welty, Brandon Kopic. They have all had their feeds up pretty consistently in the Radar Omega program. But I think the chasers I'm working with today, I don't think any of them are partnered with Radar Omega directly. Good question. Okay, so let's look at our other storms really quickly while we wait to see what our chasers have to say about this one. Everybody is relocating, staying, getting to eastward options and staying ahead of this storm just to see where it goes and what it does, because it's definitely looking very interesting. So let's go ahead and look at the other storms that we have in our active risk areas today, especially this one that is in the Texas Panhandle. I want to take a quick look at it. From far away, it does look like it's got some rotation, so I'd say this is definitely a supercell. But when we get a little closer to it here north of Pampa in Texas, it doesn't look like it's got any lower level rotation with it. So right now, this is definitely just a supercell with a damaging wind and hail threat and very heavy rain. So not tornadic currently, that storm north of Pampa.
Hey, Andy, as we're heading east, I'm now noticing a lot of CG in the forward flank of this storm.
But now that Chris has come through with that, something that has my interest is this storm down here near Aspermont. So this is in Stonewall County. Let's take a look at this one. I saw this very far away from the Amarillo radar site, and it definitely looked very interesting. I think this is a couple storms that are actually coming together here, and when we get those mergers, we could see. Actually, no, it's just a discombobulated supercell. Looks like it has a couple of updrafts here, but look at that tight rotation right in there. You see how tight this is right here? This is definitely an area of concern, and it actually lines up pretty well with this protrusion from the storm, which we could definitely call this a hook. So here's a hook to this storm and also some rotation right in that hook. This is definitely a concerning storm, not currently tornado warned here, entering the southwest part of Stonewall County in particular here. So it looks like it's remaining over very rural areas. But if we play this back, it looks like it's going to pass south of Aspermont, north of Rotan, and towards the town of Hamlin. So eventually, if this does get warned toward Hamlin, Texas, that would be the area of concern. Eventually, down the line, maybe closer to Anson, Texas, Stamford, here into Jones County. So not currently tornado warned, but definitely a concerning look to this storm. We're going to keep a close eye on that one for sure. Definitely going to keep a close eye. That storm looks like the one with the most rotation that I can see at the moment. But let's take a look at the Brownwood, Texas storm as well. We come down here southwest of Brownwood, actually. Our velocity data is looking pretty useless right now. Don't really have a good look at what the storm is doing. It's kind of just a mess. So this is all garbled data right in here. Probably winds going every which direction. But we can see what looks like a pretty stunning shape to this supercell as well. Looks pretty organized here. Can draw that supercell shape on it very nicely. Again, this is south of Brownwood, Texas here, and north of Brady. This is an area that's seen a lot of storms recently as well. Which is typical in, April and May. In June, I wouldn't say this is that common. So it's pretty interesting that this area is really picking up here, around San Angelo and to the east, but in June. Definitely an unusual pattern for these areas is what I would say. So there you go, near Brownwood, Texas. Watching this one pretty closely. And now, we definitely want to take a look at this storm that is near Shreveport. So let's look at the Shreveport storm. That severe thunderstorm warning was just upgraded, so I want to take a close look at what's going on up here near Shreveport, because now we have a destructive severe thunderstorm warning. That's the highest tier of severe thunderstorm warning that can be issued. This storm really doesn't look too impressive, actually, from the radar right now. Looks like it's going to go through the northern half of Caddo Parish, so that's Mooringsport, Oil City, and Belcher here to the northwest of Shreveport. You can follow this warning. It looks like it's going this direction along this blue arrow here. And this is warned for baseball-size hail and 70-mile-an-hour winds. So this is a pretty powerful storm. Based on some observations, I bet, that have been seen here right near Blanchard and also Lay here in Texas. So this is definitely a very strong storm. Looks like it's going to stay out of Shreveport unless you're in the very northwestern part of the metro or just outside the city here near Blanchard. So Mooringsport about to get in on a very hefty storm here. You can see that it's really not that large either, but it is warned for very upper end severe threats. Baseball-size hail is no slouch whatsoever, and it's like the only storm in the area. So this is definitely an isolated threat here. And this is not going to be your severe weather for the day. Like, this is just one instance of it. Shreveport's definitely going to get in on that line of storms at some point, probably in the early morning hours tonight. So this is not it for these areas. We definitely have more severe weather on the way, unfortunately.
Andy, I'm popping in. I'm back now, and I just sent you over a picture of tennis ball size hail 4 miles southwest of Turpin, Oklahoma. I know we've been talking about that one for a little while, and it's really been doing its best. So just a visual with that there.
All right, we'll take a look at that in a second. Thank you, Carly. Appreciate that. Hope the call went well. So yeah, just a really quick recap on this. This should stay out of Bossier City, Shreveport. Looks like it's going through the northern half of Caddo Parish here, Blanchard, Belcher, and Mooringsport. This is going to be quite an intense severe thunderstorm, as they have issued the upper end severe thunderstorm criteria there. So that's a look at the Shreveport storm. Definitely wanted to pay attention to that, since a destructive warning is nothing to be nothing to sniff at, nothing to sneeze at, you name it, whatever. It is definitely a concerning storm. All right, so let me pull up this picture that Carly sent. Nearly tennis ball size hail. So this is a really good look at the size of hail. I love it when we get these these comparisons here. So let me hop on over to this scene here. I want to show you first what Chris is looking at. So this is the same storm as the hail you're about to see here. The same storm as produced this hail.
Andy, just FYI.
There he goes. Yep, I picked up his stream right at the same time. We've got a really interesting looking wall cloud with the storm now. A little bit of that lowering right there on the right side. I think that is our wall cloud. So it's very, very tight, very narrow wall cloud. So it is probably spinning rapidly. Let me show you guys this hail as well. So I'll bring this up briefly. So here's that tennis ball size hail there from Bryce. Storm Chaser Bryce Kintai, showing us nearly tennis ball size hail, also from the same tornado warned storm that Chris is taking a look at. So here, Nick Gorman is also trying to relocate, get in a position to take a look at this storm. Same storm that Chris has got a feed of right here. It's pretty ominous,
Andy,
back in
we
there.
actually have 2 wall clouds currently present. I think maybe going on forming another one. The one on your right side, more visible, is the more strongly rotating one.
Chris coming in there telling us that's actually 2 wall clouds. So yeah, that one that was it's kind of faded into the background there. It's kind of hard to see with that contrast now, but that was actually a separate wall cloud. So we've seen a cycle in real time to where the storm is cycling and now really intensifying the spin right there on that new wall cloud on the right side there. It already looks like it's broadened out. So briefly, it was very narrow and spinning very quickly, and now it's already started to broaden out there. But that's what could have been a real-time cycle of a storm. Pretty interesting to watch that occur from Chris's feed there. So let's go back to that storm on radar, so I can show you guys what that looks like. I think let me see here. Yeah, there we go. So Riley's also in position there. There's Riley's feed. Also repositioning. All storm chasers, again, trying to get a good look at this storm right here in Beaver County. Again, this is still tornado warned. Beaver, Oklahoma, is still under that tornado warning. Looks like the storm with that right turn after it's shedded off its left split is headed right towards the town of Beaver there in the center of the county. So please be taking shelter in Forgan and Beaver. And definitely be taking shelter in Flores. I think some large hail. We saw that tennis ball size hail probably passing pretty close to that town. So we want to make sure we're taking shelter in the tornado warning, which is this pink box that you see on your screen here. Whew, okay. All right, so that's the latest update. This is our only tornado warned storm at the moment. We have this tornado warned storm and also plenty of considerable severe thunderstorm warnings, as well as the one destructive one that should stay to the northwest of Shreveport. There you go. This is what this storm looks like on radar. We have these 2-inch hail reports showing up here. These small little orange squares are a bunch of hail reports. not much else to say about this storm in particular, though. So let's take a quick look at our Texas storms that looked really suspicious just a little bit ago. Let's make sure we're keeping up with these. That is extreme looking. So this again is our Stonewall County storm that's to the north of Rotan and southwest of Aspermont. Again, passing pretty close, eventually towards Hamlin, Tuxedo, Radium, and towards Anson and Stamford. This is definitely one heck of a rotating storm that is not tornado warned. At this point, I would say for some reason, I don't know why it's not tornado warned. So if I had to guess, we're probably going to see a tornado warning for this very soon because you don't see rotation that's like this, that's not tornado warned very often. You do not see that at all. And this is definitely legitimate rotation as well. It's if we have to quality check it right now, what I would say is centering the panel here, we can see this area, this green rotating circle here is indicating a little bit of a mesocyclone, or the rotating part of the storm. It's showing up on the algorithm from the radar, and that's right here in that hook too. So it's in an area of good radar data, I would say, right in there. And I think that this should be tornado warned. I am very confident about this one. I would say there's probably a significant tornado, perhaps just getting ready to be ongoing with this. Look at that. How is this not tornado warned? My goodness, that is ridiculous. This has probably got a tornado on the ground right now. Again, this is southwest Stonewall County in Texas. This is not warned at the moment. I don't know if I've seen a stronger signature like this, not tornado warned, in my time looking at radar. So there's definitely going to be a tornado warning for this. So please be taking shelter. Y'all watch out ahead of this thing towards Hamlin, Texas. This is a ridiculous radar signature. So let's see when that comes in. I hope that the National Weather Service. I think this is just in Lubbock's Lubbock's National Weather Service office area. So I think this is right in National Weather Service Lubbock. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. All right, so please think about taking shelter, calling people in Hamlin, Texas. I'm pretty concerned about this town right now. If we play this back, we can see the storm is clearly taking that southeastward track towards Celotex and Hamlin, and is currently not warned. So these people don't know this is happening right now, more than likely, unless they're paying attention to local news. So we just got a severe thunderstorm warning for that area. A tornado is possible with this storm. Yeah, no doubt about that, I think. No doubt about a possible tornado with this. This is wild. I don't know why this is not warned yet. This looks like it could have a big tornado ongoing right now. Wow. That is wild. Hamlin, Texas is right where this is going to pass. So this is going to go through the northeastern corner of Fisher County, northwestern side of Jones County, eventually towards Anson. I hope it doesn't last that long, but I would be surprised if there was not a tornado on the ground with this supercell here. So now this has been upgraded to a destructive severe thunderstorm warning here for Stonewall County. Yeah, I think it's probably pretty destructive as it currently stands. Man, that is a wild-looking storm. Okay. So we also had this storm down here near Brownwood, Texas, southwest of Brooksmith. Looks like this one is not really consolidated any tight rotation. It's just a big, beefy supercell. Lot of large hail falling near Winchell and Mercury. I don't think this one is tornadic as it stands right now. Definitely just a lot of hail with this as it exits Rockwood to the south of Brownwood, Texas. All right, so that new tornado warning is coming in also for Beaver County.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
Beaver County confirmed tornado warning. Let's see if anyone has anything to say about that. I'm sure they're all getting that confirmed warning. Just to let you know, Riley, that is a confirmed tornado warning now. If you don't have the system with you there in the car. Hey, Chris, that warning is confirmed now there in Beaver County, just so you know, as you're waltzing around that storm. Definitely interesting to have a confirmed warning. Let me know what you see.
Yeah, Andy, I saw that it went confirmed. I think I can confirm that this is not on the ground. I'm looking at the wall cloud. There goes EAS. It's still a good at least 200 feet off the ground as far as I can see. We did see brief ground contact earlier, but that was about 6-7 minutes ago at this point.
Right now we're blasting east. There is definitely a large lowering. I can't confirm ground contact. However, I'm looking right up into where it would be. Stand by. Let me get in a good viewing spot. And actually, just 1 second here. Yeah, all I see is a very low funnel. I do not see ground circulation. However, don't take me for granted. If it's confirmed, take it seriously.
All right, that's Storm Chaser Chris Hall, also Riley Dibble out there. I'm also going to talk to Nick Gorman. Just give me a second here while I bring this back up. Here's the current radar scan for that confirmed tornado warning. Does include Beaver, once again, all the way out to Clear Lake in Oklahoma here. It should pass to the north of Elmwood. So please take shelter in Beaver here through the center of Beaver County. This is a confirmed warning, regardless of what our storm chasers are seeing on the ground there at this current moment. Just so you know, Nick, just in case, I think you've already received the warning, but it is a confirmed tornado warning there in, excuse me, in Beaver County. Let me know what you're seeing. Excuse me. Goodness
We
gracious.
don't see anything on the ground, Andy. However, there is a large lowering associated with this. We're going to get up towards Beaver. That way we can be there. I know it's moving more southeast now. So stand by. Yeah, which I'm still a pretty little bit away. There is 2 distinctive lowerings just to my north. Okay, yep, I see a funnel. Just a second. I'm gonna get you a good view here. Just a second. Okay, just a second. I'm gonna go up here to the top of this hill and I'll have it back up.
Hey, Andy, I'm definitely seeing a lot of very tight rotation. I haven't been able to confirm any ground contact yet. It's pretty wrapped in rain. But I'll let you know as soon as I see a condensed tornado.
Okay, that was Chris Hall and then Nick Gorman there. Have both of their feeds up right next to me as much as it can be working there. So there we go. There's a really good look at it. So that's what we're looking at current.
If that's it, Andy, it's right here in front of us.
Current confirmed tornado warning in Beaver County. Again, here's a look at what we're seeing there from Chris Hall. You can see the lowering right in the center of the frame there. So possible tornado on the ground right in the back of that shot there, right in the center. Definitely looks
Andy,
convincing.
This tornado is on the ground.
Okay, so we have Riley confirming that it's on the ground. Let's see what Riley sees.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
There we go. All right, so Riley sees himself. There's Riley. So he's getting video of it on the ground, not showing the stream. That's fine. Riley definitely wants to make sure he's got that feed. Let's see if he does turn the camera at all there. But Riley thinks it's on the ground there, so there's our confirmation from our chasers. Here's the storm here in Beaver County in Oklahoma. Again, please be taking shelter out ahead of this thing in Beaver and Clear Lake. And finally, we have had a confirmed tornado issued here in Stonewall County in Texas. Again, this is right on National Weather Service Lubbock's the extension or the southeast corner of their warning office area, or their office's warning area. So now we have to also get into I think it's San Angelo's area down to the south of this, so we might see another confirmed warning here. Again, that's going to include Hamlin when that is issued. They're working together right now, more than certainly. But finally, we have a confirmed tornado warning for this storm here, again, south of Aspermont, now northeast of Rotan. I don't see any debris signature yet from the radar site here, but man, I can't believe that this looked like this without a tornado warning for this long. That's extreme. This has probably got a pretty strong tornado with it. If anything is ongoing at the surface, that is definitely a radar signature you do not see very often. So I think there has probably been a strong tornado ongoing with this storm, or at least it has the potential to have one for like the last 15 minutes now. We finally have that warning coming through from Lubbock for parts of Stonewall County, southern Stonewall County. Excuse me. Oh man.
Andy, just popping in while you have a second. I'm listening to the feed currently for Beaver County, so anything that comes out will immediately know. There unfortunately are no comms in Stonewall County, Texas, so just letting you and the viewers know. I'm listening to any news that comes out as soon as we can.
Dang, this has got me so excited. Thank you, Carly. It's excited my throat way too much. Definitely not a good thing here. Oh my goodness. Oh, all right. So that's Carly coming through. Thank you. Appreciate that. All right. Man, I'm fighting this. Whew, come on, I got this, guys. I got this. So I think we're going to see another confirmed warning coming through on the south side of the storm's track, again, as it approaches Hamlin and goes into Jones County in Texas, passes through northeastern Fisher County. We've been watching this one for a while. I hope I was able to get word out to anyone who knows anyone in the path of this thing, which is generally going this direction.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
Man, going this direction. So this is the tornadic part of the storm. Should pass very close to Hamlin, Celotex, Texas, and eventually down the line towards Radium and Anson into Jones County. So I'm very concerned about these areas. I think that warning is going to be issued for those counties very soon. And surprisingly to me, there was actually a warning issued for that storm near Brownwood. So if we quickly go over here to this area, some pretty weak rotation, I think, overall with this storm. Excuse me, guys. Try my best here. Pretty weak rotation overall with this storm, but it was warned. It definitely looks a little bit better organized than we previously saw. So we did get that warning coming through. I wonder if it was for when it looked like this. So this was one frame that I did not see in this storm. I was looking at the storm when it looked like this, very disorganized. But there actually was a very sneaky area of rotation right here in the center to the west of Winchell. So that's probably why that was warned. That is completely vanished on the new frame. So I think that was a very brief rotation, but that's why that was warned. We can see it if we go back in time. So very sneaky rotation coming in right there. Going to pass right near Winchell and Mercury. So please be taking shelter there. Already quite a monster of a hailstorm going through Winchell. So hopefully everybody there is taking shelter of a possibly tornadic storm for a very brief moment there. The hope is that it doesn't come back at all. But yeah, it looks like it was briefly tornadic there. This is definitely the storm that I am most concerned with. We have a very weak tornado producer that our storm chasers are on there in Beaver County in Oklahoma. But I think this storm is probably incredibly strong. Hopefully it's beginning to die off here as it does approach Hamlin. There's our warning for those areas.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
So there's the warning for Fisher, parts of Haskell County, southwest Haskell County, and also northwest Jones County, as I mentioned. Now Hamlin, Tuxedo are under a tornado warning. I think that the storm is probably going to pass maybe just a little bit to the south of where this warning was issued for. You can see both National Weather Service offices working together and issuing for both of those areas. So we have Lubbock's office up here issuing this warning, and also San Angelo down here. So offices have to be in good communication to get their warnings to correspond nicely, just like this. So please be taking shelter in Hamlin. I think this was likely a strong tornado over rural areas. I'm going to take a brief look at the area in maps just to make sure that we didn't miss anything there. So again, this is close to Hamlin. This went over the...
Andy, we're back in position now. Do not have the best of service. However, I still do believe this tornado is down. It's going to come very, very close to the town of Beaver.
Okay. So that's Chris Hall coming through. This tornado here, exiting Stonewall County, or going through the southern part of Stonewall County right now in Texas, passed over the Double Mountain Fork of the Brazos River there. And it is approaching Highway 83 from the west. From what I can tell, I don't think this went over any populated areas at all. Very rural area over state or county road 610 or 510. Can't see which that is. 610 there. So county road 610, and then over the branch of the Brazos River there, Double Mountain Branch, as it approaches Hamlin. So I don't think this tornado has gone over any populated areas. I certainly hope it didn't hit anything, but I definitely think that it was doing some something at the surface here, because that was an incredible signature for sure. All right, so that's go for it.
I'm gonna send you a video. I don't know that we can show it, but I'm gonna send you a video just to confirm exactly what you were saying. There's some possibly brief on the ground touchdown there northeast of Roten, Texas, which is that storm you're just talking about. So I'm gonna send that over to you.
All right, so we do have ground confirmation from Roten, Texas. That's good. I'm actually surprised that we have any storm chasers out there. Maybe it was a local or somebody there, but yeah, having a ground confirmation of that would be great, especially because, man, that signature looked really, really nasty. I'm surprised if it was only a weak tornado. That's was a really powerful rotating part of that storm for sure. Thank you, Carly. All right, so I can take a look at what she's sending here. I don't know if I can show this. This is from Falcon Storm Chasing. Oh, I don't know if I can listen to it either. Ah, I see. Okay, so yeah, this definitely did produce a tornado. These guys are pretty far away from it, but there was definitely a tornado on the ground with this, and that's why we got that confirmed warning. These storm chasers probably sent in a report of that. So yeah, there was a tornado associated with that very powerful velocity signature that we saw just a few minutes ago when it looked something like this. So yeah, you don't often see a signature that looks like this without a tornado associated with it. I can tell you that for sure. So very impressive storm. Again, please be taking shelter in Hamlin, Texas. Out in front of this, and be thinking about taking shelter closer to Anson, Texas, in the center of Jones County, if you know anybody there. Hopefully this rotation does not last that long. It looks like it's being wrapped in rain, so I hope it loses strength there. Another look down here towards Winchell and Mercury. I think that the area of rotation that prompted this tornado warning, it looked like that. There between Rockwood and Winchell. To the south of Brownwood, Texas. When the storm looked like this, it definitely was tornadic for a brief moment, but I think that area has since vanished, and we are not seeing any organized rotation with this storm at the moment. I think our next area of concern would be any new circulation that might develop down south here, right over Mercury. So if we see that handoff occur to the southeast, and the new area of rotation develop right in this part of the storm, that will be our next area of concern. So I'll be sure to watch that closely for that storm. Again, that's northeastern McCulloch County, the southeastern part of Coleman County there, and right on the county borders here, 4 counties, San Saba, and also southwest Brown County.
Andy, I'm sending you over another image here, tornado touchdown just northwest of Hamilton, Texas. We're just now kind of starting to get the imagery a little bit that's coming out from some of these warnings that you were calling out early, the strong rotation signatures and things. So it's nice to have a visual to kind of put with it too. And these are on Twitter. If we can't share them on here, then I'll retweet them, or Andy will something. They're on Twitter though, but we're finally just now getting kind of the visual confirmation of what Andy has been seeing for several minutes now.
Yeah, definitely. I went ahead and retweeted that actually. So I'll share I'll share the link to my Twitter in the chat, so you guys can pick out this whenever you hear it. You'll see my message in chat, so you guys can go there, follow along. I'll retweet any stark imagery like this from Adam Kuker, who has captured this tornado to the northwest of Hamlin. So I went ahead and retweeted that. You guys can see what we're talking about with that storm in particular. Want to make sure that we honor storm chasers and their footage there. So that's incredible stuff. Go ahead and take a look at that. That is exactly what I thought could be occurring with that storm. So definitely an amazing confirmation of something that looked incredible on radar for and it still does look pretty intense here. This area of rotation is still really concerning as it approaches Hamlin. So that's your tornado that occurred there in that tweet. You can find it on my Twitter right there, linked in the chat. Thank you, Carly, for sending that along. Incredible look at that storm. Okay, let's check back in on our Beaver storm on radar. Haven't heard anything from our chasers. No updates from the chasers right now. So here's a look at what it looks like now as it passes over Beaver. They are going through one heck of a hailstorm, baseball-size hail reported several times with this storm. Back in here when it was closer to Turpin, Oklahoma, and now a 3-inch hail just to the west of Beaver. So you can see our supercell structure is kind of in here, just like this. I'll draw it out for you so you can see that. So our hook is back in here, and it's approaching Beaver quite rapidly from the west. So there's Storm Chaser Nick Gorman. Let me see what he's got to say. If I can get through to him. Yeah, go ahead, Nick. All right, Storm Chaser Nick Gorman coming through. Again, he's chasing the storm near Beaver. So let's see what he has to say if his service allows for something to come through there. Thank you, Dennis, for the support. Appreciate that. That cell impacts Stamford, the one in Stonewall County, Texas. Yes, it will get pretty close to Stamford. Please let people know in that area. For sure, they need to be aware. Thank you, Heather. Yes, that's exactly what's happening. Apologize for the coughing. So this is the latest look. Again, a little bit hard to see what's going on in this storm from radar. What's happening here is we're scanning from Dodge City. So the radar is coming this direction, scanning the storm this direction here. So it's coming through a bunch of this hail that you see in pink. That's right over the town of Beaver, and it's distorting all the data.
New information, this tornado warning has been upgraded.
So it's distorting all the data that's in the tornadic part of the storm down here, so we can't really see what's happening. Storm Chaser ground truth is very important here, but the storm definitely still is rotating in a broad sense. In this blue box that I'm drawing here, we can see rotation, but we can't tell exactly where a tornado would be because the hail is distorting this imagery quite a bit. This is the unfortunate truth about radar holes. So if we look back at our storm in here, something suspicious may be ongoing with any parts of this line. We need to keep a close eye out just in case. And we have a bunch of severe thunderstorm warnings that are going due north, just like this. These are left split supercells, so you can see their hail cores are moving to the north, just like that, if I play back that loop. These are non-tornadic supercells for the most part. These are going to pose a very large hail threat for Sublette and Copeland here in Kansas. I believe these are warned for golf ball size hail, maybe up to tennis ball size hail at the moment. And then you're still going to have these damaging wind storms that are coming through with this line back to the west. This line of storms can also produce spin-up tornadoes. When this gets closer to the Dodge City radar, I think we might have a good look at some spin-up tornadoes as they occur with this line, if they are in fact occurring. So we have to be pretty close to a radar site to see spin-up tornadoes quite frequently like that, because they're very hard to spot well above the surface where they don't make a difference on radar. They're very close to the ground. So that confirmed warning that came through was an update to what we were observing there. The tornado that is on my Twitter right now, I retweeted it. We have this southern part of the warning, including Hamlin, Texas, has been upgraded to a confirmed tornado, which is definitely true, and we've been knowing about that. So hopefully we could, hopefully that's another stimulus to get people to take shelter here if they receive another warning on their phones. And please be thinking out ahead of this towards Anson in Jones County. Please be thinking about taking shelter. Y'all watch out if the storm continues to be tornadic as it passes to the east-southeast.
Hey, Andy, tornado on the ground,
Okay.
just to my north. Tornado
All right.
on the ground, just to my north.
So Chris and
It is
Riley,
not fully condensed, but it is on the ground.
Chris and Riley are talking to me about a tornado on the ground. See if we can get anybody's feed working. There's Riley's feed. This is Riley showing us a tornado on the ground right now. Via Chris's word, we have Riley's live feed of this. So there's that funnel right in the center there. Go ahead, Carly.
I'd sent you another video in the stream text. Again, I'm not sure if we can show this one. There are a lot of chasers on these storms. So some of the ways we're trying to get information, of course, is not only through our own chasers, the visuals on these storms, but of course we have the storms in Hamilton, Texas as well that I'm trying to keep an eye on. Unfortunately, some of these counties don't have comms. The Texas storm is a perfect example of that. So without radio feeds, we really rely on the sort of online pictures and things that are sent in. So just letting you know, I sent that to you, Andy, But yeah, that's all I have so far. I'll keep my ears open for you.
Appreciate that, Carly. Thank you, thank you. I'm trying to refresh our other chaser feeds just in case we have another look at what's occurring here, so I can get Nick's and Chris's feeds back up. But I think we're watching from Riley's feed here. What was that confirmed tornado report from Chris? You can see Chris's look at this storm. He is much further away from it. Riley's kind of here in underneath parts of the storm. So we can see Chris's feed currently driving. Whoa. Flipping upside down. Or he's going to look out the window now. So he's confirming a tornado on the ground from pretty far away. He might have been able to see some ground circulation, but look at that. Look at that storm. Man, look at that lowering right in there. Looks gnarly with the lighting. Makes it look really gruesome. So that's a look. This is a look again at Beaver County, Oklahoma, right as it passes over Beaver in the panhandle there in Oklahoma. So the storm is going just to the south is where this tornadic part of the storm is at the moment. Just to the south of Beaver is what this feature in the clouds is. That is exactly where that's located. So there you go, Chris, driving straight toward it from the south, looking north, right up whatever road this is, going to the north of Elmwood to Beaver. I don't know why it's not marked here. Highway 270. So this is Chris going north on Highway 270 in between Beaver and Elmwood, Oklahoma. Dang, that looks gnarly. Man, you could see some of the hail and heavy rain coming out of the left side of that. You can see that rain shaft right there off to the left. You can see some of the hail back behind the rotating part of the clouds because it's white. There you can see the light reflecting and refracting off of it, so it looks a little more white. That's where all that really heavy rain and hail in this part of the storm is, because there's definitely some hail in this this rear flank of the storm. So take a look at this. Nick is showing us some of the hail. You could see that there in the grass. Wow. I was like, what is he doing? Is he trying to show us a snake hole or something? No, he's actually showing us the hail that just passed through that area. So a lot of hail in the grass there. So
Andy, just
go ahead.
Sorry, 1 second. Just popping in real quick. I know that we're focusing on this storm in Oklahoma, but also just bringing your attention to, when you have time, that there is a tornado on the ground. There's visual confirmation on Twitter. I've sent it to you in Hamlin, Texas, on that tornado warned storm.
So we still have a tornado on the ground. Thank you, Carly, in that Hamlin, Texas storm. Perfect. Good to know. and you said you sent that? Okay, let me see. Okay, so that's as of 6:41 p.m. 2 minutes ago, 10 miles northwest of Hamlin, Texas. Okay, good to know. Got it. So that southern Stonewall County, Texas, is still is still producing a tornado. It looks much weaker. It looks almost like a landspout at the moment, which is a much weaker tornado that might not be connected to the rotating part of the storm. That's the difference between a landspout and an actual tornado. So if we take a quick look at that, that's this storm down here. Definitely convincing look on radar too. So this is that really tight rotation right in here. So very thin tornado, and it certainly looks the same way on the radar here. It's getting much closer to Hamlin, Texas. Pretty concerned about this town if it manages to stay on the ground at all. But here's the progression of that. So you can see the storm has been very consistent in maintaining this tornado. I think it may be about to be done, though, with this particular circulation. You can see it slowing down there. So you can see it's actually mostly stationary as of the last few minutes. It kind of stays in the same spot. And this hook echo part of the storm, this hook, is kind of getting pushed backwards. So it's, yeah, you see how it's disconnected from the storm now? It's kind of just like an appendage back here. Definitely a sign that it's done. So we'll have to watch it if any new areas of rotation will form out in front of it over here. Closer to this area of the storm. So this is that previous tornadic part of the storm. It's getting pushed backward, disconnecting from the rest of the storm. We call that an occlusion. So the storm is properly occluded and shedded its previous tornado or tornadic area. So we'll have to watch if this produces another tornado. It's a huge supercell now. The thing is huge. Look how large that thing is. Very wide too. So our new area of concern would be much closer to Hamlin. So these types of situations can be very dangerous because the old circulation will die off and we'll be like, oh, yay, the tornado's not on the ground anymore. And then suddenly, much closer to the town, we could see our new area of rotation develop. I remember that happened to Noble, Oklahoma last month. So I was able to call that out ahead of time before it actually dropped a tornado, but they did not have very much time to prepare for that one for sure. So we got to make sure we watch this one closely as it gets closer to Hamlin and eventually Corinth. This hiding behind the street sign there. Corinth, and I think Stamford will get in on the hail core of the supercell as it passes generally in this direction. Okay, brief look at any other storms down here. We still have this tornado warning near Winchell and Mercury. However, the storm has failed to organize any tight rotation that we previously saw with it. When it was back here near Winchell, you can see it very nicely. This was what prompted our tornado warning, and it immediately went away. And we have not seen this storm yet organize any tight rotation as it passes into this mostly rural area north of San Saba and Richland Springs. So this is good news. I bet this tornado warning will probably be allowed to expire, and we'll keep a close eye on the storm thereafter. Some large hail just passed to the south of San Angelo. Also some damaging winds. That's why we have these severe thunderstorm warnings. Looks like it's escaped to the south of the city and maybe dying off as it gets closer to Paint Rock. Some reports coming through there. All right.
Hey Andy, it's Chris. We're dropping back south to be able to get east, back in front of this absolute beast of a storm. However,
I'm
noticing a little bit of a base on a storm just south of us.
Okay. So that's Chris giving us an update. I'm going to very quickly check out our other locations of concern today. You can see that in northwest Missouri, those storms have mostly died off. And we haven't yet seen a severe thunderstorm warning in Iowa in the last hour or two. So these storms have mostly remained sub-severe in Iowa. All of our risk area today up here is for any damaging wind that occurs and any possible quarter to ping pong ball size hail in these storms up here, which hasn't really materialized, but these are producing some hail in isolated areas. So it looks like most of these have remained sub-severe, which is good news. And hopefully some much needed rain is getting to some of these locations from these storms. Okay, and then let's do one quick look into the southeast. Looks like most of the storms that were impacting the Mobile area and Baton Rouge that went through that hailstorm earlier have moved offshore, and now we're starting to refocus our area of concern to the peninsula of Florida, as there is a slight risk that goes all the way down through the slight risk does go all the way down through Florida, close to Miami. So it's going to be for these storms right here that are currently going to the north of Tampa. So these are going to be for wind and hail as they move through the Gulf and then back into the peninsula of Florida. We'll probably see a few severe thunderstorm warnings pop up, but definitely a little bit less of a concern today down here compared to our current tornadic storms. There we go. So that's our look at Florida right there. Let's go back to Beaver, our storm chasers. Still not hearing too much coming through from the chasers at the moment, but this storm definitely still looks concerning. You can see our chasers are right here, right all along the hook of this storm, and here's the shape of our supercell right in there. So our hook is down here. That's where our concern for anything tornadic would be. However, again, we can't really tell what's going on here. This is a bunch of garbled data. So we definitely need and are paying the most attention to ground truth from the storm chasers. Storm is getting out of the Beaver, Oklahoma area. Hopefully, everybody has been taking shelter there. And everybody should still be taking shelter out in Clear Lake. It's going to get pretty close to where the tornadic part of the storm is, which is right in here. Looks like it's passing just to the east, maybe a little bit of a south component on that as well. So it's going to be pretty close to Clear Lake, and eventually citizens of Slap Out, Texas, or Oklahoma rather, will be able to see this storm as well. So here's what we were talking about earlier. So about an hour ago, hour and a half, 2 hours ago in the stream at this point, I was talking about how the line of storms here are mesoscale convective systems. So here, this big old line of storms is going to catch up to these supercells, and they're going to merge together. So that's good and bad. It's good because it prevents, I think it decreases the strong tornado threat that's present with any of these storms as they are in supercellular form. However, it's bad because it also will re-strengthen this line of storms as it ingests all the spin of the supercells, all the rotating updrafts. It could provide the means for a couple of tornadoes to happen while they merge, and also it will it will essentially verify what we're concerned with and why we have this enhanced risk that is expected to move through pretty much all of Oklahoma, and also from these storms down here that will eventually move through Dallas-Fort Worth into the nighttime hours. So it looks like we're getting verification of that, essentially. So any other supercells here in the Oklahoma Panhandle? There is so much rain falling in all of these areas from these supercells. Man, that is a ton. I mean, they're all just chonkers, man. This one out in front is tornadic, and then we have these back here that may have some rotation trying to start up here, but I'm not sure this is a legitimate signature yet. We'll have to keep a close eye on that. We need some time to verify that. But I think for the most part, these are just giant wind bags back in here. Wind and hail bags. Just a bunch of rain falling back in here. We might see some flash flood warnings for areas like Flores and Turpin, the northern parts of these counties here, because we definitely have seen quite a bit of rain falling in those locations. All right, Storm Chaser feed's still working. They're trying to relocate on dirt roads here, this dirt road that's going east through Beaver County. Trying to keep up with this part of the storm here. I still haven't heard anything, but like Nick Gorman is right next to where this would drop a tornado. So his feed is right below my webcam. He's the first one right here. Out to his driver's side window is where this where this would be rotating, dropping a funnel and so forth. So I guess I'll see if he has anything in particular.
Hey, Andy, I don't see anything visually, and I'm looking right up into this, right where the velocity couplet is. Actually, I've noticed a new storm. Well, it's not a new storm, but a storm behind this actually does not look horrible in the way of velocity either. I'm going to stay with this one in the front for the time being. However, if the one behind it does try to produce, we're going to drop back to the west on that one. Watching a little sail to the south of me currently that may merge into this most frontward sail that may try to enhance it or kill it.
That's what Chris is thinking. Again, I'm not sure about the rotation signature that may be evident in this backstorm. I waited a scan here, and it definitely doesn't look as legitimate as I was waiting to see there. So I don't know if that is legit or not. I think the storm might just be a beast. You can see that new severe thunderstorm warning was just issued for everything in here. Basically, just everything in the Oklahoma Panhandle. So we'll have probably 1, 2, 3 severe thunderstorms move through Beaver. That's definitely grounds for a flash flood warning coming up, I bet. So hopefully we can avoid driving through flooded roads, especially any dirt roads would be quite dangerous. You'd definitely get your vehicle stuck in that. So thankfully our chasers are remaining south of these storms, and no storms have yet formed to the south to muddy any of the roads that they're going through. Thank you, Steve, for the support. I appreciate that. Thank you, guys. I don't want to focus on the monetary things here, but I really do appreciate anyone who's looking out for it. Why is the storm expected to go south, down south towards Oklahoma City? So you can see that this big line of storms right here has developed and pushed quite some ways since Colorado. These storms are going to merge with it, and also there is still a favorable environment for storm development in much of these areas. You can probably feel it's pretty muggy out today, so this line of storms is going to take advantage of that. It's going to be like, ooh, the best conditions are out here, and it's going to go gobble those up. So that means it's going to go through basically through Oklahoma City, through Tulsa, and all the way through Fort Smith, southeast Oklahoma, and towards Shreveport through the early morning hours. So there's a favorable environment in place. The storm is going to follow that favorable environment with all the moisture in place and the supportive wind profile. So that is why that is occurring.
Just popping in real quick, Andy. Still keeping my ears out for everything. No news as of yet, which is good news. So just letting you know, I am actively listening, looking through stuff on Twitter, and I don't see anything super pressing. So of course, I'll keep you updated.
Thank you, Carly. Much appreciated. Oh my goodness, yeah. So no news yet. That's good news. No news is good news for this. Ryan keeps trying to talk to me through the office chat, so I might keep that open just a little bit because he's being silly. He's being silly. Man, that Stonewall storm was ridiculous. So we still got oh, also, Carly, you can keep an eye on the Analyst Lab channel, too. I definitely am receiving good information from them. If you were already getting information from there, our analysts are doing a good job today.
Where is it? I'm sorry.
The Analyst Lab channel is right below the lobby there in the Discord.
Awesome, thank you.
Yeah, gotcha. Ooh, all right. Hope you're all doing well. We've been going for 3 hours just about now, and today's definitely proven eventful so far. We've seen what could have been a strong tornado in southwest Stonewall County in Texas. That still has a warning associated with it. That is still radar confirmed as it heads towards, I believe, Hamlin, Texas. Let me take another look at that. So this is the storm we're looking at. It's now past Hamlin, thankfully. That town's been spared. And what we see now is a very large hail core on this. So any tornado warning with this is definitely going to be allowed to expire. Here we are in northwest, north central Texas here to the north of Abilene. So the storm is definitely going to stay north of Abilene right now. It is also going to stay north of Anson, which is good news. I've been hoping that we could make people there aware of the storm as it gets closer to them. But now it definitely looks less tornadic in nature, which is great, because previously, if we watch this back, you can see it definitely had a very strong hook echo associated with it, and we had a tornado that was confirmed, produced. You can find a visual of that on my Twitter as well. So this is good news. We have not seen another tornado here near Hamlin yet, and it does not look like it will produce one as it stands right now. Thank you, Troy. Much appreciated. Yes, the Analyst Lab channel in the Discord. There are some very prominent individuals in Ryan's Discord server, and they have applied and passed a test written by yours truly, and I also judge their tests, and if they pass that test, which demonstrates their knowledge of weather, they become weather analysts, esteemed members of the server who are leaders and also public information relayers, if they so choose to devote their time to it. So that's the analyst. That's the analyst program in our server. It's definitely been very rewarding for quite a few people there, and has led to some really good connections. Thank you, John, for the support. How's Western Iowa looking? Everything in Western Iowa has remained sub-severe, meaning there's still strong storms there. Some of them may have some localized hail, but so far we haven't seen a severe thunderstorm warning in the last few hours in Iowa. I've got this radar site open, ready to look at it, but all of these storms here in Iowa that you can see have not had any severe thunderstorm warnings associated with them, so that's good news. We did see a shelf cloud sent in earlier. I forget where exactly, but it was in Western Iowa. Thank you, Diane. I appreciate that. Oh, I'm drinking plenty. Thank you. When am I releasing the study guide? I don't know about that one. I mean, you can take a look at the test there, and see how much you know. But I will warn you, it is pretty difficult.
I've looked at the test. I'm just letting y'all know. And if I passed an Andy test, I would personally feel accomplished. We're not just letting anybody in that channel, by the way. I wouldn't be in the channel. So I think it's a real accomplishment to pass Andy's test. Just throwing that out there.
Thank you, Carly. Yeah, I've spent a lot of time on that because we've also had like 550 applications for it. So like it is a popular program, and in there I actually tell the analysts to put it on their resume because it's definitely a very prominent thing. I think that should be on there. I'll push for it for sure. I think Detroit is fine today. I don't think there are any highlighted areas for severe weather over there. You should be all right. It was in Jefferson, right? Thank you. Yeah, so there it is, right there in,
Hey, Andy,
Greene
got
County.
another view of it now. I'm sorry I keep bugging in. Definitely another new wall cloud that has extended more further south now. That is growing in front of us right now.
All right, Chris giving us our next look at this storm in Beaver County, now in the eastern part of the county, closer to Clear Lake, which we've been talking about for a while now, eventually getting closer to Slap Out in Oklahoma Panhandle. Thank you, me, myself, and I. 2 inches of rain so far in a small town just north of Old Town, Maine. Oh, Old Town, Maine. Now, is that in the state of Maine, or is that actually a town in Texas, or where are we looking at? What does the Little Rock Pine Bluff area look like tonight, Brian? You're probably going to get woken up by a storm in the early morning hours at some point. We're definitely going to maintain this line of storms right here. You see it? It's in southwest Kansas, Oklahoma Panhandle. That is going to be responsible for waking you up. Isn't that incredible? If it does make it to the Little Rock area, which if we take a look at Radar Omega here, we can see that Carly is still on the screen. Sorry, Carly.
A little bit hazy, Andy, but I've got a pretty interesting view here right in front of me. A little bit of an extendage down towards the ground.
Okay. So, Chris, we're going to take a look at Chris's feed, but we can see right here that this enhanced risk extends all the way and does include Little Rock, even northwest Arkansas, Fayetteville, and Fort Smith. This is going to be from this line of storms that basically travels all the way down here. Through the entire early morning hours. So by the time it gets to you, the hope is that it should be mostly a damaging wind event. You'll see a shelf cloud if it's light enough outside. Definitely a shelf cloud would be approaching you in these areas with this line of storms. So it is just going to keep going. So 11 p.m. midnight for Oklahoma City, midnight probably, and a little bit after that for Tulsa, and just keep going probably into the early morning, maybe 3 a.m. or so for Little Rock, just about 2 to 4 a.m. or so. So the same is actually true for our friends down here in this part of the enhanced region for Dallas-Fort Worth all the way over to Shreveport. This line of storms is going to travel this direction as well and do the same thing into the early morning hours, probably just about the same time too. So that's why we have this huge enhanced risk you can see there on Radar Omega. And all the slight risk down here into Florida and the Bay Area is from this line of storms that's now traveling down the Florida Peninsula for wind and hail. So yeah, just a ton of storms today. So look at this map and find yourself on it if you're near Dallas, if you're near Shreveport, if you're near Little Rock, if you're along the Oklahoma-Arkansas border. Again, early morning hours for everybody here. And eventually, these storms will go into Jackson, Mississippi, parts of this area, and they will make it all the way to Mobile and so forth. And then we might have even more storm develop in the evening hours back behind that line of storms tomorrow. So I am also eyeing tomorrow for a stream. We're definitely nowhere close to done with today's stream. But I am also eyeing anything for tomorrow just in case that risk is upgraded in terms of tornadoes, because right now it's a very low-end tornado threat tomorrow for those areas. I can show you that outlook actually right now. Right now, this is a much lower end tornado threat. This is for tomorrow, but you can see there's still that enhanced risk for all of these areas, including Little Rock, once again, for storms that redevelop back in here in the afternoon and the evening and move through these same areas once again. So it's going to be a very, very stormy period for all of our friends in this region, essentially, and for all of our friends that are getting the storms from this area today. Very stormy period. Oh,
Andy, I just want to pop in for a second, give you a little bit of a breather. I'm watching the chat actively, and I know that a lot of you guys are rightfully so concerned about your own areas if you're in any of these risk areas. And I know that it's pretty expansive. Like Andy said, it's 15 plus million people under a lot of these risks today. I know that a lot of you in chat are concerned about your areas. And Andy will absolutely get to those as soon as he can. It's never intentionally ignored. But if you watch the streams, be it Andy's stream or Ryan's stream, at some point they will go over the forecast for the next day. So if we're not able to cover your area immediately, then just be patient. You know, Andy will get to it at some point. We'll end up covering the forecast for your area if you're in, one of these at-risk areas, or the forecast for tomorrow. So just throwing that out there. I know a lot of you are concerned, and we do understand that. But just try to be a little patient if possible about your own specific area. And that's all.
thank you, Carly. Yeah,
Mhm.
I do the best I can to answer all of the questions that come through about their locations. Yeah, I don't know, Carly, if you've ever watched my stream since I've started. You know that's exactly why you're talking about that. You definitely know what it's like to see 50
Yes.
people asking about it. So
And
thank you.
most people are always so understanding of that. But I just, for anybody who is concerned, we do see it. And of course, we would love to get to every single person immediately as soon as they ask. But, just being one person covering something, essentially half of the country on radar is certainly not an easy job. So just want to point out that we will get to you as soon as we can. And there will be a forecast, for later tonight and tomorrow if you're concerned about your area. So, but like I said, most everybody is pretty great about understanding that.
Indeed. Thank you, Carly. So while I have seen, or while I've been given that break, I've been taking a peek at the radar, showing you guys kind of what I do without speaking, which is good. And earlier, I did say that as these storms get closer to the Dodge City radar, which is right over here in that blue circle, we would start to be able to pick out spin-up tornadoes if they do occur. And I think this area right here near Setanta, and approaching Sublet there in Haskell County in southwest Kansas. I think this is an area of spin that may lead itself to a tornado warning if the National Weather Service agrees. Definitely a strong part of this storm. So we may see a tornado warning if this continues to be the case here. You can see it's that notch in the line that comes around just like this. I can even draw it in black so you can see it better. So you can see that line notches just in there, and that allows air to essentially flow in and spin up really quickly here right in the line. So that's gone right over Setanta at the moment. Probably not strong enough or tight enough to produce a tornado, but these are sort of those spin-up tornadoes that I'm looking for. So yeah, even if this doesn't produce a tornado, you can see it's still a very powerful part of the line. This dark blue right in here is just about 85-mile-an-hour wind gusts.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
Just about 85-mile-an-hour wind gusts are showing up in this part of the line, and the reason that's happening and this line of storms is gaining intensity is because, look, it's starting to merge with all those supercells. You see how it's kind of just meh back in here? This is about just about 30 minutes ago. Back here near Hugoton, it kind of didn't look that strong on radar. We were seeing some severe thunderstorm warnings issued for it, but now watch. It's starting to, we see the supercells popping up in front of it and starting to merge with the line. And there you go. Now it looks quite a bit more impressive. And we've got a bunch of hail associated with it as well. This is that storm essentially gaining intensity quite rapidly. So the line of storms, sorry, my voice cracked there. The line of storms is caught up to the supercells, and there we go. Now it's definitely looking a lot healthier, a lot more concerning, and definitely could produce some spin-up tornadoes here in southwest Kansas. So I will be watching this part of the line pretty closely, especially because we still have more supercells out in front that have yet to merge with the line as it approaches them quite quickly. Thank you, Noma,
Popping
for
in
the
real
support.
quick, Andy, just letting you know that I'm getting a report from Beaver County Fire from Brandy that they have a possible new touchdown on that beaver storm, and they are following it on the ground. So hopefully we'll hear something in the next few minutes to confirm that.
Okay. All right. Thank you, Carly. All right. So that new warning, has come through. It does include slap out. This is almost like a this is almost just like a it's this larger pink box here that's surrounding the previous one. So this warning kind of encompasses all of these storms out to the west. Any areas that may be rotating. Again, we're in a bit of a radar hole, so it's tough to get accurate velocity data. You can see where the hook of this storm out in front still is pretty prominent. We still got Riley out in front of it, as well as Nick Gorman and Chris Hall to the south of the storm down there. So I'm still watching their feeds, still having them show us the storm here. But now we have just basically a preventative tornado warning that includes all of the previous cells here to the west that are trailing behind this lead supercell. So this new warning also includes Beaver. So I would not be out of your safe spot in Beaver now. You got more heavy rain, hail, and also possible circulations like Carly was talking about from the Beaver Fire Department just rolling through the same areas. Again, I think this is going to lead to a flash flood warning because this is definitely some torrential rainfall occurring over the same areas in several rounds of it. So this is not a good situation now, for sure, in this part of the Oklahoma Panhandle where we're looking. So that's, yeah, this is definitely not good. Ooh, man, so that's that new warning. Yeah, basically, we can't see very many areas of legitimate rotation from our radar site here. Again, we're looking about a mile to a mile and a half above the surface into these storms. Can't really tell what's happening at the surface, and it just looks like a mess. So we just have a warning for everybody in front of these storms, and that's valid. You guys should definitely be taking shelter, even as far south as Elmwood here.
Good day, Andy. This is Chris. Watching this storm that is up in front, coming towards the town of Slapout. Visually, I'm looking at a cell merger. May have something try to after that cell merges. See how this acts, but this is one that we're going to have to watch really close over the next maybe 20-30 minutes, if that. Definitely still have a wall cloud on the front side of this as well. Give you a view of that in just a second.
Thank you, Chris. I agree. Actually, it does look like that cell that's going to merge with it is going to do so in a favorable way since it's coming out in front of the circulation. It's going to merge with it and then kind of be pulled back into it and start circulating quite a bit more. So I think this might be a constructive merger like you're thinking. So yeah, definitely keeping a very close eye on that as the storm comes from the south. Thank you, Chris. So that's Chris talking about this storm. So he's giving us a look at it. There
I've
it
got
is.
a current view of the wall cloud on the leading edge. There is a tail in front of this that is actually pulling this storm in. I don't know if you can see that as well, but this little tail right here is actually sucking this storm in. So we're going to watch and see how this does over the next little bit.
Yeah, this is definitely concerning. So here's what I'm talking about. So you can see the storm there. We're looking at this from Highway 270, just to the west of Slapout, north of Logan, in the Oklahoma Panhandle in Beaver County. So that's where we're at right now. This area of the storm that you see from Chris's feed is currently over Clear Lake. So this is over Clear Lake, Oklahoma, in eastern Beaver County. And so you see that right there, the tail clouds right out in front. That's from this storm that I'm going to show you on radar. So if you look right here, here's Chris Hall's location. Let me draw that in blue. Here's Chris Hall's location right here. Also Nick Gorman in the same spot. Their feeds are kind of cutting out a little bit, but Chris has definitely got a good feed for us. Here's that storm that I'm concerned about. This is a hefty shower, and it's existed for quite some time. You can watch it track to the northeast really quickly. It's not a supercell or anything, but look at how it's being pulled into the storm here. So it's traveling this direction, and it's going to merge with the storm just in this area. And I think the reason why this might be a constructive merger, which is what I said just a bit ago, is because the storm is going to get pulled into the supercell right here. And when it does that, it's actually going to wrap around just like this. So we're going to have extra mass here, a bunch of extra rain that gets pulled into the storm and then rotates back around it, and it might give
A
us
new tornado warning has been issued.
a pretty powerful area of circulation here. So I'm pretty concerned. This looks like a very good pattern for a little storm to interact favorably and produce a tornado with this leading supercell. So this is definitely something we have to watch really closely. You can already see as the storm approaches this area of increased wind speed right here near Slapout. So that's just off to Chris's northeast. So already the storm is producing a downdraft. So winds are funneling out of the storm and already
Hey,
being
Andy,
pulled in.
just actually looking out my window here, it is the cell that has come in from behind this current one in front. You can check out on the stream another new wall cloud on the backside of the current frontward cell. Actually, maybe trying to wrap around back here too. So there's multiple areas. We're gonna try to watch them all here.
I agree with that. So yeah, that's Chris giving us a live update. Let me see if he's actually looking at that right now. So yeah, he's trying to give you a good look at that. Look how low that is in there too. So not only are favorable mergers like this what we're watching happen right now, not only are they bad news for giving extra oomph and extra rotation, extra things to spin around in our main supercell, but what they also do is they act to cool the air just a little bit. And what that means is when there's rain-cooled air right in the storm's vicinity, it's going to get lower to the ground. So the clouds are going to condense, and you're going to see that wall cloud much closer to the ground, which means it's much easier for the storm to produce a tornado. As it's closer to the ground, doesn't have much air to go through to spin up a tornado and connect to the cloud. Yes, thankfully this is mostly rural, almost completely rural, which is what we hope continues to be the case. But yeah, this is pretty concerning. I think if everything, essentially where we're at right now is if everything goes wrong or just like exactly right, but in the way we don't want it to go, this could produce a strong tornado. So that's kind of the case that we're looking at right now. So very interesting situation developing. I am pretty concerned about this. You can already start to see these two areas of winds getting much closer together on that most recent scan. So look at how the storm begins to interact. You see this pocket of pretty damaging, pretty high winds up there in the storm, and it's starting to get sucked into the main circulation right in here. So we're gonna see something possibly very dramatic right in this area in the next few minutes. Very interesting. Very interesting thing to watch develop live. This is likely a spin-up tornado as well, just to the north of Sublet in Kansas. So this may be warned here in Haskell County. This is also in a very rural area, just off to the east of Highway 83 here. So I think this is definitely a spin-up tornado that's occurred on this most recent frame. So you can see quite tight rotation right in here. Would not be surprised if this was warned, or if it wasn't warned because it happened so quickly. It might just already be said and done with in a couple minutes from now. These are very brief tornadoes usually. So this wall of wind and heavy rain is about to get to Garden City, right on the north side of it here in Kansas, and very heavy rain and possibly wind-driven hail is now occurring all the way down south to the east of Liberal. Man, look at the way the storm looks. We just got this arc of supercells down here, and then this line that's giving us spin-up tornadoes up here. Man, that is ridiculous looking. Okay. So every frame of data is very important here. We're very much paying close attention to this storm, and depending on how it interacts, I think we might start to hear a lot of words from our chasers right there, right in this area. So very interested to see the next frame of data. from this storm in particular. So we got our next frame of reflectivity. Don't see anything there in particular, but the velocity data is what's going to be very much telling. So we also had that new warning come through for McCulloch County in Texas. That's going to be our southern storm, a very large supercell that's down here. And that does include Brady now, so you can see this area of rotation that's ramped up. Probably legitimate here in the hook of the storm. So let's watch how this storm in particular is developed. I think it's become the dominant supercell very quickly. So here was our previous tornado warned storm near Winchell and Mercury. That has since lost a lot of intensity here. Still got a little bit of hail with it, but is no longer severe warned. And then we've had this one from the west build in quite rapidly here. And we can watch that rotation come together here. So yeah, this is definitely a rotating part of the storm. We have a couple of frames of data to back that up there, just northeast of Salt Gap. So this is currently warned. Looks like it's already trying to become stationary. It's not moving very quickly here. But if you are in Brady, Texas, and Rochelle, Texas here, Placid, please be taking shelter as this tornadic supercell approaches you. Thankfully, it's moving pretty slow, so you have a lot of time to prepare for this storm. Depending on what it does, it might try to cycle a few times. But it does look like it'll remain tornadic for just a bit here, so please consider taking shelter here in McCulloch County in Texas. Another
Andy,
look. Go ahead, Carly. Go ahead.
I'm sorry. I just wanted to pop in and let you know that, again, I don't have any news yet, but of course, we're listening very closely behind the scenes. I'm also keeping my eyes peeled on Twitter just to have any visual confirmation of what you're talking about with these tornadoes and low rings right now, as they are starting to look pretty dangerous. And I did see a great question in the chat from Holly. Holly, thank you so much for that. I wrote this down to ask Andy later when it's not so intense, because it's a great question about spin-up tornadoes.
He's just
And
focused on
that's all
driving
I
right now,
have
so I
for
wanted
now.
to give you a quick update from our current position. There is definitely multiple areas of rotation. The eastward-most rotation is definitely the strongest. There's now producing a fairly large funnel, and it does look like it could easily get rain-wrapped at any point, if it is not already rain-wrapped.
Okay, that was Caleb, whose feed I don't actually have up, but he's also communicating news to me through Zello. Thank you, Caleb, for coming through. Actually, let me say that. Appreciate that, Caleb. Thanks for the update. All right, so we had Caleb coming through, talking about that storm again. He's also up there near Beaver, I believe, in Oklahoma, in the Panhandle. So, so let me quickly go over this storm since we've been covering it for a while, and then I'll answer Holly's question. Thanks for passing that along, Carly. Much appreciated. So this storm in Jones County now has exited Hamlin area. We had a couple of tornado reports here. Back in here, these pink icons, you can see they're very small. But back in here, this storm produced a couple of tornadoes and definitely looked very intense for some time. Since then, it has not regained any tornadic indices here. It does not look tornadic at all as it approaches Avoca Looters. It's gone to the north of Anson. But you can see previously this was a tornado warned storm. It definitely still has some strong inflow into it, or really maybe even outflow here. I think this is actually outflow from the storm. So still a very powerful storm with strong winds, but I think this is remaining non-tornadic for now as it eventually approaches Albany here in Texas in Shackelford County. So this storm should, again, stay well to the north of Abilene for anyone who's over there. We also have a severe thunderstorm warning approaching San Angelo here in Tom Green County from the southwest. We already had some hail go through the southern part of the city there, probably outside of most of the populated areas, but it does look like this storm is on a crash course for San Angelo and may drop some hail through downtown. So that's for our friends down there. Again, please be taking shelter in McCulloch County here in Brady. It does look like the storm is kind of being pulled back to the northwest by some storms behind it. It's remained mostly stationary, but may have another couple attempts at producing a tornado. Our first area of rotation was back in here. We're also going to get a new tornado warning in Oklahoma.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
So our previous rotation was back in here near Salt Gap. It's remained stationary here in McCulloch County in Texas. I think we may see a new area of rotation develop in this part of the storm out in front of it. So we might have several cycles and possible tornadoes that occur here northwest of Brady, especially with that newest frame of data. You can see definitely something is starting up here to the north and west of the town. So please be taking shelter in Brady. Let them know if you know anybody in Brady, Texas. Okay, now let's go back up to Oklahoma. That new warning is an extension into some new counties. And then I'm going to answer the question here. Just give me a second because we have a new warning coming through. Look at that. Look at that huge area of winds here as this storm merger occurs. So there it goes right into our lead supercell. Looks like it's just now starting to interact with the forward flank up here, and then some of the winds that are from the storm are going to be pushed back into the hook. If they wrap around here and they become co-located with the hook of the storm here, and they intensify the rotation, we definitely will see another attempt at a tornado. The only problem with this is when this happens, it can become very quickly rain wrapped. So we might have a rain wrapped tornado here. And out in front of it, Laverne and May in Oklahoma are now under a tornado warning here. Northern Ellis County and southwest Harper County. There's the extension of that warning for this lead supercell here in northwest Oklahoma. Okay. Thank you, D, for the support, by the way. I saw that. I appreciate it, D. Much appreciated. Now let me get to Holly. The definition of a spin-up tornado. So if I didn't just get some garbled data here, this kind of just all got garbled. There we go. So back here, when we were looking at this line of the storm, a spin-up tornado happens in a non-supercellular storm. So this line here is not a supercell. This is just a line of storms, essentially. So we have powerful winds driving it forward, just like this in this direction from the back. So these winds are driving the storm forward, and winds out in front of the storm are mostly oriented like this from the south. So winds are mostly going this direction. When the storm meets up, these southerly winds can get sort of wrapped up into parts of the line of the storm here. And when they get wrapped up like this, they can very quickly rotate. They can very quickly spin up a tornado. So that's more than likely what's happened here north of Sublet for a very brief moment. But on the next frame of data, we can see that this radar is actually become quite contaminated. So all of this data is kind of gotten corrupted here. Unfortunately, this happens quite often when the radar has to pass through some very intense storms and a wall of wind, essentially. All this data kind of just gets... it kind of just becomes useless. Velocity data is quite sensitive, unfortunately, so that's what we're seeing right here. And I believe this leading severe thunderstorm warning is destructive now. So here entering the west part of Dodge City here, areas west of Dodge City, this severe thunderstorm warning is for 80-mile-an-hour winds now. So there you go. Just like I mentioned, once this line of storms begins to interact with all these supercells, it's going to intensify very rapidly. We've seen that happen immediately, and now we have a destructive severe thunderstorm warning for 80-mile-an-hour winds. For this entire box here, this entire leading box is the upper end severe thunderstorm warning. And what this is going to do is, once it is extended to Dodge City, areas in Dodge City in southwest Kansas, that will cause the tornado sirens to go off. So you will hear tornado sirens in Dodge City for a destructive severe thunderstorm warning. I just want to let you know that ahead of time. You'll also hear them in these small towns, Meade, Kansas, Ensign, Montezuma, and Cimarron. There we go. Got it. Cimarron. So if there is a tornado warning, that's for any spin-up tornadoes that happen very quickly, when any winds get ingested and spin up like that, as I mentioned to Holly. Regardless of those warnings or not, if we have this destructive severe thunderstorm warning in place, there will be tornado sirens for that in Dodge City. So be please be prepared for that. You can let people know in Dodge City if anyone has storm anxiety in this area in southwest Kansas and they hear those sirens and they're like, oh my gosh, what's going to happen? You can let them know that that is actually going to be because there's very powerful winds associated with this line of storms that's approaching them from the west.
Andy, sending over something from Jeff Piotrowski on the feed, just so you know.
Okay, appreciate that, Carly. Thanks for letting me know. Also, if you have anything else
Hey,
to
and
say,
just a quick
I'd appreciate.
update. We are bailing on the storm.
I got a storm
headed
chaser.
towards the cell to the south.
Okay, that's Nick Gorman coming in. He's bailing to the storm to the south. Interesting. Okay, so I wonder why. It's probably that's probably the reason that Nick is bailing on the storm is because it's becoming rain wrapped very quickly. As I mentioned, when we get those storm mergers, it tends to make everything shrouded in rain. So if there is a tornado ongoing in this, it would be extremely dangerous to chase. So that's probably the reason why Nick is going to go to this storm to the south, which has exhibited rotation for quite some time from very far aloft, very far up in the storm. But I don't think it's ever been super impressive. We haven't seen any tornado warnings with it. Oh, okay. Well, now it looks much more impressive, for sure. This is the most impressive it's looked this entire time, so I am pretty interested in this storm now. Definitely has rotation. I remember looking at this earlier and seeing that, it's not really rotating that much in the lower levels. But we are pretty far away from a radar site, so that might be why we're starting to see rotation, quite powerful rotation, I would say, here east of Canadian, Texas. So this is a storm that would go generally towards Arnett, Harmon, and possibly pretty close to the southern side of Woodward here. So Woodward, you are going to get in on some storms, whether it's this one down here or this northern, just complex of storms. Woodward is next in line for a bunch of storms here in northwest Oklahoma. Okay, so Nick Gorman is going to bail to the south and see what this supercell out in front of all these storms, the lead supercell, a discrete one rather, what this one is doing. He's going to give us some ground confirmation because this is not currently tornado warned. So we'll see what happens there. I appreciate him letting me know that. Okay. So now let me get to some contributions here. Thank you guys. Much appreciated. Hopefully that did answer your question earlier, Holly. Thank you, Amelia. Thank you, Nora. Provide a level of education on weather that's not often found. You and Carly do amazing work. Thank you. I appreciate that. Carly definitely appreciates that. Yeah. Thank you so much for the kind words, Nora. Eric, I was so glad you have me to talk to you about naders. Well, I was hoping we wouldn't have many naders to talk about today, but we've definitely had an active bout of weather so far, for sure. Judy, thank you for the support as well from Alva. Hopefully you stay safe there in all parts of Oklahoma. Much appreciated, y'all. You're in Salina. Appreciate that. Feedback on the pronunciation. And I explain why the destructive severe thunderstorm warning, because some people don't know. That's just so the National Weather Service has tiers of severe thunderstorm warnings. If it looks like the storm is going to have more powerful winds, then they'll issue a higher tier warning. The destructive severe thunderstorm warning is the highest tier that they issue, and more often than not,
New information, this tornado warning
as of recently,
has been upgraded.
that has also led to, that's a very powerful storm. It's for 80-mile-an-hour winds when you get those destructive warnings. That's like a weak tornado, so they're going to sound the sirens for that. So that's kind of where we've landed recently, and I think it's a really good development from the National Weather Service, and also one that communicates well with the emergency management services and so forth. So definitely a good thing. Thanks for asking that question. Okay, so we did have a confirmation on that Beaver, Oklahoma storm. Again, I think this is rain wrapped now, but yeah, there's a very good reason this is a dangerous and tornado warned storm. So we have a confirmation on that. Not sure.
It's Chris. I just saw that
This one,
tornado
okay.
warning when observed. I do not have a visual. It is either rain wrapped or it is hail wrapped, and I do not mean that in a
Okay.
joking way. Like it very well maybe hail wrapped completely.
Thanks, Chris. Yeah, that was a broadcast media confirmed warning, so that's why that's come through. So broadcast media is somewhere in that mess, maybe a little bit closer than you are. I wouldn't recommend getting closer than you are, though, for sure. So I agree. We were definitely planning on that circulation to become rain or hail wrapped when the merger completed. That almost always leads to those high precipitation tornadoes. So please stay safe. That was
Knock on wood, Andy. Slap out was not big at all. There was a gas station and I think 3 homes, but still, those 3 people I really need to take shelter. This storm absolutely means business.
So that was that was Chris Hall there coming through. So yeah, he's right next to that confirmed tornado again from broadcast media. So probably News 9 or whoever is on site for this. Man, that's wild for sure. Excuse me. Okay, so that's the latest update on that storm there. Confirmed tornado warning. Again, that does include slap out. That area of rotation is just past slap out now, and it looks like it's going to go just south of Laverne. So please be taking shelter in Laverne in Oklahoma here. Now in northwest Oklahoma, this is headed towards May and down the line towards Fort Supply and eventually Woodward. I know Woodward's very populated in this area along Highway 183, so please go ahead and let people know ahead of time in that area. They're not under a tornado warning yet, so they may have not received a single bit of information about this storm that's coming towards them as it stands. So if you know somebody in Woodward, very, very good idea to go ahead and tell them ahead of time that they have a dangerous tornado warned storm, confirmed tornado headed in their general direction. And it's probably about 45 minutes to an hour away. All right. So they got to be ready ahead of time. They've got plenty of time to prepare now if you tell them now. Yeah, I've seen a couple of hail-wrapped tornadoes recently this year. Seems to be the theme this year so far. So those are definitely very dangerous. We have some pockets of extremely, this is some extremely fast winds here. Just the west of Dodge City. Excuse me. Just west of Dodge City, just west of Cimarron here in southwest Kansas. If you see this this dark blue right here, south of Charleston, this is a pocket of 95-mile-an-hour winds. Okay, so this is a very dangerous storm. Again, they're probably going to sound the sirens for when this warning gets expanded to the east and includes Dodge City and Kansas. They will probably sound the tornado sirens, and this is a very good reason why, because we have some very damaging winds showing up in this line. And this is also co-located with hail. So 90-mile-an-hour wind-driven hail might be happening right here south of Highway 50. To the west of Dodge City. So that is not a storm you want to be outside in whatsoever. Please do not be outside in that, and please prepare in Dodge City. It is a powerful windstorm. That could also have, brief spin-up tornadoes. Those might be the least of your concern.
Popping in, Andy. I know some people in chat. I'm actively watching the chat as well. Riley's feed is really incredible right now. And on top of that, just to let you guys know, if you aren't hearing from me, that means there is not any, breaking news that's really urgent. So it's a good thing. I don't have any updates for you guys. I'm very actively listening and watching all the feeds. So just keep that in mind. There are no updates. It's a good thing. But yeah, that's it, Andy.
Appreciate that, Carly. Here's Riley's feed right now. The storm is rapidly encroaching on their location, so they're not going to be in this spot for much longer. But yeah, you can see the dust that this thing is kicking up in front. You can kind of see how there's less contrast at the surface here, and a little bit more right below the cloud. You can kind of see into it. So you can see the winds at the surface right in front of this. That outflow, that gust front that it has are extremely powerful, whipping up dust and probably loose dirt here all over the place here as it enters Harper County and gets very close to Laverne in Oklahoma. So this is Riley and some of the crew in the Y'all Squad who are actually going to later tonight be helping out in Perryton, Texas, which was just impacted by that EF3 tornado the other day. So this is actually them. They're getting ready to they're getting prepared to deliver the goods here. Essentially, we don't actually have everything in place yet, which is why they're able to storm chase right now, and they're totally fine in doing so. But once all of the supplies are accounted for and in place, then this crew right here in this car will be delivering them directly on to Perryton. So that was a look at Riley's feed. They're definitely going to have to relocate very soon here, as Chris is. And then we also have Nick Gorman. I don't know if he fully decided to go to the Southern Storm. It doesn't look too healthy, but I'm not sure where Nick Gorman actually is right now. I think his location is updated. But previously, he said he was going to go to the Southern Storm. I'm not so sure after this warning did get confirmed by broadcast media that he would do that. So he's probably still chasing this Harper County storm here in Oklahoma. So thanks for pointing that out. Looks like Riley's pointing his car completely in the opposite direction. You can actually see the clouds from the the lowering part of the storm are starting to overtake him right over top. So he has to get out of there pretty soon, I think. He's just south of the Hook Echo here. Right now we can't see anything about this storm. It's very very broad, very fast winds. This is all inflow into the storm too, so these winds are going this direction, and that basically means it's all going into the storm at the moment. So very strong winds are being funneled into the storm, and then we kind of saw the outflow out in front of it here that was kicking up a bunch of dust. So one county away now from Dodge City, probably getting in on this probable destructive severe thunderstorm warning. Please prepare for that. Prepare to hear the tornado sirens in your area in Dodge City, and definitely deal with a very powerful storm that's moving through. This whole pocket of dark blue is 80-mile-an-hour winds showing up on the radar, just a little bit above the surface, but a very, very powerful storm is just off to your west. All right, let's go look at Texas, see what our Texas storms are doing right now. Haven't heard any upgrades or confirmations down here, but the storm has still remained very slowly moving to the north and west of Brady. Seems like that's been the case so far. It has not moved too much since we last looked at it, and it's also not really got an area of very tight rotation associated with it. It has a nice presence on radar here in McCulloch County in Texas. So you can see our supercell really nicely in that shape right in there on the left side of your screen. But it is so far failing to have any sort of tight rotation. You're still in a tornado warning here in Brady, in Texas, and Rochelle as well, so please take shelter. It's a good idea to practice it even if this storm doesn't end up doing anything close to your area. It's a great idea to know what to do. So that's basically the heart of Texas right there in McCulloch County, right in the center of the state.
Hey Andy, it's Chris. We're back in position for the time being. We're probably going to blast out. But let me tell you, dude, the structure on this storm is absolutely mind-blowing. You really would have to be out here just to see it.
All right, so yeah, we saw a little bit of the structure that Chris is talking about from Riley's perspective. Oh, man.
Okay, and just a quick update. I changed my mind, and I am staying on this northern storm as of now. Also, I'm having issues connecting to the RTMP server, so I don't know who to talk to about that.
All right, so Nick's feed is down right now. Usually we would have Riley to talk to, so I don't have a solution for that, unfortunately. So Nick doesn't have a feed going, I assume, since he's not connected to the server. So he's remained frozen for a while now. Oh, that's unfortunate. I wish I could help, but yeah, I don't have that is not my area of expertise. That's definitely Riley, who is also storm chasing right now. I don't know if he could have a mobile fix or not. But Nick is unable to stream at the moment, but he did decide to stay with that northern storm once it went confirmed. So yeah, that is exactly what I thought you would do. So now we're looking near Albany, Texas here. All the storms now are east of Abilene. I think they will remain east of Abilene, Texas. I think you guys are good if you're in Abilene. We got that severe thunderstorm approaching San Angelo. It looks like it might have died off just a little bit, thankfully. So hopefully no hail falls in the city down there. But this one up here near Albany has this very strong outflow boundary with it. Take a look at this. So you see this line out in front here? That is literally a wall of wind that this storm is pushing forward here. Even if it's not raining where this is happening, very strong winds are driving this forward. So if you were standing right here on Highway 180 west of Albany, you would just be blown over by this gust front once it gets to you. Would be very powerful. So strong winds are going to move through, whether it's going to rain or not, generally in the direction of Albany, Texas, here in Shackelford County. Doesn't look like any other storms have managed to become tornadic either. We've seen a couple of them here in central Texas do that, so I'm making sure I'm paying close attention to this area. In fact, we're going to open another radar site and bring it to the Frederick radar just so we can stay on top of what's going on down there, because there are a couple of storms now that are filling in and are in the area of Vernon, Texas, west of Wichita Falls. So let's see what these storms are doing from a radar that's closer to them. So I don't see anything super concerning yet, but we definitely have a nicely developed supercell near Lockett there in Texas. So this is going to be a part of the complex here, southwest Oklahoma, all the way through central Texas, and this is going to pass to the east through the Dallas-Fort Worth metro with time. We'll see how far south these storms get, whether they make it all the way to Georgetown, Round Rock, and Austin. Not sure about that yet, but they shouldn't be much further south than that if they actually do reach those areas. You guys might just have a good light show to your north later tonight with the storms that pass through this area generally, and also through Dallas-Fort Worth. So that's what it's looking like for our friends down there. Want to make sure I'm keeping you guys in the loop here as we get into the evening hours, when it's expected for these storms to kind of fill in and turn into a damaging wind threat that moves through the DFW metro, and also these ones up here that will move through most of Oklahoma, including Tulsa and OKC. That's the latest look at the development of those storms. Since we've been streaming the tornado threat associated with these storms initially as they popped up and matured, we still have the entire damaging wind event ahead of us, essentially. It feels like we've been on forever already, but look at this. It feels like we've been on for a long time already, but look at this on Radar Omega. This is where we're at now. And this is the direction these storms are moving through the early morning hours. These two complexes of storms, essentially. We haven't even gotten through 80% of the area yet. And it feels like we just started. This is absolutely wild.
Andy, I was gonna say this. I don't know if it's the storms are just moving a little bit slower, but I feel the same. Like if it feels like they've not moved very much since we've started this, and I don't know.
Yeah, Carly. I mean, I guess the reason it feels like that is just because we expected to, see a few tornadic storms if these supercells did develop, especially the ones here in the Oklahoma Panhandle and also down in central Texas. So we wanted to plan to stream those and make sure we included those, because those could be sort of the main event to the audience. But for everybody who is in population centers and less of these rural areas but more in the population centers, they're going to have the damaging wind threat for as it moves through for hours and hours tonight. Essentially what happens here is the enhanced risk today kind of just goes into the enhanced risk tomorrow. And it's because the atmosphere remains unstable enough the entire day and through the early morning hours to promote strong storms as these lines of storms just move through. So literally, it's almost summer. The temperatures are really, really high out here, even through the nighttime hours. There's plenty of moisture, and there's winds in the atmosphere to drive them forward. That's why we basically just see a continued damaging wind threat for 24 hours, essentially, which is wild.
Andy, I'm going to come back to, I was going to talk about the wind threat again later for Eastern Texas and parts of Louisiana who are experiencing power outages. I'll talk about that later. I'm seeing a lot of people in chat talk about the Laverne storm again and possibly debris, so I'll just have you go back over to there.
Thank you, Carly. I was actually just looking at that same thing. Appreciate it. I do read the chat. Thank you, guys. So they're talking about what could be debris. So we'll go ahead and look at the correlation coefficient. There's not debris there. So there's absolutely zero way to tell from this radar site or any site because we don't have a closer one. This is not going to be any debris. No tornado debris signature is evident right now. What you're looking at, to educate those in chat who are saying that there is one, is you are looking at this part of the storm. I'll draw it in black. The radar is up here from Dodge City that we're scanning, and we're moving through this part of the storm right here. So you see this? This is hail. And when the radar scans through hail, everything that happens afterward, everything that it scans afterward, is essentially garbled in our correlation coefficient product. That is not real data that we can really look at. So we call this non-uniform beam filling. So literally, it's hitting hail and going all sorts of different directions. So it's not giving us an actual look at what's happening, and thus we can't confirm a debris signature at all with this storm as it goes over Laverne. And the problem is we can't confirm it from another radar either because all of the other radars are further away from this storm than the one we're looking at. So it's going to be very, very difficult to actually see anything that happens, closer to the surface, a tornado that would, spin up some debris. We actually can't see that right now because all the radars are too far away or they're going through a bunch of hail. So yes, no debris signature that we can look at, no confirmation via radar of an ongoing tornado. Thank you for bringing that to my attention. Go ahead,
You're welcome.
Carly.
And on that note, then I'll just quickly talk about, you mentioned the wind threat for tonight, and since there's no other news, which is a good thing right now, I was just looking at the power outage map. And I noticed that in, Eastern Texas, extreme Eastern Texas, and then extreme Western Louisiana counties, Harrison County in Texas, there's 25,000+ people without power now. And same thing with the northwestern parishes of Louisiana, and that's where Shreveport is as well. So hopefully nobody is in these areas are going to experience too much wind damage later, but just to point that out. Not a good situation to be in without power during yet another severe weather threat.
Yeah, thank you, Carly. And that was that destructive warm storm that went. Yes. It actually should have avoided Shreveport. So I'm pretty sure all of our friends in the Bossier City, Shreveport areas, I think it went through northern Caddo Parish, closer to what was it called? I forgot the town. Started with an M though, to the north of Shreveport. So I think most of our friends in Shreveport proper have avoided that power outage. But yeah, definitely the Texas county just to the west of the border. Yeah, power outages there, not good. Also prevents a lot of their ways to receive warnings, further down the line. So it's very important to have a weather radio to receive warnings that would work without power. Because we will have some severe thunderstorm warnings, definitely, that move through that area, in the early morning hours once those storms reach reach the Shreveport area. So for sure, that's not a great situation that we had that one supercell that just sucked everything up and had baseball-size hail with it for a localized area. 25,000 people without power in the Texas county, though, is no good. And I think that county actually was also the site of a previous storm within the last couple of days that was also a windstorm that knocked out the power for many people there as well. So just a very stormy week for our friends down there, unfortunately. Holly, thank you for the $50. Well, I appreciate the support. That's wild. Do I have an explanation for why tornadoes often fizzle out when they reach a major metro area? Living in Kansas City, you've experienced that, but they divert north or south. There is no explanation for that. That's just pure luck. Almost no metro area is really going to have a pronounced effect that would alter, the path of a tornado. Essentially, we have urban heat islands, which means that there's a lot of buildings, there's a lot of population that generally makes it maybe a degree or two warmer in.
I'm now hatless, Andy. I'm now hatless.
Okay, in an urban area. What? Okay, so Chris does not have a hat. Let's attempt to see why. If his feed worked. Okay, there we go. Oh, I saw it for just a brief second. You definitely saw that storm for like a frame there. It came through. Apparently that is consumed Chris's hat. I wasn't expecting that. Oh no. I hope it wasn't one of his prized hats. Okay. That completely sidewinded me. Chris's hat. Can we get a
Hey,
rip?
Andy, you got a copy?
Okay, now we got Riley. Go ahead, Riley. I just heard Chris lost his hat, so I'm assuming something equally interesting is happening to you.
Well, I wouldn't say that it's equally interesting, but the one thing I'm going to point out is it's outflow dominant from what I can tell on the ground. We are outside of the main part of the storm, and the winds are blowing out of the storm.
So Chris is down here. He's actually escaping the storm. The reason he lost his hat is because definitely we can't see it because we aren't close enough to a radar, but we have that gust front extending out of the storm just like this. So he's down here. Those winds they've already reached this area, and they're very quickly going to the south and east here. Outflow dominant. What Riley means by that's good news. It means that the storm in this part is not ingesting any air. So we need warm, moist air to get into the storm just like this along these arrows here. And if the whole storm is pushing air out in front of it just like this, then that means that new, fresh and supportive air for tornadoes and also continued storm development is not reaching the storm at the surface. So that effectively prevents a tornado from occurring if that continues to be the case. It's very possible we could have a very slight area of inflow that wraps around out ahead of the storm chasers that are reporting that. So this could still attempt to produce a tornado. It might not be done yet because we do have this area of rotation right in the center here that may or may not be legitimate. So, but where our chasers are right now out ahead of this is where that gust front is in the storm. So that's why we're hearing that from Riley. Hopefully that makes sense. Okay, so talking about Holly's question here, again, urban heat islands sometimes are, a degree or two warmer, but that's especially true at night. That's only a pronounced effect at night because it's harder for an urban area to cool off at night. And sometimes it can be just a little bit warmer during the day, but usually that is a nighttime phenomenon, which means that really during the day or during the evening when tornadoes are happening, there really isn't a solid bit of evidence that would prevent a tornado from occurring in an urban area. It's honestly just really good that hasn't happened. So be happy that those numerous warnings you've experienced divert north or south, hopefully to lesser populated areas. I appreciate that support. Thank you, Allie. I appreciate that. I'm happy to hear it. Happy to help as much as I can here with Carly today. Chris lost his hat.
They're eulogizing his hat in the chat, Andy.
Yeah, I don't know what to say. Logan Bonus, thank you for the support. How are things looking up north in Kansas City? Looks like you're good. Holy moly. But it looks like this area near Dodge City is not good. Wow, this is that spin-up tornado threat, and it's going right towards Dodge City. This is not what I wanted to see. Look at that. That's the last frame of data. So you see this? This was a little bit ago. That's the last frame of data that I've got here. Oh boy, this is not tornado warned at all. Let's see if we have any debris yet that we can pick out. Very tough to tell. I don't think we can pick anything out from our correlation coefficient yet. Oh, this is also old data. Man, I need a radar update. This is very bad situation for these people. So here you go. Look at the left side of the screen. This definitely should be tornado warned, by the way. There's our newest scan. Very, very, very strong part of the storm is approaching Dodge City. Very close. This is finally 30 seconds ago. So here's that part of the storm. It's reaching out and kind of wrapping up just like this. We're right next to the radar, so we can see this. Wow, that is bad. Let's see exactly where this is going. Okay, we need to pay close attention to this. I would recommend sheltering in Dodge City right now if you know anybody in Dodge City. Even the southern part of the city, it looks a little bit better, but for the northwest and the northern part of Dodge City right now, it looks like they're about to be impacted by possibly 100-mile-an-hour winds. I'm seeing pockets of 105 to 110-mile-an-hour winds showing up right here. So you can see that Dodge City is just off to the east there. There's our winds.
So I got curious and wanted to see how big the hail was. Currently in some baseballs.
What? Nick is in baseballs? Okay. All right. That's a lot. A lot is happening right now. This is most important to me. I believe a pocket of very, very strong winds is about to approach Dodge City from the west. I think it's going to go through right next to the north side of the city. I would very much recommend taking shelter. This could be the equivalent of a weak tornado or even a mid-range tornado. Wind speeds like this, very dangerous. Is this... This isn't even the destructive warning, so we didn't get a destructive severe thunderstorm warning. We might not have any sirens going off in Dodge City. I don't know if anyone could confirm that for me. That would be great.
Chris, we are dropping south. I am well far away from this storm. I'm on the leading edge of the shelf cloud. We're probably getting 60-mile-an-hour wind gusts well outside of this storm right now.
Okay, so I'm going to focus on Dodge City at the moment. It sounds like that's outflow dominant for the chasers, so I'm very much concerned with Dodge City at the moment. Looks like it's going to skirt the north side of the city first and foremost. This is a pocket of extremely damaging winds right next to the ground. So these are definitely winds that are being realized. They just passed over Highway 400 to the west of the city. I would very much recommend getting people in Dodge City in shelter right now, definitely away from windows. There is nothing but a considerable severe thunderstorm warning for this area, so they're aware something is coming for them, but yeah, like in the next few minutes, if this maintains itself, this is very bad.
Andy, I'm just reading through chat, and we do have some viewers, presumably in Dodge City, and they're saying no sirens in Dodge yet. And of course, that decision to sound sirens for severe thunderstorm warning is up to the individual city. So hopefully they are, but it doesn't sound like they are at the moment.
Yes. Yeah, so I don't think they will unless it was a destructive severe thunderstorm warning, which is previously what it was, but we have a considerable out in front of it, which does not activate the tornado sirens. Oh man, look at that. Man, that pocket is just outside of the city, just to the west. I can't imagine what that looks like right now. I know there's webcams probably in Dodge City that I could see. Okay, now we have a tornado warning. Okay, so now we have a tornado warning coming through for Ford County, Hodgman County. There it is. Hopefully it would show up on my feed. Apparently I'm going to have to restart that because it is not caught up. We do not have 3 warnings right now, but 2. Okay, so that warning's not going to play. Guys, boop-a-da-boop, boop-a-da-boop. There you go. Tornado warning right now includes the north side of Dodge City. It is just outside the city. I don't know why this isn't updating. Oh, that's such a bad time for that to happen. Whatever. Don't pay attention to the warn count. Just look at what's on the screen here. This pink box is a tornado warning. And I mean, I don't know if this would be a tornado, if it's just going to be extremely powerful winds, especially on the south side of this. So just to give you an update right now, this purple area right here on the right side of your screen on the winds, this is an area, a pocket of 95 to 105 mile an hour winds just outside of Dodge City. Okay, it doesn't matter if it's a tornado when it gets to you or if it's just these winds. This is going to rip roofs off, all right? This is going to rip roofs off in parts of Dodge City if this is realized right next to the surface. So we really need everybody to be taking shelter right now. So I've been yammering on about Dodge City and how they might have, tornado sirens if we had a destructive severe thunderstorm warning. But we didn't get the destructive severe thunderstorm warning, and now we have this nonsense, which is just outside of the city. Man, this is really bad.
I've got a camera, Andy, that I've thrown in the chat. I don't know if that's something you can show or not. I'm keeping my eye on it. It does look like they're really blasting through the entire camera, shaking on the Skyview Dodge City camera. I mean, it's really tearing through there right now for sure.
Okay, so thank you for watching that. Whatever webcam, I don't think I can show it, unfortunately. I don't want to test fate with that. All I can do is show you this right now. You're not going to see this, like, very often ever. This is an extreme radar presentation right next to a city here in southwest Kansas. All I can do is wait for the next frame of data here. Something like this, if it gets to the radar site, could easily knock out the radar site, and then we're going to not have data after that happens. Right now, it's just outside the radar site. My gosh, look at that. All right, so 27 seconds till we get a velocity update, but you can see that the storm and probably the hook is just like this, right on top of Dodge City. So even if the tornado just goes off to the north here, let me call out what this area is. Just north of Dodge City, we have Avenue A that goes north of the city. There's a little bit of a suburb area here. Oh my gosh, it doesn't even have wow. Okay, now my webcam has decided to to switch itself like this. There we go. We don't even have accurate data now. It's just over Dodge City. So the tornado might go, if there is a tornado, it might go just north of the city, right near Ross Boulevard and Avenue A. If there is no tornado, it doesn't really matter. There's extremely powerful winds in this part of the storm right here. That's basically going to impact all of the north side of Dodge City, which is the populated side to the north of the Wyatt Earp Boulevard there, and along Highway 50. So, man, is anyone in Dodge City? Have you managed to this Dodge City, Kansas? Has anyone managed to maintain power? Do not go outside right now. Definitely do not go outside. But if you hear anything in this area, this is immense concern ongoing for Dodge City. I don't know. What does the webcam look like right now, Carly?
It's cranking through there. I might have actually just lost the camera. I mean, the entire camera is just really no, it's still up. Skyview Dodge City camera. It's definitely cranking out there. I hope everybody's inside right now, taking shelter and taking this very seriously because it's not looking great.
All right, I am very briefly. I just want to show you guys this. Oh man, did I just lose it? Actually, I might have just lost it. Man. Yeah, okay, it's buffering now. I wouldn't be surprised. Yeah, I'm surprised there's still power where it's looking. I'm not sure what part of Dodge City it's in, but definitely the strongest part of the storm is moving just through the northern part of Dodge City right now. We don't have a good look at the velocities. You can just see all the data has been garbled. There we go. So if we look a little bit up, just about 400 feet above the surface, 100-mile-an-hour winds, 95-mile-an-hour winds throughout the northern side of Dodge City. So very bad situation. Hopefully I was able to, tell someone who could get through to someone here in Dodge City and, tell them to be taking shelter because, yeah, you don't want to be outside. And that, yeah, it definitely just went down. Rats, man. The strongest part of this line of storms has just somehow found its way right through Dodge City. Still have power, but the wind and rain's going strong. There is something really gnarly happening just here north, I would say. Okay. Thank you, Jamie, for the support. There's our destructive severe thunderstorm warning upgrade for this line of storms where it is right now. So this was upgraded to destructive. There we go. That thick black border around the red thing here, the red box. Sorry, in southwest Kansas. Now we have our destructive warning. So 80-mile-an-hour winds, possibly warned for greater now. Right as it passes through, I'm concerned that we're going to lose the Dodge City radar in just a little bit. So hopefully it stays strong. But man, that's one heck of a storm passing right through the city. Hopefully it's not doing much damage. But I saw somebody in chat saying there's a little bit of debris flying in the air. We can try to look and see. I can't really tell anything right next to the site. If anything is happening there, but hopefully people aren't losing their roofs or anything like that. Yeah, that wind is definitely extremely powerful. If they maintain power through that, that's impressive infrastructure.
Unfortunately, Andy, there's no comms there, but of course I'm going to keep my eye online, and then I'm going to keep my eyes on the power outage map as well, just so we can get a little bit of a better idea about what's going on. Yeah.
Yep. Yeah, is all I have to say about that too. Unfortunate that we don't have comms, but I think they have more priorities at the moment. So hopefully, them issuing a tornado warning and upgrading this to destructive has got some people into shelter. You definitely wanted to be away from windows right now. Winds are definitely unreal. Yeah, I mean it's mostly passing through Dodge City right now. It's gonna stay intense for a while. You can see there's still some pretty powerful winds off to the west of Dodge City that are generally moving in. So it looks like it's gonna remain stormy and very windy for a while. So anything that has just been weakened,
A new tornado warning has been issued.
by that initial round of winds, may suffer through quite a bit more of this heavy rain and wind moving in. So definitely not a good situation there. Not time to come out in Dodge City. We've got quite a bit of winds to go yet in the area. Still have power. That is wild. I have no idea. No idea how you'd keep power through that. Jeez, man. All right. Let's so now that the primary concerning part of the storm is now passing through and has basically passed through Dodge City. Hopefully everybody is under shelter and out ahead of this and right towards Spearville along Highway 50 here in Kansas. This is definitely the most damaging and dangerous part of the storm. So be thinking about taking shelter out in front of this. New severe thunderstorm warning will likely be issued and extended out in front of this into further parts of southwest Kansas, including Buckland, Greensburg, Kinsley, and Coldwater. Okay, man. All right, so let's go back down to the south. We had that new tornado warning come in, another extension of our leading storm here. Still has a warning associated with it. There may still be some inflow finding its way into this part of the supercell here. The whole supercell comes out and around like this, and we have our hook down here in between Harper and Fort Supply. Does look like it's taking an eastward track that will keep it well to the north of Woodward. So if that is the case, Woodward should hopefully avoid the worst of the storms today, and hopefully the tornadic part of the storm as well. So thankfully it looks good for Woodward right now. You may still get a little bit, or you may still get the warning on your phone, since this tornado warning does extend now into the northwest part of Woodward County, but it looks like it's staying north of Fort Supply and north of Woodward in Oklahoma. So yeah, we've got the most powerful part of the storm through Dodge City now, thankfully, but some damaging winds are going to continue for Dodge City for quite some time. So now is not the time to come out of shelter if you are in Dodge City. Wow, that was an incredible looking signature that just went through that area. They can travel at all different speeds, Holly. So this one up here near Dodge City is moving pretty fast. It's moving east at 40 miles an hour. It's got winds behind it that are propelling it forward in this manner. So this one's being pushed forward by a rear inflow jet is what we call that. But some of the storms down near Brady in Texas were, basically stationary. They were being pulled backwards by storms back behind them. So storms can move at all sorts of different speeds. and that's why I always play back the last few scans so I can see the trend that a storm is taking, just to make sure the direction is correct and we can see any sort of pattern that's ongoing. So right now, Perryton is in this southern part of the line here that's moving through the Texas Panhandle. This is a much weaker part of this line of storms, thankfully, but we have warnings in place for 70-mile-an-hour winds. So still a pretty powerful severe thunderstorm warning, or a severe thunderstorm itself, rather, is moving through Perryton at the moment. We've got that gust front moving through these impacted areas, unfortunately. So hopefully everybody is able to find safe shelter in the area if they have been sticking around. But this is what I was concerned about hours ago, is that eventually we would have the line of storms move through Perryton, Texas, and surrounding areas that were just impacted by a tornado. So this is happening now. Perryton has had a very good lead on the severe thunderstorm warning. I saw it was well ahead of time, so hopefully people were very much informed and weather aware there. Looks like Amarillo is not getting in on the storm action today. You might still get some gusty winds.
Hey Andy, it's Caleb just checking in for Chris again. He just wanted to pass some information on. We are currently about 30 miles south of Laverne. It looks like we may have what appears to be a possible haboob starting. Significant amounts of dust getting stirred up into the atmosphere. Looking to our west here, there's zero visibility with the amount of dust. You can't even see the cloud structure anymore. It is just sheer dust from ground to cloud base. So definitely something to be watching out for. I believe Chris is trying to get his stream back up right now, but it may need to be reset on your guys' end.
Okay, let's see if I can reset Chris's feed. Thanks, Caleb, for coming in. Appreciate that. Thank you, Caleb. Appreciate the update. Yeah, definitely a haboob is possible. That would be definitely likely. I've already seen some of the dust that was being kicked up from Riley's feed closer to the base of that storm. So yeah, definitely possible. All the way down there from where you're at, so I could say that it's much the same for Canadian Texas, probably what's going through Perryton as well at the moment. So thanks for that update. Okay, so let's see if Chris's feed comes back. I've got him up, and also Riley's feed is not working at the moment. Let me see if I can restart that, if that will come back at all. You still got Storm Chaser Nick Gorman, probably in the middle of that dust storm. So a haboob, what Chris is talking about there is a funny word, but what it means is...
Okay, now that I have the stream back, I can actually use this phone. This is Chris, Andy. We probably had every bit of 60-plus mile an hour. Probably the gust front on the front end of this definitely shook the truck around. Like you said, there is very, very poor visibility. Street lights are coming on, and it is still completely daylight. The amount of dust, you may be able to see it on stream. Once I get out of town, I can probably give you a good visual of all the dust being picked up along the front side of this, but definitely a travel hazard as people and a lot of chasers are dropping south.
Yeah. So big travel hazard with lowered visibility. A haboob, as I was saying, is that dust storm that he's talking about. So this wall of wind, essentially, that's just now going through Perryton and also going through Dodge City. These areas down here, especially in the Texas and Oklahoma panhandles, are they have a lot more loose dirt and dust, and this consistent line of winds with this storm all along this line of storms here is very consistent, very powerful winds, is kicking up all that dust. So a haboob is that dust storm that's going to have very much lower visibility, especially impacting travel all along these areas. That is probably going to be true for Woodward. That's probably going to be true all the way down to Elk City, eventually down to I-40. A haboob lasts quite a while. Once it's picked up all that dust, it keeps getting pushed forward. So if it actually even makes it all the way to the OKC Metro, that would be something that might coat your cars in a layer of dust if that does happen to occur overnight. So we already have reports of much lowered visibility. You can kind of see it a little bit on Nick Gorman's feed right below me. He's still back in the storm just a little bit. I think his location isn't updating. But yeah, so get ready for that. Western Oklahoma, maybe even into central Oklahoma, there might be a layer of dust on any vehicle that's outside if this dust storm does continue. Go ahead,
Andy, I'll
Carly.
just pop in for a second to give you a little bit of a break. But so
Hey, Andy,
far,
I don't know
I
if you
don't
have
have any
visual on
news
my
coming
feed
out
or
of Dodge
not,
City.
but
I'm keeping
pretty
my
good hailstorm just
ears
moved
peeled
through here,
here.
and as you can
Brandy's
see, there
listening
is
as
a
well.
bunch
Unfortunately,
of
like I
hail
said,
on the
there's no
road, making
comms,
it
so
very slippery.
it could be a case of not much news at the moment, but also could be the case that it's going to take some time for us to hear some news out of some of these places. I'm sure there's going to be a little bit of damage in Dodge City, but be it trees or power lines down. I also don't see any power outages on the map yet, but again, it could just take a little bit of time. So I'll keep you updated on that end. And on a lighter note, I have to let you know that not only did the chat really like your tornado warning, it's already been clipped in the office for you.
Okay. My tornado warning. Great. Yeah. I got you. Oh man, of course. I mean, I had to get something out, right? Like something had to come through there to let people know. Like suddenly the warnings just weren't going through. I was like, nope, this can't
They
be.
really liked it. I mean, the chat really liked it. I liked it. So I don't know.
Mm-hmm. Well, thank you for thank you for that. Yeah, I'm not looking at the office very much because I have to go back and forth between having you up and not messing around here. So appreciate that. Thank you guys for clipping the tornado warning, the Andy warning, so to speak. And thanks for the break. So that's Carly coming through there. Thank you, Carly, for the update. Let me play back what Nick was talking about. Yeah, of course. You know, Carly's like, yep, of course somebody talked over me. It always happens. So let's see what Nick had to say. He was talking about the visibility, I believe.
Hey, Andy, I don't know if you have visual on my feed or not, but pretty good hailstorm just moved through here, and as you can see, there is a bunch of hail on the road, making it very slippery.
Okay, so Nick has actually got lower visibility because he's in the hail core. So his location actually was updating. He's down here, right east of Laverne. Thankfully, he's on a paved road because if that wasn't paved, I would shudder to think how you would get out of this. So this is Nick's location right there. He just watched this hail core right here, probably in the storm. So he's saying that it was all over the road and it's actually slippery. You can see flooding there that he's kind of driving through. He's driving in the center of the road because it's kind of flooded. And there's probably a bunch of hailstones in there that I'm looking at that are reflecting light off the surface there. So that's a wild look. He actually did stay up there in the core, surprisingly enough. So up there in the core, we got a hailstorm going on. Down here, entering western and northwestern Oklahoma toward the Woodward area, we got a dust storm or a haboob going on. So some wild stuff is going on, and this is going to stay. I mean, it looks like a disorganized. This, excuse me. All right, there we go. This almost looks like a disorganized line echo wave pattern or a loop. That's what we like to call those. There's a little bit of an indication that we kind of have one of these. It's a very interesting looking one, but a line echo wave pattern essentially tells us that there's a very strong and sustained line of storms, or the mesoscale convective system, that MCS, what we're looking at here, that's moving through an area. And sure enough, it's kicking up a haboob. It had several tornado warnings, some confirmed through the Oklahoma Panhandle here. It's also promoted what was absolutely wild looking just to the west of Dodge City that moved through the city there and was just
A new tornado watch has been issued.
Incredible damaging wind event. Wow. Okay, so that tornado watch, I'm going to bring that up on the Storm Prediction Center site if that is, in fact, not an extension, but rather a new area that was issued. That might have been an extension that sometimes comes through on our system. So we'll see. We'll see exactly what that's referring to for parts of Oklahoma there. Okay, so, that was... couldn't even take a break there. That was absolutely wild. We are down to one tornado warning, which is for this storm right here. It's looking much less healthy in terms of rotation. So I'm going to go ahead and bring a radar that I have open to that region. We may get a severe thunderstorm, actually, in Iowa. You can see this is kind of consolidated into one sort of weakly organized mesoscale convective system. So here's another MCS, but this one's sub-severe for the most part. You can see the gust front out in front of it, approaching Des Moines pretty pretty near term here. So maybe in the next 30 minutes, Des Moines might get in on some nice structure, maybe a shelf cloud here if you live in Des Moines and there's still a little bit of light out left. So you might see something down there. We actually do have a severe thunderstorm warning in southwest Iowa. This one is probably for hail and wind, yeah. So we actually did eventually get some severe thunderstorms here in Iowa right as the sun sets. So if you're in Des Moines, you might see a nice shelf cloud out there. I haven't been covering Iowa as much because most of the storms have remained sub-severe, so it's good that we haven't seen too much in terms of damaging storms today in this area. Might look pretty though. All right, so what I'm going to do with this site is go ahead and bring it down to this radar right here as we get a little bit closer to the storm that's north of Woodward. Let's see what we got here. So from this radar site, we can see the hail core that Nick was talking about. Just an immense amount of hail right in this region here between Fort Supply and Buffalo in northwest Oklahoma. Huge hail core there, and it's right along the leading edge of our essentially a huge bow echo of a storm. I don't even know what to call this. It looks so strange. It looks like a bow itself. So there's a bowing part of the bow. I'll call it the bow storm. And again, this storm that we've been tracking for hours, this started in Colorado, came together in central to eastern Colorado, just around Pueblo, and it's going to make its way, literally, all the way across Oklahoma into Arkansas. Through the night into the early morning hours. I won't be able to cover the entire, travel of it, but I want to stay on for as long as I can as it continues to promote quite the damaging wind threat. All right.
Andy,
So-
I'm just going to pop in really quick
Go
and let you
ahead,
know that I've got some very preliminary reports of damage from Laverne, that storm that you've been watching for a long time. Now, that's unclear whether that's storm wind damage or possibly tornado damage. I'm not going to say either way, but I'll keep looking into that for you and let you know and keep you guys updated.
Appreciate that, Carly. Thank you for coming through. Finally getting some word there from northwest Oklahoma. So now we're going to take a look at our southern storm mode. That will also be a mesoscale convective system, or an MCS, a line of storms, essentially, is the way to think about that. It looks like this one might stay a little bit in like two different areas here. So we have this branch of it down here that's generally going to move into the I-35 corridor, including Dallas-Fort Worth, possibly on the northern edge of it, and through Waco. We're seeing how far south this line of storms continues. It might make it down to Georgetown, Red Rock, or Round Rock, sorry, and then to Austin there in Texas. So we're seeing the extent of this area of storms as it gets closer to I-35. That will be over the next few hours, and they are expected to continue to promote a damaging wind and hail threat. There is almost no tornado threat in place for DFW down I-35. So don't worry too much about tornadoes. You're definitely going to see one of those shelf clouds, I think, if everything comes together. And then up here, now approaching Wichita Falls from the west, are a couple of supercells. And when I came up here, I saw this one, which was pretty concerning. Well south of Lawton, and basically halfway in between Wichita Falls and Lawton here in this area. This has had this supercell here, we looked at it earlier, has had an area of concern that's kind of passed to the south of Chattanooga here in Oklahoma, and is approaching Cookie Town. So this could be a rotating part of the storm here. We see an attempt at winds to kind of funnel in and begin to rotate right in this strong area of outflow from the storm that's moving this direction. So we could see a tight area of rotation occur here in a possibly a brief tornado right as it approaches Cookie Town here in Cotton County in Oklahoma. So this caught my eye. I'm going to keep a close eye on it. Definitely looks like the most concerning storm of all the supercells to the west of Wichita Falls and also to the north. So we'll monitor this. If there is a tornado warning out ahead of this for Cotton County in Oklahoma, including Walter's Temple, this area, passing over I-44 south of Lawton. That is the reason why, is because we have this storm in place, and it looks like it's trying to spin something up here. So keep a close eye on this area right here.
And I'm going to pop in real quick and just give you a quick update from Harper County. There is a confirmation that at least one home has been hit by the tornado associated in Laverne with damage and debris. They're conducting search and rescue now. So, of course, I'll keep you updated if anything further comes out.
Okay, so it does look like, we were very far away from the radar site, so we couldn't confirm anything when it was over Laverne. There were people saying, oh, there's debris, but we actually could never confirm that from this radar site that was far away. But what I can show you is history of this radar site. As it went over Laverne, you can see that we did have tight rotation, and you can kind of see that this part of the storm has wrapped itself up just like this right as it got to Laverne, and it's co-located with this area of stronger winds showing up. So right when it looked like this frame, you can really see that curl to the storm really well here. So right in there is where a tornado definitely could have passed through the town of Laverne, which was tornado warned for quite some time. So yeah, that, regardless of whether it was a weak tornado or not, very powerful, and multiple parts of the storm moved through the town of Laverne. And yeah, search and rescue in that case, it makes a lot of sense. All right, webcam doing funny things again. Okay, so now it does look like it's not going to produce another tornado, which is good news. This is a disorganized look to this storm. It's kind of got its own bow right here, where you'd expect there to be a possible where you'd expect the hook echo to be. But this means that the storm is being jutted forward, and that is not conducive for any rotation to occur. So right now the storm is looking less and less tornadic at the forefront of this mesoscale convective system. So thankfully that should not be a problem, hopefully shortly. Interesting. I don't know why this warning is still on my screen. I believe both of these tornado warnings were allowed to expire. Not 100% on that, but they're definitely the storms are definitely exiting the regions that are warned there, so those warnings should be allowed to expire pretty soon. Storms in Iowa are approaching Des Moines at the moment. They're sub-severe. There's no severe thunderstorm warning for Des Moines, but you might see a nice shelf cloud if you look outside with the little bit of sunlight we have left. Oh my gosh, my webcam, man. It just wants to zoom out all the time, show you guys my room. Okay, so with this part of the storm becoming less tornadic, and hopefully all warnings being allowed to expire very soon here.
Update, I am sticking with this storm. I'm going to go back up north and play around in the hail core again. That was pretty fun.
Wow. Okay. So Nick is still in the hail core in that storm. He's kind of just stayed in it. His feed's been up the whole time below mine there. So he's just staying with it. As long as he's on paved roads, I'm okay with that. He is free to chase storms as he pleases. So there we go. The new severe thunderstorm warning will encompass parts of that storm we were just looking at out in front of it for Woodward. Looks like the southern part of the storm might clip into Woodward, so you guys might get some damaging winds. But I think that all tornado warnings will be allowed to expire as it stands at the moment, which is good news. Oh, you know what? Well, I've been looking at a previous scan of this for a long time. There we go. What does it look like now? Oh, it looks even less tornadic. Great. Perfect. So yeah, I bet that all warnings will be allowed to expire. That's why we still saw those in place. So looking up here to the east of Dodge City now, moving through a lot of rural areas. Oh, there we go. We're going to get a warning now for Cotton County.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
There we go. So we were looking at that storm. I'm glad I called that out earlier. So this storm down here now near Cookie Town is warned. And it doesn't look like the rotation has really stuck with it. But there were a couple frames here that were concerning enough, definitely, to warrant a tornado warning here in Cotton County. So we called this one out ahead of time. It's looking concerning, and now we've got the warning in place. That's going to probably include Temple, Oklahoma, and maybe go just to the south of Walters here, to the west of Comanche here in Oklahoma, southwest Oklahoma. So there's your warning. Called that one out well ahead of time. Very good. Hopefully, that was those were some words that reached those people. Yes, I did s'mores. I was chasing a few weeks ago. I chased for a couple weeks. So there we go. There's our new warning in Cotton County in Oklahoma, southwest part of the state. Not the cookies. I think the tornado, if there were one, would pass just to the north of Cookie Town, but definitely want to be taking shelter because some powerful winds will move through that town regardless. Okay, now let's look in Texas real quick. These storms down here, now that they've passed well to the east of Abilene along I-20 and the ones down south near Brady, they've definitely lost a lot of intensity. They still look like strong storms, probably carrying a little bit of hail with them. But I think what we're watching now is the first attempts for maybe parts of these storms here to begin to congeal together and form into maybe a weaker line of storms that won't have too much of a damaging wind threat as they approach Dallas-Fort Worth. So we're a couple hours away from Dallas-Fort Worth, especially west to east, maybe an hour and a half to 2.5 hours across Dallas-Fort Worth and the I-35 corridor here from these storms reaching you. Right now, they don't look all that bad, which is good news. But when they consolidate and they come together, that could change just a little bit. However, I will reiterate that for Dallas-Fort Worth and the I-35 corridor to the south, there is very little tornado threat. And down here, you're really just looking at a damaging wind threat first and foremost. So that means that this is just going to be a wall of storms here when it gets to you, and it might have like a shelf cloud associated with it. Might not be able to see it unless lightning illuminates it. But I know you guys have gotten a few.
Hey Andy, it's Chris. We are almost, we're about 20 miles out of Canadian. We're watching a storm that is a tail end Charlie. We're going to head down to that. Actually, it doesn't look that horrible structure-wise. It will actually be on the left side of my stream. You can look at that. May have a present wall cloud with it as well. If it doesn't do anything, it could bring a significant wind and hail threat. We have got out of the wannabe haboob. There's a beautiful sunset ongoing, so we will keep you updated as we head on down.
All right, hopefully Chris's feed comes back so that you can see that. But I was almost done with saying that you might be able to see. I know you guys have had quite a few light shows recently from Austin and north, so quite a few good lightning shows. We might have another one tonight, but these storms aren't really looking too organized as they approach your area, so we'll see. And then to accompany that, this part of the line of storms essentially will be these ones here, just south of Lawton and entering the Wichita Falls vicinity. These ones look like they might stay a little bit stronger as they move to the east towards Ardmore. So maybe even as far south as the northern Dallas-Fort Worth metro area, maybe around Denton and McKinney, might see the effects of these storms here that have developed as they pass off to the east. I imagine they too will sort of come together and congeal into a damaging wind threat. That's really the plan. And what we think is going to happen for all areas of storms through the night. So we've got this one down here that's going to move through north central to northeast Texas, and this one up here that's probably going to move on its own across the Red River Valley here, or just the Red River. I don't know if it's a valley actually. I need my topography guide. And then we've got this one up here that's going to move through. This is going to be the one that moves through the I-40 corridor through Oklahoma City, eventually making it to Tulsa, probably passing through Wichita here in Kansas, and eventually also all the way to Arkansas, eastern Oklahoma, southeastern Oklahoma. We'll see these storms at some point through the night. So let me show you that on Radar Omega here. If I come over here to Radar Omega, you can see with the latest run of our HRRR model, some convective allowing models, if we play this forward, Watch how this model expects there to be storms right in this line approaching I-35. It's a little wrong on that, but it's not too far off. And then we'll watch the continuation of them. So this actually says that, Dallas Fort Worth, those storms are looking pretty weak. They're probably not going to do very much for you. But eventually what happens is, boom, Oklahoma City, right about 11 p.m. to midnight. Tulsa, maybe midnight to 12:30 or so. And then the rest of southeast Oklahoma, really also midnight, and then maybe even again into the morning hours. So this is 6 a.m. And it looks like the previous line of storms that's up here right now might make it all the way down to the Texarkana region, to northeast Texas, and southwest Arkansas. So there's multiple ways these storms could evolve through the night. But the case is, if you get woken up by some loud thunder at some point in Little Rock, 2 a.m., you get woken up by loud thunder again north of Dallas along the Red River at 5 a.m., it's because there's just multiple lines of strong storms that are going to move through these areas through the night. So that's the case. That's a little look at your forecast coming up ahead of time here. And then as we get more data from this model, eventually we can also take a look at tomorrow, which will encompass an enhanced risk, if you haven't seen it yet, for this area right here. So this is tomorrow's forecasted risk area. So, man, just so many storms. This is for damaging wind and hail, once again, through much of this area, including Jackson, Mississippi, and then all the way down to the Gulf of Mexico. Once again, just more storms for y'all that could be severe. The tornado threat tomorrow, very, very low. That's the good news. Good news right now is that that's expected to be much lower. Hopefully that remains the case and things don't ramp up at all. But we'll see how that evolves tomorrow. If the tornado threat does go up at all, there will be another stream for me tomorrow covering the risk in this area, which will have multiple rounds of storms once again in some way. So we'll see how that evolves tomorrow. That's a little bit of a look ahead, but we're by no means done today.
Andy, you're way ahead of me. I just sent you the SBC Day 1 Outlook just dropped a few minutes ago, but you just talked about tomorrow. And then there's also an MSD that just dropped like 10 minutes ago. So I dropped it in the stream text for you. And outside of that, I have no other news for you, which again is good news. I've got my eyes and ears out for any extra damage reports, and I don't hear anything right now. So as of right now, that's good.
All right, thank you, Carly. Yep, I see all of those. Threat for damaging wind and hail continues across this area of Kansas up here. And I mean, yeah, it does it. Look at this just powerful pocket of winds right over Windhorst. So hopefully this stays over mostly rural areas. But yeah, it looks like this part of the line will stay strong just for a little bit longer as it approaches Great Bend, Hutchinson, into central Kansas here. Now, the good news is that this part of the line up here should lose its strength as it goes into the night. Much of this area should cool off. There's less moisture in place compared to down here in Oklahoma for OKC, Tulsa. This part of the storm, the southern part of the line here, is expected to maintain its intensity through the night. But this up here that gave us those ridiculous winds in Dodge City just a bit ago, that one should hopefully lose its strength. Might still stay severe for a while, but I think that is what's expected. I think that's what our meteorologists at the Storm Prediction Center also are thinking at the same time. So that's the good news for our friends up there. Might see some severe weather all the way towards Wichita, Kansas, but maybe not by that point. It's really going to be focused in the corridor down through Tulsa, Oklahoma City, and so forth. Oh, okay, that was a wild period. We still have one active tornado warning. Down here in Cookietown, this has definitely lost its rotation. We are in southwest Oklahoma. You can see it there. This complex of storms to the north of Wichita Falls and also to the west. The northern one has been tornado warned for Cotton County. Previously, it looked like this. And right about at this moment, which was 15 minutes ago, this is definitely a much tighter rotation right here on the right side of your screen. and that's going to pass to the east-southeast here. Now we're not really seeing any form of tight rotation. We just have this area of winds that's pushing forward. We don't really see anything connecting to it. So I think that this warning will probably be allowed to expire. It still looks like a supercell that could be capable of spinning up another area of concern. So we'll keep I mean, this is one of the few storms that we are keeping an eye on now. So the tornado threat does extend into the night and does make it all the way over to Tulsa. Again, it's still a slight tornado risk, only a 5%, but it means you should be weather aware. And I think when it gets to you there in the Tulsa region in Oklahoma, that it's going to be it's going to be confined to those spin up tornadoes that we talk about all the time, where it's very brief, very fast, only lasts for a minute or two, or even less time than that. So hopefully the Tulsa tornado threat is much lower than some of the stronger tornado threats we saw just a little bit ago over the last few hours, with the supercell that went through Laverne, parts of the Oklahoma panhandle, and also in central Texas. So yeah, Wichita Falls, you have a severe storm approaching from your west, currently warned for wind and hail. We have a considerable warning on it for, or it used to be considerable at some point for golf ball size hail, but it looks like that warning has been downgraded just a bit. So your average supercell is approaching from the west, and it's going to be severe. Going to be some heavy rain for the area if it does go through the city, which it looks like it's trying to from the west. Looks like it's generally traveling this direction. Not too much of a concern with this storm as it stands, just not one you want to be outside for, because you might you'll be in danger of lightning and getting soaked. So, hopefully, this tornado warning expires, and then we can do a little bit more of our, we can do a little bit more talking to chat and so forth when we don't have as many storms to actively cover, as we don't have as much of a threat associated with them. So I'm not sure. So we'll start answering questions now. I'm not sure if this will qualify as a derecho or not. We're still, only maybe halfway through its life, as it tracks through much of Oklahoma into the morning. So I think that I don't know. I don't know if it will be qualified as one or not yet. What I would say needs to happen for a derecho name to be assigned to this, essentially, to call this a derecho, is we're going to need to continue to see those consistent damaging wind reports as it passes through this corridor, essentially. If it does maintain severe thunderstorm warnings throughout the whole thing, and it also has several significant wind gusts, which means they are of 75-mile-an-hour winds or greater, then yes, definitely, it would be easily qualifying as a derecho. But if it loses a little bit of steam, and we don't really get those significant severe winds, it might not be. So we'll see. But this storm has existed since southeast Colorado, so it has made it all the way this direction over the last, 6 hours or so, and it's going to keep going for hours and hours more. Thank you, Mary. I appreciate the support. Yeah, I hope to get rest too. So, talking about the threat for Dallas from the Ice Queens there. Thanks for the support as well. It looks like the most recent model data is pointing towards the Texas region, or the Texas storms that are expected to travel east towards DFW. They really don't look like they are maintaining themselves well at all. You can see no severe thunderstorm warnings, maybe just an isolated pocket of hail right over Brownwood, Texas. The rest of these storms have kind of petered out. These were going to be the ones that were expected to, kind of form into a line and bring a damaging wind threat to Dallas-Fort Worth and the I-35 corridor here. But it looks like that's not materializing, which is good. So I think that we might see less of a severe threat down here. And since the Storm Prediction Center did just put out a new Day 1 update, They have maintained the enhanced down there for Dallas-Fort Worth, but I think the most recent model data seems to suggest that might not be it might not be as significant of a severe threat down here for Dallas-Fort Worth. So that's what I'm seeing lately. At the latest data seems to point against there being an organized severe threat down here through the night. You might still see lightning. If any of these storms make it to you, there's probably still going to be some lightning and thunder, maybe some heavy rain for some areas, but it's starting to look much less concerning. We don't see any storms that are really sustaining themselves. That could change, but right now, I don't know. I don't know if DFW or the I-35 corridor will really get much in the way of severe weather tonight, which is good news for y'all. So hopefully it continues to weaken. All right, I think I've got all of those questions answered. Appreciate it, Marnie. Thank you for the support. Is Tulsa going to get hit bad? You guys are going to get, I think you guys are going to get a windstorm. I don't think it's going to be too bad. But this windstorm in northwest Oklahoma that's currently actually producing maybe the beginnings of a dust storm even will eventually make it into your neighborhood. So you can see here it is now. It's just passed over Woodward. It's starting to move pretty fast as it accelerates forward, and we've got those severe thunderstorm warnings out in front of it. So this generally is going to be what makes it all the way across North Oklahoma towards Tulsa, and maybe the latter part of the storm will be closer to Oklahoma City as we get towards midnight tonight. I might not be up for this, though. You know, if this damaging wind threat just looks to be of regular intensity and so forth, like it's a severe thunderstorm, it's going to wake you up, but it doesn't really look like there are spin-up tornadoes happening. It doesn't really look like it's a bunch of destructive severe thunderstorm warnings, you know, then I would say that it would be a good case to go to bed. You'll probably get woken up at some point by the storms, but it would be much better to go to bed. But if we start seeing those destructive severe warnings coming through, then that would be grounds to definitely stay on and cover the storms as they move through, as we might be seeing the continuation of a derecho. So we'll see over the next hour or so how these specific storms evolve, how these specific storms intensify or maybe weaken a bit. That's the plan at the moment. Will Choctaw get hit bad? Eventually, storms will find their way to southeast Oklahoma. But again, that's quite a few more hours out. Whether or not these storms down here in southwest Oklahoma make it to you and are severe at that time remains to be seen, really. I think that our main candidate is gonna be this line up here. I think this is really what's going to pass through most of Oklahoma and eventually also make it into parts of western Arkansas. Now, these things are impossible to model completely accurately this far ahead of time, so things can definitely change. At some point, the storm could intensify, or it could just completely vanish. We'll see. But right now, it looks favorable for these storms to continue through the night. So most of the powerful damaging winds are in southwest entering south central Kansas now. Mostly over rural areas, so pretty powerful windstorms moving through, and that's why we see these severe thunderstorm warnings up here. These storms, I think, have less of a chance at lasting into the nighttime hours, for sure. All right, and one final look at Iowa here. I don't think that we have too much to cover in Iowa. Let me bring a radar site up here, so that we can take a closer look here. But no severe thunderstorm warnings except for this one down here near Creston in Iowa at the moment. The storms are moving just through the northern side of Des Moines right now, closer to Huxley, just about to approach Ankeny here. And pretty much no severe warnings exist with this. Maybe could argue that there would be one issued up here for this northern part. Does look like a pretty strong part of the storm, rather. Moving to the north of Des Moines. But yeah, right now this just looks like some pretty windy gusty line of storms, but nothing to be too concerned about. If it reaches northwest Arkansas, that's going to be in the early morning, past midnight. South Dakota, you'll probably have some excessive heat in a couple days from now. Not a good look over there, so you got to make sure you're staying hydrated over there. And of course, I'm also thinking about that tropical system. It's very far away from impacting any parts of the U.S. We're about a week out from it getting close to the Lesser Antilles Islands. So we'll see how that evolves from the National Hurricane Center. But it does look like that will be Brett, I think is our next name down the line here. Very unusual storm for this time of year, but it's because the ocean is very warm over there off the coast of Africa. Yeah, happy to help. How about the Netherlands? I got a clue. Any tornado threat on the Wichita Falls storm? That's probably the one I'm watching the most closely now. As it stands, though, it doesn't look tornadic, but it does look like a big beefy supercell that's headed in your direction. But yeah, these have kind of just consolidated into very large supercells. Not seeing too much of a tornado threat at the moment. Previous warning was going through Cotton County, but that has since expired. So we'll see. Yep, if you're in Oklahoma, basically find yourself on the map, and this part of this line of storms is going to go like this through the night into the early morning. So if you're anywhere in Oklahoma that's not the southwest corner here, you'll get a storm probably, and it might wake you up. So there you go. You've now found yourself in Oklahoma. Alabama, that's tomorrow. Southwest Alabama especially. Looks like a damaging wind threat once again. If the tornado threat increases tomorrow, I will be attempting to cover that on another stream. But as it stands, I don't think there will be a stream tomorrow. I am still keeping my eye on it. So we'll see how that risk evolves for tomorrow in particular. Oh, wow. What a day so far for sure.
It's been a long week, Andy, as I'm sure you know.
Yeah,
It's been a week.
it has been a long week for sure. Okay, they've got my tornado warning, my custom personally made one. Wonder if I can see
It's
if
everywhere. I just want you to know it's already everywhere.
I don't know what everywhere means. Like Twitter, I mean, like what?
No, well, not Twitter. I should specify. It's all in the office.
Okay, it's all over the team. The team likes it. Let me see if I can play that. Oh, it's probably gonna be all.
Andy, what's the
That one.
I don't know. I'm gonna sound so stupid, but I'm gonna say it anyways. Is it Power Rangers? It's like boop 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 boop. That's what it sounds like.
What?
I'm gonna look it up. Hold on.
Okay, go for it. I don't know what you're talking about, but my brain is completely weather fried. You know what I mean? Look at Carly laughing in the corner. I had to bring her up for that. Just laughing at me. I can think of like nothing but weather right now.
That's okay.
Yeah, it's gonna need to be said to me 3 times in a row. For some reason, this is low quality. Why is that low quality? It doesn't matter. It'll work. All right, let me see if I can show you guys this. This was my tornado warning that I issued myself for Dodge City because it looked very concerning. That warning's not going to play, guys. Boop-a-da-boop, boop-a-da-boop. There you go. Tornado warning right now includes the north side of Dodge City. That warning's not going to play, guys. It sounds really scuffed, but yeah, that tornado warning did come through for Dodge City, but it didn't play on the stream, so I had to make sure everybody heard it. Arkansas, early morning storms, another round for you later tomorrow. Wind and hail at the moment. Tornado threat very low. You might be woken up this morning anywhere in Arkansas that's not... Yeah, it's basically south and west of Jonesboro, so thinking about Little Rock, thinking about Fort Smith, thinking about the southern side of the state. So, yeah, you're probably in for a rude awakening. I'm not very concerned at the moment, though. And I definitely won't be awake at 3 a.m. to cover that. I'm sorry. I wish I could be, but I can't do it for everybody, you know? So hopefully that remains not too bad for y'all, but you'll probably have some rude awakening if you wake up easily. So if you're a light sleeper, prepare to wake up to storms in Arkansas in the early morning hours. Thank you, Deborah, for the support. Why did you miss that? I just... Gosh. All right. Yep. That's how I feel right now.
I like everyone's phonetic takes on the boopity boop in the chat. Everyone has a different way of doing it.
Yeah. And it worked. I think it did work. Yeah. Well, I hope it did. I had to resort to something that would work. Your dog jumped when I made my alert? I didn't think it was that loud. Northwest Arkansas, probably about 1 to 2 a.m. Anywhere from like midnight to 4 a.m. are your stormiest hours for sure there. I think if you're in southeast Arkansas, you're more likely to see that second round on tomorrow in the afternoon to evening. Central Missouri, you're probably fine. I don't think there's any specific severe threat that's organized for you guys. All right. Now it is legendary, and it'll certainly be saved. Northwest Mississippi, that's probably closer to that's probably closer to sunrise at that point. Oh, all right. So people asking about central Kansas. So again, I don't think these storms are going to last too much longer. Their severe thunderstorm criteria are already decreasing, so I think this is just going to become a disorganized mess of heavy rain as it moves off to the east-northeast in this direction, or maybe even off to the north at all. So enjoy the rain, those in Kansas. I think it's going to be much less of a threat. I think we're already starting to see this side wane and in intensity, and we're starting to see really the rest of the storms push through Oklahoma first and foremost. So let's take a quick look at this storm here. Again, the reason I'm still here right now is I'm monitoring the trend of these storms that are going to move through Oklahoma overnight. I want to see if they lose intensity at all, or if they're going to be pretty powerful. And for a while there, we had garbled velocity, not real data, but you can see actually in real time the development of a rear inflow jet, or literally the winds back here that are pushing this forward. So watch this move through, and you can really see it on the pink part of the storm. Sorry for the flashing colors. That's that radar artifact going at you. Oh, I still have Carly up. She's just watching along there. There we go. Okay, so the development of the rear inflow jet, now that we can see this, follow the hail right here. You can see it begin to bow out right here. So our jet is forming and pushing this part of the storm forward much faster.
Take a look at my stream real quick. Wow.
All right, so Chris is telling me to look at his stream. I'm not sure if it is working right now, but we do have some... possibly some sunset warnings coming up. Let me see if I can get Chris's feedback up. Actually, is he just parked? It looks like he's driving right now. Let me see if I can pull his stream back up. Oh, there we go. All right, let's look at Chris's stream. Wow, look at that. Yeah, this is a PDS sunset warning with a heck of a light show. Wow, look at that. That's wild. This is definitely a way to end an active day of severe weather during the daytime hours. That is solid. I don't see a storm that looks like that very often. Hopefully his speed maintains. We can't even hear him through the wind, the outflow from these storms. Yeah, that's incredible looking. Absolutely stunning. This is why you stick around and you see the progression of the storms into the evening hours.
I'm outside the car. I'm outside the car.
Yes, PDS sunset. Man, and the lightning right in there.
The real question is, who has a me or Chris?
So why the storm chasers are trying to talk to each other through my stream? Guys, just use Zello. Talk to each other. What are you doing? You're talking through my stream right now. I'm trying to talk to my audience.
Let me rephrase that. I was standing in the wind. I'm standing outside of my truck right now. I don't know if that's delayed or not, but I'm standing outside of my truck right now.
Whoa. What on earth just happened to his feet there? That was like a glitch in the Matrix. Did you see that? What? All right, so he's.
What did that go to?
I have no idea, but this is apparently delayed. He's standing outside. I don't really care because I just like what I'm seeing right now. That's amazing. So Chris is Chris is right along highway. Where is Chris actually? Oh, he's back in the Texas Panhandle. So this is close to Canadian Texas. I think he's on his way up to Perryton. At the moment, we're gonna have our Y'all Squad deployment there in Perryton to assist with tornado recovery. So he is driving into, or maybe standing outside his truck at the moment. He is driving into, in this frame, the storms there in the Texas Panhandle. It doesn't look as dusty as it did. So hopefully it looks like that dust storm is not continuing to be a thing. It might be maybe in western Oklahoma, but it looks like the Texas Panhandle, not too dusty with this storm at the moment. But man, that is the world border, exactly. That's a great way to put it. That is a wild looking feed right there.
I just popped a picture in the stream text from Chris himself. He sent us a personal picture.
So we're seeing a delayed. I don't even care. So Chris is sending this picture itself. We'll eventually see, but yeah, he's just continuing to look at the sunset here. That is amazing. A low likelihood of tornadoes, spin-up tornadoes in particular near Tulsa, so just be ready. Have a way to receive warnings there in Tulsa for sure. But that will definitely be closer to midnight. Closer to midnight is when those storms reach Tulsa. That's central time. It does look like they're moving pretty fast, though, so maybe they'll get there around 11:30. That's probably your stormiest hour. That's for everybody asking, what about Tulsa? What about Tulsa? There you go. I don't know. I feel like I just need to keep watching this. Really quickly, though, I want to take a look at the radar because I was in the middle. Man, look at Nick Gorman's feed, too. Gosh, this is just... I can't focus on anything. Here's Nick's feed. He's looking at some storm here. I think he's back behind the storm, so he's looking at like all that light rain, and then the sun actually coming through the light rain on the back end of the storm. So this is not even the front line of the storms. This is the back end. So we can see both. We can see the sunset from the front and the back right now. That is wild. All right, there we go. Now we have Chris's feed off just a little bit here. Let's look at the radar really quickly because it looks like this storm is maintaining intensity and then some. So I was just talking about the rear inflow jet here. This has begun to push this storm forward and cause it to bow out right here in northwest Oklahoma. So this is approaching Alva, Cherokee. It's now well east of Woodward. Looks like sailing might get in the or sailing. I'm not sure which the pronunciation is correct there, but it looks like this is going to be the most powerful part of the storm for a little bit here. So I would be concerned for Capron, Burlington, right along Highway 64 here in northwest Oklahoma. Definitely a very powerful part of the storm. So you can watch it in motion there. It begins to bow out quite rapidly there. We're going to see the strongest winds occurring right in the bow here, right in this pattern. So you can see this dark blue right here on the right side of your screen. That's about 85, 90, 95 mile an hour winds showing up on the radar. A couple thousand feet above the surface, so definitely some pretty powerful gusts at the surface as well. And then what we have the chance to see here is while this bows out, on the northern edge is where we could see our spin-up tornado or two over the next 30 minutes or so. So this is the area of concern for anything that could become tornadic. So we'll have to watch this closely. It's probably going to be going generally this direction, crossing the border right into Kansas here near Hartner and and Kiowa and Hazleton here, south of Medicine Lodge. So it looks like this is going to be the most concerning path of damaging winds and possible spin-up tornadoes. So if we were to extrapolate, take what we're seeing right now and draw it down the line a couple hours, we might see Oklahoma City and the metro on the southern edge of this line of damaging winds, and then possibly getting in on a storm from back in here in the Texas Panhandle. That might be the area that reaches Oklahoma City maybe a little bit later into the night, maybe 1 a.m. or so. So it might be pretty stormy for a while if you guys get caught like right where the storms are training over themselves. Whereas this part of the storm up here might be what makes it closer to the Tulsa area over the next couple hours. So I think this is really what we're looking at here, is closer to Tulsa and right along the Kansas border might continue to see the most powerful part of the storm that's materializing right now. So there's your destructive severe thunderstorm warning for that. Again, the highest end of a severe thunderstorm warning issued. That will incur tornado sirens in any of these towns that adhere to that. So there will probably be some sirens going off where this warning was just upgraded to a destructive warning. Man. So I think we'll need to cover this part of the storm for another little bit here. But Carly's telling me that she's going to have to sign off. She's had a long, difficult day also working with y'all squad and getting calls out and communicating. So if at any point, Carly, if you do need to go, that is totally fine. You've been a huge help today, and it's been fun having you on, of course.
Yeah, Andy, I'll be in the text channels. I just I've got to get up early tomorrow. Like I said, we've been doing y'all squad stuff. So I've got some phone calls to make tomorrow morning. I'm very excited. We have got a lot of really great things in the works right now. We've got the team going out to Perryton, Texas. So we're just really kind of coordinating to try to make those things happen. And like I said, I'm really excited to get that taken care of. So keep your eyes open for that over the next couple days and weeks. We're just getting started on a lot of really incredible things now that the Y'all Squad is an official nonprofit organization. So if you haven't already, go check out the website. It's theyallsquad.org. You can see what we're doing, and you'll see it on Twitter and everything else. But yeah, I'm just really thankful you guys were so kind to me today. Like I said, this was my first rodeo on Andy's channel here, and it is always so much fun. So yeah, thank you guys. You've been really great. I appreciate it.
Yeah, thank you, Carly. It was great having you on, even though, it was a little bit scuffed. And of course, we're always going to have to talk over the chasers and compete. But, that's just that's the charm and what we work with on these sort of streams here to get everything going. So
that's the charm. I love it. It's always so much fun bouncing back and forth with you, Andy. Like I said, I'll be in text stream, but just wanted to sign off to let you guys know.
Absolutely. Appreciate it. Thank you, Carly.
Mm-hmm.
Great to have you on tonight. So we'll see you later. And man, thank you again. Can I get a thank you, Carly, in the chat? I already see several people doing it. Go ahead and send it all. Man, I'm so happy to have Carly back. And a year ago when we were last working together, and and I started missing Carly a lot. But of course, we've all tried our separate things here and had a lot of fun with those. But now that she's back with the team, I had no idea a year ago that I'd be able to stream directly with her. So this is great. The start of something awesome too. Now that I've been streaming on YouTube on this channel, so very, very happy that that's been the case. All right. So now I have access to all the text. Thank you guys. Yeah, the huge shout outs to Carly. Huge. We're gonna stay on here on this channel for a little bit longer. I said that if we had that destructive severe thunderstorm warning come through, definitely going to continue coverage of that as it tracks eastward across northern Oklahoma. And that is exactly what we've got right now. So far, it doesn't look like any spin-up tornadoes have occurred. But what you are seeing here is that northern edge of the bow echo. Literally imagine pushing water forward in a bathtub on that left side of where you're pushing. as my webcam zooms out. I mean, I could use my arms to show you. But on that left side of where you're pushing that water forward, you get that counterclockwise spin. In this case, the left side is the northern edge of the bow echo, right here in that blue circle. So that's why you see some rotation starting to show up here, right here along the Oklahoma-Kansas border. So that is where our focus is for spin-up tornadoes, if they do occur. So watching that area very closely, we'll be on it the moment something happens, because that's pattern recognition for you. All right, so we've got that new considerable severe thunderstorm warning, including parts of approaching Elk City from the north here and I-40. So yeah, it does look like this line of storms here is going to eventually cross over Oklahoma in some capacity. Yeah, at the moment, not ending. Definitely not ending when we have a radar presentation that looks like this. Absolutely not. We definitely need to keep streaming for this. Okay, so chat, it's you and me. Let's start talking. I've seen several asks about Ardmore, Oklahoma. Very valid asks. Let's go ahead and look down there. This is our only other area of concerning storms, really. We have a couple of hailstorms near Brownwood. We'll watch if those continue to be the case, but almost every storm down here that was approaching Dallas-Fort Worth from the west has fizzled out. That's great news for DFW. Doesn't look like we're going to have an organized severe threat. Wichita Falls, supercell, moving pretty slowly, is finally approaching you from the west. You're getting in on the rain from it now. It doesn't look like too powerful of a storm as it approaches the city, but it is warned for golf ball size hail, so a very small localized area. If this goes right over the city, we'll experience some larger hailstones as it stands. So there's a golf ball size hail report coming through from emergency management there near Caden Corner to the west of Wichita Falls. So that is still approaching you. We'll see if it maintains intensity. The storms that are approaching the I-35 corridor north of the Red River here are probably about maybe 45 minutes to an hour away. Looks like they're also passing over Loco, Oklahoma, which was just impacted by an EF2, currently rated as an EF2 tornado. So that is an area of that is vulnerable. So hopefully we won't have too much severe impacts going through there. What has caught my eye, though, is this little guy down here. What is going on right here? Oh, yeah, that is definitely... Wow, look how fast that is. This is the last scan. This is 4 minutes ago. This was 2 minutes ago. Tornado on the ground, more than likely. That's so fast. And then the next frame does confirm it. It's still got a tight area of circulation just west of Waurika here in Oklahoma. This is an area that just went through tornado warnings during our last stream on Ryan's channel. And Loco, Oklahoma was impacted by a tornado, so that's right up here. This is probably going to get warned. National Weather Service Norman might have eyes on it. Since that was so fast, let's see if they do issue a warning for that. But that definitely looks very intense in a very localized area. There is no debris signature with it. So it might not have touched down or hit anything to produce any damage that we could see. But yeah, that is extremely fast. Look how fast that was. Previous frame, bam, rotation right in there. That's so fast. That's wild to me. I don't know if I've seen very many that are that quick at developing. So if we get a tornado warning here into Jefferson County in Oklahoma, that is the reason why. National Weather Service Norman, let's see if they have eyes on that and they agree with me. Because yeah, wow, where did that come from? That's how fast these things can just happen. Goodness. Okay. So if you're in Waurika here in Oklahoma, I would recommend taking shelter. Strong storm approaching you regardless, but it does look like it may have tried to spin up a very, very quick tornado here. Hopefully it's done with by the time it gets to the town, but small town Waurika here, you went through it just a couple days ago. So I would advise being ready for that once again. So a couple of supercells here. That's definitely a rain-wrapped tornado. If it did happen, you won't be able to see it, especially as it gets to nighttime here. These are the storms that are approaching I-35 from the west. So Ardmore, about an hour out from these storms getting to your location. Yeah, this frame, while there is no tight circulation anymore, does tell me that the storm is definitely tornadic. So we have some strong winds going one direction on this side, just to the north of Waurika, and this side, also strong winds going the other direction, just to the south and west. Excuse me, bear with me for that. So no warning on this yet, but I would not be surprised if this was warned. I still think it probably should be warned. So very, 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 very fast rotation ramped up there. We'll see if it manages to do that again, because that's a concerning look. Definitely still capable. Population there, probably fairly small. But they have gone through a couple of tornadic days recently, so there you go. There's another one. Looks like a town that's probably about 1,500 to 2,000 people there in Waurika, south of the lake. So watching this closely here, actually kind of surprised that there wasn't a warning issued. But the fact that the tornado happened, or may have happened so quickly, sometimes, by the time it's done with, the National Weather Service might opt to not issue a warning for that particular circulation. So we'll see if it warrants, if it wraps up again and warrants another warning. Another look down here near Wichita Falls. Clearly a hook is beginning to be well defined here compared to what it looked like recently. So you can see that appendage is sticking out of the storm now, just to the west of Wichita Falls. However, I don't see any rotation, hardly at all, with this, so I'm not particularly concerned with this look right now as it approaches Wichita Falls, but definitely keep an eye out. Definitely keep an eye out just in case. Right, we still got rotation here near Waurika. It's not super strong, but it might be right on the edge of prompting a tornado warning here. So y'all watch out here in Jefferson County, please. Okay. So yeah, these storms approaching Ardmore still have some oomph to them. We'll keep a close eye on them as a result. Take a look at the hail core down here near Brownwood. Down here near Brownwood, Texas, still got, I guess these storms have re-intensified just a little bit, but they haven't yet congealed together into anything. So we might see maybe just one small area of damaging wind and hail that might consolidate and move to the south of the DFW metro. So that might be Waco, Texas, Hillsboro, depending on how this cluster evolves right here. So this might be my only thing that I've got eyes on down here, and it probably will avoid most of DFW. So we'll see. We'll see how that goes through. Okay. Anything else that we need to look at here? Let's see. So we got storms, sub-severe mostly, kind of moving in the direction of Tampa, though, down here in Florida. It does look like some of them have hail cores, so it's possible that Tampa might be in for a light show with this group of storms right here. It's approaching your area probably over the next hour or so, just looking at it generally, hour or two. That looks to be the strongest area of storms in the Florida Peninsula, which is still under a slight risk today. And then I think I saw a severe thunderstorm warning here in Louisiana. Let's take a look. All right, so this is a severe thunderstorm that was almost. It looks like it's actually canceled right now. So this is a I guess a weakening storm. Doesn't look like it's going to do too much, but man, look at the anvil coming off of it. Do you see this? Wow. This whole thing showing up on radar is the anvil of this this storm over here. So it is being blown all the way down here. So if you're in Brookhaven in Mississippi, you're underneath the cloud of this storm over here in northern Louisiana. Sometimes it's pretty wild to see that. But yeah, that should give you an idea just how large these storms are sometimes. That's wild stuff. All right, let's keep a close eye on our storm. And let's see. So I'm going to go ahead and close out of this radar. I believe most of the storms here in Kansas will lose their intensity here, including any of these storms that are popping up here north of Wichita. Might have a little bit of hail associated with them, but they're nothing too concerning. They might just keep you up for a while. So don't go outside. Any lightning, of course. All right, so let's see. I want another close look at this storm here and this destructive severe thunderstorm warning. It looks like any attempt at a spin-up tornado has failed thus far. Right along the Kansas and Oklahoma border here is where we're looking at this warning in particular. By the way, we haven't had a tornado warning in just a little bit now, which is good news. However, I still think there could be one down there near Waurika, so we'll keep an eye on that. 76-mile-an-hour wind gusts reported right near Sealing there. Or Sailing. Can I get the correct pronunciation on that? Does anybody have that in chat there for Oklahoma? Sealing or Sailing? Not sure which one it is. 76-mile-an-hour wind gusts down there, though, whereas the most powerful winds are definitely closer up here to the northern side of the storm, near Alva. So very, very strong winds going through. So there we go. Very strong storm. I'm most interested in seeing if this continues in intensity or we get another rear inflow jet pushing forward. That would prompt another destructive severe thunderstorm warning. If we get that, as this gets closer to Enid, Pond Creek, and these populated areas, then we'll continue the broadcast, of course. Sealing? Sealing. Okay, got it. Thank you. Pretty sure I've heard that one before, but I just want to double check, make sure. Wow. What a day of coverage so far. And just want to make sure, 100% sure, that we cover the destructive severe thunderstorm warnings and any remaining ones. Hopefully the intensity will decrease as we go into the night. Much like these storms around Des Moines, they're still sub-severe. Here in Iowa, we haven't seen any severe thunderstorm warnings up here toward Des Moines and to the north, and any severe hail has fallen below thresholds down here, closer to Osceola. So nothing too prominent in Iowa, but you're probably getting in on a decent light show. Is there plenty of lightning up here near Des Moines? That's the one thing I don't really like about GR2A is that it doesn't have a really good way at looking at lightning. There are a couple of layers that I can use to look at lightning, but they're really annoying. So I'm not a big fan of them, especially for broadcasting. So I don't typically get a great look at the current lightning on these storms unless I pull it up on my phone. So Des Moines still looking solid. It's just going to be a little bit gusty and heavy rain there. Hopefully that helps relieve any drought that is in the area. But yeah, a lot of drought-stricken areas. I saw people asking about that earlier. Did not receive rain today. Some did, but some, like northeast Nebraska, did not really receive any rain. All right, so looking again down here near Waurika, this is definitely a concerning look, especially for Sugden in Oklahoma. This is southwest approaching south central Oklahoma. The storm is looking pretty strong. So you can see here what is definitely an RFD surge. Rear flank downdraft surge. So the back end of the storm, drawing the arrow for it, is surging forward on the southern side of this. And you can see a pocket right here over Sugden of what is 80 to 90 mile an hour winds here, just about 4,000 feet above the ground. So very prominent rear inflow surge here, or RFD surge rather, rear flank downdraft surge. What this can do is A, provide a damaging wind threat, but B, this can also promote tornado genesis, or the production of a tornado, if it continues to wrap up around. So this is one component of producing a tornado. Now we see if the other one actually does connect with it. So right now, I would say we have one half of a tornado, in one half of the tornado ingredients we need for this storm to actually produce one. So I would be concerned out ahead of time for Grady, Oklahoma, and Yeah, basically right along the Red River. So be thinking about this storm if you know anyone in Courtney or in Grady. That is definitely a powerful storm. I'm pretty concerned, and I think we might have a tornado about to develop right here on this appendage. So we have the RFD surge happening right here, and winds are spreading out around the north side of it and starting to circulate right here. I think this could be a tornado, maybe even on the next scan of radar data that we get here. So very actively developing situation. We might see a warning come through for this. I would not be surprised at all there for Jefferson County. So if a warning does come through in Jefferson County and this continues to wrap up, that is the reason why. So pretty concerning look there. Looks like the supercell entering Wichita Falls has fallen apart. Wichita fallen apart. So this is the supercell losing intensity. Its updraft has started to really been excuse me been unable to sustain itself here right as it approaches the city. It looks like it's falling apart, which is great news for y'all there. Of course, it could reestablish itself, but right now it's definitely on a decreasing trend in intensity.
Andy, we are in Miami, not Florida, Miami, Texas. Currently getting annihilated by this hailstorm. Wind-driven hail. I think there's probably quarters or a little bit bigger, nothing outrageous yet, but we're still in the middle of it, so keep you updated.
All right. Thanks, Chris, for that. Let's see if we can get his feed working again. I still have Nick's feed. He is in total darkness. Let's see if Chris comes back at all here. I think his feed is not working at the moment, but... Ah, there we go. Okay, well, yeah, that's definitely a look. So... Okay, yep. I don't know what his stream is doing, but I think we saw briefly what he was talking about there before it switched back. What? All right. Chris Hall is teleporting. Teleportation powers there. I don't know how he does that. We should probably ask him. Definitely a teleportation device that just went on there. Jeez. Okay, so here's our next frame of data. Here, just east of Waurika. Again, I definitely think this is just enough to prompt a tornado warning. We might see that come through, so don't be surprised if one is issued. It looks like it's struggling just a little bit to connect properly and actually produce a solid tornado here. But we have rotation right here in a rural area now in Jefferson County, but pretty rapidly approaching the town of Grady down the line here. In Oklahoma. Ask him. The thing is, I'm not sure what part of the stream we're actually watching right now from him, but either way, he is giving us a look at a hailstorm, and it looks like pretty heavy rain there. Goodness. Okay. Oh, all right. All right. All right. Hopefully, y'all are doing well. If you stuck with me this long, I very much appreciate y'all for watching the broadcast. Thank you. Definitely sticking through it. And anyone who's come across the stream at any point, appreciate anyone who's subbed and liked the stream so far. Doing my best here to give you now casting the weather. As it happens. And we definitely saw a few tornadoes today. I retweeted the most photogenic one that we saw is on my Twitter, so you can find it there. I can post the link, or mods can post the link in chat too, because I know they've been doing that on the occasion, so thank you, mods, as well. Still looks like the supercell might drop a little bit of small hail as it dies off right over Wichita Falls, but it does look like Wichita Falls might get in on some small hail right at the end of this supercell's life cycle. Doesn't look like this was ever able to establish very tight rotation. Nothing showing up on our correlation coefficient that is noticeable. So currently not seeing anything. Looks like this is disconnected. I'm surprised at and also enamored by the resilience of National Weather Service Norman for, holding off on issuing a tornado warning. Because each scan of data looks really convincing. Like back here, I would have been like, oh man, that probably deserves a tornado warning. It looks pretty concerning, but we definitely want to be issuing warnings as accurately as possible. So huge props to the National Weather Service having a little bit more reprieve than I do, perhaps. Those warning coordination managers have so much training, basically just as much as I'm doing myself by doing these broadcasts for you. It looks like Dallas-Fort Worth is going to be okay tonight. It looks like all of the severe weather is fizzling out as it approaches the DFW metro. You guys are all right? So thankfully, it doesn't look like that's going to materialize. We just have a couple of hailstorms to your southwest that are going to approach the I-35 corridor, maybe around Waco in the next couple hours. So I really don't think Dallas-Fort Worth is actually going to get in on the severe weather today, which is great news. That's for everybody asking about DFW. Anyone in Wichita Falls? Any small hail falling for you guys? Can you hear anything on the roof or anything like that? It's very interesting to be right over top of the dying stage of a supercell, essentially. It looks like it started to fall apart there a little bit. It's definitely a very weak storm at the moment.
I'm tired. I need sleep. Andy, this is Chris. We may have had a golf ball or two, but that storm is intensifying. A lot of lightning in it. We're going to continue on back to the south. We got a long day tomorrow with the Y'all Squad in the next few days. So just wanted to give you an update. That is definitely a destructive storm with the winds and with it as well. So
absolutely. Thanks, Chris, for that update. Still watching the storm very intensely here in south central Oklahoma. This, again, is about 45 minutes to an hour away from Ardmore for any of our friends that are concerned along I-35 north of the Red River. This supercell does look pretty intense, and it probably will sustain itself for quite a while as it approaches Ardmore, Marietta, some areas that have been recently impacted by the damaging wind events that have moved through, and also brief tornadoes in the area. So our other area of concern now is north central Oklahoma, and this area all the way back into the Panhandle of Texas that Chris is driving through and talking about as he approaches Perryton, where we're going to have Y'all Squad activities going on tomorrow. That's what Carly was talking about. If you guys were here for Carly, that is their destination, as that area was impacted by an EF3 rated tornado as it currently stands a couple of days ago that we live streamed last time on Ryan's channel. We saw that tornado go through the town. So yeah, definitely huge Y'all Squad opportunity to help out and aid in massive relief. I'm pretty sure we had over $20,000 raised by you guys that day to assist, and that's all going there as we speak, which is pretty cool. I'm always thrilled to be a part of that. To be a part of the team that does that is, there aren't any words for that. All right, north central Oklahoma now. Enid and Pond Creek are next in line along the path of this pretty damaging storm. Currently, it is a considerable severe thunderstorm warning, so it's been downgraded from destructive. That's what I was waiting to see, if that would remain the case. We do have maybe an attempt at a very weak spin-up tornado right here on this last frame of data. So we'll see if that continues. Does look like it's continuing just a little bit here. So if there is a warning that comes through here into Harper County in Kansas, that would be the reason why. So brief spin-up tornado on the northern edge of this is possibly ongoing. It doesn't look too powerful there. So hopefully just moving through rural areas. But yeah, close eye out for those spin-up tornadoes. And that's exactly what JR Boy is talking about. Thank you for that donation. I was just kind of keeping that on the screen, but hopefully that is not impacting anybody. And thank you for bearing with me, too, with this cough. I've been doing as best I can to broadcast with this cough. It's been eating me alive for the last couple weeks. Good grief. Can't get rid of it. Yeah, so I'm waiting to see. We had one instance of this storm bowing out really quickly. You can see it go through there over the last hour, waiting to see if we get another surge of winds pushing parts of the storm forward. Because if that does happen, then we'll definitely see another destructive severe warning issued. But some pretty powerful winds are approaching Enid Pond Creek at the moment. Just had another 76-mile-an-hour wind gust come through Clio Springs here. So yeah, I mean, this is maintaining intensity. 76-mile-an-hour wind gusts, by the way, these are being recorded by the Storm Prediction Center as significant wind reports, which means anything like this is adding to the possibility of this storm system being described as a derecho, which is literally just a long-tracked, very heavily damaging windstorm. So this is currently looking like it will be called a derecho. We've seen plenty of those very upper-end wind damage reports. I mean, pretty interesting to be watching that live, right? Like the unfolding of a derecho event, so to speak. I've had plenty of herbal tea and honey. Like I've had so many cups of that I can't even tell you. But I appreciate you guys looking out. Happy to help, Colette. Thank you for the feedback. Much appreciated. Happy to help the family as well. Yeah, nice but not okay. I agree. For sure. So what's up with you guys? You know, we haven't had a tornado warning in a while now. We've had several storms that look like they could have a tornado warning assigned to them, but we have remained just under the threshold, despite my concerns with them. Let's go ahead and take another look at that. Here in south central Oklahoma. Again, this would be completely rain wrapped, but I don't see any tight rotation as it does approach Grady. So current update on that is it looks like it is not producing a tornado, but it's still a dangerous storm. Have I eaten? I had a huge burrito before this stream to power me through the whole thing. Barely noticed the cough at all. That's because I've been trying very hard to not cough into the mic for you guys. You need to see Midas. He's upstairs. He was very rambunctious earlier, though. Happy that you're thinking of him. Tornado threat for West Tennessee tomorrow, very low. Currently very low. If that increases, I will have a stream going tomorrow for it. But at the moment, it looks like it's going to be just a long line of storms that moves through. So increase in tornado threat tomorrow equals another stream for me here, right back here on this channel. Covering those areas tomorrow. We'll see. But currently, not looking like that at the moment. That will change, though, in about 3 hours from now, when the Storm Prediction Center updates their Day 1 outlook for June 18th. I'm okay, Christopher Vries. About Northeast Texas, you guys will probably see some storms from this complex. It is going to travel generally from Tulsa and all the way down to West Arkansas, Northeast Texas, through the nighttime hours. So they are going to continue, and they probably will have some severe thunderstorm warnings, or at least some thunder and lightning to wake you up rudely in the morning hours. So a lot of people are going to get storms tonight if you live along that corridor. Tulsa, looks like you guys are about 2 hours out. Hour and a half to 2 hours. So just about when we expected it. There we go. There's that spin-up tornado warning. Hopefully coming through. Let's see. So we have
a new tornado warning has been issued.
Our spin-up tornado warning for Harper County in Kansas. Here is our rotation right here, and that pink box is about to show up. As you heard on the warning coming through. So again, this is a spin-up tornado that's lasted a few frames, so definitely a valid warning to have there. So please take shelter in parts of Harper County in Kansas. Storm is producing a brief tornado, hopefully weak. We've been looking at that. Stillwater, probably about an hour out. you're halfway between the storms and Tulsa, right in the middle there, meaning that you're probably good 45 minutes to an hour out, and that will be your stormiest hour. And I think you should be done after that. You know, a breath of fresh air and good news for everybody who is going through these storms tonight in some capacity, whether it's from this one down here that's approaching Ardmore from the west, or this band of storms that's probably pretty close to being classified as a derecho. This line of storms, once it passes through, you're good. You're good in this area. We're going to have a couple of days of no storms, no thunderstorms forecast for Oklahoma. Hopefully that means that you don't get into any excessive heat warnings or anything like that, but it looks like this is going to be the one to blow all that unstable nonsense out of here, unstable atmosphere, and then you get a break. So that's good news, because we've had unusual activity for this time of year. Usually June is focused up north into Nebraska, but instead we've seen all the storms tracking here through the southern plains and to the southeast. Yeah, it does look like a progressive derecho. You're absolutely correct on that. So because we've had several significant wind reports like 77, 76 mile an hour winds, here near Sealing also 76 mile an hour wind report, I think there are enough significant wind reports right now to warrant calling this a derecho as it stands. But it's still got hours to go, so we're going to see just how many damaging wind reports come in through the night. So my area of most concerned right now is out ahead of this part of the line that's oriented more north-south, like this, along this blue line. That's generally going to travel along north-central Oklahoma towards the Tulsa vicinity. And we'll see what it looks like when it gets to Tulsa. I may not be on at that point unless we continue to get destructive severe thunderstorm warnings and spin up tornado warnings. So we'll see. But right now, hopefully that wanes in intensity, and I can take a little bit of a break, because I cannot tell you guys how much I'm going to cough after I am done streaming. It is going to be ridiculous. I'm going to have at least 3 cups of tea after this stream. But I did it for you guys. I definitely wanted to be here for you guys. Definitely wanted to. Make sure that I covered today's event. Look at the lightning on Chris's stream. Yes, he's finally got a good look there. I agree. So this is Chris's feed. He's in the Texas Panhandle near Canadian, or actually near Pampa, right on the southwest edge of this derecho that we're looking at right now. What could be a derecho. I'm still not 100% sure if I want to call it that, but it does look pretty convincing. I think it will be called a derecho, because it's been pretty significant today for sure. So he's looking at the southern edge of this, and it's still got a light show going on with it. So yeah, this is going to be the rude awakening that you see in Oklahoma City at midnight, just about right in those hours. This is going to be the rude awakening you see in Tulsa in the next couple of hours. And eventually, this is going to be what you see in southeastern Oklahoma, northeastern Texas, maybe as far south as Shreveport. This line of storms will get to you. And I mean, the way it's going, perhaps this line of storms might actually make it in part to Dallas-Fort Worth. If this western edge that Chris is looking at right here, if that continues to develop and go to the south, maybe in the morning time hours, we might actually get something all the way down there. So we'll see. I don't know if it will go that far south, but if it does, well, you could be pretty close. So, of course, if it reaches you there, this would just promote a damaging wind threat with it. No, it's all right, Duelist. I'm doing the broadcaster thing. I want to make sure that the quality is good for you guys. It's not coughing into the mic all the time. You wouldn't appreciate that. Do I think it's going to hit Tulsa? At the moment, I think that it looks like Tulsa is going to have its stormiest hour right about 11:30 p.m. to midnight, and maybe maybe lasting a little bit of time after that, because the way these storms work, also that spin up tornado warning has been allowed to expire. So there we go. We lost our tornado warning in our red overlay here. It might last for quite some time, might be windy for quite some time, because back behind these types of storms here, this line of storms that extends out, is a bunch of it's really this area is all the wind that's pushing the main line of the storm forward. So it's going to stay pretty gusty, blustery back in here, back behind the storms. And also there's going to be lightning activity. So there's probably quite a bit of lightning going on here, just exiting the Dodge City area. So you see all this yellow and orange area. This is just a bunch of what we call stratiform rain. So that's just consistent, light to moderate rainfall. And there's a lot of lightning that usually happens in these areas here. So it's probably going to be a pretty loud night, maybe, if any strikes reach the ground there in Tulsa and this area back behind. And also pretty blustery back in there, too. Typical Derecho behavior. Thank you, Holly, for the support. You've done so much tonight. Very much appreciated. Is Lawton going to get hit again? I think southwest Oklahoma is going to be clipped by the edge of this, maybe. That's why I was intrigued by the southern extent of this. Maybe it might clip a little bit of Altus and Lawton down here, so this part of the storm back in here, right on the western edge, might be what travels in that direction. So we'll see just how far south these storms make it. What I will say, though, is our primary area of tornado concern is definitely right here. Wherever this line is oriented more north-south is where we have the most organized part of the storm, and also the greatest chance for winds to funnel in here and wrap up, essentially. So down here, for Sealing and also for Elk City, this area approaching I-40, I'm not concerned about tornadoes down here. This area of the storm, or this portion of the storm, is definitely going to not be tornadic or as tornadic in nature compared to where this storm bows out in front up here. And that would be right along the Kansas-Oklahoma border. So that would be the area of concern for tornadoes. I think down here there's almost zero tornado threat remaining, and that would this is going to be the part of the line that would impact Lawton and also Oklahoma City Metro. So I think we're going to have almost zero tornado threat for OKC. However, there might just be a little bit for Tulsa, so we'll see how it evolves. This is, again, the part of the storm that may be more tornadic, especially the northern side of this, so maybe towards Ponca City and just hugging the border right here. That would be my area of concern for any possible spin-up tornadoes. So if you're concerned about tornadoes in Oklahoma City Metro, I think you're fine. I think you're fine. You're just going to get woken up when these storms come through. So that's what I'm focusing on. And of course, the structure of this line will probably change with time. So that might not be true when it gets to northwest Arkansas. It might just become completely non-tornadic. So we'll see. But I'm pretty sure that we'll be okay for the most part. We hopefully will be done with tornado warnings. So let's take a quick look down closer to Ardmore, which is now in a severe thunderstorm warning from this complex of a supercell here. It kind of looks like it's merged together here. Not seeing any tight rotation.
Hey, Andy, it's Chris one more time, and then I'll hush for the rest of the night. Visually looking at the storm, it is definitely a light show. I do believe the storm continues to intensify. The hail core just spiked. Also, it is sort of getting the look of it wanting to try and hook out. Velocity doesn't look the greatest, but if you swap down to another radar just south of here, it does show somewhat of velocity looking somewhat on it. That may be one to watch, especially where it is a tail end Charlie. But I will hush now and give you all the light show for just a little while longer.
Cool. Thank you, Chris. Last message from Chris tonight. Again, we're watching his light show right here in the Texas Panhandle. Now, he mentioned something about velocity. Again, I think that there is no chance for tornadoes where he is at. He's in that southwest part of the line there. And all of the storm has a gust front well out in front of it. It's going to completely prevent any wind from getting in there and spinning up a tornado. So I think we're all good there. No chance of a tail end Charlie really producing a tornado down there for sure. So that last scan actually completely has shifted my view on this here. I believe Nick might be done for the day as well. I think he's just driving through. Where is Nick at? He is driving probably back to Perryton as well. So I think the Y'all Squad is going to converge in Pampa and then head up to Perryton for relief duties tomorrow. And Nick Gorman might be going over there to help out with that. So this last scan maybe gave me a little bit of hesitation here near Healdton in Oklahoma. You can see this part of the storm kind of just bowing out right there. So this is pushing forward right near Healdton. Just a localized area of strong winds right there, right over the town. We're looking pretty far up in the storm, so I'm not sure what's happening at the surface here, but I can tell you for sure this is pushing out right there. And maybe might connect with some rotation just in the north of the town, but we'll see if that continues to be a signature to look at. But that's the only thing that's really caught my eye now. So wouldn't be surprised to see maybe a severe thunderstorm warning issued just a little bit out ahead of this, since I think the northern part of the storm is still decently severe now, passing pretty close to Ardmore. So you guys can probably see this off to your west on I-35. But looks like the tornado threat with this hopefully has gone way down, this complex of storms. And what I can tell is it actually looks like it's turning into a line of storms there. So yeah, we're starting to see this really just become a line. So this might be excuse me. This might be the complex of storms that actually tracks pretty close to Shreveport. So maybe right along this line towards Texarkana through the night, we might see this localized area of damaging winds if this storm maintains itself all the way over there. It does look like it's trying to do exactly that. So this might be the storm to impact areas near Sherman, Texas, maybe just near Sulphur Springs, Mount Pleasant, and towards Shreveport and Texarkana, possibly into southwest Arkansas as well. So it looks like we'll have just two areas of self-sustaining storms through the night. Hopefully, this remains non-tornadic. All right. Let's go back and see any updates, developments with our north central Oklahoma storms. Getting pretty close to I-35 now, about a county away. And I think if you take a close look here, you can see that gust front out in front of this. So you see this this line that's kind of following the storm right out in front of it. There's our gust front. So that means that any tornado threat is basically zero right along this thing here. All preventing winds from getting in there and spinning anything up where the storm is located. But right here near Wakita, which is a pretty infamous location for Twister, the movie, is where we might be able to see one last chance at a spin-up tornado. Just, again, right along this Kansas-Oklahoma border. So this would be the only place of tornadic concern. Otherwise, we're just looking at a bunch of damaging winds that are making their way through. Excuse me. Goodness gracious. Thank you, Deo Presso. I appreciate that support. Thank you, Mad Dog, as well. Been watching for a while. Weather's been wild for you in the southeast. Any brief outlook for tomorrow? It's probably going to look pretty similar to this. What you're seeing here, a damaging wind and some hail threat is expected through parts of the southeast tomorrow. If the tornado threat is increased, because currently it is marginal, only a 2% risk area exists tomorrow. If that increases, then keep a close eye out. I will do another stream to cover the risk tomorrow. But as it stands, I do not have a stream planned for tomorrow because it does look like it is going to be confined to severe thunderstorm warnings. Thank you. hopefully that helps. But yeah, you are in an enhanced risk tomorrow. If that is upgraded to actually, if anything about that is upgraded, so if we get an upgrade to a wind-driven moderate, then I'll also stream that tomorrow. So we'll see. We'll see what the Storm Prediction Center thinks about trends for tomorrow's severe weather event, and any upgrades to what it currently stands as, which is this, which you can see on Radar Omega. Here is our risk for tomorrow. Any upgrades to this while these storms move through will be what decides me streaming or not. So we'll see. We'll see. So keep a close eye out. If I don't stream tomorrow, the implication, the goal is to communicate that the risk is hopefully confined to maybe some shelf clouds rolling through, and that, you know, me not being on should hopefully communicate that, yeah, being weather aware is great, but it doesn't look like a higher or a higher end severe weather outbreak is poised to occur. But nonetheless, an enhanced risk down here in June is very unusual. So we will see. Definitely just keep a close eye on the channel. So that's what tomorrow's risk looks like. I am not seeing anything in particular that is extremely concerning. I mean, there's some very powerful wind pockets that are approaching Pond Creek. I know that's a populated area, so if you know anyone in Pond Creek, just tell them to be weather aware. Storm's finally getting to them. It's definitely going to wake them up, so hopefully they will, be away from windows if any very strong gusts come through, because we do have a couple of pockets of possibly 80-mile-an-hour winds showing up, 85-mile-an-hour winds showing up right here, right along Highway 64. So this is going to be a pretty strong damaging wind event for Pond Creek. Looks like they're in the path of the strongest winds here. Still watching this area that could, very briefly spin up a tornado here. Again, it's north of Wakita, infamous town for the movie Twister. So it would be something if they saw a Twister. I don't know how many Twisters Wakita has seen since that movie came out, but definitely very interesting. This is pretty cool too, what we're seeing here. This is south and east of the radar here, well out ahead of the heavy rain. We're actually seeing a gust NATO, I think, occur right here. A very small area of possible spin on the gust front itself. So this is not a proper tornado, but rather a gust NATO right on the leading gust front. So those are typically very weak and do very, very little damage. So if there are gust NATOs, that just goes to show that this is a pretty powerful storm system. Makes sense to call it a derecho for sure. But as it stands, man, I really wish these storms that have already passed through, Tulsa and Oklahoma City and so forth, so that we could confidently call it a good day. But, I'm still a little bit concerned for those populated regions. And also down here into Ardmore along I-35, these storms are getting pretty close to your region. But it doesn't look like they are... it doesn't look like they're wrapping up anything tornadic at the moment, so still maintaining hope that they pass through without too many issues. 116 tornadic events. Well, I guess it's not surprising there. North central Oklahoma. I think the Y'all Squad operations are definitely going to be put together in video format on the Y'all Squad channel, which you can actually find. Literally, if you look up Y'all Squad on YouTube, you will be able to find that YouTube channel. We do have one video there, so yeah, the Perryton relief efforts will be very precisely gathered and presented in a video on that channel for sure. So make sure you're tuned to that. Anything for Iowa over the night? Nope. I think storms are going to lose their intensity up there. We didn't really have any severe thunderstorm warnings, just a couple near Creston. Frank's also got in the chat. Very nice. Thank you, Frank. That is the Y'all Squad channel where any Perryton efforts will be shown. So, yep, just cycling back and forth between these two areas, north central Oklahoma, approaching Enid and Pond Creek. Just some very powerful winds moving through here. I'm waiting to see what the next severe thunderstorm warning that comes through that will include I-35 counties north to Ponca City here. And also areas just north of Oklahoma City Metro. Waiting to see what this next severe thunderstorm warning is. If it is a considerable warning, I think we will wrap it up. But if we get another destructive warning for any concentrated wind damage, then we'll stay on just a little longer. All right? So that's the plan. Yes, Arkansas will see things overnight. And as we wrap it up, I will show you guys what will happen, so that you are weather aware for the rest of the night, know what to expect, okay? No, there will, it looks like there is no tornado threat expected for the remainder of Texas, especially the Dallas-Fort Worth area. Definitely no tornado threat expected into the night. Yeah, gust NATO is literally just, you see a little bit of you see the gust front coming towards you, and then there's just this little whirl that might kick up a little bit of dust in the field, but it's not connected to the cloud at all. Alright, so just waiting to see. That new severe thunderstorm warning will probably come pretty soon here as this storm goes through Pond Creek. Definitely getting very windy in that area now. We could take one more brief look and see if I think that those storms near Tampa might be a little bit severe in nature as they approach the city, but they might go a little bit off to your east. Not sure yet. So I'm going to bring a radar over there. Des Moines gotten through the heavy rain, so let's see if we can get down there to Tampa and take a look at what's going on. Did these storms manage to make it through? I don't see any warnings down here, so it looks like they probably lost their intensity here. No, I think this one looks pretty powerful, actually. It's just gone over Newport Richey. I just saw the last couple scans of that. That is actually pretty interesting storm here. That's approaching Tampa dead on here. This is going right towards downtown Tampa, especially the western part of it. Probably, yeah, this is a legit supercell. Taking a look at this thing here as it comes on shore. Only in the last couple minutes has it come on shore, and look at that, like just about 10 minutes ago, it definitely looked pretty concerning right here, right over the coast near Port Richey. Could have been rotating there. Right now, looks like it hasn't managed to sustain that rotation, but yeah, you can see that proper supercellular structure here to the north of Tampa, so just know that this storm is currently moving towards Tampa. Wouldn't be surprised to see maybe a severe thunderstorm warning with this. Might have to keep a close eye on this for just a little bit here. Glad I looked over here, definitely, because there's no nothing but some special marine warnings at the moment, so wouldn't have even known. All right, we'll watch this develop. Tampa, what the heck? Keeping me from going offline. This is too concerning of a storm to just leave off on. It looks like a proper supercell to me. Let them know in Tampa they got a strong storm moving toward them. Another look through north central Oklahoma. I did hear that warning coming through. Not sure where that was for exactly. That was for Kingman and Reno County in Kansas. So it's for this storm up here. Just a little, it's hanging on just a little bit longer here in south central Kansas. So it does look like maybe some storms will move through the Wichita, Kansas vicinity. I was hoping that they would mostly fall apart by this point, but it does look like they're trying to maintain just a little bit of intensity into the early night. All right, keeping it going. Keeping up strong here with these storms. All right, south central Oklahoma. Let's go ahead and look at that. Oh, man. This is in the hail core, so I'm not sure how much of this is legitimate rotation, and we are in a radar hole, of course. We also have rotation starting up here right along the Red River near Courtney. Great. No tornado warnings right now, but some of these storms are appearing pretty problematic. It's not going to let me stop, is it? Yeah, we saw that strong storm move through Waurika in Oklahoma. I would not be surprised if there actually was something that went through there. So, there was never a tornado warning there, but I definitely had a y'all watch out for that area because it was immediately concerning. Very very fast spin up of a tornado there that lasted maybe 5 or 6 minutes. And impacted definitely areas west of Waurika. I didn't see a debris signature with it, no damage signature, but I wouldn't be surprised if it actually did do some damage there. Okay. There's a couple more storms that are a little too concerning for me to let up right now. Gotta make sure we're covering this as best as possible. Now, I know I do a lot of zooming in and out, but it's necessary to be able to assess the storm at different scales. Overnight weather for Mobile, Pensacola. You guys won't get anything until the early morning hours, maybe the mid-morning hours. It might take some time for it to reach you down there, but it looks like it will. So it's probably going to be sunrise by the time anything gets to you. Looks like the worst part of this storm, wind and hail-wise, is going to go right over Ardmore in Oklahoma. I know we've had several people asking about Ardmore. It does look like that's generally the area right here where some of the most powerful part of the storm might move right over you guys. So be prepared for that. Looks like the severe thunderstorm warning is going to verify right in this area, right for Ardmore. All right, let's take another look at Florida. We're going to cycle between these storms here. Definitely a concerning look here. Velocity is a little not telltale. I don't see anything immediately concerning with this, but if we go up with height, you can see that this storm definitely is rotating. So we're looking much further up into the storm. We definitely have rotation showing up there. Closer to the surface here, it's a little tougher to tell, but if this keeps going like this, yeah, we could see something tornadic come out of this. So watching the supercell really closely. Right now, this is northwest of Tampa. Excuse me. Northwest of Tampa at the moment. Approaching the city pretty much head on. It's moving basically southeast, might go just south, or I'm sorry, just west of the city, along a line just like this. Heading into the bay, Tampa Bay itself, passing over Interstate 275. Looks to be its current track. So definitely watching the storm. I do believe it's got a chance to produce a tornado. Looks like this is the only strong storm in the vicinity. So keeping a close eye here in the Tampa vicinity. Yeah, no severe thunderstorm warning with this. It's just a special marine warning as it comes on shore. I think National Weather Service is probably gauging what to do with this storm. They're probably waiting for it to do something in particular, which is wrap up any tight rotation if it does manage to do that before they issue a warning for it. So let's see. Okay, one brief look down here in Texas. Great. Okay, let's take a closer look at this one. So this is in Central Texas. It's managed to consolidate. So let me play back that loop. We were watching this come together when it was just a bunch of little hailstorms together. I was waiting to see how it would consolidate, and it looks like it's consolidated into one pretty powerful supercell. Now to the south and east of Brownwood. It's got a heck of a hail core on it here in the pinks and even a little bit of purples showing up just south and east of Brownwood, Texas. Oh boy. So, taking a quick look at this because the signature I'm seeing right here is in fact a hook. It's showing up very nicely. Here's our supercellular structure. Very healthy supercell right here. Wow. Okay. I'm glad we didn't stop. We're still going here. This looks like a pretty powerful supercell right here. It's approaching Goldthwaite into Mills County at the moment. Currently, it's over nothing. Some of the hail in this storm might be over some of these towns, but the largest hail is definitely falling right here in the core of the storm here in the pinks and the purples that I'm highlighting here. And if this storm does start spinning something up, it's going to happen right in this vicinity. Okay, gnarly looking supercell. This is what happens when a bunch of storms consolidate. Watch the progression of this. So here we were. 1 hour ago, this is what the storms looked like 1 hour ago. We had several hail storms. One near Brownwood, one off to the west, another one off to the west, and one to the south here. And these have all congealed together into this guy right here. So a wild look here as we get an upgrade to a considerable severe thunderstorm warning for Mills County, Texas, which is what we're looking at right here. This is a powerful supercell. Man. Warnings going all over the place. I know, I thought I was going to get a break. I'm going to look at... Excuse me. I'm going to look at the environment in front of the storm. I need to know if it has... how much of a chance it has at producing a tornado. Yeah, I mean, it definitely does look like the environment right where this supercell is supportive of a tornado. So... yeah, we're going to have to keep watching this. We are going to have to keep watching this storm. I see fair kinematics. I see fair thermodynamics as well. This is in an area that still has, I don't know, just about 5,000 joules per kilogram of CAPE at 10 p.m. So there's still 5,000 CAPE here. If you guys are familiar with that, you'll know that that's quite a lot. So quite the unstable atmosphere is still in place down here in central Texas, right where this supercell is. So I don't know how much of a chance it's got at producing a tornado, but it certainly looks really gnarly, and it's got ingredients in place to do it. So we're gonna keep a close eye on this. All right, Central Texas. Let's go back to Florida. Latest scan of the Florida storm looks pretty concerning. We've got parts of the storm with pretty powerful winds. This area in light blue has 50, 60 mile an hour winds associated with it here in the northwest suburbs of Tampa near Odessa and Keystone. Currently not seeing anything tornadic yet with this storm, but we may see maybe rotation starting up right here near Keystone. Keep a close eye on this storm. Currently not warned for anything as it approaches downtown Tampa. And I'm not kidding about that. That is actually taking a track towards downtown Tampa, right along that blue arrow there on the right side of your screen. So there's an update for Tampa. Let's go to North Oklahoma into Kansas, South Kansas. Not seeing any spin-up tornadoes here, but still a pretty powerful line of wind here. That's now moving through Enid. Has moved through Pond Creek and is currently really gusty there. We've got that considerable severe thunderstorm warning that moves out ahead and now includes Ponca City over to Red Rock and parts of I-35. So now this storm is just about maybe about an hour and a half away from Tulsa. Whew, okay, so an hour and a half away from Tulsa right now. You guys are about an hour and a half out. It looks like you're going to get a damaging wind event. I don't think that the storms will be tornadic or have any tornado threat when they reach Tulsa. It looks like the tornado threat will be to your north, up here in the northern part of our line of storms. This is where we could see possible spin-up tornadoes. They're going to ride right along the border of Oklahoma and Kansas for quite some time. So that's my area of concern for tornadoes, if any were to occur. Okay, and let's go ahead and take a look at South Kansas as well. I'm going to go ahead and bring up another radar for Wichita. There are still some strong storms in this location. Let's see what we got here. Oklahoma City looks still about midnight when the storms get to you, so that's an hour and 45 minutes away. So here's this storm near Newton. I was concerned because I started to see this look like a proper supercell. I'm not seeing any rotation closer to the surface, though. Looks like this storm's just got some powerful gusts coming out of it, and also a pretty large hail core over an isolated area. So this is south of Newton, Kansas, and north of Wichita a good ways. It's a pretty strong supercell out in front of the line. And this is just a mess. This has really not lost its intensity whatsoever here in South Kansas. So looks like Wichita is going to be in for a fun night of storms too over the next hour. Yep, no tornado threat down here in along this part of the line right here. This part of the line is not non-tornadic at the moment. As it approaches Interstate 35, goes over Enid at the moment. No tornado threat down here. The reason for that is because we have the gusty winds, the gust front out in front of the storms. It's again preventing any winds from reaching into the storm at the surface and spinning up a tornado. So right now, this gust front is blocking any tornadic threat right out in front of the storms here in north central Oklahoma. Once we get to the border, though, that stops being the case. We have air that's still moving generally in this direction on the northern side of this line of storms. And you can even see some examples of that up here near Norwich in Kansas. We could have an area of spin right in here. So, got to monitor this as it approaches Wichita. Still no tornado warnings for quite some time now, but we have several storms that look concerning in several areas that look especially concerning. So I'm keeping all these radar sites up, ready to monitor them if they come through. All right, let's go to south central Oklahoma. Keeping an eye on the storms as they get to Ardmore. So now it's right over Ardmore. The most powerful part of the storm is definitely just the north of the town from what we can see. Very powerful winds and also some hail is likely moving through Ardmore at the moment, just as we mentioned 15 minutes ago. So we've been tracking this part of the storm very closely. Looks non-tornadic, which is good, but we are seeing the development of our second set of damaging wind storms, and these still have some hail associated with them. So these, again, are going to be the storms moving through Ardmore right now that basically track along the Red River and eventually reach southwest Arkansas, go through parts of northeast Texas if they expand at all as they move to the east-southeast, and eventually probably will clip the Shreveport area and Texarkana over the next few hours. So that's probably 2 to 3 hours away from those locations. I think these storms will probably be severe when they reach those areas. So plan on about 2 to 3 hours out in Shreveport, and it's possible that you could even get another round of storms from these guys back in here that will track generally to the southeast as well. So again, stormy period for you guys into the early morning hours when I won't be here. Unfortunately, I can't last all night. Okay. Man. Ooh, okay, so there's our Oklahoma and Kansas storms. Let's go back to Texas. Oh my gosh. Yep. All right. So now we have a definitely starting to look like a tornadic storm here in central Texas as it approaches Goldthwaite. And keeping a close eye on this one too. And look at that. That rotation is ramped up very much in that last radar scan. If this continues to be the case, what we're seeing right here, I would not be surprised to see a tornado warning. And that would include Goldthwaite and Mills County in Texas. Wow. All right. So if we get a warning coming through, it's for this reason. That is a very, very classic look to this supercell. You can see it. I mean, it's just clear as a crystal. Here we are in central Texas. So this is generally traveling, it looks like an east-southeast direction through Goldthwaite towards Lampasas, and eventually towards the Belton area, the Belton Temple area, maybe through parts of Killeen as well. If it takes more of a right turn, it might go closer to Jarrell and Georgetown down here along I-35. So we'll see how long this lasts, but it is in a favorable environment to continue being a threat here. So more than likely, if this looks like this, we're going to see another tornado warning coming through. All right, so y'all watch out there in Mills County and in Texas. This thing looks gnarly. I would
A new tornado warning has been issued.
consider taking shelter in Goldthwaite and Scalorn here along Highway 183. There's your tornado warning. All right. Yeah, very, very classic look to the supercell. Definitely a very valid tornado warning. Please be taking shelter. We're getting into the nighttime hours, so let them know here if you know anyone in Mills County. There is our warning coming through. Okay. Man, it's exciting my throat again here. Let's get to our Florida storm. Latest scan here on this storm approaching Tampa. Let's see how much lightning activity is with this storm here. I want to see how much lightning's going on here. This is currently not severe warned, or it has no warning associated with it at the moment, but it is going to go right through downtown Tampa. So this cell right here is generally traveling this direction. Looks like it has a ton of lightning. So I'm pretty sure everybody in Tampa is starting to become very aware of this storm as it gets closer to the city. Previously, we were seeing areas of concern that may start rotating. You can see back just a few minutes ago, the storm definitely looked very concerning with this supercellular shape to it here. But as it stands right now, it looks like it has trended to becoming not a rotating, or at least toward the surface, not rotating. So looks like our tornado threat is lower at the moment with this supercell approaching Tampa. But it's definitely going to be pretty gnarly when it gets there. Thank you, Jennifer, for the support. Much appreciated. Thank you, peace of mind. Get the Fiji. I got you. So yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if this does get a severe thunderstorm warning with it. It definitely looks like a pretty powerful storm with plenty of lightning activity. So be prepared for that in Tampa. Again, the storm is generally traveling in this direction to the south-southeast. So it looks like it's going to go right through downtown. Maybe
A new tornado warning has been issued.
maybe avoid the western suburbs here towards Pinellas County. So we'll see the track of this thing does look like it's just going to go through Hillsborough County here. So be prepared for that. It's going to be a pretty loud storm, I think. And I'm going to monitor it closely just in case it tries to do something sneaky. Okay, just like a sneaky thing that we have a tornado warning for this storm south of Newton. That is a surprise to me. Very intrigued by this tornado warning here. So this was for this supercell, almost stationary supercell here. Look at that, just not really moving at all. So this supercell is almost stationary here in the area north of Wichita, Kansas. It is tornado warned. I don't know why. Trying to look at this thing going up in height. I'm really not seeing rotation that's that strong. So perhaps we had a funnel cloud report. I don't see any funnel cloud report in the warning. So I guess this is maybe a preventative warning. Thank you for the support, Yudo. Much appreciated, friend. So this is an interesting warning here in southeast Harvey County, northeast Sedgwick County, well removed from Wichita. Yeah, I'm not sure about this one. But what I do see here is a bunch of cells developing out in front of this, and these cells look like they're actually going to interact with this main supercell. So, excuse me, all of these storms coming together here are actually going to congeal with this main supercell right here near Newton. And if that happens, we actually might see a much stronger supercell emerge, and that could pose yet another tornado threat here, as we already have this warning here. So if you're in Furley or Whitewater here in Kansas, we're looking in the south central part of the state here, just to the north of Wichita. You're under a tornado warning at 10:30 p.m. Central, and it looks like this storm might have the chance to intensify with all of these storms being ingested into it. So I just want to, let you know that the whole reason why we see this storm down here near Goldthwaite in Texas, here's Central Texas, is exactly the same thing here. This was the result of a bunch of small hailstorms congealing together, consolidating into one powerful supercell that has become tornadic and has a tornado warning associated with it again. So there's our latest look near Goldthwaite. Please be taking shelter if you're just now joining the stream, or you know somebody in Goldthwaite. Last few frames of data here in this pink box are indicative of a tornado warning. Okay. I've got Nick Gorman and Chris Hall talking to me. Nick says, great stream today, 30 minutes ago. Great stream today, yeah, so far. I don't know if Nick is aware of what's going on now, but yeah, we are definitely continuing this stream at the moment. Alright, so there's an update for our friends. Maybe about 15 minutes or so out of the town of Goldthwaite here. Does look like it might try to go towards the town, so please be taking shelter there in Mills County in Central Texas here. Down the line, the storm looks like it's generally traveling in this direction, so it is going to encroach upon Lampasas County here, and possibly head down towards the Fort Hood, Killeen area. Maybe further south would direct it towards Georgetown and Jarrell if it continues. Right now, it has an incredible amount of CAPE, or convectively available potential energy, so just the juice in the atmosphere available for storms to persist. Has about 5,000 joules per kilogram of CAPE right in this area, which is a pretty extreme amount, especially for 10:30 p.m. That is an extreme amount, so that's kind of why we see a super healthy storm right in this area, is because we have extreme amounts of instability. See how tall this storm is. This storm is 65,000 feet tall in this pink area here. That's the top of the storm here. 65,000 feet tall. That is one heck of a storm. For reference, that's about 12 miles. 12 miles tall. Wow. Okay. All right. So let's go to our other areas of concern. Cycling through all possible areas of concern right now. Excuse me. Thank you, Stefana, for the support as we go into the night. We're about 15-25 minutes or so out from Ponca City, getting this line of strong winds approaching you guys there. So about 15-25 minutes out. Be ready for some damaging wind gusts. Probably going to get pretty loud there. Still watching right along the border of Kansas and Oklahoma here for any spin-up tornado possibility. But again, I'm not seeing anything too concerning along this line. It does look like this line is extending south very quickly here and organizing itself as it gets closer to El Reno and Oklahoma City Metro. So it does look like Oklahoma City might get in on these storms at right around 11 to 11:15 p.m. Central, which is about what we've been saying. For this area, I've been talking about this all day, is that we might see it around midnight or possibly an hour sooner, just around 11 p.m. Looks like that's the case. This is going to be the part of the storm that generally moves into the metro for anyone still watching there. So it looks like it's going to get pretty loud there. Your stormiest hour is coming up in Oklahoma City. Your stormiest hour in Tulsa is right about midnight. I think 11:30 to midnight. Is when these storms look like they're going to reach Tulsa. Okay, so now let's look at south central Kansas. This feels like the most active part of this stream. Good grief. All right, from the Wichita radar, not seeing anything that is indicative of a spin-up tornado. So really, the storm to watch here is this tornado-warned storm. Still struggling a little bit to understand why this is tornado-warned. A pretty interesting warning here from National Weather Service in Wichita. I'm not sure what they're seeing, but this might be a preventative warning. It might be talking about the potential for the storm, and I could definitely see the potential for the storm ramping up as these cells out in front of them start to interact with each other and combine. So yeah, we could see with this interaction, we could see the intensification of this supercell south of Newton, Kansas, and north of Wichita. And possibly actually becoming, tornadic to the point we can see it on radar. So very close eye needs to be kept on this storm. Newton, Kansas is not in the tornado warning. Neither is Wichita. You guys are both outside of the current tornado warning. It is moving very, very slowly in this direction. Thank you, Big Don Tracy. Appreciate the support. Yep, getting there. Thankfully, my partners brought me a bowl of spaghetti, so I do have sustenance in case I need it. Thank you, Pickles Von Brian, for the support as well. Yes, supercells do get taller than 60,000 feet. Storms can generally be taller the closer they are to the equator. So we could get really tall storms in the summer as well as as we enter the summer season in the northern hemisphere. So yeah, we've even had storms, a couple of storms that were just about 70,000 feet tall. Over the last week, there were a few examples of that. So very, very healthy, very strong storms to reach those heights. Get some Taco Bell. I'm not sure about that one. Okay, let's look at Tampa now. So let's go back to Tampa, see what our latest scans are looking at in this area. Still not letting up in terms of looking a little bit concerning here. Still no warning on this storm as well. It's now beginning to encroach on downtown Tampa and the metro area here. Strongest part of the storm is entering Carrollwood, Lake Magdalene, and is right outside of West Park and just to the east of Citrus Park. So this is going to be a very electrically active storm. I'm sure a lot of you guys are curious about it if you are watching from Tampa. It does look like there's some lightning strikes out in front of the storm here in the downtown Tampa vicinity, so please don't be outside in this area. It looks like the trend is for the storm to actually drop quite a few bolts of lightning out in front of this, out in front of the main bulk of the precipitation, the heavy rainfall there. So these lightning strikes out in front where it's not raining are going to be exceptionally loud if they are reaching the ground. And that's going to alert a lot of people, which is good news. They're going to be weather aware because they hear it. So hopefully we can reach a lot of people via that. Okay. I'll refresh Chris's feed. Thanks for letting me know. All of our storm chasers are not really chasing anymore. They've moved out of the most active areas of concern here. So if we see any flashes coming through on Chris's stream, I've still got it going there. But I think all of our chasers are going to be are done for the day. Frank, are you still here? If Frank's still here, maybe we can get some railfan cameras going. A railfan camera in Oklahoma City would be wonderful if we have that, and also maybe one in Wichita, Kansas. I can't remember if there's one there. All right, let's take a look. Let's cycle through our warnings once again, starting in Texas. Newest frame of data here near Goldthwaite. Storms are moving pretty slowly. There is no debris signature with this yet in the area we'd expect it, so currently no tornado on the ground as far as we can tell in Mills County in Texas. Here's a look at the state. Right in the heart of Texas, right in the center of it. But we have a really concerning storm here. Please continue to take shelter in Goldthwaite, Castor, and Scalorn here. You are here, Frank? Okay, very good. YouTube 1 can be Oklahoma City. virtual railfan camera. We're going to have storms moving through that area in the next hour, over the next hour, so we can have an active look at storms there. And then I'm trying to remember if there's an area in Kansas. If not, I trust you to use your best judgment, and we can put that in YouTube too. Okay, there is a railfan camera in Wichita. That would also be very good. So we can have those two going. Thank you, Frank. Let me know when that's done. Okay, so continue taking shelter in Mills County in Texas. Again, still a very concerning storm. I think it's getting ready to produce a tornado right now. We've got some pretty tight rotation right in this area, right in the center of the frame here. And you can see the wind speeds on the right side of the stream here. Ooh, okay. Thank you, Marcus, for the contribution. Yes, I'm looking through Kansas right now. Northwest Kansas, I don't think it'll be too bad. Back in here, it doesn't look like it's anything too bad, but we did have a 70-mile-an-hour wind report in Russell. Good grief. So just some damaging wind back in here is the main concern with any severe thunderstorm warnings that come through along I-70 here. So hopefully that encapsulates your area there in Wilson. Okay. Okay, so back to Kansas again. Looks like we've had several supercells that are mostly stationary here. They really aren't moving anywhere. Thankfully staying to the south of Newton, Kansas. It doesn't look like this one has managed to produce a tornado here, despite being warned, and we saw several mergers with it. However, something of interest that I could see occurring here is this supercell is eventually going to merge with the line as it approaches from the west. So this line is moving very quickly to the east. It's approaching the supercells quite rapidly, and we're getting development right in the middle here. When all these storms merge with the line, I think we're going to see a re-intensification of the line and possibly some tornadoes associated with that activity just about in this area, maybe north of Wichita. So I am pretty concerned about the next steps of storms merging together here. I think we could see an accidental tornado arise as a result of that. So that's going to be the area of concern as these come together here. Hopefully that's not too bad. Okay. See if we got any new data for our storm in Texas. Not seeing anything in particular there. So no debris signature associated with that yet. Keeping a close eye on that just in case it does have a tornado or drops a tornado that starts to do damage. Looking back towards Tampa, still not severe warned, so this might just be a very heavy rain and some gusty winds as this gets to downtown Tampa. So nothing much has changed here. Not seeing any real area of rotation that's sustaining itself. Any concerning rotation, I should say. So we're looking okay right now in Tampa. Looking okay in Tampa. Okay, thank you, Frank. YouTube 1 is now Oklahoma City virtual railfan camera. Let's get that in there. See if we got that pulled up. I have to refresh it on my end, of course. Right, we've got the virtual railfan camera right here in Oklahoma City. I think I actually have a tag for that too. There it is. All right, YouTube 2 is now Wichita. So Chris says he's still streaming. I'm not seeing it though. So let's get YouTube 2 up. We have a look at Wichita, Kansas, because that's going to definitely be an area that we're watching very closely as these storms approach from the west. Let's see what Wichita, Kansas looks like. There we go. I do not have a tag for that, so I'll have to edit that. Thank you, Amanda. Appreciate it. Strawberry Dr. Pepper. Much appreciated. Thank you, Frank, for the help on that. We got the virtual railfan cameras down there now. I'll go ahead and edit one so we can have Wichita show up there. Wichita, Kansas. So now as storms approach Oklahoma City and Wichita, we'll have a good look at the lightning electrical activity associated with those. That should change in just a second there. All right, doing all the production right now, guys. All the production. Okay. Man. Okay. So we're still at 2 tornado warnings. This one here in southeastern Harvey County. Again, I'm not sure why this was tornado warned in the first place. We've never had a tight area of rotation show up on the radar. So it's possible that this was tornado warned just in case as the storm maintained its intensity. However, I am most concerned...
A new tornado warning has been issued.
I am most concerned with this storm as it interacts with the line of storms approaching from the west. So I'm very concerned about this this corridor right here, just around Newton to El Dorado to the north and east of Wichita in Kansas. So I'm going to watch this very closely as these two areas collide here, because that could lead to a couple of tornadoes. So very much concerned about that corridor. We're going to keep a close eye. And then something we've seen here, I was concerned that this might happen. Excuse me, gosh. Something I've been concerned about is we're actually seeing a separate rear inflow jet here that's surging forward. So you can see very clearly that this part of the storm has begun to surge outward in front. So you see a very well-defined a bow echo now. So our winds are pushing this forward and spreading this part of the storm out. We have some pretty powerful winds now right on the doorstep of I-35. And guess what? When that happens, the storm catches up with that gust front I was just talking about. So now the gust front is right back up with the storm, and that means when you push forward on this line of storms, that northern edge is going to have counterclockwise rotation. Counterclockwise rotation, which means we could see spin-up tornadoes right here, and sure enough, they've gone ahead and warned this area for tornadoes. So currently radar indicated this is going to approach Orlando, north of Mulhall, right along Interstate 35 here, currently over Marshall. So very powerful part of the storm is starting up here as it surges forward. Looks like the most powerful winds as a result of this rear inflow jet surge are going to be on the northern side of the Oklahoma City metro, possibly as far south as Edmond. Definitely most concerned with the Guthrie area north to Orlando, where our spin-up tornado threat exists, so please be taking shelter there. That's going to be northern Logan County. Hard to see the county lines here. Western Payne County, western corner of Payne County, right where I-35 is. And southwestern Noble County, southeastern Garfield County. So that's where we're looking at here for a tornado threat. Of course, if a storm does surge forward here and it catches up with that gust front, the gust front was all that was preventing this storm from becoming tornadic. So now that the storm's caught up with it, we have nothing stopping the chance for spin-up tornadoes, and that's exactly why we see this taking shape on the northern side. Okay, so that's the area of concern there. Wow. Several 70-mile-an-hour wind reports also right along Highway 64 here. Just to the north of this tornado warning. So this is definitely a very powerful area of winds. National Weather Service Tulsa has already gone ahead and put out that severe thunderstorm warning well ahead of the line of storms to let people know in Pawnee County to Osage County here that the storms are approaching from the west. So this is now in National Weather Service Tulsa's domain, which is why we have this warning way out in front here. Good on them to issue the warning earlier on there. All right, so there's a look at Oklahoma. There's our newest tornado warning again for this area north of Guthrie, right through Orlando. There's a chance for a spin-up tornado to impact localized areas here, so please take shelter. Let's go back to Texas now. Take a look at our update on this storm. We have an area of spin back into parts of the Hook Echo here, and also the mesocyclone itself is spinning right about here out in front. So a couple of areas of spin. If both were producing tornadoes at the same time, we would have a twin tornado type setup here. Can take a quick look at our correlation coefficient just to see if there's any debris. I don't see any at all. So no confirmation of a tornado being on the ground with this storm yet. Still looks very concerning, though. Tulsa's about 45 minutes to an hour out from seeing those storms. So you could try to go to sleep. You're going to be woken right back up. But the good news is that once it's done, you'll probably have quite a bit of rainfall that's light to moderate afterward. And there will be occasional rumbles of thunder. They might be loud if there are any strikes that reach the ground. So you might have a long night in front of you there in Tulsa. But the strongest part of the storm is going to reach you in about an hour. Yeah, Enid is past the line of storms now. You guys are in that light to moderate rain. If there's still lightning ongoing, that is the reason why. So there you go. The one storm that's looking pretty concerning here in central Texas. Again, moving pretty slowly, but now on the doorstep of Goldthwaite. So hopefully people have continued to take shelter in that area. It is still approaching Goldthwaite in Mills County, so continue to exercise your tornado precautions. If there are basements in this area, which I'm not sure if there are due to the ground, what the ground is made out of, you might not be able to have basements in this area. The interior-most room of your house is where you want to be there in Goldthwaite. All right, let's take another look at Florida. Storm is very close to bringing some heavy rain to downtown Tampa. Still no severe thunderstorm warning or anything with this. It does look much, much more disorganized than it did earlier. I can pretty confidently say that what you're looking at here in Tampa in Florida is going to be a light show and some pretty heavy rain. So not really anything you're not used to. However, this will be a little bit of a drought buster in this area as it goes through, which is great news. It's been pretty dry over the season here in western Florida Peninsula. So hopefully this is good news for y'all receiving rain at the moment. Looks like it's going to remain sub-severe. So I think that will be the last that we look at Tampa. So for anybody who filters in from Tampa now, just looks like a pretty strong thunderstorm, but below severe thresholds, and just bringing a lot of lightning and heavy rain. So thankfully, it looks like this one did not do anything. That's good news. At least we can cross that one off. All right, let's look at Kansas really quickly here. This is going to be our this is going to be the area I'm watching most closely. I am very particularly concerned.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
I'm very particularly concerned with the storm as it interacts with this supercell, these supercells right here, and this line here. This could promote another couple of tornado warnings depending on how these interact, but they are about to collide over the next 20 minutes or so. In addition to that, looks like the gust front, the heavy winds are right into Wichita, Kansas now. Looks like we're going to get some pretty powerful winds, pretty gusty winds as this part of the storm moves through Wichita. I do not see a tornado threat for Wichita, Kansas, so we're looking all good there. It's just going to be pretty gusty. Okay, newest warning is down here. For eastern Sumner County and a very slim part of western Cowley County and Kansas. So this is a warned spin-up tornado. I have no idea why that was warned. Very difficult to see anything ongoing in here. I don't see any tight rotation. So this might be a preventative warning down here for Gouda Springs towards Winfield. You can see it's quite a small warning, so the National Weather Service Warning Coordination Manager right now is issuing small warnings because these are spin-up tornadoes if they are occurring, meaning that they won't last very long. So we don't want too many people in that tornado warning because it's probably not going to exist by the time it's moved through much of the polygon. So this makes sense. That's why we see a super small warning here. But what makes a little bit less sense is that we don't really see a tight area of rotation right here. So this might just be a preventative warning because it looks like the storm is concerning and could spin up a brief tornado there. Actually, a little bit not sure why this was issued, but we'll go ahead and relay the National Weather Service warnings. So yeah, this storm is going to make it to El Dorado in Kansas. Yes. Thank you for the Strawberry Dr. Pepper Fund. Peace of mind, much appreciated. Thank you, Quinn. Going through Woodward, happy to help you in that area. I'm glad you tuned in and were able to receive information from there. Oh, El Dorado, Arkansas. It's pretty far away from that area. I believe that's in, can't remember where exactly that is. Is that southeast of Little Rock? It's going to take some time for the storms to reach areas in Arkansas at the moment. All right, so let's take a look at our spin-up tornado warning there in central Oklahoma. Again, this is approaching Orlando. Please consider getting in shelter right now in Orlando and right along I-35. Very strong storms are approaching I-35. Definitely are going to disrupt travel with very strong winds. We need to make sure people are not taking shelter under overpasses, though, anywhere along I-35 here as this line of storms approaches from the west. We've had the reason why this tornado warning exists for Orlando, Oklahoma here along I-35 is because this area of storms right here to the north of Oklahoma City has developed a rear inflow jet, which has pushed it out and accelerated it forward much faster than it was going before. So now we have a bow of damaging winds right here. And on the northern side here is where we get that counterclockwise spin here that can lead to tornado warnings. So that's why we see spin-up tornadoes possible in this pretty strong part of the line right here. Not seeing a super tight signature here, but it's very possible that there could be some strong circulations ongoing right as the storm approaches Orlando. So please be taking shelter. That is why this part of the storm has become tornadic. Again, that's going to lead to the southern side of this rear inflow jet surge, which is where Oklahoma City Metro is. This is going to be a non-tornadic part of the storm. So our concern for spin-up tornadoes is definitely locked up here at the moment with the recent progression of this storm forward. So El Reno and Edmond and further south, non-tornadic. You will definitely get some damaging winds that move through right along this severe thunderstorm polygon that you see that was just issued. So now a lot of you guys in the metro, if you weren't already under a warning, you now got that severe thunderstorm warning coming through on your phone or wherever you receive warnings. Elk City, Oklahoma, also going through a little bit of the strong storm back here to the southwest. I believe this part of the storm is also non-tornadic. No, I'm not concerned with the Iowa storm. All of the storms in Iowa are remaining subsevere into the night. This is a really gnarly looking signature here west of Orlando. I really hope people are able to take shelter here. Not too many people are asleep as we get to about 11 p.m. here. Thank you, Debash. I appreciate it. I love Strawberry Dr. Pepper. That's why everybody is donating with that. It's such a good soda. If you guys haven't tried it yet, and you're soda heads, it's my favorite soda by far. So I appreciate you guys for that. Thank you, Debash. Thank you everybody who's contributed. Hopefully, I didn't miss anybody. No, not via DoorDash. No, I'm not going to order it right now. Oh gosh. North Central near Newkirk just lost power, so parts of this storm, even if non-tornadic, have very damaging winds right now moving into the Ponca City area here, and it's knocking out people's power, so we just had a report from Newkirk right up here. Losing power as a part of this line of storms. Yeah, I'm pretty confident that this storm that we're watching here is a derecho. If you guys are familiar with that term, I do believe that this is definitely the continuation of a derecho. It's been a very powerful storm that's self-sustaining for hundreds of miles since Colorado, with quite a few significant wind reports along with it, 75 miles an hour or greater. So yeah, I think we're watching a derecho right now for sure. Man, this is really gnarly. Right outside of Mulhall in Orlando. This is a bad spin-up storm right here. We're not really going to be able to see... Yeah, I'm not going to be able to see a debris signature with this. All I can tell you is that you don't want to be outside in this whatsoever. We have very strong rotation right in here. About to pass near Orlando and Mulhall in Oklahoma. Yeah, it's very possible that a lot of the Oklahoma City metro can lose power with this storm, for sure. So your guys' stormiest hour is starting just a little bit from northwest to southeast here. And it's going to last for probably a good 30, 45 minutes as the storms pass through. Fort Smith, you're a few hours away from seeing this storm. Probably 3 hours or so, 2.5 to 3. Okay, so let's go back to Texas. See what this storm is doing near Goldthwaite. Still looks pretty concerning. Definitely worth keeping this tornado warning attached to it. Good grief. So we've still got this classic supercell look to the storm. We've got the hook coming out of the southwest part of it here. A classic supercell going right through Mills County very slowly. So most of Goldthwaite is about to get in on the hail core in this storm. The tornadic threat is just outside of the town to the south and west, approaching Castor and Scalorn quite slowly, but still looking pretty concerning. Okay. Let's see here. Is there a good way to look at these storms near Durant? So I'm going to bring the Frederick radar here. Actually, really quickly, let's take a look at Elk City and Sayre here. This has quite a lot of hail associated with it. A lot of hail with this storm here on the southwest side of our derecho. So still a really powerful storm moving through. So we're probably going to see a new severe thunderstorm warning that extends out in front of this thing for Hobart. These areas down here. I believe this looks like it's maintaining a non-tornadic threat here. You can kind of see the gust front is actually coming all the way down here. So air is not able to reach this part of the storm at the surface. And that's why I believe it's remaining non-tornadic right in here. So I don't think this is a tornadic part of the storm, but man, we might need to watch it pretty closely if it continues to look sus at all here. Okay, so tornado warning in Kansas has been dropped. Let's bring this over so that I can look at Durant, Oklahoma. Because this part of the storm down here, this is a separate complex of storms, wow. We've had development all the way out into southeast Oklahoma, too. That's incredible. How fast did that develop? So we already have a bunch of heavy rain falling out in front of this. I think this storm, if it doesn't get choked off, is going to continue through this corridor down here towards Texarkana, maybe getting as far south as Mount Pleasant in Texas and possibly Shreveport. But if this storm doesn't reach you there in Shreveport, I think something back here will at some point in the early morning hours for anybody wondering about Shreveport. So still some strong storms moving through, about to hit the Durant area up to Atoka. Okay, and we have a radar distortion here from the Oklahoma City radar. Possibly, wow, what is going on here? Possibly an area of concern right near Edmond, actually, which is incredibly surprising. Yeah, if we take a look at this part of the storm, it actually looks like it is trying to do something right here, right on this little appendage. You can kind of see that coming down here, right near Edmond, Oklahoma. So it looks like it's passing out of the the metro area right now, which is just starting to get in on those really strong winds right along this gust front. You see the gust front in this green line right here. That's the strong winds out in front of the storm. And the heavy rain is back behind it. So it's going to be really powerful gusts that comes through right with this this line of that you can see on the radar. I'm very intrigued by this area near Edmond. I'm very surprised that it's actually trying to spin counterclockwise here. It's a very interesting part of the storm to be exhibiting that behavior. So yeah, that's surprising to me. We might need to keep a close eye on that. I'm sure National Weather Service Norman is keeping a close eye on that. But probably the most intense rotation is right here near Mulhall. It's actually outside of the tornado warning. It's kind of exiting the polygon. But we very well could have a tornado on the ground from this part of the storm. All right, so now we're going to have a warning reissued for parts of Kansas.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
Let's take a look at what's going on up there. So we've had some of the damaging winds, some of the stronger winds moving through the gust front on Wichita. You can start to see some gusty winds also in the railfan camera right below me. That's Oklahoma City. So the storms are encroaching on both of our railfan cameras, and I think that new tornado warning is going to be right here south and east of Derby. So it looks like this is a spin-up tornado ready to happen.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
And it actually does include areas all the way up to Andover here in Kansas, east of Wichita. So if you're getting a warning coming through in Wichita, Eastboro, Greenwich Heights, and Andover, it's for this spin-up tornado possible down here right over Derby. So you can see that forming right there over the last few scans coming together. And now it is warned. Good job from the National Weather Service there in Wichita. So please take this warning seriously. At 11 p.m., you're not going to be able to see very much of anything. So take shelter in Andover, Greenwich Heights here, out ahead of this possible spin-up tornado. These things don't last very long, so the hope is that it is not rotating by the time it gets to you. There in Greenwich Heights, Andover, etc., eastern part of the Wichita metro. But that's the reason this warning was issued. Got some very strong, several rounds of very strong winds moving through Wichita. You can see them right next to the radar here. In fact, right at the airport was a 71-mile-an-hour wind report 7 minutes ago. So pockets of very strong winds are moving through Wichita at the moment. Gonna be a gusty 30 minutes or so for you guys down there. And this is what I am very concerned with. You know, nonetheless, we had this tornado warning just issued down here for east of Wichita Metro. Right here is the thing I have been waiting for to see what happens, is the the interaction of these supercells ahead of the line. You can see them begin to being pulled back into the line approaching from the west. When these come together, I'm very concerned about this corridor right here, seeing a tornado. So that's Furley, Bel Air to the north and east of Wichita is right where that's going to happen. I think we might see a little bit of a mesoscale accident, which means a small scale interaction here that results in a tornado. So it's just an accident that these storms happen to come together exactly in the wrong way to produce a tornado. So we might see that happen right here. Okay, so we've also had the Texas warning extended. That does include Lampasas County. That does include Lampasas County now. So let's take a close look at the storm. Again, it's looking the weakest it has this entire time. Not seeing a very coordinated area of rotation, but the warning was extended to Lomita here in Texas, to the north and west of Lampasas. So it's still got that classic supercell look to it. This is in central Texas, approaching Lampasas County. Classic look to it. Here's our supercell. Tornado warning is this pink box for anyone just joining. And if we take a look at anything we could see here, no noticeable debris whatsoever on the correlation coefficient. So we're all good there. This has not yet managed to produce a tornado, but it's still rotating supercells with a with a hook and an organized area of rotation. So we will be watching it closely. Again, please continue to take shelter in Goldthwaite. It's probably pounding with any small hail that's coming out of the storm right now. This is expected to move towards Castor and Scalorn. That's the area of concern for the path of this possibly tornadic storm. Okay, so let's go back up to our central Oklahoma storm. Again, this has passed through the Orlando Mulhall area. It's just passed over Interstate 35 right there near those towns. This is headed towards Stillwater. Again, this still looks like a concerning area of the storm. We could see another attempt at a spin-up tornado right in here in this corridor as it approaches Stillwater from the west. So please be on alert here in Stillwater, Oklahoma, if you know anybody in that town. I know it's a larger town, so if anybody has any contacts there, let them know that dangerous part of the storm is approaching them, and it would be a great idea to be in shelter. The tornado warning associated with it was allowed to expire. There isn't any very tight rotation, but what's concerning here is that there is strong winds on pushing this part of the storm forward. So if we see anything connect here, it does have potential to do damage. No sirens in Stillwater, as there is no tornado warning at the moment for that part of the storm, but it is definitely going to be an impactful storm. Again, another update for our friends. The gust front is moving through. Now probably Valley Brook to Moore area is where we're going to start seeing those strong winds, the gusty front of the storm, all the storms are pushing forward. And then over the next 30 to 45 minutes or so will be the stormiest hour for the Oklahoma City Metro as it passes through. You guys are in a considerable severe thunderstorm warning there in OKC, and that's for 70-mile-an-hour winds. Okay, so the northern part of this line looks to be maintaining intensity, and this would actually put, this most recent rear inflow jet surge would actually put the strongest part of the storm on a line towards the Tulsa Metro here. And of course, again, that's about an hour away for y'all in Tulsa. 45 minutes to an hour, you'll start to see it on the horizon. You'll start seeing flashes. So you'll know things are ramping up there in Tulsa. Probably about 45 minutes or so from now. All right, back to Kansas. As we observe the proceedings here, very gusty winds moving through Wichita. 71-mile-an-hour wind report at the airport, and plenty of damaging winds moving through the metro. Excuse me. So this warning down here was for a brief spin-up tornado. It looks like it's already done for. Doesn't look like we currently have a spin-up tornado ongoing, but this is the area that was prompting this tornado warning on the eastern side of the Wichita Metro for Andover, Eastboro, Greenwich Heights, and Rose Hill there. So continue taking shelter in Andover and Greenwich Heights. Of course, the area of concern is right here and is going generally in this direction. However, it currently looks like it is not producing a tornado. And my area of concern is starting up right now. So this is literally the edge of the supercell, and the edge of the line of storms are meeting up right now, right in the Furley, Benton, Bel Air region here to the north and east of Wichita, southeast of Newton. So this is what I'm very concerned with. I think we could see we could see a couple of circulations result from this interaction. Whenever a supercell interacts with the line of storms, we do oftentimes see a very quick increase in the intensity of circulations here. So yeah, if you're hearing sirens anywhere in Wichita, it is for this tornado warning down here. The area of rotation is near Rose Hill and is passing to the north-northeast, probably on the east side of Andover. So it is well out of the city. Well out of the city of Wichita, Kansas proper. So there's your updated warning. So now you can see in this pink box, this is our tornado warning where this is concentrated. Okay, so very, very closely watching this interaction right up here. Thank you guys for being here during any part of the stream, by the way. If you're still here in Tampa, it's just looking like heavy rain and a lightning show moving through there. I have stopped focusing on that area because it doesn't look like we're going to have any organized threat come together. So just a loud thunderstorm for Tampa. Hopefully some drought relief over there after a dry spring. Ooh, okay. So yeah, most concerned with this storm interaction right here. I think we might see some tornadic activity right here to the west of El Dorado, probably right in this vicinity. Okay. So let's go back to Texas. Latest update on our central Texas storm here. We are in the state. You can see the state outline there. Entering northwest Lampasas County. This is the least concerning that this storm over Goldthwaite has looked so far. Still a strong supercell, and it has exhibited rotation for quite some time now. But we're not seeing any real localized areas of rotation that would indicate that this is still bearing an immediate tornadic threat. However, the pink box is the tornado warning. Continue to take shelter there in southern and southeastern central Mills County, and towards Lomita here in northwest Lampasas County in Texas. Okay. Hopefully this is allowed to expire pretty soon. Very, very active night of storms so far. Let's go ahead and look at central Oklahoma to northern Oklahoma here. Storm is on Stillwater, Oklahoma's doorstep. Doesn't look like any tight rotation is in process here. You can see our bow echo very nicely. Just take a look at that bowing shape there. The winds are pushing it forward very, very quickly right here in the center. And right on that northern side is where we saw that previous tornado warning. So I was concerned for the town of Stillwater. I think it's still going to be pretty gnarly there. Very powerful winds moving in. Okay. So again, looking out ahead of this storm, looks like we're about 45 minutes out from Tulsa or so. And it does look like it's going to be a strong storm once it reaches the Tulsa area. So you can kind of just extrapolate maybe another hour or so further east here, maybe 2 hours away from Fort Smith and northwest Arkansas. It does look like y'all will get in on some of the storms here as we get into the early morning hours past midnight for your area. And it looks like this southwestern extension of our derecho, which is what we're calling this now because we've had plenty of significant wind reports. The southwestern extension of the derecho is going to pass through, and it looks like it is going to clip the Lawton, Oklahoma area over the next hour or so. So we're going to see this line of storms generally progress into this direction, possibly even making it to the northern Dallas-Fort Worth suburbs into 2 a.m. or so, into the early morning hours. So if that maintains intensity, we could definitely see it make its path down this way. Going over Ardmore again, which has just gone through a severe thunderstorm from this complex of storms right here. So very active night ahead. Does look like these storms have consolidated and will continue to pose a damaging wind threat in front of them for quite some time, all the way through the early morning hours. Yeah, there's a train on the Wichita train cam. Okay, now back up to Kansas. As this approaches Stillwater, I would definitely, it's a great idea to just be taking shelter away from windows because it's going to be pretty powerful, pretty strong winds. If you have a weak tree anywhere in your yard, I want you guys to make sure you're not next to any windows, any glass that could come down as a result of that. Okay, so let's go back up to Wichita in Kansas. Latest update up here. There it is. This is what I was concerned with, guys. Literally, I can't tell you Time and time again, I just can't tell you how often this happens where a supercell collides with the line, and then this part of it is just pushed forward so quickly. We have very strong rotation starting up right here near Benton. So there you go. That's to the northeast of Wichita, right in the area that I've been highlighting. I've been given this area my most concern as these things come together. So this is probably going to incur a tornado warning. I'm almost certain of that for parts of Butler County here as it exits Sedgwick County, right along county or State Road 254 there. So this is probably going to incur a tornado warning that might include El Dorado, Kansas, and definitely Towanda, Kansas. So please consider taking shelter out ahead of this. This is definitely a gnarly storm interaction that's gonna lead to something tornadic. Guys, don't say I didn't call that like 30 minutes ago. Watching those supercells just mosey around near Newton, Kansas. Don't say I did not call that, because yeah, this is exactly what I was thinking would happen. So hopefully, people in this area have been weather aware tonight. Don't say I didn't call that. All right, our initial or a previous tornado warning for parts of Sedgwick County into Butler County here was this area right down here. This is going to be allowed to expire. It was previously a spin-up tornado. This is about 15 minutes ago near the Rose Hill area. It was expected to travel up to the north and east, possibly east of Andover. This is what incurred anybody who heard any sirens in the Wichita Metro. It was for this specific tornado warning off to your east that is moving east and away from the city. So hopefully that helps with anybody looking for answers about that. All right, we've got the Oklahoma City railfan camera right below me. That's definitely getting in on the storms now as they go through the metro down there, bringing some strong winds. Excuse me. And also we've got the Wichita railfan camera. Trains have continued moving through, even through these considerable severe thunderstorm warnings, which is pretty impressive. Those trains don't care. They don't care. So yeah, that's a look up here. The northern side of our derecho. This warning in Kansas has been allowed to expire. I'm very curious to see if we're going to see a new tornado warning up here for this part of the storm.
A new tornado warning has been issued
In Butler County and also the very eastern, northeastern part of Sedgwick County here. There's our new tornado warning. Wouldn't you believe it? This area that I was concerned with, 30 minutes ago, 45 minutes ago, now we have a tornado warning right here. That's probably going to include, hopefully will include El Dorado, Kansas, Towanda, Kansas. Please be taking shelter now, officially in a tornado warning. So there you go. There's your new area of concern, warned by National Weather Service in Wichita. All right. So there's your warning. Please be taking shelter out ahead. Let's see where this, I'm not sure where this polygon's going to come through. It's taking a little bit of time here, but everywhere out in front of this, I would recommend taking shelter. All right, back in Texas. Here's our Goldthwait storm. This is the least concerning that this storm has looked as it stands, as it approaches Lampasas County border. It is now exiting the Goldthwait area finally. It feels like it's been over Goldthwait forever. So finally exiting that town to the south and east. I'm not seeing anything particularly concerning with this storm. Let's see if anything exists from another radar site. Oh yeah, I had COVID 2 weeks ago, guys. Don't worry. This is literally just the recovery cough that lasts forever. You know it if you've had it. But I am definitely punching through it. I don't care. I want to keep the coverage going here. Happy to help Zach Smith there in Andover. Thank you for tuning in that tornado warning. Hopefully you're taking good shelter. Yeah, Wichita, Kansas is good. You're just going to have some, you're probably still going to have some gusty conditions for a while. So from a different radar site, still can't see much going on with this storm, unfortunately. Pretty far away from all radar sites. So to the best of my ability to tell, this is still a dangerous storm here in now entering southeastern Mills County. We'll see if this warning is continued, but hopefully this loses its tornadic potential and we stop getting tornado warnings for this, but it still looks like a dangerous storm. Moving very slowly in Texas. This is moving, it says it's moving southeast at 25 miles an hour, but boy, does it feel like it's been there forever, I'll tell you. So continue taking shelter in Castor and Scalorn to the southeast of Goldthwaite in central Texas. Hopefully this is dying out. This most recent scan looks the least concerning that I've seen, so we'll continue to monitor that storm, but thankfully it looks like it's on the decline. All right, back up to Kansas. Here's our tornado warning, right on the fringes of El Dorado here. Looks like it's struggling to put down anything in particular, but we definitely had rotation starting up right here near Benton, right as the supercell collided with the line. So here you go. Here's a look at that. I'll play it back through so you can see what I was concerned with. Here's our supercell staying pretty much idle out in front of the line. Here's our line approaching from the west. And bam, there's our rotation that starts up. It looks like it's not doing anything, though. This is great. So this doesn't look like it's ended up to producing a tornado. It's just had some pretty rampant rotation around both sides of what this is warned for. So hopefully that remains the case. We don't see a tornado out of this, but man, that definitely had the potential to, and that's why it's warned. So would be the best case scenario if we do not get a tornado out of this to the north and east of Wichita, west of El Dorado here in Kansas. All right, let's go back to central Oklahoma. Check in on you guys. Look how fast this storm has moved through the metro. It's already through Norman. The gust front is moved through, so you guys have already heard the very gusty winds through Norman, through Moore, and the rain hasn't even started yet for a lot of y'all down there. But it's back there. I promise, it's back in here. So it's going to take some time to get down there, but this is why you're not in a tornado threat at all in the Oklahoma City metro. You can see all down the line here that this gust front is well out in front of the storm. So here you go. Here's the look at that gust front there. So this is the leading edge of the winds pushing out of the storm. The storm is moving these winds rapidly forward. 60-mile-an-hour wind gusts are probably happening all along this line, so it's definitely a very dangerous, wind gust there. What this also does is prevent tornadoes. So we're not going to see tornadoes anywhere in the Oklahoma City metro because this gust front right here means no air is punching into where this strong rain is or where this heavy rain is. So we're not going to see any tornadoes anywhere in the Oklahoma City metro. You guys are good. You just got to deal with the very gusty winds and the strong storms right now. Okay, so we just had a destructive warning updated here. That said Creek County in Oklahoma, which is this part of the storm right here. So National Weather Service Tulsa has gone ahead and issued a destructive severe thunderstorm warning out ahead of this. That's what this warning box in particular is for. 80-mile-an-hour winds. And the reason they've gone and issued that warning out ahead of time for Stroud and east towards Bristol along I-44, one county away from Tulsa, is because this is the bowing part of the line. So right here you can see the storm being pushed forward the most, and it creates this bow shape right here. So this is where the most powerful part of the storm is. This is where the strongest winds are moving through, is right out in front of this bow. So now we have a destructive severe thunderstorm warning out ahead of the expected path of this bow echo here. So if that destructive severe thunderstorm warning is continued into the Tulsa area, you will hear sirens for that. And because that was issued, I am going to stay on until it reaches Tulsa. just to make sure that everybody understands, and anybody who might filter in the Tulsa area who is hearing the tornado sirens and is wondering what's going on. The reason for that will be a destructive severe thunderstorm warning if it is issued and extended into the Tulsa metro. So we'll be here. I will not stop. Ooh, okay. A lot of storms to cover tonight, but this is what a derecho looks like, guys. So if you've ever heard the term derecho, you are watching one right now. You're watching one right now. All right, the tornado warning in Texas was allowed to expire here near Goldthwaite. So this is now a severe thunderstorm warn. No tornado warning with this. We'll have to keep a close eye and see if it attempts to do anything again. I don't think this storm ever did produce a tornado as it passed through Mills County very slowly here along its path. But so that's good. I don't think it produced a tornado, but we'll have to see if it ever did in its lifetime. We never saw a debris signature on radar, so hopefully we can confidently close the book on this guy down here. But down ahead of this storm, if it does persist, would be the Fort Hood area in Killeen, Belton, and Temple. But it doesn't look like it is going to make it to you guys. It looks like it's trying to lose intensity here. It's trying to lose strength. So hopefully that's the case, and those areas don't see any impacts from that supercell. Back up to Kansas. Still watching this interaction between the supercell and the line of storms here. And we still got a really, really powerful area of winds. So tornado or not, this pocket of 75, 80 mile an hour winds is approaching El Dorado, Kansas, and is just a couple of minutes away from impacting that town. So this is going to be a very powerful part of the storm as it gets there. Happy to help, David. Yeah, thank you guys for the support. Anyone who's sent it along. Hopefully, I helped Anthony for Joplin and Miami. It does look like you guys are maybe an hour and a half to 2 hours out from the storm reaching you, and it's probably still going to have some severe threat for wind when it reaches you guys, and also into northwest Arkansas for everybody in those areas. Looks like you're about 2.5 hours out for these areas. So that's a look at these storms entering Arkansas and southwest Missouri. Maybe even Springfield will be as far east as the severe threat reaches with these storms. So we'll see how long they last. Still pretty concerned about this area, though. This very powerful winds moving on both sides of the storm here. So very intently watching it. Looks like the tornado threat is rapidly going down. We're not seeing this persistent area of winds connecting here with the strong pocket of outbound winds that are going this direction. So I think the tornado threat's going down a little bit with this area and this interaction. This is good. We didn't end up seeing a tornado from this supercell merging with the line. But what we are going to see is very strong winds moving through El Dorado, Kansas, and also Towanda, rather, to the northeast of Wichita. Iowa's okay. You guys are fine. All the storms up there are sub-severe. Looks like all of the most damaging parts of the storm made it out of Wichita as well. So from that railfan camera down there, that's the one in the bottom right stream of the stream is in Wichita, and it looks like you guys are just going to have probably gusty conditions and occasional lightning flashes for the next few hours, but you've made it through the most powerful part of the storm. If you're in Wichita, you're good to go. You are good to go. Yeah, happy to help. Thank you guys for sticking with me. Anyone who's still with the stream, joining in as these storms get to your area. El Dorado, thank you. El Dorado, right. Kansas is funny. Kansas is funny that way. Yep, Oklahoma City, everyone in Norman who's joining now because the storms are finally reaching your area. That gust front has gone through. That will prevent any tornadoes from occurring anywhere in the Oklahoma City metro. You guys are all fine. You're just going to have some powerful winds move through for a while if any stronger wind gusts do exist with heavy rain that's falling. So you can see the strongest part of the storm is off to your north and east now. And we're really just getting some, remnant heavy showers that are moving through after that very powerful gust front. So yeah, the most damaging wind threat is actually right here with this line. You can see it. This is our gust front out in front of the line of storms. That's what's having the strongest wind gusts associated with it. In fact, it's pretty funny if you look down here along I-35 toward Wynwood. There's a severe thunderstorm warning for basically this gust front as it moves through. There's not even going to be any rain in some of this severe thunderstorm warning. You're not even going to see any rain. It's just because this line right here is producing very powerful wind gusts as it's being driven forward by some powerful storms back there. So very interesting look at this severe thunderstorm warning issued for wind. You might not even see any rain for a long time in this warning. Very unique. Does look like this area also on the southwest side of our derecho ongoing here has consolidated. Looks like it is going to move through the Lawton area, possibly the Wichita Falls area, and maybe even make its way down into the DFW metro quite a few hours from now. So we'll see if this part of our storm system continues to progress to the south and east. If it does, then eventually Dallas-Fort Worth metro will actually get some storms in the early morning hours. Otherwise, you guys are fine. This is basically the only part of the storm that looks like it's going to have some sort of impact on you down the line. Joplin, you're about 2 hours out. Yeah, that gust front, definitely gnarly. Thank you for the support, Hannah. Much appreciated. Can gust fronts create thunderstorms? It can, but what we're seeing here actually is more of... the gust front itself is precluding any new storm development. So usually what happens is when two different gust fronts approach each other from different directions, say if we had one over here, this would be an area that might promote new storms as they interact, because when they interact, the air has nowhere to go but up, and that could form our new storms. So that's generally when you see new storm development along a gust front like this, is when it interacts with another outflow, maybe from these storms back here, might have some sort of outflow that goes this direction. We could see a reestablishment of some storms. That is possible. Otherwise, any storm development that happens back in here is going to occur via multicellular processes, like one storm collapses and its outflow creates another storm, further to the southwest. That's generally the processes that we are watching ongoing. All right, so still going. Continuation of the tornado warning, our one warning that exists now in Butler County. I think this warning will definitely be allowed to expire too. Looks like our threat for tornadoes has ended with this part of the storm, and now we're just looking at a damaging wind threat. So hopefully we'll be all tornado warnings will be allowed to expire, and then the reason that we will be continuing this stream is going to be for the part of the storm that's approaching the Tulsa area, which I can give you a look at from this radar. So it's a little tough to see, but this area right here, Creek County, all the way up to Pawnee County, is under a destructive severe thunderstorm warning. And once again, the reason why that's in place is because we have the bowing part of the storm right here. You can see it bowing out, taking this shape. Our strongest winds are going to be out in front of this. And right in this severe thunderstorm warning here, including Creek County, we have a warning for 80-mile-an-hour winds. And the reason that's important is because a lot of cities out in front of this, including the Tulsa Metro, will issue or will use the tornado sirens when there is a destructive severe thunderstorm warning. So as this storm approaches Tulsa from the west, we're about 25 to 30 minutes out of Tulsa beginning to hear this from west to east. If there is another destructive severe thunderstorm warning issued for the Tulsa Metro, you guys will hear tornado sirens in that area. So I just want to make sure everybody understands what's happening when the storms do get to that area, if that is the case. Otherwise, it's just going to be really windy, and you're going to hear lots of thunder. Thank you, Starkert. Much appreciated. Thank you for the tea fund. I very much appreciate it. Thank you, Tamara, as well. Thoughts on the McAllister storm? Yeah, we could take a quick look at southeast Oklahoma. Let's go ahead and do that. Again, this is in a radar hole, so what radar do I use? Well, none of them are any good for actually looking at this area, unfortunately. But McAllister, right on the northern edge of where this complex of storms has moved through, looks like it's just going to be more of the same damaging winds down here through the southeast part of the state, through the Choctaw Nation, and the Washita Mountains here. So eventually down the line into southwestern Arkansas, again, the Texarkana region, looks like the area that's going to receive some impacts, damaging winds within the next couple hours or so, maybe up to 2 a.m. From this complex of storms. So this looks like it's self-sustaining, looks like it's going to last a while, so we can go ahead and say that, a couple hours out ahead of line, it's going to be approaching these areas. From Hot Springs, Arkansas, maybe on the northern side, all the way down to maybe Shreveport and the metro down there on the southern side. So that will be the progression, probably maybe Shreveport at 2:30 a.m. or so when it reaches you, probably in a few hours from now. I will not be here for that. That is very late at night, and I definitely am going to need some sleep, especially if tomorrow's risk area gets upgraded, and I do have to do another stream tomorrow. As it stands, I am not planning to do another stream, but that is dependent on what the Storm Prediction Center thinks is going to happen, and if they do upgrade any risk to perhaps a moderate risk for wind, or if the tornado threat is upgraded a little bit, then I will be right back here covering the storms tomorrow. So waiting to see if that's the case, but if it is, I definitely am going to need some sleep. Iowa's fine. All the storms in Iowa are sub-severe. You guys are okay in Iowa. Hearing some thunder already on the western edge of Tulsa. Wow. What different actions should people take in a destructive severe versus normal severe? Well, destructive severe thunderstorm is issued when the wind gusts from a storm are exceeding 80 miles an hour, which is the equivalent of a weak tornado, or if the storm has baseball size hail or greater. So a normal severe thunderstorm warning, you might be okay to be generally near the windows in your house. A destructive warning, you don't want to be near the windows in your house, because both very high-end damaging wind gusts and also very large hail could make glass an issue. So the higher the tier of severe thunderstorm, generally the further inside of your house you want to be. And that's why they will sound the tornado sirens for a destructive severe thunderstorm, the upper tier of a severe thunderstorm warning, because you don't want to be outside in that. I hope so too, Daryl. Yeah, definitely. This complex of storms down here is passing through areas that have been hit hard recently by damaging wind events. So lots of power outages, and another storm moving through the same areas again sucks. Down here in southeast Oklahoma, if you're looking at Hobart's in southwest Oklahoma, so we can bring up the Frederick radar. Let's go ahead and do that. If I have a free one to look at, okay, let's bring it over here. So I think, and I've maintained this thought for a while now, is that this area, this part of the storm down here near Hobart, southwest Oklahoma, I think this part of the storms are non-tornadic. However, some areas are looking a little bit concerning just in case, but I don't see any tight rotation. So I think that this part of the storm down here, southwest Oklahoma at the moment in this blue circle, you can see the gust front out ahead of it, which means all the winds at the surface that are going to try to punch into the storm, once again, they're not going to be able to. They're going to be stopped short by this gust front that's pushing out and preventing any tornadoes from occurring down here, and also with any part of the storm that's in and around the Oklahoma City metro. So that's why we saw no tornado warnings or issues in and around the Oklahoma City metro as the storms move out of your area and the damaging wind moves out, and why we're probably not going to see any tornadic issues down here in southwest Oklahoma. That's the hope, is because this gust front is preventing any air from reaching in there. Once again, though, this part of the storm does look like it's actually going to go through Lawton over the next 45 minutes to hour or so. Wichita Falls, maybe an hour and a half to 2 hours away from you. And if this does continue the whole way and makes it to the Dallas-Fort Worth metro in some capacity, that's probably going to be in the early morning hours, maybe around 3 to 4 a.m., maybe a little bit later than that. If it's still there, then you might get some severe weather after all in the very early morning hours there from this part of the storm. Okay, still our one tornado warning that might be allowed to expire pretty soon here. Let's go back and look at it, check in on it. So yeah, this tornado warning will definitely be allowed to expire. We don't have any areas of rotation that are even in the polygon anymore. Just these damaging winds that are moving through El Dorado here in Kansas. So well out ahead of Wichita. You guys are all good. It looks like generally this part of the derecho here is going to move over these areas of southeast Kansas for a while. I think generally we're not going to see any severe impacts up to Kansas City. If you guys are watching in Kansas City Metro, I think the most of the severe impacts from wind will stay just here south over time. So we'll see if it clips these areas to the north, but Topeka should be fine. Emporia might get in on some gusty winds up here. Same with Council Grove and towards the Kansas City Metro. You guys are definitely not the focus for the severe weather moving through, so hopefully it loses a little bit of intensity as it gets up to you. You should be okay. Whew, okay. So now we do have our destructive severe thunderstorm warning that has been extended into Tulsa County. Let's go ahead and take a look at that. So there we go. Destructive severe thunderstorm warning. Let's see. 90-mile-an-hour wind gusts issued for Tulsa Metro. They are going to sound the sirens for this here in the Tulsa Metro. So this is a 90-mile-an-hour wind gust severe thunderstorm warning. That is greater than the threshold needed for a destructive warning. So 90-mile-an-hour wind gusts are what this is warned for. I believe I saw somebody in chat say there was a 90-mile-an-hour wind gust in Cushing here in Oklahoma. So this is directly on a beeline for Tulsa. Wow. Yeah, that is going to incur. Hopefully, that incurs the tornado sirens for this area. You definitely would recommend sounding them for this area. That's quite the severe thunderstorm moving in. So again, the reason that's happening is because this is on the leading edge of that bow echo. This is where the strongest winds are, and it looks like they're moving right into Tulsa. Wanda, Kansas, you're okay. You're past the strongest part of the storm now. Can I pull a cam up? I don't know if we have a railfan camera up there in the Tulsa area, northeast Oklahoma. If we do, we could definitely put that in one of our spots there. But I mean, there's not very much I'm going to be able to show you other than it's going to be gosh dang windy. So yeah, this is going to be the strongest part of the storm over the next few hours. We're observing out ahead of this line, so maybe Fort Smith to the northwest Arkansas corridor here along Interstate 540 should be on the most weather aware. Yes, a destructive severe thunderstorm automatically has a life-threatening situation tag associated with it, so this is an extremely dangerous situation. You don't have sirens yet. No sirens yet in Tulsa. But as the storm gets closer, I think that they might use them. So just in case, I want you guys to know that just in case if that does happen, the reason why you would hear those sirens is because we have a destructive severe thunderstorm warning. Should you go downstairs in Tulsa? You've got time. It's about 20 minutes away from the city proper. Council Grove, yes, you can go to sleep there in Kansas. Frank might be asleep. I mean, it is very late for Frank, unfortunately. There's only so much we can do. Never mind. Wait, did you actually see him? Where's Frank? No, I definitely wouldn't blame Frank. Or going to bed. You're here? Frank, you must be sleepy. Is there a railfan camera in the Tulsa area? That'll be the one we need to put up because we got this 90-mile-an-hour severe thunderstorm warning. 90-mile-an-hour wind gusts coming towards the city. Yep, we are about 15 to 20 minutes out for Tulsa for everybody joining from that area. Bentonville, Arkansas, hour and a half away from you. Probably an hour and a half to 2 hours. That's anywhere from Fort Smith north to Bentonville, possibly as far north as Joplin. You're not even needed. Bartlesville, looking like you're a little farther north of the worst part of the storm. Should be okay. Ooh, all right, so yeah, I think our focus is going to shift completely toward the Tulsa area. That looks to be the most dangerous part of this derecho now. This is definitely a derecho that's moving through the Tulsa area. So if you're in Tulsa and it's been a while since you've experienced a derecho, you're about to experience one. About to experience one. Nope, no sirens yet, but we've got time before this storm approaches you. So if there are ever sirens for the Tulsa area, this is the reason why. So I'm here to tell you why, because sirens can cause a mass response like that. And if anyone does seek it out on YouTube, they'll know the reason, which is very good. And if you know anybody in Tulsa and they're not going to watch YouTube for a weather stream, you can go ahead and tell them, hey, if this does happen, you know, if somebody tells you it's happening, then say, the reason why is because we have a very strong damaging wind event going through. So we'll see. We'll see what occurs here. Looks like it was a 60-mile-an-hour wind gust in Cushing. Very interesting. Man, that 90-mile-an-hour wind gust severe thunderstorm warning, you do not see that very often. I was fine. Weather radio just went off there in Tulsa. Springfield, Missouri, you're multiple hours out from these storms, probably 4 a.m. or so, maybe 3 a.m. There's only Wichita and Kansas City, no Tulsa. No railfan cameras in the Tulsa area, so we won't be able to get a look at the storm coming in. We would probably just need a webcam for that. But that gets into dangerous territory, rebroadcasting webcams. What about Tecumseh? I believe the storms are on your doorstep, right there. So the gust front has moved through, and now you just have a brief period of heavy rain following that. So it looks like you're about to make it through the worst part of the storm. Probably the gustiest winds have already happened there in Tecumseh and Shawnee. Everyone in Iowa having derecho flashbacks, but the derecho is down here in Oklahoma. Quanah Railcam has distant lightning. Quanah, down here, is getting a look at this area of storms in southwest Oklahoma. That's not a bad idea, actually. Not a bad idea. If you'd like to put that up, Frank, I would definitely, we could definitely take that over either one of these. Maybe, it really doesn't matter. Whichever one. Thanks for passing that along, Robert. Is there any rotation? No. This is definitely the primary issue with this storm approaching Tulsa is the very powerful gusty winds. There is not looking like any specific area of rotation right now for the storm approaching Tulsa. We'll see if that changes at all. Because again, when this storm is being accelerated forward like this on the northern side of where it's bowing out, we could see a spin-up tornado. So we are keeping a close eye on that. Nope, Wichita, Kansas, you're all good to sleep. The storms have passed you a good amount now to the east. You're all good to go in Wichita. Thank you, Marvelous, for coming through and asking. Let me see what let me see if the Oklahoma Mesonet has recorded anything extremely powerful in terms of wind gusts. We can definitely get some of the latest data from here, just to see if something that's not showing up on GR2 has something interesting. Let's see. Today's maximum wind gusts. See, I see a couple of I see a couple of 77-mile-an-hour wind gusts, 70-mile-an-hour wind gusts, but nothing higher than that. So yeah, just take a look. Take a look at why we're calling this a derecho. I'm going to show you guys this in just a second. This is going to be the reason why we're calling this a derecho. It's definitely very forward. So here's the Oklahoma Mesonet, and the maximum wind gusts in miles per hour today, recorded across the state. Look how many 70s there are, 65s, 77s, all in this corridor. The area that moved through Oklahoma City, 62, 63, bunch of upper 50s. This is why we're calling this a derecho. Just look at this area of sustained damaging winds all through the Oklahoma Panhandle. Ton of damaging wind reports. And that's getting ready to get through Tulsa now. You guys are up next. So that is a very clear-cut look at what a derecho looks like via the Oklahoma Mesonet. Here are all the weather stations in the state that are recording weather information. Yep. That's a derecho, all right. For sure. So now we're still watching this. Once again, it's about 12 to 15 minutes outside of Tulsa. If you're further southwest in Sapulpa, it's definitely right on your doorstep, getting closer to y'all. I think I'm going to continue to cover this this derecho as it passes through Tulsa, and then I will evaluate after that. But I think that might be that might be the maximum that I can do today. That might be all that I've got in the tank. So we're keeping an eye on Tulsa. I'm waiting for you guys in chat. Lots of people reporting in the area to tell me if at any point the tornado sirens do go off in this area for straight line winds. Yeah, this is non-tornadic at the moment, but we may see a really brief area of rotation on the northern side of this accelerating storm. So right up here would be where we're looking. So I'm keeping a close eye on that just in case it comes through right at the wrong time for Tulsa. So if you are west of this line right here, you're in Pawnee, west of this line, Chandler, all of Oklahoma City Metro, you guys are fine. This part of the storm down here in southwest Oklahoma is moving generally to the south-southeast. If you're north of that in Elk City and so forth along I-40, you guys are good. You're going to be good. We're not going to have storms in this area, actually, over the next couple of days once you're said and done with these storms tonight. So you're going to get a little bit of a break, which is good, because it has been pretty intense. Pretty intense. Okay. Still no tornado threat down here. As this part of the storm approaches southeast Oklahoma, this is not going to have any tornado threat associated with it. Right now we have the gust front out in front of it. That's going to prevent any air from reaching in and giving us a possibility of a spin up. So we're all good down there. The same is generally going to be true for all these storms down here in southwest Oklahoma. Again, no tornado threat down here for anyone wondering in Lawton and down the line in Wichita Falls. The reason why is we have this gust front out in front of all these storms here, so we're not going to be able to have any wind really reach in there and provide the means for a spin-up tornado. It would be very unlikely for that to occur here. It does look like a strong storm right here in southwest Oklahoma, so in some wild, wacky event that something does happen here on the approach to Apache and Elgin here north of Lawton, I might that might be I'd give that like a 2% chance. Very, very unlikely. But the area of primary concern now is Tulsa. Sirens going off in Owasso suburb northeast of Tulsa. Sirens in Manford. Sirens in South Tulsa. There we go. So Tulsa's coming off. Sirens in West Tulsa. Now we're starting to hear them, guys, just like we were talking about. So the sirens are coming through now in Tulsa. The reason for that, anyone joining, of course, I want to make sure you guys are all cut up to speed here, is because you are in a destructive severe thunderstorm warning, extremely dangerous warning, with wind gusts that may be up to 90 miles an hour, the same as a weak tornado. These are going to be straight line winds for the most part. So any areas of Tulsa that you are hearing that you're hearing tornado sirens in this metro area, it is because you're in extremely dangerous severe thunderstorm warning. So they're finally coming through. This storm again is just about 12 minutes, 10 to 15 minutes out of most parts of Tulsa. Further southwest you are, the closer you are to the storm. You're seeing it coming in. So very powerful winds are possible with this storm. Please consider taking shelter. Interior-most room of your house. If you're looking at the radar, you're not going to see accurate wind speeds, rather. We're looking at this very far above the surface, okay? So you're not going to be able to see what actually is occurring at the surface. If you see something that says 105 miles an hour, that's not actually what's happening at the surface. You're looking at the storm maybe about 4,000 or 5,000 feet up. No sirens in Sapulpa, but plenty of sirens in and around Tulsa. What does it look like in Joplin? That's hours down the line. I don't think it's going to be a big issue for Joplin or Springfield. So find yourself on the map here. These red warning boxes are severe thunderstorm warnings. This is the part of the storm that's going to progress generally like this direction. So down the line, you're looking at Fort Smith. You're looking at northwest Arkansas, maybe extending toward Joplin, so you might get clipped by the northern side of this, and Springfield, Missouri in the early morning hours. Still a couple hours away from Joplin, still quite a few hours away from Springfield. So have to find yourself on the map. I'm not able to give specific locations. We are focused in on Tulsa right now, still watching this area right here. If everything goes wrong here, we might get a tornado warning right here on this northern side approaching Tulsa. So I'm going to keep a close eye on that. I want to make sure I'm looking at it from 2 radars here. Yeah, so this is going right through Manford right now. This would be the tornadic part of the storm right here. You can see very powerful winds right there on the northern side, going right towards downtown Tulsa. So we're about 1 or 2 minutes out from Sapulpa. Area's starting to feel the damaging winds coming through. It's going to be very, very windy, guys. If there is a tornado warning at all, it will be for this part of the storm right here. And this is generally going to go in this direction towards downtown Tulsa. So once again, we're looking at this part of the storm right here, generally traveling in this direction. This will go right over downtown Tulsa. Probably some of the worst winds associated with this storm are headed towards downtown. You guys are not alone. We did see a situation exactly like this unfold near Dodge City about 4 or 5 hours ago. So several cities have gone through this same process today. Very strong winds right through the city of Dodge City in southwest Kansas. So you guys are not alone in feeling the impacts of a storm like this. So everybody in Tulsa, great idea to be taking shelter in the interior-most room of your house. Excuse me. Or basement if you've got it. The sirens are all sounding for this destructive severe thunderstorm warning associated with up to 90-mile-an-hour winds. Yeah, you don't need much more information than that. This is going to be a really powerful storm moving through over the next 15 to 30 minutes from west to east. So we're just waiting to see if this does get a tornado warning associated with it as well. At the moment, not tornado warned, but the sirens are sounding for the destructive severe thunderstorm warning. So there you go. Right now, the edge of the storm is right on the doorstep of Sapulpa. It's passing through Kellyville at the moment. The most powerful part of the storm is up here towards Lotsey, Sand Springs, Oakhurst, and is moving straight through downtown Tulsa right now. So areas around Turley, Owasso, Alsuma, and Sperry are where I'm watching the closest for the strongest winds to move through. All right, pretty powerful moment here, right at midnight, just like we've been talking about. I've been streaming for 8 hours today, and 8 hours ago, I said that the storm was probably going to be in Tulsa at midnight. So here we are, right at midnight, and here we are, storm right on the doorstep. Just waiting to see what happens here. Again, please consider taking shelter in the Tulsa metro from very powerful straight line winds, and possibly a very localized spin up tornado might occur over the next 15 minutes as this passes through the metro. You're hearing sirens. It's a good idea to be inside. You don't want to be outside. That's the function and purpose of the tornado sirens in Tulsa. And so the practice that you want to have here, it's a good idea to just incur that now as the storm approaches very rapidly from the west. The interior most room of your house is where you want to be, or a basement if you do have one here in the Tulsa metro area. With you, you should have your shoes just in case you have to walk through anything that maybe a window broke or something. You want to make sure you have your shoes on for that. And then make sure everybody is accounted for, anybody who's woken up. It's a good idea to call anybody in the Tulsa area if you know somebody in Tulsa. This is not an insignificant storm at all. So please make sure they're aware. Yeah, anyone in chat who's in the western Tulsa metro can already give you a bit of an anecdote here about what's going on. So, area of most concern again is confined right to the Tulsa metro. I'm going to circle it here, right up to Cleveland and Hominy and down to Sapulpa is where the most powerful winds are moving through right now, generally from west to east right along this area. So up to Claremore, over to Chateau. Sorry if I butchered that. We've definitely had to say that before. And over to Wagoner. So this corridor right now is going to experience the worst impacts of this storm out in front of it over the next hour. And if this storm continues to cycle and produce several rear inflow jet surges like we've seen, like we're seeing right now as it approaches Tulsa, then down the line I'm most concerned about the northwest corner of Arkansas for Bentonville, Springdale, and Fayetteville. And that is going to be about an hour and a half to 2 hours out from now. Thank you, O'Duels. Any support that's coming through, much appreciated. You guys staying on for 8 hours here. Shoto, thank you. So again, Chateau is in that region of primary concern,
Hey Andy,
right
it's
along here.
Chris. I'm actually back at the hotel. I've been looking at this storm coming into Tulsa. Just wanted to give you an update. I don't know if you've heard about this or not, but emergency management in Cushing, I'm assuming that's how you pronounce that, reported a 98 mile per hour wind gust. So that storm is definitely producing damage.
Yep. Definitely think so, Chris. Thanks for tuning in. Appreciate the support thread. Again, this is going right over Sapulpa right now. We're about just about 5, 6, 7 minutes or so from downtown Tulsa, from west to east. The storm is approaching rapidly. And you can see, I'll just go ahead and highlight anyone who needs another stimulus to go ahead and take shelter here. There is no tornado warning, but we're very concerned about very powerful straight line winds that are approaching the city. Right in here, in this pink area, you see this pink area on the right side of your screen, circling it in blue? These winds right in here are 115 miles an hour, just about 2,000 feet above the surface. So if you subtract about 10 miles an hour per 1,000 feet, that means there are consistent 95-mile-an-hour wind gusts right in this pocket, approaching especially the south side of Tulsa, right south of downtown. So that's Oakhurst, Alsuma, right along Interstate 44 and 244 Junction, and over to the Eastern Junction as well, and also possibly as far south as Jenks, Broken Arrow, and the northern side of Sapulpa. Right near Lotsie and Sand Springs here along Highway 84 is where the storm is circling, essentially. This is where we have our circulation, and we could have several spin-up tornadoes embedded in this region right through downtown Tulsa. You can see a little bit of that hook punching up just like this. This would be indicative of where we would see a possible spin-up tornado. Thank you, Jessica, for the support. So this is a very, very damaging storm about to go through Tulsa. I really hope that it decreases in intensity right on the doorstep here. Really hope that we watch this go down, but nope, it is only increasing. So Oakhurst here in Oklahoma, southwest of downtown, is about to take a direct hit from probably some of the most powerful winds you've ever seen. 121 mile an hour pixel here, 2,000 feet above the surface. Translate that down to the surface, about 10 miles an hour per 1,000 feet. We're looking at a pocket of 100 mile an hour wind gusts right here in this pink area that is about to overrun Oakhurst, Oklahoma. That is the equivalent of even a mid-range tornado. So this is going to cause roof damage. This is probably going to knock over trees. That's the most dangerous part about this right now, is anyone who's asleep in these areas. Anyone who is asleep in these areas could be impacted by falling trees on their houses. So I'm going to go ahead and say that this corridor right here, through Oakhurst, Alsuma, northern side of Broken Arrow towards Catoosa, Fair Oaks. This is the falling tree corridor right here. This is where we might see a ton of tree damage right in here as the storm passes right through the southern side of Tulsa. The most tree damage is going to occur right in this area. So this is not an, I don't know how to say this a little bit better here, but this is not an insignificant storm at all. You should be aware and prepped for this storm as it passes through. Again, we're about 3 or 4 minutes from Tulsa, about 1 or 2 minutes from Oakhurst. It's right on your doorstep. Once again, if you're just joining us, Oakhurst through Alsuma are the areas I'm most concerned with. We could possibly see several spin-up tornadoes right through the Sand Springs and downtown Tulsa vicinity here. This part of the storm may promote that. It's going to be very tough to see because the radar is, we're close to the radar, but there's so much going on that the radar might struggle to actually show us what's occurring. We're not going to be able to tell what's happening at the surface, and we have incredibly strong dynamics, that is the wind speeds moving through this area. So on this corridor right here through downtown, there goes the velocity data is now garbled completely. So that's how you know it's a very powerful storm. This is the corridor right here where I'm concerned about falling trees on houses through Alsuma, northern Broken Arrow, Fair Oaks, Catoosa, southern part of downtown Tulsa, and right through Oakhurst over the next minute. Very concerned that that might lead to falling trees here, because there are incredibly strong winds moving through. Dang it. All of our data is getting messed up here. The storm is so powerful as it's moving through here that this radar cannot handle it and is doing what's called range folding. So literally the winds are so strong that they're being recognized as the other end of the range here, and it's producing these distorted values that you can see right in this area. I was really hoping that wouldn't happen so I could continue to give you accurate wind readings here as this passes through. So yeah, please be taking shelter. Again, treat this like a low-end tornado, even up to a mid-end tornado if the winds are that strong as they go through these suburbs of Tulsa here. And in doing so, you want to be in the interior-most room of your house, away from windows, and make sure you got your shoes and everybody's accounted for. And of course, you can bring me with you as well. Yeah, I have the mesonet up Or at least I did. I don't know what happened to it. Gotta bring it back up. I had the Mesonet up just to make sure we could see if any station is recording powerful wind gusts. Currently 60-mile-an-hour wind gusts west of Tulsa via the Mesonet stations, but yeah, this is a highly localized area of impacts that's going to occur. Again, I'm going to leave this drawn up here so you know where exactly the worst winds are going to pass right through this area right here. So through Broken Arrow, New Tulsa, Fair Oaks, Alsuma, once again. This is definitely the corridor where I'd say that waking people up is a good idea. This is the strongest part of the storm by far, with the most damaging winds associated with it. This will take your power out. There is a reason why you're hearing the tornado sirens, even though there's no tornado warning anywhere in the Tulsa metro. This is the reason why. So hopefully this just decreases in intensity. At any point, we could also see a tornado warning for this part of the storm as well. Just extremely powerful winds moving through. No, any signatures you see down here, this is a result of the range folding and the velocity. So it thinks that all of this, all these areas down here are actually rotation, but it's not. Thank you, KC. Appreciate it. Thank you, David, for the support. Are these enough to push a person off their feet? 100-mile-an-hour wind gusts? Yeah, definitely. So we're gonna have power flashes moving through the Tulsa metro. Piotrowski is in the Tulsa metro, taking a look through here. So sirens going off now. Just about a minute or two out of downtown Tulsa right now. Sapulpa is going through the worst of it. I know we had a couple in chat. Hopefully they've been able to maintain power or internet. Arkansas, you're hours away from this at the moment. So if this storm maintains its intensity at all into the night, it will approach the northwest corner of Arkansas is where my primary concern would be. And the southern part of it will clip through Fort Smith more than likely. Right now, the southwestern part of Arkansas is getting stormy, but it's not as intense as what we're seeing up here. This is a part of our Derecho event today. So this is an ongoing derecho moving through the Tulsa area. I hope the intensity dies down right after this. Whenever we get these rear inflow jet surges pushing forward, usually they don't last for too long at this particular intensity, which is very high end. It should be quieting down. It should be exhausting itself. But unfortunately, what that means is that Tulsa is going through the worst of it. Power out in Sapulpa, power out in Oakhurst, getting reports from the chat. Lots of power flashes going through as winds take out the power in these areas. What kind of damage should you expect in Broken Arrow? Hopefully not too bad, but you can see that new destructive warning was just issued out in front of this. This destructive warning is for 100-mile-an-hour wind gusts. Wow. So this new warning right here, that includes Coweta, Haskell, Wagoner, Choteau, Claremore. This is a severe thunderstorm warning right here for 100-mile-an-hour wind gusts. Damn, you don't see that very often. Goodness. These are the kind of wind gusts, again, moving through Bixby, Broken Arrow, that could take out some of your roof shingles, could cause trees to fall on your house if you have any around. It's not good news. Wow. 100-mile-an-hour wind gust, severe thunderstorm warning. I am so glad that I stayed online tonight. My goodness. You do not see that hardly ever. Please be taking shelter here in the Tulsa metro down to Broken Arrow. Treat it like a low-end tornado warning, all right? You don't want to be near any windows for this, once again, if you're just joining in the Tulsa area. We're getting pretty close to this going over downtown at the moment, and it's bulging out here in the southern part of the metro, so Jinx is just now going in to the damaging winds. Alsuma is about 2 minutes away, Broken Arrow about 3 or 4 minutes. And Jinx, definitely 100-mile-an-hour wind gusts. We do tend to overestimate wind that we see But you know, in this case, I don't know what to believe. That's one heck of a severe thunderstorm warning. Will there be a moderate risk issue tomorrow? I don't know. Jeff Piotrowski is here, storm chasing in Tulsa, reporting a bunch of power flashes, extreme winds. Man. I don't know if I'm getting radar updates right now. Okay, I am on the velocity side of okay, there we go. All right, so current winds encroaching right on downtown right now. Here's our current wind map. Of course, it's all garbled data right here. This is all range folded, which means that it's just not scanning accurately, and that's because the storm is incredibly powerful right here. Definitely bring your pets in. Yeah, make sure everything's accounted for. You don't have very long here in Broken Arrow, but you got just a little bit of time before the strongest winds get to your area. You're in Bixby in the bathtub. Yeah, great practice. Hopefully, down here further south, the wind gusts are a little bit less dramatic, but the most powerful part of the storm is definitely where you see this radar artifact here moving right through downtown Tulsa. And in this corridor, basically right ahead of this. So this whole severe thunderstorm warning ahead of this part of the line here is for 100-mile-an-hour wind gusts possible. So up north, that does include Owasso, all the way east to Chateau, all the way south to and east to Muskogee is possible. Muskogee could get in on those wind gusts, but I think the corridor of the strongest winds we're going to see is right here. Right about downtown Tulsa from Jinx and Broken Arrow up to the east. I'm hoping not to, but again, I would not be. It's morbid, but I would not be surprised if we heard several reports of trees falling on houses from this. So unfortunately, I think that might be a common occurrence here. We're going to see a lot of tree damage. I'm hoping that it just does not fall on houses. Lots of power flashes in Tulsa, near Tulsa. Lots of reports of power flickering there in the Tulsa suburbs. Very strong winds. I had COVID 2 weeks ago, guys. Don't worry about me. Just a lingering cough. So yeah, this is definitely the extension and the most powerful part of our derecho moving through the Tulsa area. You can take it from me, a meteorologist. We're calling this a derecho for sure. Strongest winds right now are right about to get to Alsuma and Broken Arrow over the next minute or two. Down further south, the winds should be less extreme near Okmulgee, Henrietta, and south of I-40. Winds should definitely be much less extreme down here, and also further north into Washington, Newada counties up here, and approaching the Miami area. So any part of the storm that impacts Joplin should be the weaker part as it stands. And the hope is that this area decreases in intensity, but right now we have extremely powerful winds still moving through, especially the southern Tulsa metro. Explosions at oil refinery. Goodness, yeah. If you're in southeastern Oklahoma, you might be woken up in some of these areas by the storms moving through, but these storms generally have a much lower threshold severe thunderstorm warnings. So if you can sleep, then yeah, go for it in southeastern Oklahoma. Dodge City and Tulsa, I know. Okmulgee. No, I'm good. I don't think we don't really need to look at the Tulsa traffic cams. We want to be sure we're focused on the radar and showing the progression of the strongest parts of the storm. Everybody in chat who's in Tulsa knows what's happening. They're hearing it for sure. They put sirens back up in Broken Arrow. Well, so very powerful winds. Once again, if you're just joining in the Tulsa area, this severe thunderstorm warning right here, this pentagon shape, or hexagon shape, is for 100-mile-an-hour wind gusts possible as
Hey
the
Andy, it's Chris. Just letting you know that Jinx, I think it was, police department near Tulsa just issued a civil emergency alert just for these high winds. So they're taking this very, very seriously, and I'm sending you some updates in Discord as well.
Okay, thank you, Chris. Acting right now as news relay. Thank you, Chris. Appreciate any reports coming through. EMS unit down due to roadside hitting the vehicle, out of service. Police officers ordered to take shelter as well in the civil emergency in Tulsa. So this is for these very high winds moving through. Again, it looks like the worst of the damage is concentrated right in this path, right where the storm is bulging forward. It's going to move right through Broken Arrow, currently moving through Alsuma right now, and approaching Catoosa, Fair Oaks, and New Tulsa, eventually Verdigris and Enola here and Choteau. It looks like downtown Tulsa is right where a spin-up tornado would happen. We might have several instances of brief spin-ups right here. Possible tornadoes could occur. Definitely right on the northern edge of this line. You can see where it would spin up right in here. We don't really have a good look at that due to the radar glitching out, unfortunately, but right here is the corridor of possible spin-up tornadoes, so we could see tornado damage down the line in Catoosa, Fair Oaks, so definitely want to be taking shelter in that area in particular, whereas the most powerful straight-line winds are just to the south of that, right in this part of the storm currently traveling through Jinx and Broken Arrow. So Broken Arrow, just about to get into it. About to lose power pretty much citywide there. They might... Yeah, I would be surprised if we don't have very complete power outages in these areas. So civil emergency, again, is in place for Tulsa, in addition to a 100-mile-an-hour severe thunderstorm warning. 100-mile-an-hour winds, severe thunderstorm warning in this area. Currently watching this as closely as possible here to give as much detailed information for the Tulsa Metro as possible. Yeah, I don't need to watch any webcam or anything. I can definitely understand what is going on right now. So we're on hour 8.5 of this stream right now. Thankfully, I've kept going here so that I could cover the storm. Bixby out of power, so we lost power down here in the southern Tulsa Metro. Definitely prepare for it in Coweta here. Wagner over to Choteau. Again, once again, I am most concerned about this area right in here. And it might take out the radar here. Might cause some issues with the radar scanning. So hopefully that doesn't happen. But yeah, doing the best I can here to look at where the most powerful winds are. Yep. Keeping the interior-most room of your house away from windows anywhere in Tulsa. It'll help you make sure that you're not injured from anything that might happen in your area. Treat it just like a tornado warning. That's the reason the tornado sirens may have gone off. You may have heard them in and around Tulsa. All right, so again, north of Tulsa might not be as strong of winds, but still really powerful winds about to move through Skiatook here, Sperry, Turley, Owasso. Looks like the path that the most damaging winds are taking are right towards this vicinity, and to the north of this is where we could see possible spin-up tornadoes, brief instances of really powerful straight-line winds up towards Owasso, Collinsville, and on the northern periphery here of the metro area. Whew, man, what an event for Tulsa so far. This is absolutely wild. Just so you guys know, you're not alone. Dodge City earlier today in southwest Kansas did go through a similar, very strong damaging wind event right over the city. So you guys are not alone. Covering the weather just for you, just like I did earlier for Dodge City. Sky took, thank you. Mm. Yeah, very, very powerful. Dang. Again, just to reiterate, this severe thunderstorm warning out in front here that does include areas over to Chateau is for 100-mile-an-hour wind gusts. The severe thunderstorm warning with 100-mile-an-hour wind gusts is not going to happen probably for a very long time in this same area. So this is going to be one of the most powerful storms you experience in a widespread manner. Several storm chasers, ground reports in this area, plenty of power flashes. You guys know it if you're in the Tulsa metro and all, you're definitely losing power here and there. Lots of power lines down. Tree damage is going to be probably widespread. Really hoping that, I'm just sitting here right now, and I'm really hoping that, I'm not just watching unknowingly, like 10, 20 trees fall on houses. But, hearing reports of power lines down, I definitely think that there's going to be fallen trees. And I don't know how we're going to avoid any sort of housing damage occurring from this. So I hate sitting here and thinking about that, but I know that I have to, just to make sure that I'm keeping it in mind and that I'm using that as a means to tell you guys to take shelter in the interior-most room of your house, just to be as far away from any dangers like that. So this area in here, this is distorted radar data. Some of the wind speeds in this storm are so strong that it's causing the radar data to be garbled. You can see it shifting over nonsensically here in this area of 90, 80, 90, 95 mile an hour wind gusts right over Alsuma and the northern side of Broken Arrow. Broken Arrow in your closet, that's good to hear. Definitely practice it just like you would for a tornado warning. Power's out all over town. Springfield, Missouri will be hours down the line in the early morning. By then, the hope is that the storms are much weaker. We did lose Tulsa's 911 radio feed. So widespread power outages in this area are preventing communications now. Lost power in Jinx. No, there won't be another storm prediction center update today, so there won't be a moderate risk. But this is definitely going to verify as a moderate risk for sure across all these areas this derecho is swept through. Broken Arrow, no power now. Quickly losing power. Next up is Fair Oaks, just about a minute away from Fair Oaks in New Tulsa. Within the next couple of minutes, Catoosa might take a little bit longer for it to reach you. You're right on that path of where there could be spin-up tornadoes, and the strongest winds are blowing to the east right here, just to your south. So once again, the pocket of strongest winds is right over Alsuma and Broken Arrow at the moment, moving towards Fair Oaks, New Tulsa, down the line Enola, Chateau, and Maisie, along Highway 412. There you go. New radar scan also showing just a bunch of garbled data. Nothing that I can actually see here. All the winds are folding in their ranges, so it's very powerful and can't actually tell what's going on here. So I think the most widespread power outages are going to be in this vicinity from Oakhurst, Alsuma, Broken Arrow, and Jinx, and Sapulpa. That's definitely where I've seen the most powerful winds pass right through this corridor. It seems like just south of downtown Tulsa is where the most powerful winds have moved through, but we're probably still going to get widespread power outages up here in the northern side of Tulsa, maybe just not completely through and through. If you're in Wichita, you're good. Don't worry about it. Yep, you have made it through. You're all right. Somehow keeping power in Jinx? Wow. Impressive stuff. Alright, right on the doorstep now in New Tulsa. Fair Oaks moving through Broken Arrow. Probably another 4 or 5 minutes of some pretty bad winds for you guys there in Alsuma and Broken Arrow. Strongest parts of the storm over you. Further north, of course, in the North Tulsa metro near Skytook, Sperry, Turley, Owasso, Collinsville. This area is a little bit less powerful in terms of the winds, but still some pretty damaging winds moving through. Happy to help, Stephanie. Chickasha is going to be okay. You're on the edge of a severe thunderstorm down there. Doesn't look too bad down there. Lawton, same deal. You're on the edge of that severe thunderstorm warning. Is going to move through. I believe those storms are non-tornadic, as they've got a gust front out in front of them. Should prevent anything from spinning up. Sand Springs power out here in the western suburbs here. Skytook, this chance for spin up tornadoes is already past you. So you're good to go there. You just got to deal with the very heavy rain and very strong winds. Wichita's fine. Is Joplin going to get winds like that? Probably not. I think this is going to be the strongest part of the storm for the rest of its lifetime. I believe it's maximized right over here, right over Tulsa as it goes through. I don't think it's going to be too incredibly powerful at any other point in its life, but we are going to see some pretty strong winds approaching the northwest Arkansas Interstate 540 corridor here. So down the line, Fayetteville and Springdale and Bentonville here in northwest Arkansas are in the path of the most significant part of this derecho. What it looks like when it gets to you, hopefully, will be a little bit weaker, but you've got about an hour before it gets there, maybe an hour 15 there in northwest Arkansas. Iowa's fine. Yeah, anywhere in the Oklahoma City metro is good. You guys are fine, too. In southeastern Oklahoma, we have some slightly weaker severe thunderstorms moving through, but still some pretty powerful winds that are generally traveling down through southwestern Arkansas, Texarkana region. Looks like they might miss Shreveport. If Shreveport and Bossier City area does get in on any of the storms down here, it's going to be right on the southern edge of that. Still very strong winds now moving into Fair Oaks, New Tulsa. Anyone in these areas here in the eastern Tulsa metro. Hopefully I've been able to help everybody who's tuned in this area. I didn't see any reports of any trees falling down, but I've seen reports of power lines down, plenty of widespread power outages and power flashes. So hopefully no trees down. I haven't seen any reports of that. But it's going to take some time and lots of damage to sift through from a powerful windstorm like this. Wow. Today's maximum wind gusts. Okay, no update on the Mesonet yet. Doesn't look like a Mesonet site has picked up on any extreme wind gusts so far. But yeah, I mean, it doesn't need to. We have the evidence right here in front of us. What should Little Rock expect? Probably about 3:30, 3 a.m. Although some of these storms are moving into central Arkansas a little sooner than expected. So a pretty stormy early morning, but nothing like this, what we're looking at right now. So maybe some lower end severe thunderstorm warnings that might come through, might wake you up. But nothing that I am too concerned with needing to stay up for. Yep, eastern parts of the Tulsa metro are still going through very, very powerful winds. It's very close to the radar site now. We might lose our radar site if a pocket of very strong winds does go right over it. So hopefully that doesn't happen. No, the pink TVS is here. Any tornado vortex signatures, these are because of range folding occurring here. So you see range folding right here. It thinks that this is actually rotation because we have red next to blue. That is actually not a tornado. It's just because we have folded velocity values because the storm is so powerful. So the algorithm is going off the rails, essentially. These are not actual tornadoes. The spin-up tornado threat would actually be right up here near Fair Oaks and Catoosa. I've been watching that for pretty closely for a while now. And, I mean, because of the garbled data, I'm not sure if we did have any spin-up tornadoes through there, but I made sure to continue to highlight that corridor just in case. Thank you, Brittany. Fort Smith, right now you're going through a severe thunderstorm. The southern part of this derecho will probably clip through Fort Smith just a little bit here. So another powerful round of winds is possible all along I-40 up to Fort Smith. About maybe an hour to an hour and a half out from that. Calming down there in Jinx. So you can see a report in chat right now from Jinx, Oklahoma, south of Tulsa, that it's finally calming down. So this part of the storm right now looks to be the part where the winds start to decline a little bit. So when this western edge of the orange part of the storm here on the left side of your screen makes it to you, then hopefully it should start calming down there. Set a perfect right angle. It's looking pretty close to it here. Yeah, that's definitely a storm feature I haven't seen very often. What's going on in eastern Iowa? Sub-severe storms. So nothing too dangerous at all. Just some strong storms. This is moving generally east. So this is what's called a progressive derecho. You can see it's basically a line like this, and generally the direction of it is moving due east. So again, I'm most concerned about the northwest part of Arkansas. This is where the strongest part of the storm is headed at the moment. Let's just move through Tulsa. So again, we're about an hour away from that, and I might not be here for that because I have been streaming for almost 9 hours. And I need some sleep just in case I need to cover tomorrow's severe weather. Very strong winds, literally only a couple 100 feet above the radar site here. Pockets of 100-mile-an-hour winds still showing up very close to the surface, so this is just not stopping in intensity right here. So again, most concerned out ahead of this for this area near Choteau, along Highway 412, Maisie, Locust Grove, Sportsman Acres. I think this is going to be the area of the most damage out ahead of this part of the storm. Yeah, this is a derecho. Sirens going off there in Claremore. You're in a part of that destructive severe thunderstorm warning, so that is why there are tornado sirens going on. This warning is for 100-mile-an-hour winds and still is in place. The 100-mile-an-hour winds associated with the warning are localized in an area right about here, right in this vicinity, this blue circle right here. Further south near Coweta, Haskell, and towards Muskogee here, the winds should be much weaker. We have just a very, very concentrated area of damaging winds right in here, right in this area. So the hope is that this sort of gusts itself out as it goes along Highway 412 here towards Siloam Springs and northwest Arkansas. Hopefully it just gusts itself out and we lose intensity here, but as it stands, this is still a pocket of very, very damaging winds. So there's our new destructive severe thunderstorm warning out ahead of it, issued by National Weather Service Tulsa. So here, this warning is 90-mile-an-hour winds. That includes Salina here, Choteau, Pryor, up towards J. So 90-mile-an-hour winds still possible with this severe thunderstorm warning now just issued, just off to the west of Siloam Springs. So it does look like it's going to make it really close to the Bentonville, Springdale, Fayetteville, and up into the southwest corner of Missouri near Pineville. Looks like that's going to be the corridor for the most powerful winds coming up. Yeah, this is a derecho. Wow. This is probably one of the most extreme damaging wind events I've ever covered. That is absolutely wild. You're in Mountain Home. The storms are probably about 3 to 3.5 hours away from you. So you'll be able to sleep now, but you might be woken up at some point by these storms moving through. I think the corridor, if it expected continued intensity, would have been right in through this area into central Arkansas. But as you can see, we have a bunch of storms out in front right now that are in the area. This will serve as a hindrance for this derecho that's trying to move through these areas. So Fort Smith should lower the intensity of the derecho once it reaches you, as well as anywhere along I-40. The derecho having to travel through rain-cooled air means it's going to lose intensity, and you should be able to sleep anywhere in central Arkansas out ahead of this. I don't think it's going to be as extreme when it gets there. But because there are no storms right now in the northwest corner here in Bentonville, Fayetteville, Siloam Springs, in this area, up to maybe Neosho, I think this is going to be the most powerful part of the derecho over the next 2 hours. So again, going back to the Tulsa Metro here, literally right next to the radar, just about 100 feet up is a 101 mile per hour pixel. So this is just 100 mile an hour wind gusts still ongoing right next to our radar site here. I'm kind of concerned we're going to lose this radar because these winds are encroaching on its location very rapidly. I don't know how many examples of 100 mile an hour winds going over our Doppler radars have occurred. So I guess we're going to see if this one lives.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
I guess we're going to see if this one lives. There's our tornado warning for Mays and Rogers. We finally did get a warning for a spin-up tornado occurring with this, and it's actually going to be closer up here. I see that one instantly here. So here east of Skytook, there you go. There's your warning polygon. Spin-up tornado occurring right here east of Collinsville, just south of, I can't see it, Highway 169 here, south of Uluga. So up towards Foyle, Chelsea is where this spin-up tornado might travel here. So it's a very tight area of rotation. You can see it right in there. This is a legitimate tornado vortex signature right here. So this is actually accurate. And that's why that was warned right there. So we've seen this area actually, a few hooks have been, showing up right along this line here. Here's the one that's now producing a tornado, probably near Collinsville. Here is one closer to downtown Tulsa. So we've watched the progression of this moving through. Now we have this warning in place. And finally, we've got some radar data here. So here we can see in Catoosa and Fair Oaks, right next to the radar, still pockets of 100 mile an hour wind gusts showing up just above the surface. So that's extending from Fair Oaks to Verdigris, I believe is how you pronounce that. Verdigris, if you pronounce everything in Oklahoma, I'm not sure. So there you go. Most powerful winds right here, right next to the radar. East Tulsa Metro now. Almost all of the Tulsa Metro is looking fine. You're getting out of it there in Alsuma. You're getting out of it in Broken Arrow, Owasso, Skytook, Sperry, downtown Tulsa. You guys should all be fine. Bixby getting out of the worst of it. Probably still some gusty winds going through Coweta, Haskell at the moment. Let me know what you're experiencing. I think you're getting out of it now. So let's go ahead and see if we have any debris signature with this spin-up tornado. And indeed we do. So here's our first debris signature of the night, right here in this area that I'm circling. Here's our correlation coefficient. So right here, if we look at the winds, they're in the same spot. So there you go. There is an obvious debris signature from the spin-up tornado. So this warning might be upgraded to a confirmed tornado by the National Weather Service there in Tulsa. They're doing a great job issuing these warnings right now and staying on top of things. So if we get that confirmed warning coming through, that is the reason why. We do have a tornado ongoing here just south of Uluga, headed up towards Bushy Head, Chelsea most directly. Please be taking shelter. Along State Road 66 here, or County Road 66. This is going to be northern Rogers County, where this is moving through in the northwest corner of Mays County. I mean, past a certain point, it doesn't really matter. You should be taking shelter for this extremely dangerous severe thunderstorm warning, and also this tornado warning. Just a great idea to be taking shelter everywhere out in front of this. So Fort Smith, you guys are all right. You have a lower end severe thunderstorm warning over your area. Probably pretty gusty there. and some heavy rains here. You're going to get another round maybe from this southern part of the storm that's moving through along I-40. However, it should be weaker in nature. Thank you, Kyle, for the support. And anyone who's passed along, I know it's been a chaotic time. Doing the best I can here. So another look at this. Our debris signature has maintained itself right here, south of Uluga. Here's the debris signature right here, this tornado doing damage, showing up in this area in particular, blue. And the way we can correlate that is just watch that blue box. There's our rotation right in the same area. So spin up tornado still ongoing. Really looks like it's passing closer to foil coming up here. So we could get tornado damage right along this path, headed towards foil and State Road 66. So let me see if there's anything there. It looks like the spin-up tornado is lasting for a while, so I want to make sure I cover any areas right here. This is just south of the Uluga Lake. Just south of that, there's a Dollar General there along State Road 88 and East 450. That's just about where this tornado is going to pass through, encroaching on that area to the west of Sequoia. It's going to pass over the Verdigris River, or the Verdigris River, whichever pronunciation is correct. All Trails Fabrication and Mean Transportation LLC headquarters. And eventually, once it gets to State Road 66 there near Foyle, there's another Dollar General there. The First Assembly of God is there. A couple of churches in the area, so a small town there near Foyle. A little bit further to the south is where Bill's Overhead Doors is. This suburb may be pretty close to the track of this tornado as well if it stays on the ground. So let them know over there in Foyle, in between Uluga and Foyle. This is again to the north and east of Tulsa now. We can see some incredible winds showing up. The radar survived so far. Now on the other side of this, on the other side of the radar, these dark browns are 95-mile-an-hour winds, 96-mile-an-hour winds, and a huge pocket of them going right over Enola. Next up, down the line, is Choteau. Looks like you guys are going to go through the worst of this storm as it approaches you. Yeah, there's going to be quite a bit of... Wow, there we go. Tulsa thunderstorm wind gust 100 mile an hour from a train spotter near 31st and Peoria. This is in between downtown Tulsa and Alsuma. 100 mile an hour wind gust showing up there. I'm sure there's going to be quite a few more of those. Wow. That verified. Okay, so the damaging wind part of the storm also moving through Claremore at the moment.
New information, this tornado warning has been upgraded.
Now we have an upgrade to a confirmed tornado occurring with this storm. As we noted, we saw the debris signature to the southeast of Uluga, so this tornado warning right now is also a confirmed tornado, radar confirmed. Let's go ahead and see if that debris signature is still ongoing. Oops, wrong side there. So let's correlate it here with where the winds are. Yes, we definitely do still have that debris signature ongoing. Pretty deep, so still ongoing tornado just south and east of Uluga, right through those areas that I just mentioned. South of the lake, just a little bit there, and passing over the Verdigris River here. Inola, thank you. Verdigris. I'm assuming you left the S in there on purpose, so the Verdigris River. So again, this is passing towards Foyle and Bushy Head most directly. Confirmed tornado going your direction. Will do damage. It does look like it's weakening here. Latest velocity scans do look like it's a little less organized, but anything is possible here. The spin-up tornado has definitely lasted longer than most do. I can only imagine the recovery efforts needed in Tulsa. There's going to be so much tree damage and everything, man. I don't even know what... I don't know what the aftermath of this is going to look like, but that is one heck of a windstorm we just watched. Once again, the winds are so strong here near Inola and Choteau that we're getting this velocity folding once again. So can't see anything that's ongoing here, but this is previously a pocket of 95-mile-an-hour winds right over this this town of Inola. Still having trouble showing up. Now, the worst of it is approaching Choteau as well, and we'll pass right along Highway 412 for a while here. This is going to be where the worst of the winds are, right in this area. So right going down Highway 412, eventually towards Jay, Colcord, and Siloam Springs through Mays County. Muskogee, on the southern side of this, the wind should be much less intense down here, but still pretty powerful moving through. Wow. Same is true on the northern side here through Nowata County and entering the northeast corner of Oklahoma here. Still watching one confirmed tornado warning that has a debris signature associated with it for the last 10 minutes or so. It's moved through the southern part of Oologah towards Foyle. This is northeast of Tulsa. Thank you for anyone sending in support. Muskogee is what we're talking about right now, down here. I didn't say Muskogee. I do know that is a separate area. Choctaw. Wow. Power's still out in numerous parts of Tulsa, I'm sure. Claremore still going through the worst of it right now. Hopefully you guys are okay. Siloam Springs, thank you. So eventually approaching Siloam Springs, what we're thinking about. Claremore, expect another 10 minutes or so of these damaging winds. Very powerful winds outside. The worst is definitely farther to your south and east, though. Choteau is about to go through it. Have friends in Foyle prepping. Very good. It's good to hear. We need to get that, the words of advice out to them. So happy to help. Winds in Haskell are coming down. Good, good. Yep, that was definitely in the less intense part of the storm, but you were still in that ridiculously intense 100-mile-an-hour severe thunderstorm warning, this guy right here. So yeah, all of these areas definitely just went in through some damaging winds, but you can see right where the worst of it is concentrated up here. We have a fresh radar scan. These dark browns, once again, areas of 107-mile-an-hour winds showing up right next to the surface here, right along Highway 412 headed for Choteau. Man, this is absolutely intense. Bracing for impact there in Pryor. Hopefully you guys stay okay. Worst of it is just off to your south. Probably going to lose power there. Power still out in Bixby and Broken Bow. Thank you for the reports. Yes, happy to help. Bracing for it in Pryor. I think the worst of it will go right through probably this corridor right through here. Maybe as far south as Fayetteville and Arkansas. If it maintains its intensity, this is where I would be most concerned here. Can follow the path of the warning here and just take an arrow right through it. Siloam Springs, Bentonville, Springdale. That will be the continuation of the worst of it. I think everywhere else I am not actually that concerned with. All of these severe thunderstorm warnings are probably going to be the second most intense area down towards the Texarkana region and approaching I-30 near Prescott. These are not comparable to what just happened in Tulsa, though. Not at all. 90-mile-an-hour wind report in Manford, also on the west side of Tulsa. Yeah, we're going to see probably some records broken from these wind gusts. Goodness. No, the spin-up tornado looks like it's mostly dissipated here in Foyle, right as it gets to the town. Doesn't look like it's on the ground anymore, but still some pretty powerful winds are approaching the town regardless as a part of the gust front here. So right now, looks like this tornado might not be on the ground any longer. That's the hope, but powerful winds are going to pass through regardless here. Internet partially out in Nevada. Internet partially out. Interesting. Yep, down here in McCurtain County, the storms just moved through Idabel, Broken Bow, and they're moving into southwest Arkansas now. And these are considerable severe thunderstorm warnings, so about 70-mile-an-hour winds are possible here. Definitely nothing to sneeze at whatsoever. So I'm glad you're staying weather aware down there and awake during that. Because it's probably going to wake you up anyways as it goes through basically this vicinity. It looks like this complex of storms is staying north of Shreveport as it stands. So it looks like Shreveport, Bossier City, you guys should be able to sleep. You guys should be able to sleep. Might get a storm at some point in the morning, but looking okay down there. How's Oakhurst? Well out of it now. Pretty far out of it now. So probably just a widespread power loss in that area. Definitely got beat in Tulsa, yeah, for sure. All right, Choteau going through the worst of it right now. Locust Grove up next, and Sportsman, Acres, Pryor, as well as Salina. I think the strongest winds are definitely right over Highway 412 for anybody who knows this area. If they collide, it will weaken the derecho, which is good news. So that's why I'm not super concerned about Fort Smith and anywhere along the part of I-40 that's receiving storms, as well as down the line near Little Rock. The fact that we have rain-cooled air in place out in front of this derecho means that it's going to lose intensity. However, we don't have that rain-cooled air closer to the northwest corner of Arkansas here, maybe as far north as Neosho and Joplin here. So no rain-cooled air up here means that there's still going to be quite favorable environment out in front of this storm for continued severe winds. Can Tulsa sleep? For the most part, most of the metro is good now, yeah. So if you're able to sleep after that mess just went through Tulsa, I mean, honestly, that's impressive. I would be awake for quite some time with the adrenaline that. Looks like Coffeyville in southeast Kansas is mostly fine. All the severe threat has fallen off here. We don't have any severe thunderstorm warnings in Kansas now. They're right on the border with Oklahoma and Kansas, but it does look like Kansas City, not going to see anything from this. So again, I think the northernmost extent of damaging wind from these storms is going to be right about Joplin. And then down the line, that northern edge will probably also lose intensity near Springfield. I'm not too concerned with the Springfield, Missouri area for anybody who's staying up and concerned about Springfield. I don't think it'll be too bad there. I do think it will be stormy there, but I don't think it'll be too bad. So some siding is reported off of some buildings, especially the Holiday Inn Express and Jinx. Every window on the left side is leaking, so a bunch of damaging wind. Okay, we're actually going to get a tornado warning. So this southern complex of storms
has been issued.
Is actually producing a pretty powerful couplet. Let's take a look at that. I got to bring a radar down there. This isn't a radar hole. What do we have? Dang it. Shreveport. Okay, let me bring this radar site. Currently looking over here. It seems like the storms have fallen apart in southwest Oklahoma right before they got to Lawton. So we just have this one that's moving through south of Norman. That looks pretty strong. Still some hail probably in this. That means that anyone who's still watching in Dallas-Fort Worth, you guys are going to be okay. It doesn't look like the storms are staying together as they get down here into Texas. So it looks like DFW will probably be okay. It might not see much in the term. Might not see much in terms of stormy weather. All these storms in central Texas have also seemed to fizzle out. We don't have any severe warnings down there. So we're looking good to go along the I-35 corridor in Texas. If anyone's still awake down there, you guys should be good to go to bed. And yeah, here's a look at our tornado warning. This part of southwest Arkansas and Nevada County. So this is right on the edge of two National Weather Service forecast offices. So this is Shreveport's warning. On the other side here into Clark County would be Little Rock. So we're very far away from any radar site. Looking about 1.5 miles up in this storm. So we have what's called a preventative tornado warning for Prescott and areas just to the east here in southwest Arkansas, past over I-30. So I would not have seen this because this is definitely very far in a radar hole. So this is the reason why this warning is here to tell you about it, but I would not have seen this area of rotation more than likely. This is a preventative tornado warning, meaning it's radar indicated. We've got some rotation here. The National Weather Service agrees that this is an area of rotation very far up in the storm, and thus we have that preventative warning in place for northern Nevada County in Arkansas. So Prescott, strong storm moving through your area regardless. Good idea to take shelter and out ahead of it if you're in Reeder or Bluff City. That is where our preventative warning is in place. You can see the rest of the strong storms generally looking like they're going to clip maybe Texarkana on the southern side, but for the most part head to the north of Texarkana. So this the city down here may be out of any of the worst impacts from the severe thunderstorms just off to the north. So that's going to, again, pass through the Prescott area probably a second time. So a couple rounds of storms moving through here. Generally thinking that the storms are going to pass down in this direction. But if we download some new radar scans so that we could see which direction they're moving as they exit the southeast corner of Oklahoma, let's take a look. This excuse me, this complex of storms actually looks like it's moving more to the east, even a little bit of a northeast component. So this might clip parts of Hot Springs, maybe the southern Little Rock Metro, and towards Pine Bluff. Looks like the track of this storm is moving in that direction. So some strong winds may be associated with this over the next couple of hours in those areas that I highlighted here. As this tracks off in this direction, it looks like it's taking a line through this corridor. Okay, so that's a look down there at our preventative warning. Already on the next frame, some of that rotation looks a little bit less concerning, but again, we're far away, so it's a good idea to just be taking shelter. All right, back to the Tulsa storms. We've got a good scan here. The radar survived, by the way. So this Doppler radar just went through 90-mile-an-hour winds, maybe even 100-mile-an-hour winds, and has come out unscathed, maybe. Still scanning and still giving us new data, so the radar has made it through. That's pretty impressive. Strongest part of the storm is moving through Locust Grove now. Again, it's really paralleling Highway 412 right here as it approaches Siloam Springs. And again, down the line, Bentonville and Springdale in Arkansas. Maybe Fayetteville as well. These areas of northwest Arkansas look to be taking the brunt of the storms in an hour or so. Looking at our chance for spin-up tornadoes. A very brief-looking couplet right here. May have been, this is on the northern side of our previously tornado-warned couplet. May have a very slight area of rotation that could have dropped a small tornado here west of Chelsea. It's in the current tornado warning. So hopefully everybody along State Road 66 here was taking shelter. And then my next area of concern is actually just now off to the north of Pryor, which I know we have some people in that area. This is in northeast Oklahoma. This area might turn into a little bit of a spin up. So we're seeing that develop right there along the line. Concentrated area of winds moving one direction. So watching this closely. This is the same area on reflectivity. Looks like a little bit of an appendage coming out in front here. So we might see a spin up tornado occur there. And it looks like to me that's the only other area that's it's most directly looking suspicious. Ugh. So now that we're here, 1 a.m. Central, I think that the storm is probably about 25 minutes out from Siloam Springs, and maybe about 45 minutes to 50 minutes out from Bentonville, in the I-540 corridor here. Still about 1 hour out from Joplin, and probably 2 hours out, or a little bit more from Springfield, where I think it will lose its intensity. Joplin should not have much tornado chances, but it does look like that, part of the storm that is incurring some cyclonic rotation is generally traveling along Interstate 44. So we'll see, but the hope is that no. I think it's on the lower end. Yep, this is what a derecho does, guys. It's self-propelling, holds itself together for a long period of time. You want to know where this line of storms started? This particular line of storms started near Pueblo, Colorado. That's all the way back over that direction, and it has crossed the entire Oklahoma Panhandle and northern part of the state of Oklahoma here. That is what a derecho does. Yep, I'm doing fine. Starting to get a little exhausted. I want to make sure I do get some good sleep, but this still has a destructive severe thunderstorm warning occurring with it, and possible areas for spin-up tornadoes. Just want to make sure I cover most everything here as this hopefully starts to lose intensity. Hopefully. But my suspicions here are that a lot of people are asleep right in this region in northwest Arkansas, and in 45 minutes or so, they're going to get woken up and wondering what's going on here with any of these warnings that approach their area, because it does look like this part of the storm is still where we have the strongest winds pushing it forward. This is our rear end flow jet right over Highway 412 that's moved over Choteau, and we still have the strongest winds just right in this vicinity. So it's still concerned with this area north and east now of Pryor in Oklahoma. I think we might not see a tornado warning yet with this part of the storm, but this is definitely an area where I could see a spin-up tornado happening. So please consider taking shelter down the line near Langley, Ketchum, towards Grove into Delaware County. Okay, so I have stayed up long enough to where I believe the new Storm Prediction Center outlook has come out. So I'm going to take a quick look at that if it is showing up on the website. Okay, still got a little bit of time before it shows up, I think. By the way, these spin-up tornadoes are occurring right now in a 2% tornado risk to the east of Tulsa, so again, even a marginal tornado risk, when we get these powerful dynamics of a derecho, can push forward and cause things like this to happen, even where conditions were not expected to be as extreme. Fort Smith is looking much better. You can already see the impacts of what I'm talking about here. So this part of the storm near Chakotah, south of Muskogee, there we go. This is the area that was going to approach Fort Smith along I-40. You can see it's already losing strength, losing intensity. We've kind of fallen apart down south here, right along I-40. And the reason for that is because out in front of this, we have rain-cooled air from these storms that have popped up in this area. We have severe thunderstorms in place, but they're of lesser intensity than this line back behind them. But the derecho is not going to sustain itself in this rain-cooled air. It's going to lose intensity very quickly. So I'm not concerned with Fort Smith. You may see another severe thunderstorm warning move through, but I'm not concerned with this area. I think this is going to cause the storm to lose intensity along the I-40 corridor here. So the area that I am concerned with is where there hasn't been that rain-cooled air, and that's up here from Fayetteville up to Bentonville over the next 45 minutes. Oklahoma City is fine. So this one over south just looks, it doesn't even have a severe thunderstorm warning with it. So it's a strong storm, but no severe thunderstorm warning associated with that. I-40 corridor is Russellville, so again, same thoughts for them. Doing as best I can, Ribbit. El Dorado, Arkansas. Hopefully you'd be able to sleep down here in most places in Arkansas, all the way on the south central part of the state. But you might be woken up by these storms if they do take a little bit of a southeast turn. At the moment, it does look like these storms down here are generally traveling in this direction. So maybe as far north as Hot Springs, and generally in the Arkadelphia and Pine Bluff region. I would be okay with going to sleep down here. We've had this preventative tornado warning in place, but we're pretty far away from a radar site, so not sure what's actually happening at the surface here. I would be okay with sleeping in this region tonight, as long as you have a way to wake up to warnings. So still nothing has come together succinctly here northeast of Pryor, but you could see the beginnings of this appendage right here. This is where our rotation would be for another spin-up tornado. You can see it pretty clearly here, taking shape there near Hoot Owl and Strang. Hoot Owl. Hoot Owl. What a town name. Hoot Owl. I like that. I don't know why. Hopefully no tornado there.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
Well, unfortunately, Hoot Owl is now in a tornado warning. Dang it, didn't mean to do that. But that's going through Delaware County. This is going to be for this area of rotation. National Weather Service in Tulsa has gone ahead and warned it. So Hoot Owl in Oklahoma, you're just south of where a tornado may drop. It's going to go right over the area of Strang. If there is a spin-up tornado associated with this part of the line, that's going to go into Delaware County as well, right in the area of J. So we're going to see that new pink box come through.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
And our new warning down here for Johnson, Logan, and Pope counties. Oh, that's up here. Ah, I see. So we actually do have a tornado warning in that complex of storms. I don't know if I'm ever going to get any sleep. Let's take a look at that from this Fort Smith radar. This will be our closest one. So this is passing in between Russellville and Clarksville. Goodness gracious. All right. So here's our tornado warning now. Just about to pass over Prairie View. Yep, this is definitely a legitimate one for sure. All right, Storm Prediction Center outlook. Okay. So new outlook has not increased the probabilities from what it was before. So we're still looking at a 30% wind, 2% tornado for much of this area. We're going to have to see if that gets upgraded in the morning, but right now, I'm not planning on a stream for this region. At the moment, no stream planned tomorrow. We'll see if that changes. You'll have to pay attention. Ooh. Yeah, we are on hour 10 now of this stream. I did see a chat message that told me to check KSRX. I appreciate that. Earlier, apologies for not doing that immediately, but thank you for looking out. So, pretty concerning area of rotation. So this is going to go through, goodness, this is going to go through eastern, northeastern, Logan County. Wow. Okay, well, that new scan, let's see if we have a debris signature. And we do. So this tornado is now on the ground west of Prairie View. Yeah, when I saw that new scan, my goodness. That is definitely an ongoing tornado. Very close to Prairie View, so let's immediately dive in, see what's going on here. Let me bring up where exactly this is near Scranton. My goodness, all right, Subiaco, Scranton. Okay, so right here, Scranton, midway to the south here, this is where Midway is. Tornado is in between Scranton and Midway. So right in between that is where Prairie View is. We got David Rogers Garage there, Technique Salon right along East State Highway 288, and the junction of this State Road 109 going north and south. So this should stay south of Morrison Bluff, just a little bit south of Scranton. It's going to pass over Lake Dardanelle. And on the other side of that is Knoxville, over here, Knoxville, Arkansas. So if this stays on the ground, it's generally going to track in this direction. Knoxville, Arkansas, please be taking shelter here. Got about hopefully about a 10 to 12 minute lead time. This is a small town in this area. Might go right through the center of this town here, Knoxville, Arkansas. If you know anybody in that region, it's to the north and west of Russellville. Make sure to give them a call. That is one heck of a signature. So let's look at the debris signature. Pretty deep one, just here, just west of Prairie View. Once again, it's right over the Guthrie Cemetery. About to pass right through Prairie View, where, again, Technique Salon, Ross Rogers and David Rogers Equipment and Garage. There's about 40 or 50 buildings here in Prairie View. Maybe a few more than that. So this tornado is about to pass right over that area. There's a look at it on velocity, which is about 17 seconds ahead. So we can see the tornado right in here. Unfortunately, moving right over those buildings. This should be upgraded to a confirmed warning shortly from National Weather Service in Little Rock, issuing warnings for this. So this tornado, unfortunately, has gone right over a community. There's our debris signature. Pretty large one right there, right in between Prairie View and Scranton.
New information, this tornado warning has been upgraded.
All right, so if you're in Knoxville, Arkansas, on the other side of Lake Dardanelle, you have a tornado headed straight for you. It is doing damage right now. It has just gone through the community of Prairie View in Arkansas. More than likely done damage to a few buildings in the area. It's going towards the Ware Chapel Cemetery. And then we'll go right over the lake if it stays on the ground. Looks like it's going to head straight for Knoxville, possibly the northern side of Knoxville, Arkansas. So we play this back. We can see the debris signature. There we go. News frame of velocity looks maybe just a little bit less intense here, but definitely still a tight area of rotation, indicating this tornado being on the ground right in this area. So it looks like it might be tracking, maybe just wobbling a little bit. So right in between Lamar, Knoxville is where I think this is going to track. So if you know anybody in this region, this is doing damage. Tornado on the ground. Gosh. Strongest part of the storm here is put together a very, very tight spin here. Unfortunately, producing a pretty significant tornado here. This is approaching I-40 as well, right through Knoxville. We have about 6 or 7 minutes before this gets too close to your location for safety. So please be taking shelter now. Interior-most room of your house or basement if you got in this region. Away from windows. Goodness. And make sure you have your shoes. Make sure your pets and everybody's accounted for. Confirmed tornado warning. Currently doing damage. We do have a debris signature here. It is approaching Knoxville, Lake Dardanelle very quickly from the west here. You can see it's about to reach the lake right over the Ware Chapel Cemetery at the moment. East of Scranton. So I believe Scranton, Arkansas avoided the worst of this tornado, but just to the south is Prairie View, where about 50 or 60 buildings are along Parks Road and East State Highway 288. So I think that's where we might see damage, maybe just a little bit to the north of that as well. It's passed over the Stony Point Farm just now. So if this stays on the ground again, it's going to go right over Knoxville, Arkansas, right here along I-40. This is the expected path of the tornado. Here's our debris signature. Very clearly showing us a confirmed tornado doing damage. Gosh. This is just like the worst case scenario for this area of storms. Everything is consolidated together to give us a very powerful rotating storm that has managed to put down a tornado. So that newest scan, we see our debris signature is a little bit less intense. This may be a sign that the tornado is lifted at this point, which is what we can cross our fingers for. Hopefully the tornado's lifted based on that presentation, but it can easily be right back on the ground. So what I can tell here is that maybe some of these very strong winds pushing forward here might cut off any sort of inflow into the storm here that's reaching in. So the storm needs to maintain inflow right into this area in order to keep the tornado on the ground. So we might see the beginning of that occurring, but it doesn't matter. We really need everybody taking shelter right in between Lamar and Knoxville here. This should go to the north of Piney. At the moment, should stay well to the north of Russellville. But please be taking shelter all the way out ahead of this to Dover. Think about doing so into parts of Pope County near Scottsville and Hector. This tornado warning storm is approaching your area. Man. At 1 a.m. too. This is almost we're getting to the worst possible time for these tornadoes to happen because everybody's asleep. It's going to be very much lowered reception of the warning, and thus far fewer people are going to take action in this case. Thank you today, Carter and Cheesy, for the support. Trying to keep going here. Yeah, this is one of the toughest streams I've done, I think. Still got this tornado warning headed into Delaware County here in northeastern Oklahoma as well. Haven't seen any of these areas take on a very tight rotation here. Our initial area prompting the warning was this near Hoot Owl and Strang to the northeast of Pryor. This is now passed and sort of phased out a little bit here. So, but I think we might see a new area of concern probably on the edge of where this is bowing forward the fastest. So maybe right here north of Tag Flats, approaching J, would be our next area of concern for spin-up tornadoes here. But at any point, because these winds are so strong, and they're still this strong as they approach the northwest corner of Arkansas here, we could see, the widespread wind damage might almost be worse than some of what we might see from a spin-up tornado. This is intense stuff. So, as an update, everybody in the northwest corner of Arkansas from Fayetteville to the north is in a destructive severe thunderstorm warning that's come through for these areas. That's this red warning box in particular here. So you can see that I'm drawing that in. This is a warning for 90-mile-an-hour winds. That is above the threshold for destructive severe wind gusts, which is 80 mile an hour. So if they're sounding the sirens at any point in Springdale, Bentonville, the reason is because you're under a destructive severe thunderstorm warning there in the I-540 corridor. So for our friends there, about 25 to 30 minutes out now from this part of the storm impacting you. Again, the most powerful winds are going to pass through a corridor near Langley from Pineville up to probably Bentonville. This area is where the most powerful winds are traveling at the moment. Most powerful winds right in this area where this blue arrow is. Man, my webcam hates me right now. There we go. Right through this corridor is where the most powerful wind gusts are going to be. So it looks like the most powerful winds are going to stay to the north of Fayetteville, maybe clip Springdale just a bit here in northwest Arkansas. Down further south, we still have a considerable severe thunderstorm warning. These are still going to be powerful wind gusts for Fayetteville and these areas down here. However, they are not reaching the extremely dangerous situation criteria here for a destructive warning. So at the moment, that's what I'm seeing. I think that Pineville and Bentonville will be in the areas hardest hit by this part of the storm. I do not know. My webcam is freaking out right now. I'm going to move it down one so it stops doing that. All right, that should stop it from freaking out. That's exactly where you live. Yep, great idea to treat this just like a tornado warning. If you hear a siren in any part of Bentonville, the northwest corner of Arkansas here, Gravette, Decatur here, Gentry, areas north of Siloam Springs, the reason for that will be this destructive warning. So anywhere here, if you hear the sirens, that's the reason why. Let's go back to our tornado warning near Knoxville, Arkansas. So I'm not seeing a very tight area of rotation, but is passing right over the town right now. So you can take a look at the debris signature is not currently there. That's good. We have a very weak debris signature, the remainder of the fallout from when the storm was doing damage back before Knoxville and before it passed over Lake Dardanelle. So currently this is not doing damage. I think that's a radar artifact. That is very freaky looking. Currently not doing damage. I don't think this tornado is on the ground as it passes through Knoxville. But please continue taking shelter in this area. The tornado and or where the tornado would be has just passed over the town in Interstate 40 and is traveling off to the east-northeast. So please be taking shelter in Dover, out into the western part of Pope County here, well to the north of Russellville. Well to the north of Russellville and southeast of Clarksville. That is where this this tornado might be passing through. So currently, I believe this is no longer on the ground, but this was a confirmed tornado that has done damage. Yes, Tulsa is fine now. I just wouldn't go out at all due to downed power lines across much of the metro. Definitely would not go outside, so make sure you're staying inside. Oh, wow. Okay. Ouch. I'm so stiff right now. Still tracking these storms. Man, I hope it can just calm down right now. The storm down here that had a tornado warning in Nevada County looks like that has not been continued, so no active tornado warning down here in south central Arkansas. So that's good news. Still probably a rotating part of the storm, though. The hope is that it remains non-tornadic, though. Yep, newest frame here. I don't think this tornado is doing damage any longer for the last 5 minutes or so as it goes through Knoxville. In fact, that warning was allowed to expire. So we do not have a tornado warning anymore for this area. I wouldn't recommend coming out of shelter regardless. And even though that tornado is focused to the north of Russellville, you can see here, very powerful area of damaging winds right in this these light browns. This is about 80-mile-an-hour winds. 88-mile-an-hour winds possible, just about a mile above the surface. So this can easily translate down to 70-mile-an-hour wind gusts that are approaching Russellville from the west. So even though this derecho back in here might not reach these areas, this is still turning into a very strong damaging wind threat on its own. And I guess I wouldn't be surprised if this severe thunderstorm warning was also upgraded for damaging wind. Because currently this is a default. This is a basic severe thunderstorm warning. This is not a considerable severe. We might have another tornado forming here also to the northeast of Knoxville. Starting to see this really tight area of rotation here. May have another tornado trying to occur here. Just northeast of the town now. Yeah. So if another warning comes through, that's the reason why. We're going to see if that continues to be the case on the next few scans of data that we get from the radar. Again, prep for really strong winds in Russellville, Dardanelle, here along I-40 in northwest Arkansas. Really strong winds are coming right here through this area on the right side of your screen. Pretty far up in the storm, however, these can easily translate down to the surface. Happy to help 182. Wow. Okay, let's take another look at, let's bring another radar site down here so I can make sure that these storms in south central Arkansas are not as extreme as the rest of them. But it does look like some of these are carrying pretty significant wind gusts with them as well. Unfortunately, parts of these near DeQueen and Broken Bow, this is in a radar hole, so it's tough to see exactly what's going on here. But yeah, from both radar sites, this is looking like a pretty impactful storm approaching Russellville. I wouldn't be surprised if this severe thunderstorm warning was upgraded. In fact, I would probably advocate for that. This looks like a pocket of pretty damaging winds. Very powerful storm here. you know, when I say that, oh, this derecho is encountering rain cooled air and thus it should weaken, well, out in front of this storm, this is not rain cooled air, so yeah, there is no reason for this storm right here to just not intensify as it has been doing. Dang. So yeah, this is looking like the worst part of the storm here. That's should pass through north central Arkansas for quite some time here. So Clinton, Arkansas, Greenbrier, to the north of the Little Rock Metro, maybe Conway and north, might be the areas that are most impacted by this storm. It's carrying some pretty powerful winds with it over the next hour. Take another look. Next scan, let's see if we do have any sort of debris signature that we can look at here. Quite possibly, maybe a little bit of a debris signature ongoing right here. Now northeast of Knoxville. It's a little tough to tell. But this is right where our new tornado might be occurring, so it does look pretty convincing that this would be a new debris signature. So we could definitely see a new tornado warning right here. This might be another tornado ongoing, approaching State Road 7 and Dover from the west here. It should go just to the north of Dover. So towards Scottsville and Hector, you guys were in a tornado warning or just out ahead of it previously. Hopefully we can, get the people to take shelter in these towns. But yeah, I do think this is a new area of debris. This is now to the northeast of Knoxville. It's a little tough to tell overall, but it generally is located where our couplet of winds or our area of rotation is right in here. So I do think that's a new tornado ongoing. This currently unwarned. This severe thunderstorm warning was upgraded to considerable. As we mentioned, the upgrade was possible. So what we're seeing now is a mess on velocity. Not sure about the legitimacy of this now. I'm not sure what we're seeing. This down here, if you're talking about this is not a debris ball. This is clear air. It's clear air down there. So you can see down here there is no rotation or anything near Russellville. It's just the leading edge of some pretty strong winds. So don't worry, no debris ball down there near Russellville. For anyone who's just getting used to looking at radar. All right, going back to northeast Oklahoma here. Wow. So it looks like 80-mile-an-hour winds were reported in Choteau, 75 in Pryor. Yeah, very, very solidly cementing this as a derecho event that's moved through this area. Very incredible derecho moved through the Tulsa area. Still going. So now our next areas of concern. We did get an extension of this destructive severe thunderstorm from National Weather Service Springfield, Missouri as well, here into the southwest corner of Missouri. So this is for 80-mile-an-hour winds for Pineville here, and we have a 90-mile-an-hour wind gust possible warning down here just to the north of Fayetteville. So once again, for this area of the derecho, I believe the strongest winds are going to pass through a corridor right here from Bentonville to Pineville. Right across the Missouri-Arkansas state border. Goodness, thank you for the support, Andre. That's huge. Much appreciated. Keeping me going right now. Thank you. Thank you, Christopher, as well. You were driving on 412? Oh my goodness. I'm so glad that I was able to reach you. Thank you for the support, too, on top of that. Thank you, Christopher. Thanks for passing that message along. Yeah, this is Highway 412 right here, guys, that we were just looking at near Choteau. Dang. I don't think Springfield, Missouri will see a tornado, no. I'm hoping that by the time it reaches there, it probably is not going to be the most intense part of the storm. Most intense part of the storm probably will stay to the south near Branson, which I know people have been asking about Branson, Missouri. Again, that's about an hour, maybe over an hour away there in Branson. So I'm hoping that by that time this derecho is weakened I think the conditions out ahead of this near Branson and south of Springfield might be a little bit less supportive of the continuation of very powerful wind gusts. So I'm hoping that by the time it gets there, it's much weaker. Joplin, you guys really look like it looks like the northern part of this storm is not too powerful. That's about to pass through Miami and up towards Joplin along Interstate 44. So again, the most powerful part of the storm is definitely concentrated right here, but there still is the risk for power outages up north. And I think maybe the northern side of that will clip Joplin. So it might be pretty loud. Joplin maybe about 25 minutes or so away from you guys over there. Please excuse the cough. Possibly about 30 minutes away from Joplin. So probably some strong winds are going to pass through the Joplin area, but not the primary area of concern. The most powerful winds are right here, entering the Arkansas, northwest corner of Arkansas right now in this general vicinity. So same with Miami, Oklahoma. Same thing for, as mentioned for Joplin. Okay, so let's go back to our area of concern near Knoxville. Oh, darn it. So we have another very, very powerful winds entering Russellville. I think this severe thunderstorm warning might be a little bit underdone because we see yet another instance of these wind values being folded. So they are just spitting out the wrong wind values here because the winds are so powerful. It's messing with the radar. So from the Little Rock radar, we can still see very powerful area of winds approaching Russellville, just about a minute outside the town of Dardanelle and Russellville. Very, very strong winds entering that town. I was hoping that wouldn't happen. I was hoping that this leading edge, was like, oh, rain cooled air should prevent the derecho from continuing. But now we have basically a separate, very powerful area of storms. This is not connected to our derecho, but is actually a separate area that is producing very powerful wind gusts. Miami, right? Yeah, I remember you guys are kind of silly over there. I got you. Staying up just in case in Springfield. Very good on you to be weather aware. Hopefully it's not too hard on you. Yep, Bentonville definitely looking like they're going to take on some of the worst winds. All right, most powerful winds moving through Russellville. Anyone in this area in the chat here, Russellville, Arkansas? Hopefully, well, this is probably going to lead to power loss in this area. These are definitely some intense straight line winds. Got a pretty consistent pocket of 80-mile-an-hour winds or so showing up about a mile above the surface. So most of those are probably translating down at severe criteria. Arkadelphia without power, so looks like Little Rock is about 30 minutes out from this complex of storms, which doesn't look too bad, but could have some pockets of damaging winds approaching the metro right now. So about 30 minutes out. Oh, man. Okay. Yep, Little Rock, there you go. There's your update. About 30 minutes out for you guys. Russellville, it's terrible. Probably very strong winds going through there. Is Ozark in the clear? You might avoid the storm back behind you, and this storm is out in front of you. So maybe you'll avoid any more storms coming in your area there in Ozark, and also the same for Fort Smith. Down here, I know where Chidester is. I was just taking a look at that. There we go. Looks like the storm has passed through your area, but you got another one back behind it that will have another round of damaging winds associated with it. Thank you, Abis. I'm all good. I appreciate it. I finished a whole 2 bottles of stuff, so like I drank plenty for this. Don't worry about me. Yosho, same idea as Joplin. Probably about 70-mile-an-hour wind gusts are approaching your area. All right. I don't really have a good look at this too because we've got that distorted radar data again all through this area. I wonder if Radar Omega has a better look at this. Let's pull it up and see if we have a single site radar that's working over here. Let's take a look at this on Radar Omega. All right, so we got a good look at this here. So looking at the winds here on Radar Omega, we can see actually pretty nicely undistorted data here. So we've got a look at this, can see if any spin up tornadoes are occurring along this line. At the moment, I don't see any areas that are too concerning over here from the Tulsa radar. Again, maybe just this one area right on the tri-state border near Southwest City that would generally approach the Pineville area. But the most damaging wind gusts are definitely concentrated right up here, headed up towards Bentonville, up north towards Pineville. Bentonville, Arkansas, up to Pineville. And I think they should stay just to the south of Neosho, so maybe closer to Goodman, Anderson, and also stay well to the south of Miami and up here towards Joplin and Carthage. By the time they're to Springfield, I think that Springfield might not see much of any severe threat, which would be good news up there. Maybe the trailing end of this line of storms, but maybe closer to Branson is where we might see one more round of severe weather, one more push from this round of storms here that might go right over Table Rock Lake. So generally traveling in this direction is where the most powerful part of the storm will be. And if it manages to continue itself for that much longer, then those will be the areas of concern. So Radar Omega's got this going. However, I think it's overdoing the winds down here to the south. Very interesting presentation. Different algorithms looking at wind data here. So still a tornado warning going through these areas into northern Delaware County. It's almost out of the polygon, and I think it should be allowed to expire pretty soon. That will be our last tornado warning at the moment. Once that does expire, we'll have no more tornado warnings, hopefully. But these storms are fairly concerning the whole way through here. Thankfully, anyone who's looking for an update, Knoxville, Arkansas has stayed free from being hit by the tornado. That was just near Prairie View. I believe Prairie View, just south of Scranton, did get impacted by a tornado. There are about 50 structures or so there. And I don't really want to see the aftermath of that whenever light sheds on it. But unfortunately, we did have a big debris signature go through that area, so we were able to confirm that tornado was ongoing. We might have had a second tornado in rural areas northeast of Knoxville, Arkansas. Not completely sure about that, but there was a pretty convincing look on radar that went unwarned. So I believe that it stayed through mostly rural areas when it passed through north of Knoxville. And currently, we're not seeing any tight rotation any longer with that storm. So right now, our focus is the damaging winds that probably just took out the power here in Russellville, Pottsville, and Dardanelle. There's a pocket of very strong winds associated with this storm. These are straight line winds. Down the line, this area of winds probably is going to pass up closer to maybe just south of Clinton, Arkansas. So it looks like it's taking a path here to the north of Conway, right along Highway 65 here north of Conway, in between Conway and Clinton. So I think this is where we'll see a corridor of damaging winds from this storm. Oh no. All right, so this severe thunderstorm warning down here for Prescott was upgraded to a destructive warning. So now we have another destructive severe thunderstorm warning, which is an extremely dangerous situation and may prompt the sounding of tornado sirens in this area, especially for Prescott, Arkansas. So let's go over there. I'm going to take this radar site over to Shreveport to see if I can take a look at that. So another destructive severe thunderstorm warning issued for Hope and Prescott here. There's the considerable extension into Conway County. Areas that I just highlighted there in between Conway and Clinton. We'll see a bout of damaging winds. All right, this destructive warning is for 80-mile-an-hour winds and also some small hail still associated with this storm as it passes right over Interstate 30. You can see some pretty powerful returns here on radar. So from Hope to Prescott, down to Spring Hill, looks the worst here. Out in front of this towards Roston. And down the line, this is looking to go straight towards Camden, Arkansas, which I think there is a little bit more of a population over here near Camden and Fordyce, or Fordyce. Generally looks to be the path of this storm. Wow. I don't know if I'm ever going to get to go to sleep. These destructive severe thunderstorm warnings are they're extremely dangerous situations, so we definitely need to cover them. And it almost looks like there's multiple derechos happening right now. This is absolutely ridiculous. So plenty of thunderstorm wind damage reports here near Ashdown. Multiple trees down. Reports of multiple trees down throughout the county here. Near Winthrop, so this would be Little River County. Also the county to the north in Howard. Numerous trees down throughout the county. Officials too busy to discuss details in Xavier County. So that's this destructive warning moving through. It's already downed a ton of trees. This is a very heavily forested area in southwest Arkansas, but currently downing a bunch of trees. And will probably continue to do so along its path in this direction towards Camden and also to the east. So lots of trees falling with these storms. Man. I actually have to wonder if we've had more than one derecho tonight so far. Actually have to wonder that because this is the complex of storms that went through Ardmore a long time ago. Basically, it started back here near Wichita Falls. So this line of storms has traveled all the way across southern Oklahoma and now into southwest Arkansas and is doing 80-mile-an-hour wind gusts with this destructive warning. So we might have two derechos ongoing at the same time. Yeah, this is really, really difficult to forecast. Getting to Bentonville? Yeah, let's take another look up there. No, it looks like Radar Omega is actually right on the money with these winds. We're a little bit further away from the radar site, so that's why we see some pretty widespread damaging winds. But I still think the worst winds are concentrated, again, right here to Pineville. In Bentonville, it's getting very close here to the I-540 corridor. A little bit of some storms popping up out in front of this part of the derecho here, but that is still approaching from the west. Bentonville, Springdale, and North is going to get in on the worst of it. Fayetteville might still get some pretty strong wind gusts here in the next 15 minutes as this gets to the I-540 corridor. So just in the next 15 minutes here. Still about 25 to 30 minutes out from Joplin. Sorry, I gave you a little bit of an overestimate there. So just a little bit further out from Joplin. This part of the storm is moving more slowly. The part that's accelerating the fastest here is this bowing part of the storm, which is being pushed forward as the most quickly. So that's why we have the most powerful winds and the incredibly destructive severe thunderstorm warnings here in this part of the storm. Russellville, power still on. Hopefully wasn't too bad in that area, but definitely got loud for a while, I imagine. Let's go back to the Little Rock radar here. From what we can see, still an area of strong winds right over I-40. Again, should pass between Conway and Clinton, right in this corridor here. So towards Greenbrier and Guy here in Arkansas. Generally the area of concern. The storms approaching Benton and Little Rock Metro, they don't look too bad, but it does look like you are going to see some severe gusts. So it is going to be pretty gusty out there. I bet there's probably a light show attached to this as well for anyone in these areas. But so that's about 20 minutes out from Little Rock to 30, depending from southwest to northeast as these storms move in this direction. So you'll probably be woken up in Little Rock if you're asleep right now. Or if you try to go to sleep, you're probably going to be woken up. Hopefully that part of the storm remains less damaging. Hopefully is not upgraded. Like our destructive severe down here near Prescott is about to go through that town there in Nevada County. This is in southwest Arkansas. Try my best to keep going here. I want to see all tornado warnings expired. I want to see all destructive severe thunderstorm warnings expired before I'll feel okay. All right. So I think we're about to see possibly the tail end of our tornado warning that's still going in Delaware County in Oklahoma. Come up here to the Tulsa radar. This is where that is for Grove. I don't see an area that's concentrated for a spin-up tornado, so I think this warning will be allowed to expire. And I'm not seeing another area that might have a spin-up tornado associated with it. Maybe out in front of this in Dodge. So if we do get another warning that comes through, it will be for McDonald County in Missouri. But regardless, hopefully people are away from windows in Pineville, out towards Cassville, since this is a destructive severe thunderstorm warning. Clinton, hopefully the strongest wind should stay to the south of you in Arkansas. Springdale, no tornado chance, I think. Very low, or much lower in tornado chance. You're really looking at the damaging winds moving through for this part of northwest Arkansas if you're just tuning in. It's about 10 to 15 minutes away from most of these areas from west to east. Yeah, Tulsa is absolutely a mess. We had several 100-mile-an-hour wind reports through the city, through the metro area. Watching this derecho go through. I'm glad I stayed on. Thank you, Elizabeth, for the help. Thanks for the support. I'm glad I stayed on. Thanks for the mods who've also stayed on so far. Appreciate y'all. Oh. Almost all of Oklahoma is going to be in the clear here. This is now exiting Oklahoma. The storm down here near Ada is sub-severe. It's just an area of heavy rain and maybe a little bit of gusty winds, but almost all of our severe threats, or almost all of Oklahoma is clear of severe threats. So if you're in southeast Oklahoma, you're good. If you're in Oklahoma City, you're good. If you're in Tulsa, just don't go outside. A bunch of down trees and power lines are in the city and in the metro area, so you don't want to be outside anywhere in that. Just have to get through it here in the northeast corner in Ottawa County and Miami and along Interstate 44 here. And then Oklahoma will be clear. It looks like the storm overall is losing strength. This doesn't look as well organized as the Derecho previously did. So I think as soon as it passes through Pineville, Bentonville, Springdale, we're not going to see any more destructive severe thunderstorm warnings. I hope. That is my hope, is that the intensity will start to wane very quickly here as it passes through Interstate 540 up to Pineville. No, I don't. I hope that the Conway area won't have any tornadoes. So about to see this warning expire, our last tornado warning currently active. Hopefully no more spin-up tornadoes. Make sure we're paying close attention here to now central Arkansas and south central Arkansas. These are my areas of concern remaining for the night as the northern derecho loses intensity. I'm not seeing any spin-up tornadoes taking place anywhere here in central Arkansas. However, I do think there is a small chance that we could see one here. So don't let your guard down, no matter if I'm here or not. Definitely a night to have multiple ways to receive warnings. Even if I'm on here, you have multiple ways to receive warnings. Best case scenario. and to be weather aware. So I'm glad everybody who's staying up, if you are doing so, to relay warnings to anyone in these areas, or you're there in these areas yourself, you're doing a great service for yourself to stay weather aware. Okay. So again, not seeing any spin up tornado threats up here. Does look like this area, this pocket of damaging winds, still pretty powerful. About to go through Hattieville and then pass in between Conway and Clinton here. So again, I'm concerned about Greenbrier, Springfield, Arkansas, and Guy here. So there we go. Last tornado warning allowed to expire here. Hopefully we see no more. Covered the tornado that went through Prairie View, Arkansas, south of Scranton, and close to Knoxville. We covered that earlier. That had a debris signature with it, so for anyone looking for information for that area, I hope it didn't do a lot of structural damage, but I have my doubts that it didn't do damage, so I think it's probably went through, unfortunately. Alright, so once again, Little Rock about 20 minutes out. Currently, I don't see the need to stay online for these storms in particular, so I'm just waiting to see if the rest of our destructive severe thunderstorm warnings are allowed to expire or are downgraded. We have this one here in southwest Arkansas that we're looking at. It's passing through Prescott right now and is aimed towards Chidester and also Camden, Hampton, and Fordyce down the line. So the strongest part of the storm here that has downed very many trees in southwest Arkansas via thunderstorm damage reports is generally going to travel in this direction to the south of Pine Bluff, hopefully. But yeah, this storm has definitely done a lot of damage. So this is our other active destructive severe thunderstorm warning. Yes, I meant Springdale, Arkansas. If I'm talking about the northwest part of the state, then yes, I was talking about Springdale. Springfield is a separate small town here, right here, to the north of Conway. All right, one more look at Pineville. Strongest part of the storm is getting right there towards Bentonville. It's right on your doorstep, and 5 minutes away from Springdale and Fayetteville. Any severe gusts that are going to go through your areas are just off to your west now. This definitely looks like it's falling apart, losing intensity, especially as it approaches the southwest part of Missouri here, Joplin. I don't think the storm is going to be as strong when it gets to you. Springfield, Branson, I definitely think the storm will have lost its mojo by the time it gets there, all right? So at the moment, based on what I'm seeing on the radar right now, strongest winds will probably be right here, approaching Bentonville, Springdale, and over the next few minutes, you guys are going to go through it. Probably going to get some power loss, power outages in these areas. But out ahead of this, right now, what this storm looks like, I'm not concerned for Springfield and areas to the east of Joplin. I think it'll still be pretty strong. Some strong wind gusts going through, but definitely nothing like we've been observing over the last couple hours. So I'm pretty sure I'm feeling good about these areas near Springfield, Missouri. Okay. So that's your look for Joplin and Springfield. Feeling good. I think these warnings will be downgraded as soon as the storms move through these areas. Hopefully that can lead to some calming of anyone out in front of this who's been staying up all night there in Springfield, Missouri. So that's a look at our destructive storms up there. I think those will be downgraded. Thankfully, looks like the Derecho is on its last legs. However, I believe this is a separate Derecho that's occurred at the same time down here near Prescott, all the way back from Wichita Falls and Waurika there in Oklahoma. This is the same storm system all the way over here in Prescott, Arkansas, and it's down very many trees along its path. So I think we'll probably see two separate. Afterwards, I think we'll probably see two separate derechos have occurred today. Very much wild stuff. This is GR2 analyst Dan. Thank you for asking. Nope, no break taken yet. Just any break that Carly is relieved. When I was talking to Carly earlier during the stream, I expected the stream to end very shortly after that, but then we had that absolutely monstrous Tulsa event and a couple of confirmed tornadoes. So that is the reason I'm still here. So thank you guys for the support. I appreciate it, Rob. I will go to sleep. Don't worry. Thank you, Pickles, and thank you, Justin, as well. Doing the best to cover this into the night. Yeah, hopefully that stays the case, MGC. But of course, have multiple ways to receive warnings. Weather radio will be your best bet, just to wake you up, just in case. Frank, I can't believe you're still awake. Holy Moses! But yeah, I mean, there's a reason why you and I are still here. So yeah, this has been a heck of an event to cover. Okay. Waiting on the extension of this severe thunderstorm warning from National Weather Service Shreveport or Little Rock. Whoever is covering for Camden, Arkansas. You guys are next in line, again, for this part of the storm. We'll bring some pretty powerful wind gusts, might down a few trees, as it has a history of doing that. Okay, I'm starting to feel good here. I'm starting to feel like we're almost done with this, with covering this event and the most intense parts of it. We're almost there. A lot of people are still going to hear some pretty powerful winds. They're probably going to get woken up by it here shortly in Little Rock and wonder what's going on. But this severe thunderstorm warning is on the lower end. It is a basic severe thunderstorm warning, so just some damaging winds associated with that. This powerful area of winds up here near Hattieville looks like it's falling apart here as it approaches Greenbrier in Arkansas, north of Conway. So this looks a little bit less menacing, which is great news. Hopefully that stays the same. So yeah, just waiting for our destructive severe thunderstorm warnings to be downgraded. I think we'll be good. So I-540 corridor, about to go through it. Anyone waking up in that area, if it's getting loud, we're watching those storms right now here in Bentonville and Springdale that you see. So they're right on your doorstep now. Fayetteville, right on the southern edge of the remnants of this derecho. So anyone over there, let me know how it is. Hopefully it's not too bad as it goes through these towns, or these cities right here. Thank you, John, for the support. I will definitely get some rest. I appreciate everybody who's sent support through in the form of super chats. Thank you, guys. You've helped me out a lot, being able to continue through the night here. We're 10 hours into this stream, and I thought I was going to do a 5-hour stream here. So no, it doesn't look like Russellville will see anything else tonight. Maybe a bout of heavy rain much later on, but definitely nothing like the storms that have just gone through here. Fayetteville windy right now, starting up in Springdale. Greenbrier, thank you. Yeah, no sirens in Bentonville. That's actually pretty surprising. This is still a destructive severe thunderstorm warning for 80-mile-an-hour winds. So the National Weather Service in Tulsa has decreased the wind speed on this warning just a bit. So I think we're seeing the weakening trend here. So interesting that there are no sirens there in Bentonville, Springdale, Fayetteville. Nobody's reported those. I'm pretty surprised actually, because these are destructive warnings still, which caused our sirens to go off in the Tulsa area earlier on. Thank you, Bud, for the support. I appreciate it. No, Little Rock will be okay. There won't be any. There shouldn't be any tornadoes in the Little Rock area. It's just going to be some straight line winds. Thank you, Mary, for the support. Loud in Bentonville. You can hear it all the way in Yellville. I think that might be due to some of these storms that are popping up here along this line. Just a very stormy day. Springdale has no sirens. Okay. No sirens in Gentry. Interesting. Thanks for letting me know that. Thank you, Dan, for the support. Joplin, storms are about 20-15 minutes out from you guys. I think it's just going to be a light show more than anything, but it might be a little gusty. I'm not concerned with Joplin as it stands. Looks like the storms are weakening as they approach you. But, I mean, weakening is from a very powerful storm down to, still a severe thunderstorm. So it might get a little loud in Joplin, but nothing I'm too concerned about. Okay? So no sirens there in Springdale. Any sirens in Bentonville? No sirens in Bentonville. Yeah, I know. This is definitely an area that should have sirens. That's actually pretty surprising to me. I didn't know. Oh no, there's not. There won't be sirens in Little Rock. It's about 20 minutes out for much of the metro, 28 to 30 as you go from southwest to northeast. Oh, you're 200 yards from a siren. So there are sirens in Bentonville. Okay. No siren infrastructure. So yeah, if there are any infrastructure, and somebody thinks there's a siren in Bentonville. No sirens in Fayetteville except the college campus. I see. Fayetteville's a little bit outside the destructive warning. So yeah, that's actually pretty surprising that they haven't sounded it for Bentonville. Good to know though. The sirens in Rogers. Is the Clinton storm weakening? It's still going to be a severe thunderstorm when it gets to you. Still some powerful winds, but yes, definitely much weaker than what it looked like in Russellville. All right, looks like the winds are finally reaching basically all of the I-540 corridor here, including Rogers, all the way down here. So it's getting bad for you guys here, but I think that the intensity is much lower than what it was before. Same is true for Pineville. Same is true just outside of Neosho here in southwest Missouri, and about 15 minutes out from Joplin now, maybe 25 for Carthage. Yeah, I think this is our weakening derecho. I think we're almost done with the life-threatening parts of this storm. We could still see a little bit of tree damage. Hopefully nothing else occurs with this derecho, but I think we're good to go over here. As you guys deal with the loud winds there in northwest Arkansas and southwest Missouri. I think we're good on covering this storm. Now, the only thing left that I want to see is what happens to this storm in southwest Arkansas. We're looking at down here. It's over Roston now, just about over Chidester and approaching Camden from the west. This is the only other storm that I am concerned with in terms of damage potential for keeping the stream going. Yes, this storm will reach Camden, indeed. So yeah, any other areas that I haven't mentioned there? I think that I think the severe storms are not as powerful, and therefore you should be all right. Should be all right in Little Rock, also in Conway. You should be okay. You're probably gonna be staying awake because it's gonna be pretty loud, but it's not as worrisome as these destructive warnings that we've seen further south, and also the ones that we had moving through northeast Oklahoma. So yeah, that's for anybody in Little Rock and Benton. Again, not concerned with the storm moving through your area. It's probably just gonna be pretty gusty. You are in a severe thunderstorm warning, though, so I wouldn't be outside, of course. It's also 2 a.m. Okay. So hopefully that's a good update for everybody. I'm feeling good now. I'm feeling good. These storms have definitely fallen apart a little bit more as they approach Greenbrier and Conway area. Still going to be pretty strong, of course. We've got plenty of pockets of stronger winds. You can see in the light blues here on the right side of your screen. They're about 55 to 60 mile an hour winds. So if people are asking about Benton, it's probably because it's pretty loud there right now. And that same story is going to be true right into the Little Rock Metro. It's now on the southwest doorstep here, and we'll be moving through, but it's no more than an ordinary severe thunderstorm at the moment. Might be pretty loud. It's going to keep you up, but I am not going to continue the stream for this storm in particular. I am just waiting to see right now. The last thing I'm waiting to see is what Camden is going to go through here. So if we get a downgrade of this severe thunderstorm warning into Camden in Arkansas, then we will be good to go. I think basically all of our destructive severe thunderstorm warnings will be on the expiration side of things. So our last update on that was 7 minutes ago. Interesting that it sees it as 2 separate warnings. Why does it do that? That is not correct. So 7 minutes ago was the latest update on this destructive storm. I think it's going to be downgraded. I don't see very much evidence here besides down tree reports here approaching Camden for this destructive warning to be continued. Whew. So looking pretty good here. I think we made it through the worst, chat. I think we've done it. All of y'all who are watching, I think we've made it through the worst. Let's take one final peek up here in northwest Arkansas. You guys are basically making it through the worst right now in Rogers, Bentonville, Springdale, and so forth. Looks like you're about to come out the other side of it. It's just going to be bad for a little while there. I'm sure it's loud. But yeah, I think you can see this new warning out in front of this. That includes Neosho, areas east of Joplin, and is encroaching on Springfield. This is a considerable severe thunderstorm warning, so we've downgraded to 70-mile-an-hour winds, which is still significant. But these storms are no longer destructive. We're seeing criteria drop a little bit below our Derecho thresholds here, so this is good. This is good, and I think we can be done. I think we can be done. Well, guys, I'm pretty sure we just covered 2 derechos active at the same time. We covered a confirmed tornado that went through Prairie View in Arkansas, right near Knoxville, Arkansas. That had a big debris signature with it. We covered a pretty aggressive spin-up tornado to the north and east of Tulsa, north and east of Pryor. That also had a debris signature with it. I think we've done good work. And everybody who has stayed up with me is exceptional. I do appreciate you guys. Anybody who joined because the storms got loud in their area, thank you for being weather aware. Greatly appreciate that. It helps me do what I do here. So if I made a good impression on you somehow tonight, in some way at some point, please consider subbing to the channel. It helps me out a lot. Thank you for liking the stream as well, letting YouTube know to get it out to more people. We did good work. We did good work. Thanks for everybody who's helped out, and also the Storm Chasers who were here earlier, and Carly, if you do watch this part of the stream back. Very much appreciate you. So we streamed all the way till 2 a.m. Central, June 18th. Thank you, John, for the support as well. Thank you, Dan, for another super chat. Very nice. Very nice of you. Thank you. Thank you, David, for the support. $50 is huge. I appreciate you. They're from Springdale. Happy to help you through this. Hopefully not too bad there. It looks like it's already starting to exit the Springdale area. All right. Thank you for the support, y'all. Yes. I'm no longer covering the storms. You might be woken up by them, but the hope is that they are remaining dangerous levels. So these are just storms you don't want to be outside for, but they are not going to cause anything more than some sporadic power outages. That is my hope. Hopefully no more tornadoes tonight, and we can take a breather here. Again, I'm going to see if we get any upgrades to our risk area tomorrow. If there will be another stream tomorrow, I'm not certain about that yet. But as it stands, there will be no stream tomorrow based on the current Storm Prediction Center outlook. So we'll see if those do get upgraded in the morning outlooks, but I need some sleep before I set my eyes on that again. Thank you, O'Douls. Thank you guys for watching. All right. Happy to help. Let's call it there. And thank you for staying weather aware through these multiple derechos and multiple confirmed tornadoes today during this stream. Hopefully I was able to help. Have a great night, y'all. I will see you, hopefully not soon. All right. Thank you for sticking with me. Goodbye.